Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Money in the Morning. That's our morning millionaire training camp. This is for anybody who wants to build a future for themselves and their children. So, if you don't want to have a future and if you don't ever want to understand how money works, then you should probably leave. I'm sure there's something good on Netflix for you to watch. So, or maybe some sleeping you could do because some of us be sleeping until noon, right? But we don't do that in here. I was not in the 5 a.m. club this morning. I was actually in the probably about the 6:45 a.m. club. But I did go to the gym and I did do my workout, and I'm telling you, it makes you feel good. Now, give me 1 second here. I'm going to get a setup, and I want everybody to know I sent you all a text. Uh, Let me know if you got the text because I sent out a text this morning letting everyone know that we were about to meet for class as we do every day. And I'd heard from some of you who actually reached out to the support team and said you were not getting the notification, which concerned me. And so, I want to be careful about that. So give me 1 second here. Um, One of the things I want to talk about today that I think we can learn something from is has to do with a new show on Netflix called Squid Game. And what I'm going to do is my goal is to rock your world in terms of sharing with you something that'll make you say, I never thought about it like that. And this is the purpose of Money in the Morning. In case you haven't been here in our millionaire training camp, the goal is to embrace something that we do in the Black Business School that we call conversational learning, which is better than like sitting there and just with a pad and a pen and always taking notes. Sometimes just having discussions and talking about things is how you learn, right? Because economics is culture. And as you guys know, in my book, I wrote a book called The 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power. And in that book, The 10 Commandments, one of the things that I want to impress upon you is the importance of understanding the connection between where your wealth and your financial situation ends up and the things that you think about every day, the things that you do every day, the people that you talk to, the lifestyle that you live. In fact, if you go to my Instagram at Dr. Boyce Finance, I put up a video of Mike Epps, who's a comedian. I do not know Mike, but I know someone who knows Mike really well. I've told you guys many occasions. Willie D from the Ghetto Boys is one of my buddies, and Willie is good friend. Willie is buddies with Mike, so I don't, but I don't know it. I don't. I did that. That's just the connection there. But Mike Epps did a great video where he was explaining how bad culture can really weigh you down. He talked about how did anybody see that video by chance? It went kind of viral. Mike was making a really honest emotional appeal, and he was basically saying, that when I was struggling and I was on drugs and my life was bad and I was making bad choices and I was in bad situations and barely hanging on by a thread, I got a lot of love. He said my friends would say, "Oh man, I'm praying for you, brother. I love you, man. I got your back, man." But then when he started doing well, he was working out, he was eating healthy, he was living a good life, he was doing well financially. He said that a lot of those people did not support him like they used to. They liked him better when he was in the mud. They actually could empathize with him more when he was in the basement with them and engaging in bad habits like them. And I love the fact that Mike then connected that to our kids. And he basically said a lot of our kids fail because they're trying to fit in with a loser. They struggle because they're trying to fit in with degenerate culture that is heavily promoted, particularly to black males. We've talked about this extensively, how it's sort of interesting to me that there is an appreciation for black men who are broken, busted, torn to pieces, weak, uneducated, not working, lazy. There's a celebration of that. But then, when you show up and you say, "There's nothing wrong with me. I'm okay. I'm actually all right. I read books. I don't know. I'm not gonna pick up the liquor bottle. I'm not gonna go to the club and shoot somebody and get 30 years in prison. I actually do take care of my kids because that's what you're supposed to do. Not because I'm special. I don't take care of my kids because I'm a credit to my race." You ever see that when people are like, "You take care of your kids? Oh my God, that's so wonderful. You take care of your kids." I'm like Chris Rock. Chris Rock said you're supposed to take care of your kids. That's what human beings do. So the fact that they convince you that it's normal to not do that is fundamentally hilarious. And I'm gonna tell you what really burns me up as a black man. And I'm gonna talk about Mike Epps and that little thing in a minute. Then I promise I'll bring it back to my key point. Is I saw where Zendaya, the Disney lady. Anybody know Zendaya? Give me a yes if you know who Zendaya is, if you've seen her. She's beautiful, smart, talented. She's in all the Spider-Man movies. She's got a real black family. She actually had a show where she told them to put black people on the show. Like I much respect to Zendaya. Our kids love her, and so I know I get to learn about the Disney people because of when you got girls in the house, you gonna know Disney. And so anyway, Zendaya is engaged to Tom Holland, who was this white guy that played Spider-Man. And it's an interesting match. He's like about 2 feet tall and she's like, statuesque. It looks a little weird, but whatever. Love is love, right? But the interesting thing to me was I compared and contrasted that to two other Disney-ish types of young ladies. Well, not Disney-ish. One was Disney, one was not Disney. One was the Disney lady. You know what I'm talking about? The one that played the Little Mermaid. And the black girl, you know what I'm talking about. Put her name in the chat. I don't remember all I'm bad with names. But anyway, very talented. And she ended up having a baby with a rapper. And the relationship ended after about like 6 months or something. They had a baby and then decided, oh, now that we've had a baby, we should break our family apart. That's the perfect time to destroy your family is right after the baby's born. That way you can make absolutely sure that the baby is born in a big pile of piss, right? They're born in a big pile of just messiness and ugliness and trauma, and that's that because for some people they think that's what it means to be black. And then I saw the tennis player Naomi Osaka, right? Who was, really like the number one tennis player on the planet. And she was dating a rapper too. And I was like, what is it with these girls and these rappers? Like, don't they understand that most of rap culture, not all of it, but not all of it, not all of it. I'm not, because I got some friends that are rappers who are good people, D1, Immortal Technique, guys like that. But some, you know what I'm talking about. Some of the stuff that you hear, if you are a rap fan, a lot of that stuff is not pro family. It's not like, hey, brother, settle down, pick one woman, yeah, you start a family, live a quality life. Like they don't rap about that. They're like, I got hoes in different area codes. In area, I got hoes. I got hoes. Y'all remember that? Anybody remember that? That. Forgive me if that word is it's breakfast. I'm sorry. But anyway, so hip hop is not. It's not. I'm sorry, especially gangster rap. It's just not pro family, right? Lil Wayne literally had a song. I swear to God, in this song, he literally said that I will steal your girlfriend, make her into my hooker, and then I will use her up and make money from selling her body, and then I will chop her dead body up and put it in the trunk of a car and mail it back to you. I swear, go look it up. Look it up. It's like whoa, that's not even sex trafficking. Like that's Jeffrey Dahmer type stuff, right? But yeah, but everybody's like, oh, but the song is so good, the beat is slamming, yo, and they because they didn't take a psychology class on the subconscious mind and how how words have power and the things that you recite over and over and over again become mantras. What's the quote people use? What is it? Words are spells, basically. And I do believe that. Like you repeat it over and over and over again, that does seep into your culture, and you do see some of that, right? So long story short, here's the deal. Here's where I'm going with this. The problem for me is that because we don't understand the connection between our economics and our families, we think we can destroy our families and build our wealth at the same time. You can't that doesn't it's not happening. You can't destroy your families and build your wealth at the same time. Why am I talking about Naomi Osaka and the Disney Halle Bailey and their rapper boyfriends? Well, because if you're integrating your children into a culture, see integration with white folks, we already know the damage that was done there, but what we don't assess the damage of is the integration with hip hop culture. So you're integrating your family, you're bringing a child into the world, and the daddy's a rapper, where all of his friends are in his ear telling him that relationships are a burden. Children are a pain in the butt. I heard Hallie's boyfriend say that having a relationship is like having a part-time job, man. Like that's not because why would in his mind it's like if you're all addicted to the dopamine of new experiences, then why would you settle down with one woman when you could have 12? Right? That's the thinking of a 22-year-old child, right? And so ultimately, long story short, what you have is you have a scenario where the infrastructure is broken before it even gets built. There's nothing there that says, okay, I'm going to take pride in being the kind of man who is married to my wife for 50 years. My mother, my mother passed on Christmas Eve. We talked about that. And I think about her all the time. Just be ready to hear about my mama all the time. I'm gonna carry my mama right here in my soul for the rest of my life. And when I spoke at her funeral, I looked down at my father and I saw a man who was once a 21-year-old man. I knew my father when he was 21, 22 years old. I remember that. And he was very handsome. He had those green eyes that apparently, for whatever reason, girls like those green eyes. Maybe I'm just a hater because I don't have none of that. I'm just an average guy. And but yet, despite the fact that his little green eyed, light, and he was light skinned, you remember back in the day, people, if you light skinned it and you got the curly hair and the green eye, right, all that stuff. He's still, because of how he was shaped as a man, because of how his father shaped him, looked at my mother and said, I'm gonna marry that woman. He didn't say I'm gonna get all them hoes. He didn't say that. He said I'm gonna marry that woman right there. And he claimed her. He went and he pursued her, and he married her, and he stuck by her side until her last breath. When she took her last breath, he was laying right next to her. She passed at about 4:30 in the morning. He was asleep, and he woke up and she was gone. But every single time I talked to him about my mother, his whole conversation was, my job is to take care of her, period. And what I don't get, here's what I'm not processing, because I'm old fashioned apparently, is I just really, when I saw Naomi Osaka with this rapper and I saw Chloe Bailey with the other rapper, both of whom have already broken the relationships have already ended. I was kind of like, I wonder why young ladies aren't interested in men like that anymore. Like, I wonder what it is that would make you look at someone who's a complete, who's not going to have a great future, most likely, because he's engaging in some unhealthy habits, and not really interested in, like, family and all that is not really kind of like a role model in his head. What would make you want to align your children with him versus the guy who says, I want to be with you, I want to marry you, I want to cherish you, I'm going to take care of you until we're old and gray and dead. I want you to die. If you die first, I want you to die right next to me. If I die first, I want you next to my bedside. I don't know if this is where integration was bad for black people, and I'm not talking about civil rights integration. I'm not talking about, Brown versus Board of Education. I'm not talking about, we shall overcome. Let's go to school with white folks and get jobs working for white. I'm talking about integration with hip hop culture, which is also white culture for the most part. The reason I call it white culture is because the person who has the gold makes the rules. If you want to know who defines what something's going to be, it's the person who writes the damn check. I say this as a finance PhD. The person who writes the check, the person who pays the bills, decides what the culture is going to be. They decide what the rules are going to be. They decide which songs are going to be on the radio. You don't own no radio stations. You don't own the systems of distribution. You haven't raised $1 billion in capital to start a record label. Not one rapper in the history of the world has ever gone to Chase Bank and gotten $1 billion to start a record label. Never. Never has that occurred. So stop acting like hip hop culture is black culture. That is not black culture. That is white culture, where white people are saying, this is what we need y'all to be. This is what we want y'all to be. We want you to be losers. We want you to be degenerates. We want you to have broken families. We want you to be on drugs. We want you to be drinking all the time. We want you throwing your money away. We want you ignorant. We want you lost. We want you with STDs. And if you step out of that role, then you're not interested anymore. So let's circle back. Why was I on the treadmill, feeling some kind of way when I saw Zendaya, engaged to Tom Holland, and I thought about the other Disney princess who got with the rapper, who's never going to have a family with this man. He's already declared that. That's already that the baby's born, but the family breaks apart as soon as the baby's born. There's no consideration like, well, what about the children? How, whatever, none of that, right? It's like, oh, I can be I can just still, I'm gonna come see my son once every month and he's gonna be fine. And okay, whatever, do your thing. But here's the thing: the reason that got to me is because I think that what's happened is that because we've allowed people to use their wealth and their money to bastardize the image of the black man in such a terrible way that people look up to rappers more than they look up to scholars. It makes Tom Holland look like a wonderful guy, right? And when Tom Holland, who doesn't have all these crazy cultural influences, says, "Oh my God, I am next to this wonderful, statuesque, extremely talented African queen. I'm going to worship her. Like I'm going to wash her feet every morning because I am honored to be with this woman." They call that simping when you like express your admiration for your woman. Oh, you a simp, you a simp. That's again, that's white culture, hip hop through hip hop. To just so when he does that, other people are gonna go, oh, the white guys are so much nicer to their women than the black guys are. Because I saw the rapper with his Disney princess, and he spit on her in public and cussed her out and called her a blanket. In fact, actually, when the Zendaya, not Zendaya, I'm sorry, the other Disney Halle, when she broke up with the guy, he went on Twitter and said something crazy like about her, about I'm not even think about sex, but think about something that involves your mouth. That's all I'm gonna say because some of y'all got kids watching, and that's all I'm gonna say. Y'all grown, you know what I'm talking about. And I'm like, but you can't say that about a Disney princess. Come on, man. Don't do that, man. Like, seems in a Disney movie, bro. We don't want to. That don't even make sense, you know. So my point is to say that when you talk about culture, and it's not entirely true. It's not everybody, right? There are some rappers that have families and and completely have walked away from the culture. But what I'm saying to you is that there's just this awkward bastardization that takes place where Zendaya, who's hanging out with Tom Holland, looks like she made this superior choice to the other Disney princess who now has a baby daddy. Right? Or when the rapper Eve goes over to London. Has anybody ever seen the pictures of Eve with her white family? It's really fascinating. Like they look like something out of like they look like a British aristocrats. It was like her with a big long. It was one of those big long tables like the King Henry VIII would have, and it was nothing but like 25 white people at the table and then her, right? And it looked kind of weird, but she looked real happy. She had this big gigantic house and they're probably on like 1,000 acres of land and it almost gives this impression. Or even when the one lady, what's her name? I forgot her name. Meghan Markle married Prince Harry. I saw a lot of people really fantasizing about that wedding. Like they were really excited about this royal British wedding. And what I really think is fascinating, what made me kind of salty a little bit, I'm not gonna lie, is that I know millions of black men, or not millions, but I know a lot. I know a lot of black men who love women that much, who honor women at that same level, who some of whom may not be able to give you the royal British wedding, but they will treat you well. They will honor you. They'll be honored to be with you. And I think that it's fundamentally unfair that these guys get overshadowed by the rappers. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm getting at. And that actually made me, and I thought about that when I thought about even the Mike Epps video where he talked about how there's something about this promotion of degeneracy that can occur in the community that fundamentally undermines the community, not just in terms of wealth, but in all the things that allow you to even have a chance to build wealth. It's really hard to build wealth when you own crack. It's really hard to build wealth when your mama is running the streets. It's really hard to build wealth when your daddy is in prison. It's really hard to build wealth if your family is in complete chaos and in the middle of trauma. And just divorce alone, just baby daddy, baby mama-ism alone is a major factor in killing your ability to really thrive in this society. You're kind of in survival mode at that point, almost like a basketball team that has completely thrown out their playbook and is completely disheveled, and half the players are injured, and you don't even know what to do next, and you don't even know which basket is your basket, and you don't even know how to dribble. You're not going to win an NBA championship with that kind of a team. Do you understand? To win a championship is already hard, even if you're organized. It's hard, even if you have great athletes. Right? It's hard even when all the players show up. It's hard even when you have a game plan. It's hard even when you've been practicing. So if you've never done any of these things, you haven't practiced, you have no game plan, you have no skill, everybody's injured, half the team showed up. What in the hell makes you think you can ever win anything? What makes you think that you can compete with anyone who is structured, organized, and prepared? And so a family really is your team. And so really me, again, as the 53-year-old man who shakes his fist at the air, I probably sound like an out of touch old man because half the stuff that y'all young people think is lit and cool and hip, I think is stupid because I see what's going to happen 20 years down the line if you keep doing that dumb stuff. And maybe you'll receive it from an elder and you'll say, "Oh, an elder's talking and he's an educated elder. Maybe he has a point." Or you're going to say, "Ah, man, you just a dumb old man. You just out of touch, die. You just blah, blah, blah." Okay, cool. I don't care. It's your choice. But because I'm really saying this for people that want to listen and for people that want to hear a different voice. Because when I would see just this sort of fascination with with like this sort of thing that's being promoted amongst black males. The very unhealthy stuff, liquor and drugs and STDs and ignorance and wasting all your money and and the babies mamas and sleeping with everything that moves. It's really sad to me. And it's sad because not only do people, a lot of young people make these mistakes and they don't know what's going on because nobody ever explained these things to them, but it's kind of like when you try to help, you get sort of attacked a lot. You get kind of like you get made fun of, right? You get called a nerd or whatever. And the really the secret, the reason I related to Mike Epps' video, let's go back to Mike Epps. And this problem, I promise you, this relates to wealth because Mike became rich and famous, and all of a sudden, his old friends from the hood, a lot of his friends had an issue with that. When I saw Mike talking about his experience, and the video's on my Instagram, which is Dr. Boyce Finance, you can go watch it. I said, wow, I had the same experience. When I heard Mike say, when I was struggling, when I was in the mud with you, you really were happy for you. You were my friend. You loved me. But then when I climbed out of the mud and I said, hey, I made it, y'all. I'm doing better. I'm going to the next level. Suddenly, I became public enemy number one in your eyes. And I had to detach from you because you're no longer an ally. You're now an enemy. I related to that because one of the I don't get to talk about this much, but one of the things that one of my secrets to success as a young person was to detach from a lot of the black men in my life. Not all of them. It wasn't like I didn't want to be around you because you were a black male. That's not true. But I didn't have a lot of friends growing up. I didn't, and I had the best, greatest gift and the greatest curse that I had in my life was that I never fully related to white people, and so I would get rejected by a lot of white people, and I didn't fully relate to black people because I was detached enough to look at some stuff and say, I don't want to do that. I don't want to go to the club. People get shot at the club. I saw a video. There was a video. There was not. It wasn't a video. It was a post by a man who was in prison who had an epiphany where he said that 5 minutes ruined his life. And I said, I bet I know what he's going to say. Because and here's what he said. He said something that I've been thinking about this for 30 something years. Because I know a lot of people this has happened to. He said, I was in the club, somebody disrespected me. I pulled out my gun and shot them, and then I got 30 years in prison. And I was like, yeah, I know some guys like that. And I think that just that lack of a critical thinking skill, that lack of ability to disconnect and kind of say, what do I want from my life? Do I value my life? Am I even going to participate in something that might cost me my life? Um, I wish that was more popular, because I think that for young kids especially, when you have music and stuff that's really telling you, like if somebody makes you mad, you should shoot them, or even that you should punch them, or maybe people that make fun of you. If you don't go and get violent with somebody, let's say you're in a restaurant and some toothless redneck calls you the N-word. And I hear a lot of people like, oh, I'm going to jail today. I'm going to jail today. I'm like, I'm not going to jail today because I don't care what this toothless redneck thinks about me. What makes you put those people on such a pedestal that somehow you think that their approval of you even matters? I don't care what you say about me, but maybe it's because I've had some experience. A lot of people say a lot of things about me, right? And it doesn't. The good stuff it kind of matters. The bad stuff kind of matters. But at the end of the day, what matters is what you think about yourself. So, what in the world? Who trained you to even think that you should give away that much of your power to someone who has no power, by the way? A lot of people that hate on you and say things about you or attack you in some way or call you the N-word to get you out of character, they don't have power, so they're seeking power by seeing if they can influence your behavior and get you unfocused, get you off of your game. That's what they're really doing. And I just it just it's not logical. It's not logical behavior. So ultimately, I think, and the reason that I think when you have an economic conversation, you have to talk about behavior and choices is because behavior and choices is everything when it comes to wealth. Like you can't have rich people versus poor people without having different choices amongst different people. So the question is, what are your choices? What choices are you going to make today? What because you're gonna have a range of possibilities. Like E40 says, everybody got choices, right? What are your choices? What choices are you gonna make, and who's gonna influence your choices? And because culture influences the choices that we make, and what kind of culture are you building? And then the culture that you build is going to shape your access to wealth and resources. Now, what I want to do is break into another quick angle on this in a minute. But before I do that, one thing I want to let you guys know is later on this afternoon at noon, the Stock Market Club is going to meet at noon to talk about the stock market. That's my thing. I wrote my dissertation on stocks, so I love the stock market. I love, 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 love the stock market. The number one wealth driver in America. It's the number one place to make money on the planet. So if you want to join us and you want to do a free trial, just go to drboycestockmarket.com. That's drboycestockmarket.com. Also, if you there's another thing I did put together a list of stock. Remember yesterday I was telling you guys that that investing in water is going to be a big deal. That literally in the next like 20, 30, 40 years, they're expecting a water shortage. And so what I did was I put together a list of investments you can make in that space if you want to make money from that. I'm gonna text that out probably tomorrow. My team's kind of putting that together and getting that ready. So I will text you all the link. If you want to receive that, then make sure you get on the text list. Text the word morning, morning, to the phone number 87948. Text morning to 87948, and I will send you that list. Thirdly, you guys may or may not know, but we're actually going to Ghana in July. We're doing a group trip to Ghana, and we have this thing, the B1 voyages that we created where we can travel together and stuff like that. We're going to Ghana and also to Black Wall Street this year. So if you want to be notified when we go on the group trip and you want to connect with some of the other people that are here in this space, get on the text list for the travel. Just text the word travel to that same phone number, 87948, and we'll send you notifications. So text travel to 87948. I'll send you information. All right. So how many of you have watched the Squid Games? Give me a yes if you have seen. I love the Squid Games. I saw the first one; it was really, really good. And I'm looking forward to watching the second one. The Squid Games has been, I think, the most popular show in the history of Netflix, and it's really powerful because I think that the Korean South, I think it was made in South Korea, right? If that's the case, I know that there's something about South Korean filmmaking that really resonates. Where they're just so creative. The movies are kind of different, and you're like, "Whoa, I didn't think that was going to happen." Because we're used to the American stuff. I think South Koreans are brilliant at making movies. They made that other movie. I forgot what it was. It had a one word title. It was called Beef. I think it was called Beef, and it was the craziest movie ever. I think it was called Beef. And then there was another one. Um, where the people were living. Parasite. Yes, yes. Thank you, James. Parasite was amazing. Beef was amazing. Squid Games was amazing. Like they're good. Death Note. Okay, I'm gonna write that down, Armando. Death Note. Okay, I'm gonna go find that one. Thank you, Armando. I appreciate your contribution. Oh, Queen of Tears, is that another one? Okay, I'm writing these down because the Koreans just have a great ability to zoom in on things like economic inequality in a really unique and creative way that I think is just really powerful, right? So anyway, with Squid Games, I want to kind of talk about that as an economic lesson because if you don't, in case you don't know, this movie's all about money. It's all about money. It's all about economics. It's all about economic inequality. And so here are some financial theories you can connect to the Squid Games when you're watching to kind of understand how economics works, and also to reiterate the importance of making sure that your children are trained on economics, making sure you're buying stock for them when they're babies, making sure that they understand the different ways to make money in the economy. Like that song. Remember that song? I'm on the highway, making money the flyway. You gotta get a better way. And I was like, what's making money the flyway? What is that? Now, maybe he was talking about something different. I actually met the rapper who made that song. I think it's Lil Troy. I met him. I think he passed away, but he was a very nice guy. I met him at a party. Willie D had a thing, and I went down there and I met him. It was really cool. But anyway, it was so in this song, one of my favorite songs, they talk about making money the flyway. Well, in my mind, making money the flyway means making money in a way that's actually going to accelerate your wealth, allow you to not have to trade time and energy and years of your life to make a dollar. And that really requires a type of economic consciousness where you can see the whole court, so to speak, and position yourself properly. Just like in a basketball game, LeBron James, the reason he was a great player was because he had extraordinary court vision. He had great basketball consciousness, and he could see where everybody was and get the ball to the right spots. Well, the same thing is true economically. You have to be able to see the whole court in terms of how the whole economic game is played and say, okay, I don't want to be over here. I'd rather be over here, right? So basically, basically in America, it's very, very simple. It's kind of a horse and jockey sort of system where you have the ways that people make the most money through things like real estate, stocks, and entrepreneurship. Those are the three biggest ways that people make money. And really, you could say real estate, stocks, and general investing in other areas. The hard ways to make money are definitely through labor, like working for other people. America does not support its workers. I just heard something on this show called Morning Brew Daily that I listened to, where they said that these ski resort workers are on strike and they work for this massive corporation that makes something like, I forget how many billions of dollars a year that they make, and they literally couldn't get them to give them a $2 raise. Where literally, I think they said it would cost them $900,000 to give them the raise, but the company's net income is like either in the hundreds of millions or the billions of dollars. So literally, they could give them the raise, and it wouldn't even affect their bottom line hardly at all. And I remember thinking, well, the government should be stepping in and forcing them to treat their workers properly and give them worker labor rights. But again, I've explained to you guys in previous conversations that our government has kind of been bought out by the capitalists. So they're not giving and supporting power to, you know, to workers. This is not the country you live in. So making money by working and all that and picking a career and working into the ground and all that just really isn't the best approach. Not just because you don't typically get enough money to thrive, you only get enough to survive, but it's also uh, costly because you're giving up so much more than just your skill. You're actually giving up years of your life. And so even if you do something like become a surgeon, if you become a surgeon and you go to school for, what do you do? Go 4 years of college, 4 years of medical school, a 1 year internship, 6 years of surgery, surgical training, right? So you've gone to school, what's that, like 14 years of your life. And you go to school 14 years of your life, just not to make money. It's not like you do the 14 years and they're like, okay, here's a $5 million check for all the years you put in. Now at that point, you have what is referred to as human capital. That means that now have all this skill in your brain. God forbid that you slip and fall and bust your head and or get killed in a car accident on the day of graduation. That's got to be terrible. But even then, you don't have money. You have the ability to make money. So you can go in now. Now, yeah, you can go and you can do surgeries and make $1 million a year, $500,000 a year, whatever. But that's even then, you're still working so much that it deteriorates other areas of your life, right? There are a lot of people that are very successful professionally, high paid attorneys, high paid surgeons who have horrible lives, right? Whose mental health is gone, their physical health is gone, their families have fallen apart, or they sacrifice family altogether just for their career. And I personally think that building intellectual capital, building an economic base off of an organic entity, which is you, I think that's a misalignment. I think that is a severe problem. I think that's an addiction a lot of people have. It's what we're taught as kids, and a lot of people aren't really talking about it the way that they should. But I think that's really, really, really a bad trade. It's a bad, horrible trade, right? Horrible trade, right? So instead, why not do a better trade? Why not trade dollar for dollar, capital for capital? So that means, if I've got a kid and I'm like, hey, I don't want you in none of this. I don't want you to even the best parts of this system as a worker. I don't want you to have that. So I'm going to just buy you some stock and get you a capital base. Start when you're little. I remember if you bought $1,800 worth of stock for your kid in 1997, they'd have a couple, $2, $3 million now and never have to work for anyone ever. So I'm going to buy you little shares of stock. Then by the time you're 20, 25 years old, you're going to have a capital base. And also I'm going to give you some knowledge, not anything fancy. I'm just going to, maybe I'll bring you to Dr. Boyce's class every morning with me and we'll just sit here and listen to this weirdo talk. And then after, a few of these trainings, you'll understand economics at a higher level so that you then have the ability to take this capital base that we're building and then be able to kind of make things happen. Okay. So ultimately, this is the trade-off that I think works best. And I think Squid Games is interesting because Squid Games does a good job of really highlighting what happens or the necessity of economic preparation as a protection against financial exploitation and economic vulnerability. Okay, so let me pull this up. I made some notes on this. And by the way, I see some of you are asking about the list of water stocks and investments you can make in terms of water. I'm gonna text that out. So text the word morning to the number 87948. So if you text morning to 87948, I will send it to you. I cannot email it to you. So because I don't have everybody's email right now, I will try to figure out a system. I don't know, or maybe you can go to drboyceelevate.com. If you live out of the country or something, go to drboyceelevate.com. That'll get you on the email list, and then I can also email it out to everyone that's on that list. That way, all of you can get it. All right, so here are a few things that pop up in Squid Games that I want you to look for when you watch the movie. First off, if you notice in Squid Games, the participants are risking their lives in order to make $1, right? They are in the midst of a significant economic desperation, which was typically caused by structural inequality. So you have rich people who are the players of the chess game, and then you have poor people that become the pawns. Okay. So ultimately, the wealthy have a different type of consciousness because they're looking at the economic game from the top down. They're just looking at the different players in the game, and you're looking up at them, and they're just moving you around like little chess pieces. And the Squid Games does a good job of connecting to this. There's something called Tom Piketty's capital in the 21st century. He has a theory on this. He says that unchecked capital accumulation can exacerbate wealth inequality, leading to social instability. So players that had the debt, basically they're trapped, and they reflect how systematic inequality can force the poor into exploitative systems. So systematic inequality is a real thing that does exist, but it's not an excuse. In fact, my argument is that if you have awareness of the inequality and you have time, which I've mentioned to you all that time is the most important element in any wealth equation. Time matters more than money, actually, and this is a mathematical truth. Then you can actually navigate around some of the pathways through which the inequality is created. For example, if I tell you, for example, if we're talking and I say, corporations get you to become a consumer by basically manipulating your dopamine levels by advertising in a certain way, to make you feel aspirational or whatever. Like for example, like that video, how to sell to the Negro. Then now you're aware. Now you know what's going on, right? Now you know. Now you have a choice. Before, maybe you didn't have a choice. Before, you just didn't know, or you just weren't aware of what was going on. But now you know the game. So then at that point, the question is, how are you going to play that game? How are you going to circumvent those issues? Number two is debt as a tool of exploitation. So one thing that happens in Squid Games is that a lot of players join the game because they have so much debt. And remember, debt is something that is powerful. If you use it properly, it can become incarceration, financial incarceration, if you use it improperly. So a lot of people, because of student loan debt, they get locked into the corporate plantation because they went to college, and the same institution that will loan you $200,000 for a student loan would not loan you $25,000 for a business loan. Why is that? Well, because a student loan works to their advantage, a business loan works to yours. A student loan means that all you're doing is you're taking that money and you're turning right around and handing it to them. So it's like you're giving them dollar bills, they're giving you Wendy's coupons, right? So if I buy $1 million worth of Wendy's coupons, that's not like having $1 million in cash because Wendy's coupons are restricted in their use. I can only use that if I go to the restaurant and pay for their product, which already has a markup attached to it. But if you give me $1 million in cash, that's a whole different reality. So if I had a choice, if somebody said, Dr. Boyce, which would you rather have? $1 million in Wendy's coupons or 100,000 in cash? Oh, give me the 100,000 because then I have the ability to apply those funds in any way that I see fit. I don't have to go buy a bunch of damn cheeseburgers at your restaurant and somehow feel like I spent $1 million. So ultimately, that's so debt is when it's sort of applied in a way that's not beneficial to you, it does become a trap. And so when people have in Squid Games, a lot of the players are in debt and they're trying to get out of the debt. And there's a theory. Karl Marx had a theory of exploitation. He explained that capitalists can extract value from workers through asymmetric power dynamics. Their workers have less power than the employer, which is what's happening in the ski resort out in Vail. They're making hundreds of millions of dollars, and the ski workers are saying, "Hey, we just want to make $23 an hour because we can't live in Vail. Our customers can, y'all can, but we can't." And that fits with what Marx said. I'm not a Marxist, but Marx was right about this, and he says that it says here in modern economics, financial institutions also play a similar role, which where they leverage debt to perpetuate class subjugation. So debt is powerful, but you must be very careful with debt. There is good debt and there's bad debt, and so debt can be a good thing in your life or it can harm you. The illusion of meritocracy. This is what's interesting. So the game of the Squid Game appears to be fair, with everyone having an equal chance to win. However, factors like physical strength, alliances, and manipulation of the rules reveal that outcomes are far from equal. And that's kind of like in a way what it's like to be black, right? A lot of people are pushing right now, like McDonald's, for example, just got rid of all their diversity programs apparently, and which I personally think I mentioned this on my podcast on Spotify. It's called the Dr. Boyce Daily, Dr. Boyce Daily Stock Market. You can go listen to the segment if you want. But on Dr. Boyce Daily Stock Market, what I did say was I said. So McDonald's is interesting because there are a lot of other corporations where diversity was cool when it was convenient. Now it's inconvenient because they've got the right, the Republicans that are kind of putting pressure on. There's a guy named Robbie Starbucks, and all he does is spend all his time going after companies that have DEI programs. And now, on one hand, DEI kind of got screwed up in the sense that they started equating gay people to black people, which is not the same. I'm sorry. I love my gay friends. Nothing against you, but still, that's not the same. Stop that, right? And then suddenly, you got gay people and white women and everybody else benefiting from the DEI programs. But I do know some black people who are fans of DEI who benefit from DEI. I got my first job at Syracuse University through a DEI program. They had to force them to hire us. They did not want to hire black people at that university. They had, I think, almost 100 faculty in the business school at Syracuse, and not one of them was African American. Not one. They did not. They were like, we don't want no black people up in here. We want y'all playing basketball, picking up the trash, and tackling people on the football field. We do not want you teaching our white kids. That was. But we'll take black students because we're getting their money. But we don't want black professors because they're the ones making money from the university. Yeah, that's what it was. So they had to force them to hire us. They hired three of us, and one of them was gone very quickly. Two out of the three were gone, and the third one they treated her so badly. She I never forget this lady. She was half white actually, so she was like kind of one of them in a way. And she and she really like did she played the game. She really so I can't play. I don't play games that well. I'm not good at that. I can't pretend. I'm the Negro that'll get you fired. I've always been that guy. You can go back 25 years. When I was 25 years old, I was the same dude. But with her, like she did everything right. She made friends. She would go to their kids' birthday parties. I didn't know where all the people I work with, I did not know where they lived. I did not know if they had kids. I didn't know if they were married. I didn't care. I was there to work. That's it. I worked on my research and that was it. That's my flaw. That was who I am. She did all the social stuff. She connected with them, and I was like, oh wow, this whole like being white thing is really working out for you. Maybe boys, maybe you're too radical. Maybe just slow down. They still treated this poor lady like crap. When she actually got promoted and they gave her tenure, not one single person. Usually, when you get tenure, and I can just tell you about the rules of academia, when you get tenure, everyone's like happy for you because it's like a kind of a big deal. It's kind of like getting married or something, right? It's like, but tenure, it's like a lifetime job, kind of like welfare for smart people, right? So you can work forever and they can never fire you. My wife has tenure. She's actually a full professor. Very few PhDs become full professors. Very few black female PhDs become full professors. So give that black woman her props. But anyway, so she got promoted, and even though typically everyone congratulates you, not one single person in her department sent her a congratulations letter because they were resentful and mad because they felt that she only got it because she was black. And so and so what really kind of like made me sad for her was I said, man, you did all this selling out. You did all this bending over. You were literally doing everything they told you to do. Me, I understand why you'd want to get rid of me. I'm just not pleasant in that way. I don't fit in those spaces. But you, I didn't understand it. And I remember her kind of talking to me, and I said, okay, so I get it now. There's just kind of a disdain that they have for those of us who want to fit into certain spaces. That's it. Like when they talk about black jobs, they're really talking about black jobs. They're not talking about the white jobs. There's certain roles like they're like, okay, if you want to be a rapper who comes and like wants to hold your testicles and call yourself the N-word at the office party, then we're gonna cheer for that. That's amazing. If you want to be the big basketball player who shows up and with your basketball uniform and talk about what it's like to play for the Lakers, we're gonna honor that. We love you, man. You're awesome. But when you show up and you're black and you're like, I don't play basketball because I'm not tall enough. I don't know how to rap, but I can program a computer or I do have a PhD and I can do cutting edge financial research. It's like, nah, you're not interesting. You're kind of boring. And I think that this is something that we have to kind of acknowledge and understand. I'm not saying that some of us can't find our way to wiggle through the system. Some of you have, and I congratulate for that. I support you 100%. But I do think that there is kind of a belief about sort of us being in our place. right? These are the places that you can fit. Even when I was on the campus at Syracuse, I remember that there were black people that were kind of kept in in a certain place. Like there was like they would put everybody like in Africana studies. They call that the ghettoization. So every all the black professors they'd be like, "Oh, you'd be great for the Africana studies department." And that just speaks to the idea that in some spaces, the first thing they see when you're black is that you're black. They don't see you as a human being first. They see you as a black person first. Right? And so what this means, in my opinion, is I think this necessitates the absolute essential nature of what we're dealing with. It tells us what we must do. It tells us what we have no choice. We have to develop spaces and institutions of our own. We have to. We have to develop spaces, not so much where we're just disconnected from the world or that we just walk around being mad at white people all day. No, I think that we get rid of all that because if you're focused on what you're doing, you're not so worried about what he's doing, right? If you got something of your own, you're not jealous of what somebody else has got. Do you understand what I'm saying? Like I think being conscious of what we're conscious of. So like the consciousness of our consciousness is critical in the sense that um every day I wake up, I got to be conscious about what I'm thinking about because there are some things that you can sit around and be mad about all day that are just not going to benefit you. It doesn't benefit me as a black man to sit around and just be angry all day about what white people are doing. I don't think that's gonna fix the issue at all, and they don't really care that much. So really, I'm kind of just hurting myself. I built this little world that only I live in, where I'm just boxing, I'm shadow boxing all day against something that really, to some extent, exists in my imagination. Not that racism is not real, not that discrimination and segregate, not that all those things don't exist. They're real, but that doesn't have to be the only world that I live in. I think that there can be another world where all of our children are raised with basic ideas like get up every day, do the best you can, read books, work together, build wealth, don't give your money away, be smart economically, make a plan, love your wife, love your kids, build your community, take care of your health, stop eating McDonald's, and all these other things, right? So here's the point, right? Let me go back to McDonald's because I didn't finish that part. So the point that I made about McDonald's and their lack of diversity initiatives is I said, well, we could just say like we're mad, like let's just all go boycott McDonald's, which is totally cool. But I said, but really, if you think about it like this, though, let's go deeper. Should you really be eating McDonald's anyway? Like, does McDonald's rise to the top of the ladder of like healthy food choices in the first damn place? Do you know what that food does to your colon and your kidneys and your heart? I mean, do you know that you're also listening to a black man whose mama just died a week ago who ate a lot of McDonald's through the years? Not that McDonald's took my mother's life, but damn, it probably didn't help. So, so, so to me, I don't need McDonald's to cut their diversity programs for me to have a reason to stay away from that damn crack house of a restaurant anyway. I don't need a reason to not give them my money. You shouldn't need a reason to support your own businesses. You shouldn't need a reason to eat healthy food. You should just be doing this because this is what you're supposed to do. This makes because it just makes more sense anyway. Do you follow me? Like there's people like Juiced Up Reese. Y'all don't know Juiced Up Reese. Look her up. She makes these juices and they're good and they're healthy. And she'll be like, oh, this one has turmeric and vinegar and blah blah blah, and it'll help your heart and your lungs and your like all this, right? And I'm like, I should be. This is what I was supposed to be doing in the beginning. So I'm not really supporting your business because I'm doing something for you. I'm supporting your business because I'm doing something for myself and doing something I should have been doing from the very beginning. So I think that like with our economics, I think that hitting kind of the reset button and instead of building black wealth in response to white oppression, I think we should build black wealth because that's the damn thing God put us on this earth to do in the first place. That's where you were supposed to be already. You were already supposed to be doing what's best for your family. These are the things. So you don't need to be mad at somebody else for you to start loving yourself. Does that make sense? Does that make sense? I hope you get that. I hope I help somebody today with that because Because that's something I think that if we process this properly, I think that we can really do some things, man. I believe our potential is just infinite. I think that our kids are just amazing. I think that if we do our job in this generation by guiding them in the right way and developing spaces for them to really truly be who they're supposed to be, they're gonna just run off here. They're gonna run out here and just kill it. They're just gonna be amazing. So it's just, now some of us, we're getting older, right? So some of us we got a lot of regrets or whatever, but I don't think we should raise our children to have those regrets, right? And that's my thought for today. I don't have anything else to talk about. I do, but if I do, I'll be talking all day. So how about this? Before we go, one thing: if you want to get that list of investments in the water industry, I'll send that out to you. Make sure you're on the text list. Text the word morning, MORNING, to the phone number 87948. So text morning to 87948. Also, those of you that are doing stock options with us or interested in generating income by selling stock options, which is a great way to make money, we're gonna meet. The Prime program is gonna meet tonight at 8:30 p.m. Eastern. I also texted you all a Q&A that I did. I'm gonna do another one today where I answer your questions on video and I send out the video and you can watch it and kind of learn the process. And if you are interested in options and you'd like to participate, you can text the word options to that same phone number 87948, and you can also go to drboyceprime.com, drboyceprime.com. And then, oh, and last but not least, I forgot, Tierra KJ Williams is in the chat and she's screaming at me because I forgot to mention that also Constance Carter is doing a great like a little boot camp this weekend in the Fly Nubian Money Club, where basically this is where black women teach. This is all black women teachers. You can be in the audience if you're a man, but this is where we listen to our women because our women are smart and they're the greatest on earth in terms of what they can accomplish. And I just really think that that's important. So if you want to participate in that, just text the word Queens to the phone number 87948 and we'll send you a link if you want to join the Fly Nubian Money Investment Club. So just text the word Queens to 87948. And this is for the men too, right? These are just amazing women. Constance Carter, Tierra's awesome in terms of business storytelling. Dr. Lene Javette is part of it as well. She's an expert on Black entrepreneurship. Dr. Alicia Watkins, my wife, is a participant as well. So if you would like to take a look at what they're doing over there, just text that word Queens to 87948. And I'm really also just really talking also to the men too. Like let's put these suckers to the side. These guys that just really don't want to have a good interaction with black women. I think that that's very unhealthy. So let's really show our women how much we support them, how much we love them, how much we honor them, and really maybe I'm feeling extra sensitive about that because y'all know how much I honor my mama, and because without these women we would be nothing, we would not exist, we wouldn't be a fraction of who we are, and so I think that that's just very natural to do anyway. So anyway, take care, guys, and have a good day. God bless you. Thank you so much for listening. I will see you all tomorrow. Take care. Peace. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Money in the Morning on Millionaire Training Camp. My name is Dr. Boyce Watkins. I hope you guys are having a great day. We are ready to conquer the world as usual because we are the greatest and we are the smartest and we're moving way ahead of the rest of the world when it comes to economics. We are the only group of people on the planet that is systematically training our children on economics at a very high level. Most people's kids are not talking to a finance professor every day. That includes white people and Jewish people. I know that we like to think that we're always a day late and a dollar short and left behind and don't have access, but I personally think that we've created our own special brand of black privilege. That's what we have. We have black privilege up in here. So clap for yourselves. Clap for yourselves. Give yourselves a shout out for creating black privilege. I do believe that we can do that. I think it just takes some work and some confidence. And I have complete confidence in your abilities. I have complete confidence in my abilities. I have complete confidence in our community. I have complete confidence in our children, and I know that we are going to win because we just the best, man. That's what the best does. The best wins. All right. So anyway, I hope everybody's doing well today. Yeah, I wanted to shape our conversation today around the Trump coin. And I think there's a big question about the Trump coin. Give me a yes if you've seen this. A lot of you have seen this coin that Donald Trump issued. And I think the good question that a good question a lot of people might want to ask is it a good investment or garbage, right? And I'm gonna tell you right now, it's almost like when something weird happens in a relationship and somebody says, is it yes or no? Yeah, yo, you gonna be with me or not? And they might be like, well, it's complicated. So it is complicated. It is complicated in terms of really assessing what this coin is, what it means, whether it's ethical for a president to even do something like this. It's certainly unprecedented. There's no question about that. It's never been done before, that to my knowledge. I've never seen a president just say, "Hey, yo, I'm gonna put out a coin and I'm about finna drop an album in September." I mean, there's no telling what the next move might be, and some of you may see it as incredibly creative and interesting and bold, and some of you see it as just trifling and ridiculous and shenanigans, right? And I get it. I understand all of it, and I think maybe all of it might be true. Multiple things can be true at once, and so yeah. So this coin is out, and it's interesting. I had to think about it a little bit this morning because because this gets into an area that I specialized in my doctoral studies, which was asset pricing, and asset pricing is basically just sort of this idea of sort of like how do you even decide what a financial asset should be worth? Is it what model should you use? And I know in the field of finance, we tend to want to believe that everything can be connected back to some sort of mathematical formula, or that you should be able to do some sort of statistical analysis and write a computer program that'll tell you what the valuation should be. But as you know about life, see, the funny thing about life, in case you don't know this, I don't know how many of y'all have known this about life. um, Sometimes life ain't fair, right? Sometimes in life we know the way things should be. Like, for example, a school teacher should always make more money than a Hollywood movie star. I don't care, what world you live in. The way the world should be is that a soldier should make more money than like a basketball player. Because I mean, you put your life on the line. How valuable is your life, right? Um, but sometimes life just don't work out like that. Sometimes life, as my cousin likes to say, life be lifing, right? And this is what you run up against when you're really trying to understand, what should it even be allowed? Should it even make sense for a president of the United States to be able to instantaneously create tens of billions of dollars in economic value just by putting out a coin that to some extent, it's easy to argue that it could be effectively worthless. Like that, that's the short end of it. That's where it starts. Like you can make a direct, easy argument to say this thing is worth it's nothing. It's garbage. It shouldn't cost more than half a penny, and even half a penny would be, overpricing it. And that's an argument that I think you can make, and it would be correct. But what happens is you kind of run into kind of this quantum mechanics kind of thing. Quantum mechanics is fascinating because quantum mechanics is where they have something called superposition, where something can be two things at once. And I think this might be the quantum argument on the Trump coin. This is a quantum mechanics kind of thing. And I'm not even an expert on quantum mechanics, but I kind of link it. It kind of reminds me of probability theory. And there's this whole double slit experiment, how something can be a wave and still be something else and a particle. It's crazy. It's crazy. We live in a crazy world. Nothing makes sense. So you have to kind of choose your own truth, right? And that's kind of what the world we live in now, I think definitely politically, is people have kind of selected their own truth and said this is the truth. And I just don't know if that's right? I think that there's always multiple truths and multiple ways to look at things. All right, so what I want to do quickly is I want to analyze the Trump coin and basically help us kind of conclude, is it worthless, or is it something that could be worth investing in? And nobody, no, it's hard to say. I'm going to give you the short answer. The short answer is it's everything. It's everything that you want it to be. So let me break down some financial theories to kind of help you understand what's happening here. So basically, when I look at a Trump coin, first thing I see as I understand why the crypto industry was livid. Most people in the crypto space were very annoyed when this coin came out. Trump has presented himself as a friend to the crypto industry. That's how he got elected. They raised a bunch of money, not because they were in love with Donald Trump, but because they felt that the Biden administration was not supporting what they were trying to do in terms of crypto. So, so Trump gets all the support from the crypto bros. They get him in office, and what they were hoping that the president would do, which he kind of did, is back and support their industry, and at the very least remove obstacles. One of the biggest obstacles was SEC Chairman Gary Gensler. Gary Gensler, was gone. He ran out of town as soon as Trump arrived. He said, "Look, yo, I'm done. I'm out. I don't need to be here." And that's kind of what occurred, right? So to some extent, he's kind of already started delivering for those particular constituents. Um, Now, one thing, before I move on, I want to ask you all, can you give me a quick yes if you can hear me? Let me know if you can hear me. And I know some of you were may have noticed that the Zoom link for this class changed. The old Zoom link does not work. So if you have the old Zoom link, it won't get you into the Zoom. If you want the new Zoom link, send a text message. Text the word morning, MORNING, to the phone number 87948. So text morning to 87948, and I will text you the Zoom link to join the class. So you will have the latest Zoom link. So just know the Zoom link it changes about once every 6 to 8 weeks. So just kind of be on the. So that's why you may want to get on the text list so you can be alerted when we do class in the morning. All right. So thank you for giving me the audio sound check. I did something yesterday and the audio was bad, and technology just makes you mad, right? Again, life be life, and it ain't fair. So here's so going back to that, the crypto bros, wanted Trump to kind of lend some legitimacy and backing from the government for what they were trying to do. And I think he's done that. If you notice, if you own, how many of you, give me a yes if you've noticed how the price of Bitcoin has just skyrocketed since the election. Give me a yes if you own crypto. My God, I hope that you own something because there's been so much money being made over there. And I tell you, that's what I really want. I mean, that's my bias. Everybody has a bias. My bias is I just want to see y'all put some money in your pocket. So even as you get mad or happy about whatever's going on in politics, I kind of feel like at least if you're sad, you can be sad with, $50,000 in the bank than to be sad and broke. Because being sad and broke that just sucks, man. That ain't even right. But if you sad and rich, then I'll be like, well, you over there complaining, but you rich. You got rich people problems. You need to shut up with your rich people problems, right? So anyway, you look here, the last month, you see Bitcoin's gone up by about 8%. Not bad, pretty good. Last 6 months, it's been insane. Last 6 months, it's skyrocketed 53%, $36,000. So that means if your family had, enough money to buy one Bitcoin, you made $36,000. Quite a lot of money. That's $10,000 a month or $6,000 a month, sorry, without doing any work at all, right? And then this is what understanding economics and finance is really all about, is really understanding like how do some people in this society work their butts off and don't make anything, don't have anything to show for it, don't have any assets, don't have any financial security. But you have some people who know how to make money without working. They do. They know how to make money without working. And that's why I say, oh, I forgot. I have a PhD in finance. So I have this superpower and I can explain how to make money without working. So I did a whole training called How to Make Money Without Working. If you haven't watched it, a million people have watched that training, by the way. And I'm glad that a million of you have seen it because I want everybody to understand what rich people know, right? So if you haven't seen it yet, just pull out your phone, text the word money to that same phone number, 87948. If you text money to 87948, you'll get a link immediately where you can click on that and take a look at that training. And it talks more about stock options, but that's just one of many ways you can make money without working. So in this particular case, the Trump coin, which I don't know what the market cap of the Trump coin is. I've heard ranges from 8 billion up to 58 billion, but 58 billion seems on the high side because that would instantaneously make Trump one of the richest men on the planet. So that's not, that's not right. That's fake news. Not 58 billion. It's actually about 7.3 billion dollars. So when you talk about making money without working, I want you to think about this. There are millions of people that can work 80 years and maybe make $1 million, maybe $2 million. They didn't do any work at all. They just put out this coin, and their family net worth goes up by several billion dollars, depending on how much of this they own. Let's say they own half of it. That's $3 or $4 billion that was created probably in about a day, right? So this is kind of the weird world of finance. This is the weird world of money, and this is where academics like me get it wrong. This is where people, my colleagues, just had it backward we tended to believe that everything should be able to be explained by some mathematical formula with all these rigid assumptions that allow the calculus to work out, where you assume ridiculous things like investors are rational and that they have access to all information and all this other stuff. And that's just nonsense. That's just simply not true. Human beings are human. So just like life be life and humans be human, and right? So humans are human and life is life. And so at the end of the day, you can't explain the valuation of a Trump meme coin through a simple formula. You have to really look at the nuances of just what's really happening. And you have to really dig deep into things that I'm really fascinated by, like investor psychology. The fact that human beings just make decisions that sometimes don't seem rational, but actually they are kind of rational in a certain way if you understand what makes a human being tick. So, one thing that I thought about when I saw this coin come out, and I understood why the crypto bros didn't like it. They didn't like it, in my opinion, most of them, because I think that they look at it and they're like, damn, this is speculative. This is just some crappy little coin that has no value, does nothing for anyone, doesn't you can't drive it to work every day. You can't use it at the store to buy things. You can't take this coin and actually make something happen. It's not manufacturing anything. So there's no fundamental value to this thing. And I think that's what the crypto industry was trying to get away from. They were trying to get away from this perception that they were just basically fake money. People like Charlie Munger, who worked with Warren Buffett, he's a great man. He used to basically say crypto was a bunch of crap. All of it was crap. And if I'm a crypto guy, I'm going to be offended by that because there are real people in the crypto industry who do real work and create real value with their coins. If you read the white papers, they have these projects. We're going to use a coin. We're going to create a coin that's going to create an economy around blah 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 blah. We're going to trade this and do this, and this is how people are going to earn the money because they're going to like they really go they worked really hard to say, no, this is real. Like this is a real economy. There's real value being created. We're really getting things done. And then you have somebody like Trump that comes along, like, yeah, I'm gonna make a coin too. Everybody buy my coin, right? And people do, and billions of dollars gets created, and then people say, see, that's what I told you. I told you, all those coins are ghetto. It's almost like for black people, it feels like it's like almost like being black, where black people work extremely hard. We build strong families. A lot of us, we go to work every day. We educate ourselves, but then they'll take some, they'll put sexy red out there and be like, this is black excellence, y'all. This is black women. And all the black women are like, come on, man. Like this ain't we're not all sexy red. Stop that. So ultimately to me, I think the Trump coin is kind of like if you know anything about hip hop, look up Sexy Red. It's real. It's a scary thing to see. I think the Trump coin might be kind of like the Sexy Red of the crypto industry, right? It's that big shiny object that's thrown out there. Everybody sees it, and it's misrepresenting, just so many people in the crypto industry who are working extremely hard to do legitimate work, who want to be respected, who want to be seen, who want to have credibility, and they're like, "Damn, you're literally putting out something that has no credibility." So here's what so let's look at a couple of things. I was sort of researching and thinking about some financial theories that it might relate to, and one thing that I thought about is I said, okay, so yeah, this thing. So let me ask y'all this: give me a yes or no. How many of you think that the Trump coin is just crap? It's not even crypto; it's crapto. Give me a yes if you think it's crapto. Give me a no if you think it's like if it's something good. Okay, I see a lot of yeses. All right, most of you say yes. Okay, and I don't disagree with you. But what if you are Bernard Arnault, who's one of the richest men on the planet? I think he's worth a couple $100 billion. And what Bernard Arnault does is he takes these items, these items, like a bottle of liquor, like and he puts a label on it, and the bottle of liquor costs $2, and he puts the Hennessy label on it, and then he sells it to you at the club for $200 a bottle. Would you say that that's a problem, that that's kind of fraudulent and just borderline ridiculous? Or he takes a purse that can be made in Taiwan for, $20, let's say, and then he puts a Hermes on it, and it becomes a Hermes bag or something, and then suddenly you're buying it in the mall for $1,200. Would you say that anybody who's ever bought a Hermes bag is just a sucker and that it's stupid and that it's ridiculous and it's pathetic? Some of you would say yes, some of you would say no. And I think that you could both be right, right? If you say yes, that it's garbage and it's stupid, then a Hermes bag is not for you. You shouldn't go buy a Hermes bag. I see people, that buy stuff like that, and I'm like, ah, man, I ain't buying that crap. But then at the same time, I'd have to be honest and say, well, I got a wife and a daughter who really like Coach purses. I think my wife has a Coach purse. Daughter she bought a Coach t-shirt. And it wasn't like a regular t-shirt. Like I was like, oh, that t-shirt, I could buy that at Walmart for $8. But she paid maybe $80 for it, right? And what did she pay for? She paid for, the label, the branding, like it says Coach on it. So suddenly it's worth all this money. And so what this really speaks to is that there's kind of like this psychological thing that happens when you're looking at value. And as much as we might despise it, or some of you love it, some of you hate it, there are millions of people who value the name Trump. Again, it's not something that's easy to talk about. I know it's controversial. I know that it's going to lead to a whole lot of chaos and arguing and going back and forth. And he's this and he's that. Okay, yeah, but there are people. If I go down to downtown Chicago right now, there's a big, gigantic, massive hotel that I've never stayed in, but it's massive and it's beautiful and it has the word Trump right on the front of that hotel. And there are facilities all around the earth that have that big name on there, right? And and you could say it's pro-black, anti-black, whatever, but I know that it's complex, right? I think R. Kelly stayed in the Trump Tower for a long time, and back when people I guess, thought he was a good guy. And Jennifer Hudson, when her whole family got killed, he's like, yeah, come stay at my hotel, right? So it becomes complex. It's a complex conversation, but still, that name Trump means something to some people. So because that name means something to some people, there are people who say, yeah, I'll buy that coin. What I see there happening from a political standpoint is that there's a set of financial theories that relate to narrative that a lot of times an asset's value can go up just because there's a narrative attached to it. There's a story. There's a power in storytelling. And so effectively, in fact, Tierra KJ Williams, who is in Hollywood, she writes scripts and she's a masterful storyteller. She's actually going to come in and talk about storytelling in business and how that works. And so what occurs here is that sometimes you'll see a stock that will just shoot up in price where people will say, well, why, what happened with this company that should make the value double? Some of you have seen that. Some of you have seen stocks that doubled in price in a day, right? IONQ. Any of y'all own IONQ? I know a lot of y'all do because we talk about IONQ in the Prime program a lot, and that stock's maybe a lot of money. Well, IONQ didn't change anything about the company when their stock price went up 400%. There was just a story like quantum computing. The Google computer solved the problem in 5 minutes. That would have took a cotillion years for a super, right? That's a narrative. That's a story. So this story creates real economic value. And then what happens is that there are some who say, okay, the value is what it is. It just is what it is. You can't get mad about it. It just is what it is. And then there's some people who say, no, 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 that's not true. That's a bubble. That's gonna pop. It's BS. And in fact, if you want to see what happened to IONQ when it kind of had this whole quantum computing story, let me show you um what happened to the stock price. It's at 41.46 right now. I know this stock. I own this sucker. Let me show you what has happened with this stock price. I think it dipped a little bit recently, but it's okay. If you know how to protect against risk, it's still been a big money maker. Look at the last 6 months. Look at this stock, 400% in 6 months. This stock 6 months ago was $8. I mean, $8. So how can any rational person literally make the argument that like 6 months ago you were worth $8, now you're worth 41? That's insanity. They're not 5 times more productive than they were 6 months ago. They're not selling 5 times more products than they were 6 months ago. The market cap is $9 billion. And so even though IONQ is different from a Trump coin because they're actually creating real value, they really are doing real work. They're not doing $9 billion worth of work. I can tell you that right now. What a lot of this valuation increase represented was just the narrative. A lot of this was correlated with the story, the news story narrative of of Google creating this quantum computer that's going to eventually change the world. So suddenly everybody's rushing to quantum computing stocks. And if you remember, we talked about this. I sent you all a list of quantum computing stocks that I think you may want to look at if you want to get in this industry early. And a lot of you made a ton of money from this stock, and I'm happy for you. I love it when black people make money. And even if you're not black, I love it when you make money too. Okay, 'cause if you're down for the cause, and I'm down for you. So here is this kind of shows you how it's not cut and dry when you talk about what something's worth. So when you ask me, is the Trump coin worth it? Um, I'm like, I don't know. I mean, what do you think? Who are you? What do you believe? Are you a Trump fan? If you're a Trump fan, maybe it's worth it. What does that coin cost? Let me see. Hold on. Let's look it up. Let's see. So imagine if I'm a big old Trump supporter. Let's say that I just love down in Nashville, Tennessee, or Knoxville, not Nashville, Nashville. We like President Trump because he's gonna fix the immigration problem, and he's gonna make America great again. And what else Trump? Trump's gonna fix the economy. He's gonna fix the economy. So I down at where I'm from, down in Nashville, we love us some Donald Trump, and not Knoxville. I'm sorry, Knoxville, not Nashville. And so what I'm gonna do is I can go and I can buy me some Trump coins. Let me see how much they cost. Let me see here. I'm looking at the price. Well, it says okay. Oh, here we go. So let's see. The cost is $46. So I because I'm a big fan of President Trump and I'm real happy that he's back in the White House. I'm gonna go and I'm gonna buy me three Trump coins. I'm gonna spend me $138 and get me three Trump coins for $138. What Think about how often we might spend $138 doing anything, doing things that give us no prospect for economic growth. Like think about how easy it is to spend, or it's $46 coin, right? Many people, I bet you that in the last month, most of you have gone out to dinner and spent $46 on an asset that you put in your mouth that came out of your butt less than 12 hours later. I know that sounds nasty, but y'all know you know what it is. I've got to be honest, right? So does that mean that you're stupid or something? No, it means you were hungry and you had a good experience. Even though I could probably argue, I could say, well, you could have ate at home for $3, but you didn't want to. You wanted the experience. You're like, no, I wanted to be at Applebee's. I wanted to be at wherever I was, right? So ultimately, um, I think when you talk about just an amount of money that a lot of people might throw away very easily, $46 is really just not a big deal for most people. And I almost see the selling of the Trump coin as kind of like a campaign contribution that goes around the campaign finance laws. And I think that's where it does become kind of questionable and ethical. It's definitely unprecedented. Like we're not used to the president of the United States doing something like that. But that's kind of, if you know the history of Trump in terms of how he's done business, he's thinking about making money, and he's been doing things like this since the 80s. He's always known that his name and his moves and his decisions can create economic value out of thin air. In the 1980s, he knew that if he started to acquire millions of shares of a company stock, that the stock price would go up because people thought in the 80s that he might be trying to do a hostile takeover. So he would just go buy a bunch of shares of his stock and not say a word, just acquire the shares. Maybe somebody in his office leaks it out. Hey, Donald Trump is acquiring a big stake in such and such company, right? And then the rumor spreads, the price starts going up because everybody wants to buy it, everybody wants to get on the bandwagon, and as the price goes up, then Trump says, "Oh, I think I'll sell today." Right? So he's able to make money that way. Is that manipulative? Yeah, it is. He's definitely manipulating something. Is it illegal? I don't know. I mean, I guess it could be if you change the law. Does it happen all the time? Absolutely. There are lots of people all the time throughout the world who understand when their name or their presence or their idea or whatever can generate income, and they take advantage of that. If I go to a Chris Brown concert, you got all these poor sad women that will go spend $1,000 to take a picture with Chris Brown. Is a Chris Brown picture worth $1,000? To me, no, it's not. But is it worth it to a woman who's been idolizing Chris Brown since she was a teenager? Maybe, right? And if you and what this speaks to, in my opinion, is that one thing that makes valuation complicated is that valuation is in the eye of the beholder. So if I'm that Trump supporter down in Knoxville, Tennessee, who just loves President Trump, and maybe I was there January 6th, and he also gave me a pardon, and I got out of jail last night, then maybe I am gonna go ahead and spend $46 buy me a Trump coin because it means something to my family. You understand? But if I am a liberal who just thinks that Trump is garbage and he's a terrible guy and he's a convicted felon and how dare they elect this man and blah blah blah, then no, it's not worth $46 to me. So here's the point. One thing about valuation you should just definitely understand 100%. Valuation is kind of in the eye of the beholder. That's what it is. Just like beauty. It's like economic beauty. There are, there might be a man or a woman where if you put them in front of one person, they say, "Oh, gross. Oh God, I would never date him." And then another woman's like, "Oh my God, I want him to be my baby daddy." That could happen, right? All of you have gone through this, right? All of you have been on both sides of that transaction, right? I've been in situations where when I was 20 and I was 25 and just trying to get a girlfriend, I'd meet women who would say, "I'm sorry, but I don't date men who are under 6 feet tall." Like they would talk to me like I was in a wheelchair or something. Like I feel like one of those little, one of those little hospital kids, like something's wrong with me, like I'm a midget or a munchkin, we represent the lollipop kids, right? Because I'll never be 6 feet tall. Like I keep hoping, like I was praying to white Jesus, black Jesus, and baby Jesus to help me grow, and it just never happened. But then I've been in spaces where where there was a lady who's like, "Oh my God, I just need to have your baby immediately because I like smart guys." And I'm like, "If you like smart guys, I'm your man, girl. I got you, girl." Right? And so the point of the matter is to say that beauty is in the eye of the beholder, just like valuations in the eye of the beholder. Um, the Trump coin is to me a coin that where you can justify its valuation uh easily by just saying, well, the valuation is what it is. It's what people are willing to pay for it. If people aren't willing to pay for it, then that's not the valuation. That's how real estate's valued in a way, for example. Real estate, when they tell you a house is worth a certain amount, sure, they can say, well, it should be worth this amount because we did an appraisal and this is what the appraisal says. That's all theoretical, but then there's a transaction, right? The rubber meets the road, and then you say, well, clearly it must be worth this amount because that's what someone paid for it. It's almost like when my Ohio State Buckeyes, I'm a big, I'm a college football fan. My Ohio State Buckeyes won the national championship, and so they proved on the field that they are the best team in the country. But then you could still argue that maybe they weren't. You could say, oh, well, they only won because they got lucky, or maybe before the game, you could say, well, really the best team is Notre Dame, and then they play it out, and then you say, no, really the best team was Ohio State. But then sometimes teams win and they weren't supposed to win, and so they might have won even though they weren't the best team. So evaluation is complicated like that. Like nobody kind of knows, right? And so with the Trump coin, I think that the decision to invest in the Trump coin can come down to either A, you love Trump and you really just like what this whole moment represents to you and you're excited about it and you want something that's commemorative. No different from buying, a commemorative t-shirt for a concert you went to. You go to a Beyonce concert, she sold you a $60 t-shirt. You buy it because Beyonce's on it, not because the shirt is worth $60, right? Um, or maybe you buy it because you have a speculative intuition about Trump supporters. So you're sitting on the sideline and you don't really know, you don't really care if the valuation is what it is. You're just looking at the trends. You're looking at people, and you're like, these Trump supporters, they really like that. They really like this guy. I think I want to buy this coin because I think that they're going to like him even more. I think that the coin is going to go up in value, so I'm going to buy it because I'm hoping I can sell it for more. And then you have the majority of people. This is the overwhelming majority of the world who just says, I'm not buying it. I'm not participating, right, at all, either because I think it's worthless or because I just don't care, right? And that's what I see with the Trump point. So, before I move on, one thing I want to remind everybody of is that tonight we are going to meet for stock options class. It's called Prime, which stands for Passive Recurring Income Machine. If you want to join us tonight, we're going to have a tax specialist that's going to talk about getting tax or how to deal with minimize the taxes on the money that you guys are making. I know a lot of you are getting income from selling your stock options and all that. And so if you want to participate or join us, I'll send you all a link where if you want to do a 7 day free trial in the class, you can. Or if you want to just, come in directly now, you can go to drboyceprime.com, Prime. And the other, it's so look for that text. If you're not on the text list, text the word morning, morning, to the phone number 87948. So just text morning to 87948. Also, if you have an interest in crypto, we do a lot of crypto stuff in the Black Business School. So you could just text the word crypto to that same number, 87948, and we'll send you some crypto information as well. All right. So here is another way to kind of look at the Trump coin. Let's kind of break this down a little bit further. I actually gathered some financial theories that we talked about in grad school that I thought would be appropriate to understand what's happening here. One of the big weaknesses of the Trump coin is for sure that if you did decide to invest in it, just know you're going to get a lot of volatility. I think it dropped 50%, in a very short period of time, but I think this morning it's up by a lot. So it's going to probably do that. It's what you call a high beta asset. So it's going to have a lot of up and downs. There are some ethical and regulatory issues, but then again, it's released by the president of the United States. So I don't know if the SEC is going to try to stand up to the president like that. That doesn't seem like this type of administration. Also, market sentiment is a big driver, meaning that people are buying the coin because they like Trump. So if Trump's popularity were to suddenly drop, then the coin's value would drop. So to some extent, in a way, what you're kind of buying is Trump's popularity as a financial asset. If you think that his popularity has peaked and that people will never like him more than they like him now, then that might not be such a good investment. But if you think people are going to love him more and want to buy more of the coin, then that might actually be something that could be worth investing in. Let's see. Someone says being broke is no fun. Thank you for teaching about finance. Yeah, I don't think being broke is fun either. Like they say, money's the root of all evil, and I just don't agree. I think money can be evil if you're an evil person, but if you're a good person, money makes you a gooder person. You can be gooder if you have money. Also, I think being broke is the root of evil. I know good people who've done bad things because they were financially desperate. So don't ever think that money is the root of all evil. If anything, being broke will make you real evil and angry. And when you get hangry, when you get hungry and angry, and you broke at the same time, that is not a good feeling. So I don't want you hangry up in here. I want you feeling good. I want you happy. All right. Another thing about the coin is, when you talk about utility, utility is the ability of the asset to be used for some purpose other than just speculation. So effectively, the utility of the Trump coin is pretty much minimal. It's pretty much just done like in terms of there's no use case really for this. There's nothing there that says that if there's no market for this coin, if there's no place I can go and sell this publicly, then it has no value. So here's the thing. This is one of the things about American finance that makes it powerful, but also makes it problematic is that markets create value. Like all those billionaires that were on the stage with Trump, their total net worth was over $1 trillion. Their net worth, much of their net worth is tied up in equity markets. It comes from the fact that there's a functioning market that you can go to where they can take stocks and real estate and sell this stuff on the market and generate this wealth from it. One area of discrimination or racism, if you want to call it, or where black people are locked out of economic value, is that we don't have access to markets like that. We don't have big markets where I can go and I can just issue a Dr. Boyce coin and then instantly create $20 million worth of wealth, on an open market. It would be hard to do, right? And so effectively, the ability to access markets is really big in wealth creation and wealth manifestation. But I can also tell you though that a lot of you have wealth that's there that you just can't see, and you maybe can't see it because you can't sell it, right? There's nobody coming up to you and saying, hey, if you were to sell 10% of your earnings for the next 20 years, you could get a check for $2.5 million right now. No one says that because there's no market out there for that. So the existence of markets is a really big part of valuation, and that's what Trump was taking advantage of, is the fact that there's a market where he can sell this coin. If there were no market, or if he were blocked legally from participating in the market, then that wealth wouldn't be created. There's also something called herding behavior. In my dissertation committee, there's a very nice little short guy named David Hirschleifer who was an expert in herding behavior and following the crowd. And one of the things that Professor Hirschleifer taught me that I really respect about him, he was a wonderful guy, is he would talk about the fact that in financial markets you have people that follow the herd. Studies show that 70% of all people follow the crowd, even if the crowd is wrong. And that's what's crazy. That's insane to me. When I heard that, I said, okay, we don't have a chance here. Because I believe in free thinking. I believe in critical thinking. I believe in leadership. I believe in leading your life. I don't believe in following the crowd because following the crowd will get you in trouble. Especially when you talk about our community and the toxic ideas that get pushed into our community in terms of bad choices and everything else. Is following the crowd will get your son killed. Following the crowd will get your daughter killed. So if I'm raising a child, first thing I teach them is how to think for themselves. First thing I teach them is how to be a leader. First thing I teach them is to say, no, 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 I'm getting out of the car, man. I'm out of here. Right. Or no, girl, I'm not going to that party. Right. Because at the end of the day, if you can't do that, if you don't have the courage to do that, and you don't have the self-love and self-respect and to make decisions that are not popular, you will fry. You will go down. I mean, the prisons are full of young black men who followed the crowd, and the crowd led them into a bad situation. So ultimately, hurting behavior happens. Though it's very natural, it's very real. Everybody wants to fit in. Everybody wants to be part of the culture. I hear people talk about the culture, or they'll say, Doc, you need to connect to the culture. You need to be part of the culture." I'm like, well, I am part of the culture. I'm part of the Black excellence culture. I'm part of the B1 culture. I'm part of the culture that says we want to be healthy, wealthy, and successful. I'm part of the culture that's pro family. I'm part of the culture that's pro black woman, pro black man that wants our kids to be the best. That's my culture. But that shit you talking about on BET, that ain't my culture. That was made in a lab. They manufactured that. They sat down and said, What are the instructions? Like, what are the ingredients to destroy the life of a young black man?" Seriously, and that's what they did. It's okay. So we're gonna make a bunch of music where you're gonna sing mantras about how you want to go have sex with every girl that moves until you're dead. You want to create babies, mamas everywhere. You want to go and kill each other and be happy about it. You want to throw your money away, trick your money off, so until you're broke and financially desperate and got to go and hold a white man's testicles in order for you to have a job. We're going to also show you how to be as ignorant as possible. And then and by the way, we need you to call yourself the N word the entire time. Keep calling yourself the N word, so we don't have to do it. Right? That's because we need somebody to do it because we know what y'all are. So that culture is not my culture. That's a culture that I get people get mad at me, you get yelled at. I don't give a damn. I say, well, I ain't had that many friends growing up. I don't need no more friends now. So at the end of the day, hurting behavior is part of something that is natural. It's very human to do that. But I encourage you, if you want to be a leader, you want to be a winner, you want to be successful, practice breaking out of that. And that starts with just loving yourself enough to say, you know what, it's okay. I'm gonna stand over here, even if I'm wrong. And but y'all go do your thing. You go to the party, you go to the club, y'all have fun. Have fun in college. I was like, have a good time at the step show. I'm gonna be in the library with the little nerdy Asian kids because I want to have a future. But y'all go and you kill it at that step show, dog. You go do your thing. You go bark and hump each other, whatever. Let me stop because people gonna get mad at me. All right, so anyway, let me keep going here. Um, there's also when you talk about one more thing about the Trump coin. Let's get back to that. Sometimes if you have a scarcity in something that makes it more valuable. So like a lot of you may not know this, but De Beers, the diamond company, if you know De Beers basically artificially restricts the supply of diamonds. How many of y'all knew that? That the diamonds are not nearly as valuable as they make you think that they are. They're like, damn, we need everyone to think that diamonds are rare. So what I know what we'll do, we'll make them rare. We'll just get a whole bunch of diamonds and we won't put them out there so people can't get them. And then people will pay more for it because there's the perception of scarcity. Diamonds aren't really that scarce. Diamonds, kind of like rock hard toilet paper in terms of just how readily available they are. But there's a marketing campaign around the idea that you should go spend 2 or 3 months of salary to buy a diamond for a woman to prove that you love her. And it's a game. It's a game, and it's a lie that everyone has bought into. See, to create an illusion, it helps if multiple people are in on it. Right? So you got to be in on it, and your woman's got to be in on it, and the world's got to be in on it, on this false idea that a diamond is a symbol of love. And one thing that you would have to kind of know is that if you go back over 100 years and you talk to a random person on the street in 1910 and you say, "Hey, you're going to get married. Doesn't that mean you have to buy a diamond for your wife?" They would be like, "What are you talking about?" Why would I buy her a diamond to prove that I love her? Diamonds are expensive, and I love her. I bought her flowers. And so what happened was there was a deliberate campaign, a deliberate campaign that leaned on herding behavior, leaned on the fact that people followed the crowd, and they came up with slogans like "Diamonds are forever." Anybody heard that? Anybody heard "Diamonds are forever"? Or say you love her with a diamond, stuff like that. And they actually, and then they immortalized it. They put it in movies and they put it in songs. Diamonds are forever and ever, right? And then people started to believe, like, oh, that's right. That's right. Oh, yeah, diamonds are forever, and diamonds are a girl's best friend, and diamonds that's how you show you love her. And people bought into that. So that campaign was so effective that they actually won awards for that. They won awards. They're like, man, that's some good pimping, because white people got a players ball too. They all went to the players ball for white people, and they basically said, man, that was some good pimping. You really did a good job of getting people to go out and spend all their money on these diamonds, even though we know, and I know that they're not worth what they say. But hey, we got everybody believing that. So that was some good pimping. And that's pretty much what the what kind of happens when you talk about perceived value and manipulation. So the perception of scarcity, the Trump coin. Let's circle back to that. Pretty much, they pretty much said we're only going to release, I think, 200 million of these or something, for $40 or whatever. And so people were like, "Oh my God, they're rare and they're limited supply, so we better buy one." Beyond that. The last thing I'll throw in there is something that we've talked about briefly before called the greater fool theory. And so the greater fool theory basically says that if I buy something for a certain price and I'm a fool for paying that price, I can make money as long as I find a greater fool. And that's kind of like a financial game of musical chairs. At some point, somebody's not going to have a chair, and I don't care as long as it's not me. That's kind of what the argument might be. So you might buy it and say, at some point the coin might collapse and might go back to zero, but it won't go back to zero before I sell my stake. And so insiders end up having a massive advantage. This is where did anybody see where that lady who did the Hawk Tuah thing, where she basically put out a coin, and then as everyone was buying up the coin, her team was selling the coin on the open market. They were like, "Oh, we better convert this into dollars as fast as we can while the getting's good, while this coin is hot." And then the coin collapsed, and so hundreds of millions of dollars was lost. A lot of people lost their money, and this is the common thing. And this is one of the reasons why there are so many um, crypto bros who are legitimate, who are getting up every day, working hard, sitting at a computer screen and creating real economic value. This is why they're not a big fan of the Trump coin. They're generally speaking, from my understanding, most of them are not happy that he put out this coin. So it's out there. But the thing is, and not everybody's unhappy about it. Robinhood has it listed. You can buy it on Coinbase, all these things. And if you want to actually get started with crypto stuff like that, text the word crypto to 87948, and we have some crypto stuff in the Black Business School that can help you. We brought in a really great crypto expert. We got to bring the sister back because I know y'all loved her. She would put her name in the chat, please, so I can say her name. I'm bad with names. Please forgive me for that. I remember faces. Naja. What's her? Do you remember her last? Naja Roberts. Yeah, Naja Roberts. I mean, just did a great job, and she's B1. She's actually out of the Black Business School. Like she learned from what I understand, Naja, please forgive me if I get it wrong, but I think she learned crypto in the Black Business School, and now she's teaching crypto in the Black Business School. So she's an amazing woman. If you want to find out how to check out her presentation, you can email the support team. We have a great support team here in the Black Business School. Just email support@theblackbusinessschool.com. Support@theblackbusinessschool.com, and they can take good care of you. Don't forget the THE. It's the Black Business School. All right, guys. Just like I went to the Ohio State University. Go Buckeyes. We won the national championship. It was good. All right. So I'm out of here, guys. Have a wonderful day. Tomorrow morning, 10 a.m. Eastern, we're going to meet again. I think Athena Gardner is going to come in, and Athena is doing a presentation on AI, the use of AI in your business. AI. I talked yesterday about how MBAs, Harvard MBAs, are having a hard time getting jobs now because I think, has really started to eat away even at those high level jobs. So Athena is going to kind of school us a little bit on AI. She's going to do a presentation, a deep dive on Saturday morning in the Fly Nubian Money Investment Club. A lot of you know about the ladies of Fly Nubian Money, Dr. Lene Javette, the great Constance Carter, Tierra Williams, my wife, Dr. Alicia. Those ladies, they actually talk every single day. They're smart black women, and I hope that the brothers especially will go and support these sisters and listen to our women because they're so smart, they're so capable. And also for the ladies, like I mean, if you're looking for some badass women, these women are not a joke. So anyway, if you want to be notified when they go live and stuff like that, another thing you can do is text Queens to 87948. So just text Queens to 87948 and take a look. And I see Tiara's in the chat, and she put the URL flynubianmoneyclub.com. They have an investment club that they where they work together, make investments, and learn about it and all that stuff. So anyway, have a good day, everybody. God bless you. Thank you so much for listening. I will see you all tomorrow morning. And all right, until then, keep getting rich. Talk to you later. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Money in the Morning. My name is Dr. Boyce Watkins. It's so great to see everybody. Money in the Morning is our morning millionaire training camp. This is for anybody who plans to be financially successful, everybody who desires to be economically woke, everybody who wants to get ahead in the world and wants to be great, wants to make black people great again. I want to say good morning, everybody. Welcome. And you guys know we do this every single day, 7 days a week. I want to reiterate that because we are that serious. I don't think there's anywhere you can go where people are, as a community, learning about economics every single day, 7 days a week, every morning. And I'm gonna tell you, it's gonna really pay off, everybody. I want you to just know that. I want you to just understand that this isn't just a feel-good exercise. This is how you prepare for battle. This is how you prepare for greatness. So anyway, today we have a special guest that you can see. This very nice lady in here that you see from Abundant Returns. She's a tax strategist, and her name is Larissa Humphrey. Larissa Humphrey is not just an awesome lady. She's also a student in the Black Business School and has been part of our
Mhm.
community for a while. So she's with y'all. She's one of y'all. And I wanted to say good morning to Miss Larissa. How you doing today, ma'am?
Doing great. How are you?
Doing really good, and so wonderful to see you again. Um, can you tell us a moment, just give us a brief overview? What do you do? I know I know you as a tax strategist. When and everybody knows we got to pay our taxes. Why don't you describe who you are so everyone gets the whole story?
You're right. I am a tax strategist. What I do is help business owners pay as little as possible in taxes. And if people have a plan, they can pay zero taxes. We specialize in finding all the tax strategies that are available in the tax code that tells you how to pay zero taxes. Most people think the tax code tells you how to pay taxes, but it's the exact opposite. Because if you realize that the Congress people, they're all business owners, investors, real estate owners, and they don't want to pay taxes any more than anybody else. So what they put into the law is all the different ways that you cannot pay taxes. It's a wonderful thing. All you got to do is follow the law and you can keep all your money.
Wow. Okay. How to pay zero taxes?
Yes.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that's a pretty powerful statement.
It
All right,
is.
so okay, zero taxes. Now, I know that um right now, for example, I'll just start with the obvious. We're in a pretty heated political climate. I know a lot of students in here have mixed feelings about the recent inauguration of President Trump. And I'm gonna tell you, we don't care in this space what your political affiliation is. We don't do gang affiliations up in here. So if you part of the the Democrat Crips or the Republican Bloods, then we want you to leave that at the door. We respect everybody as long as you're black first. That's the gang. Like they said in that song, we're all in the same gang, in my opinion. But I welcome all those perspectives. But with this happening, we have this guy in the White House now, and I know that he's received a lot of scrutiny because a lot of people have argued that he does not pay his fair share of taxes, that he's made billions of dollars, and they'll say his tax bills have been incredibly low. I know he's even not even wanted people to even see his tax returns, apparently because he's probably got people, smart people that are going through and scrutinizing the tax code. What do you think about that? Like when you hear about a billionaire paying almost no taxes, uh, how does that, what goes through your mind as a tax strategist?
It makes me think that he has a team of strategists figuring out how he can pay zero taxes. I know it to be true, because there are so many different strategies you can use that zero out your tax liability. It's true. It's, I mean, that's probably the only thing I've ever agreed with that man, but it
Well,
is true.
our guest yesterday, Laura Key, she's a real estate expert. I think she called him the Orange Muppet.
Ooh,
Something like that. So, it is funny, but I just want to be respectful on that though, because I'm gonna just tell you the truth. We got some people in here that like him, some people in here that they appreciate his perspectives or whatever, and I don't care. I just want you. I'm voting for black people. That's where I'm
me
voting.
too.
So okay, so let's talk about that then. I want to know how Trump pays zero taxes or very little taxes anyway. Can you kind of give us like kind of like some beginning sort of blueprints in terms of how someone that makes that much money could end up paying less taxes than a person who gets up and goes to work every day?
Well, the one thing I know about him is he has a lot of real estate. And there are many, many strategies around real estate, one of them being cost segregation. And what that is each part of the building is depreciated at a different rate. So there are ways for you to get more depreciation faster, so bigger write-offs faster, depending on that type of building. So I know that is probably working in his favor. Another one of my favorite things is called the Augusta rule. What that is if you have a home, which most people live somewhere, you are able to get a write-off based on what it would cost to rent like a large conference room in your area, um, 14 times each year. So here in Atlanta, we can write off around 1750 a day, depending on the area. That gives us a $24,500 write-off each year, just for having a space where I can meet with, different people about business issues. Your business is supposed to take care of you, like pay for your car, pay for your office space, pay for your insurance, your benefits. It's
Mm,
almost every area of your life, if you look at it. You can get a write-off for just running a business. And I know a lot of your people in the Black Business School are investors. Having a business is the one thing that neutralizes all those gains you receive from, investing and making all that big money that you make.
mm,
So, I mean, there's so many strategies. I could go on and on and on, um, which is a good thing because everybody's life is different. Another one of my favorites is paying your kids. Did you know
mhm.
if you make a $7,000 deposit into your child's IRA, by the time they're 60, they'll have $1 million if you don't do anything else? Just
Oh,
one
wow.
deposit. So imagine, if you start when they're very young and you are making a deposit every year, how much money would they have? I mean, you like to talk about building generational wealth. That's one key right there. And it
Mm,
$7,000, that's almost nothing to think about what it would do for your child's future.
yeah. Yeah.
Um,
I
uh,
mean, well, people spend, they'll easily drop that amount on a car,
yeah,
right? And it's crazy. You got millions of people that love their car more than they love their kids.
ooh, I
And
hate.
it's seriously, the kids be out here struggling. Kids be 25 years old talking about, I thought, I've been depressed and I thought, I don't want to live no more because it's so
Ooh,
hard out here. And it's like, well, if you just put a little money to the side for them, they'd have been okay. They wouldn't have to go to work for, somebody. I mean, I think it's time to have real conversations about that. Like I think sometimes we feel as a people that we are supposed to suffer. We,
no,
we think that we're supposed to be in the hole, a day late, a dollar short, uninformed, and you don't live in an age where that's doable. I mean, we live in an age of information. Information is readily abundant. It's choices at this point, and that requires some accountability. So, are we going to account for the kids or not? What do you think, Miss Lewis?
I think yes. In 2025, you can pay your child up to $15,000 and they don't have to file a tax return.
Mm,
So, what you should do is take that money if they're really small. Number one, invest in that IRA. But secondly, pay for all their expenses, all their extracurricular activities and things like that that they need, and then show them how to use their money. This is one of the best ways to instruct them on just learning about credit and things like that. It helps them to get a foothold in the world so they'll know, okay, this is what I need to do in order
mm,
to be successful. But if you don't have any training, like my father was an accountant, he didn't tell me anything about what to do with money. He didn't even want to give me any, it seems like. But
mm,
I did get a little allowance, but there were no lessons attached to that. And I think that's the major thing. We have to teach the children. How do they use the money? What do they do with it? It's so important. But
mm.
using the money to help benefit them, enrolling them in classes where they can learn, or be great to bring them into the Black Business School.
Well, it's funny. You live in Atlanta, right?
I do.
Yeah, I love that. I got an aunt in Atlanta. You remind me of my auntie. I gotta introduce y'all. But just as a side note, but I'm gonna tell you, it's really interesting, and I did see I saw a comment where when I mentioned that thing about investing for the kids and the kids struggling, somebody made a good point. They said, well, maybe the kids are struggling because the parents are still struggling, and I do agree with that. But one of the things I want us to understand is that, um, is that what Larissa is saying is that you can do little things that will make a massive difference. When you look at the power of things like compound interest, which is something everybody should understand, because my grandmother introduced me to that. And you will be amazed what you can do for your kids, even if you ain't got a whole lot of money. You could be making minimum wage. If you can afford to eat fast food, you can afford to invest small amounts of money for your child. And we have the $5 a day plan for anybody who's new, anybody who doesn't know about it. The $5 a day plan means your child can be wealthy by the age of 25 if you just invested $5 a day, which is less money. You can't even buy a McDonald's value meal for that. So if you tell me that you're too poor to invest, I'm gonna come back and I'm gonna challenge you. I'm gonna say, well, but can you afford to go to McDonald's? Have you
Mm,
ever been ate at Popeyes? And then that's when the conversation gets awkward because I think that's where we have to really look in the mirror and say, okay, well, are we preparing our kids? Are we investing as much in ourselves as we're putting in investing in these other things that don't really benefit us? Like investing in that fried chicken, that's not an investment. That's an investment in heart disease, diabetes, strokes, right? I mean, let's be real. I mean, but I love fried chicken, so I need to still up and stop talking. But with that said, Larissa, Larissa, you're a tax expert, a tax strategist. I'd like to ask you about this. I want to go through some things that now everybody in the chat, give me a yes or no if you are a fan of Donald Trump or not. Like, give me a yes or no, or if you're neutral. I'm really curious because I tell you, Larissa, like I said, we got people in here that love Trump. We got people in here that can't stand him. I would say the majority don't like him. But
mhm.
so a lot of people are neutral. A lot of people just don't even Democrat, Republican don't do none of that. And we believe in freedom. I do, and I stand on that. I believe everybody has a right to do what they want to do. Don't nobody
Yeah.
own your vote. But at the same time, there's I love to hear all the different perspectives and all the things in terms of how we can best be prepared, no matter who's in office. And here's one thing that I researched in terms of how Trump himself goes about not paying as much in taxes as people say. Now, some people say, well, he didn't pay taxes because he's a crook. Maybe that's true. He's kind of a gangster mafia kind of guy. He operates in that kind of way. He was in casinos and all that stuff. That's a very
Yeah.
corrupt industry. But here's some things that he's done. One, he writes us off his losses from his businesses. Apparently, he's able to figure out how to take the losses. Like in 1995, he declared a loss of 916 million, which allowed him to avoid paying income taxes for nearly 18 years. I guess because he could carry the losses forward.
Forward.
There's a lot of depreciation. As a real estate developer, developer Trump leveraged depreciation deductions, which permit property owners to deduct a portion of the property's cost over its useful life. And you talked about that. So anybody who's looking to get into real estate, there are ways to use depreciation. He
Yeah.
classifies a lot of personal expenses as business costs. He reportedly uses things like haircuts and resident money he spends on his residences, like the place he lives or that big jet he flies. There's write-offs there as well, and a lot of people don't really know about that. They don't know that a lot of the way rich people can fly around in private jets and have yachts and all that is they find a way to write that off. He also pays his family members as consultants. So by compensating family members, including his daughter Ivanka, all of his children are multimillionaires. Trump reduces taxable income. These payments, which may lack substantial business purposes, effectively transferred income within the family while lowering tax liabilities. So this is an argument in favor of everyone in here looking into starting some kind of family business, because that's where the big win is. When you and Larissa's the expert. I want her to elaborate on that. But Larissa, it seems to me that when you are a person and you just get up and go to work every day and you work hard and you make your money and you just pay your taxes like a regular person, the tax code is not designed to benefit the regular hardworking people in this country. And it's wrong. I don't agree with it, but it seems like having that LLC goes a long way in terms of maximizing your ability to really write off a big chunk of your lifestyle. What would you say to that?
I say that is 100% correct. Let's talk about your board of advisors. Perfect for when you're taking vacations. So you hire your kids, your wife, your spouse, your aunt, your uncles, whoever is coming to the celebration for the holiday to be your board of advisors. And that way you are able to pay for all of their expenses to the location. You can, like, if you run an Airbnb, you could pay for that. If it's in a big hotel, you could pay for that. You could pay for the activities that you do while you're there, because those could be team building activities, or whatever you want to call them. But it's part of the activities that are needed for your board of advisors to help you make decisions about your business. You need this because who doesn't have a coach? Who doesn't have somebody to advise them on what they need to do to help create more income? So, yes, it's in the tax code. You can do it. Um, a lot of people, you got to have a car these days. So there are 5 different ways you could write off the car. So if you, what we find the best thing to do is lease the car, have the business lease the car from you. So that way, every month you're getting a payment from the business for the lease. And then the business has to pay for all the gas, repairs, registration, insurance, tires, every expense associated with the car. So, what I find is the biggest problem people have is they don't know how to set up their finances and their business and everything they're doing so that it's favorable for tax filing. So to make sure you're getting all the deductions you can, everything that you need to function, 9 times out of 10, it's a tax deduction, depending on how you set it up. So that's the whole issue. Setup.
Mm, interesting. Well, you know what? What's interesting to me, Larissa, is that um, when you're talking about taxes, I know a lot of people are intimidated by it, and the IRS is interesting because you just see so many examples where somebody may not file or doesn't do everything they need to do, and
Mhm.
then they kind of make you think that you're just getting away with it. I especially see it sometimes with entertainers and stuff. Like they
Yeah.
they might go 8 years without filing, nobody says nothing, and then suddenly you get into their spotlight and they go back all these years, and suddenly you have this tax debt. It seems like tax debt is almost like a like economic quicksand, because it's the more money you make, the bigger it can get. And it's like hard to kind of climb out of that. Like I know, I think was it Joe Louis, the boxer? I think that had a lot of tax problems, and the poor guy was fighting in his old age. And every time he'd get a purse, they would come and the agents would be there waiting to take the money before he could even get his hands on it. Um, what would you say in terms of some of the biggest mistakes you've seen people make when it comes to taxes? If you had to name like two or three things that you've seen in your how many years you've been doing? What, 25, 30 years?
34.
In your 34 years of experience, Larissa Humphrey, what would you say are some maybe two or three of the biggest mistakes you've seen people make when it comes to taxes?
The one biggest mistake is not having the documentation to prove that this strategy is legal for you to take.
Mm.
Because that's all the IRS is looking for is proof. I had one auditor tell me it doesn't matter if you did it, can you prove it? Which he was right. He was right. You've got to have the documentation. So if you have that, then you're able to take whatever deduction you are trying to take because you can prove that it fits with the tax law.
So when you say the proof, the documentation to prove that you took the deduction, would an example be like if I write off a meal, I keep the receipt of the meal? Is that what you mean by that, or what do you mean by proof?
Yes, keep the receipt, but if it's a meal, the IRS wants to know who you met with, what you discussed to make sure there is a business purpose involved.
Mm.
So the reason you're able to take that write off is because you are discussing business. So you've got to notate this is what we discussed, negotiations for, I don't know, buying a building on Third Street or whatever. Just make sure you've got some notes about what happened.
Interesting. Okay, that's good information. And by the way, I want everybody to know, first off, Larissa, let's see, Yvette's asking for your contact information. Did you want to share something where people can follow up and get in touch with you? We can get that out of the way now if you want to.
Yes, it's abundantreturns.com is my website. Let me just give you the phone number 770-451-6330.
770-451. And what was the last 6330?
Yeah, I've got a QR code that where you can just scan it and that'll take you into a place where you can leave your contact information and make an appointment.
Okay.
Can I
Abundant
scare?
return abundantreturns.com. Okay, perfect. Yeah, and that number, I'll read it one more time for everybody. It's 770-451-6330, and it's
Mhm.
abundantreturns.com. And
Yeah.
also, for those of you that are Prime members, tomorrow night Larissa's going to do a full presentation on some tax strategies you may want to think about. A lot of you are making a lot more money, a lot of income from what we're doing in the Prime program in terms of selling stock options and stuff like that. And you've asked about taxes. You've asked about that a lot. And since I am not a tax expert and I do not claim, I would never claim to be able to replicate this lady's 34 years of experience because she's good at what she does. We reached out to Larissa, who's right here in the Black Business School, as a person that could come in and give a presentation. So if you'd like to join the Prime program, you can go to drboyceprime.com. I think you'll like it. It's a great way. There's a lot of money floating around in terms of selling stock options. So drboyceprime.com. All right, so Larissa, so let me ask you this question too. I want to run some stuff by you right quick just to get your
Okay.
thoughts on this. Now I want you to try to see if you can pull your person. Let's pull our personal opinions about Trump to the side for a moment, and I'm going to talk about some adjustments that he's been making in the
Okay.
IRS and in taxes. And I just want to get your take on it. As an expert, just kind of what your initial thought might be. So here we go. One, the IRS commissioner immediately resigned. Let's see, right with Trump's inauguration. So there's going to be a new commissioner. Number
Yeah.
two. The IRS is going to get major budget cuts, most likely, particularly in the enforcement and collection. The administration aims to shift the agency's policies from strict enforcement to enhanced customer service, which may lead to a decrease in audit rates, especially for high income individuals and corporations. The establishment of the External Revenue Service, where Trump wants to basically have a service that goes out and collects tariffs from foreign countries that are selling products in the United States. He's talked about big tariffs, which has the downside of causing inflation. It'll cause prices to go up. The upside, the experts would claim, is that it can long term possibly increase American jobs. Like a lot of people don't know that a lot of manufacturing jobs that used to be in cities like Gary, Indiana, and Milwaukee, etc., were shipped overseas to China when China entered the World Trade Organization and the tariffs went down, so they could sell goods in America but make them in China. And it seems like his policy is if you are going to sell it in America, you better make it in America. If not, you're going to have to pay a tax. That's his
Mhm.
argument. Fourth, there are tax policy reforms. They want to make permanent individual tax cuts from the 2017 Tax Cuts and Jobs Act permanent, and also they want to because they're supposed to expire in 2025. Also, there's a push to simplify the tax code and reduce bureaucracy within the IRS. So it seems like Larissa within the IRS, he's trying to make these changes where they're not going to be enforcing as much. They're not going to have as much staff, and they're going to actually enhance their customer service. So maybe when you call them, you can actually get someone on the phone. I don't mind that so much. I mean, I hate calling the IRS. Tell me, what did you hear that what got your senses going? And assume Trump didn't do it. Let's just say Biden or whoever your favorite politician proposed this. How do you feel about that?
Well, the biggest issue for me is the customer service. Trying to call the IRS. I even have a special line that's designed to get me through in 3 minutes. Sometimes I'm still waiting an hour, and then they hang up on me when I finally get somebody on the phone. Or the biggest problem is they don't know what they're talking about. That's bad when I have to tell them, no, sir, that's what the form was designed for. But
Yeah.
anyway, I'm sorry.
No,
Because
yeah. I mean, I have had times where I had to do that, where I was like, look, I'm looking for y'all, trying to write a check to y'all. Like, how come I can't get somebody on the phone to tell me where to send the money? Or you didn't even take the money. We put the money to the side in the account like you asked. You didn't come get it. Now we're trying to call you because I'm like, I don't want you thinking I'm stealing from y'all, but you're not answering the phone. I
right.
had see, Larissa, you got me triggered now. I'm gonna stop because I'm a trauma. My wife explained. My wife's a therapist because clearly I need one, and she explained to me that I'm high on the trauma scale. I took the trauma test, so when I
Okay.
get triggered, that's what's going on. So here's where the IRS triggered me. I had to get in my car, Larissa, and drive an hour and a half to the IRS office. This was during the pandemic, and you know how terrible it was dealing with the IRS during the pandemic. I had to
Yes.
drive and I had to go to their front door and knock on the door, wait outside for a long time, and then wait in the office for like an hour and a half.
Wow.
And it just, I begged the lady, like, can somebody please talk to me? Because I don't know what to do next. I'm trying to get this issue resolved, and I don't know what to do. Tell me about that. Like, so with those reforms, I kind of like the idea of the IRS having better customer service. What do you think?
Yes, they need it. They need it really, really bad. To the point we got a letter for one client got a letter saying that we received your return and then but we can't find it. So please file it again. And we're like, what? And it's like, I mean, all on the same piece of paper. It's like,
We received your return, but we cannot find it. Are
yeah,
you kidding me?
no, no, sir. I'm not.
That's
I wish
ghetto.
I wish I was kidding. And
They
that's
run,
how
they
ridiculous
running
it has
Soul
been.
Plane up in there. That's what they doing. That's the white version of Soul Plane. They can't even blame black people for that one. That's crazy. So I'm gonna just say this. Here's what I see in those reforms that he's proposing. Um, I think that it's clear that we do definitely have a president who does things in the interest of himself and his friends,
True.
right? People like him, they hate paying taxes, they hate the IRS. I fully expected that they would do everything they could to undercut the IRS. Now, here's where the country is going to struggle from that. The U.S. budget deficit has just spiraled out of control. The
Mhm.
pandemic, and it's been a bipartisan effort to destroy our budget because a lot of the pandemic spending under Biden was not necessary. They were just slinging checks out to everybody. Harvard University got a $15 million check in the pandemic. They were like, we didn't even ask for the check. Like, why are you sending us money? So when you increase the money supply and you're printing all that money, you're going to cause inflation. You're also going to cause massive deficits. But the Republicans, as much as they claim to want to be efficient cost wise, they spend money too. So the deficit's out of control. a big part of the reason the deficit's out of control, just so everybody knows the history here, is during the Reagan era when he told everybody that greed was good and introduced false ideas like trickle-down economics. What his argument was, which was a false argument, was that if we don't tax rich people as much, they're going to create all these jobs. And that was a bad argument because rich people, they don't get rich by giving money away. Right? So they didn't create jobs, they just put money in their pocket. So what happened is that the deficit just kept on growing. The debt, especially with the war in Iraq and all that. So long story short, if the end result is lower tax revenue, that's not going to be good for the country, in my opinion. But then what they're arguing is, oh, we're going to have Doge and government efficiency, we're going to cut costs and all that. But then when it becomes partisan, it's a problem, right? Because Republicans want to cut costs in certain areas, Democrats want to cut costs in other areas, right? So it
Right.
becomes that mess. But with that said, though, I do like the idea of the IRS minimizing the bureaucracy. I like the idea of simplifying the tax code. I like the idea of better customer service.
Me too.
What say you? You're the one who deals with them far more than any of us. Any thoughts on that?
Yes. The IRS has a policy where they do random audits. One time I had an audit for a guy who was like 68 years old. He made $15,000 a year and he was on his way to retire. He used to clean buildings and make this $15,000 in his business. There was no point in auditing him. It was a waste of time. He didn't have any more money. There was nothing to get. It cost them more money to do the audit, to have the auditor come to my office 6 times to audit a man who's making almost nothing. It was so ridiculous. What are you, what's going on? But because it was a random audit, it was a policy that was in place. Everybody that files a return by April 15th goes into this pot. And they may say, okay, we're going to audit every 783rd return. They push the button, it spits your name out, and they come and audit you no matter what you have. That's dumb. It's just stupid. It doesn't make any sense. So if they can get rid of some of these archaic policies, that would greatly help the country because it it just makes no sense.
Mm.
Um, yeah, so if they can reform the IRS, I am all for it. I wish I could go up there and tell them a few things they need to put in place because the way they operate is ridiculous. It doesn't help the government. It's not helping the taxpayer. It's just a waste.
Yeah, I tell you, I agree with it, and God bless people like yourself. This is the last question I'm gonna ask you about this. Is I have heard that a lot of people, well, first of all, I'm gonna ask you this. I didn't even ask. Now your training, are you an accountant by training, like CPA and all that, or did you go a different route to get into taxes, in a different way?
No, I'm an enrolled agent. So my license comes from the IRS. It's the highest certification that they have. I'm also a certified tax coach
Mm.
and a certified tax strategist, which means I spend my time um, looking at the tax code to find different strategies to help people save on taxes. And I also used to work at the IRS for a minute or two, just one season. I couldn't take it. It was so ridiculous. But
Yes.
yeah, I'm very familiar with the tax code. That's why I know the way they are operating is just not, it's ridiculous.
Wow. Well,
Ridiculous.
I'll tell you. And I was going to ask you about that. I heard a lot. I know in the accounting profession, a lot of people are leaving the profession, and people that do taxes are. Tell me if you've seen this, but it seemed like I read somewhere that a lot of people that do taxes were so frustrated with the IRS that they're actually leaving the profession. They're like, I'm not doing this no more. Is
Yeah.
that something you've seen?
Yes, it is. A lot of my counterparts are leaving because they've had it. It's so ridiculous. You can't get any real answers out of the IRS. And there is always the thought that AI can now do your taxes. It passed the CPA exam.
Oh, wow.
So, yeah, that's why we are more of an advisory firm. We're going to help you get set up the right way so that you don't have a tax problem. It's not a issue anymore. My clients love tax season because it's time to file their taxes and get that big refund. So it's a wonderful
Mm.
thing. Hmm.
Well, you know what? I'll tell you. It's yeah, what you do is very important, and also I want everybody to know if you want to follow up and take a look at Miss Larissa's company. And by the way, she is a student in the Black Business School. That's how we know her. We have brilliant people that are in our student body. Just in case anybody wants to know, we want to flex for a minute about how amazing our HBCU is. We have 170,000 students around the world. So and we built this from the ground up, brick by brick, dollar by dollar. I started this with paychecks from money I
Hey,
was making in Syracuse. I'd get my check and I'd spend 70% of my money on this. The rest I had to pay bills with. And so this was a vision that we had many years ago, and the vision could not come true without all of you believing in what we're doing. And so we are global, and we are getting it done. And we did a survey, and I want everybody to know this. The vast majority of you actually said in the survey that you've learned more from us than you learned in college. And a lot of people did all that, for very little money, if anything, right? So we are very proud of that, and also we are the leading Black wealth experts on the planet. We're the only place that educates the entire family. We have theories on how to educate your children so they have a 20-year head start on the competition. So we're not chasing equality. I want everybody to know that. We don't talk about, oh, we're gonna be equal to white folks one day. No, no, no. We're chasing excellence. Excellence is better than equality. We're not trying to tie. Nobody's ever run a race, Larissa, and said, "I hope I get a tie." I hope I'm gonna run as hard as I can so I can tie for first. No, no, you win. You want to win, so we're
that's
going to
it.
win. We're going to dominate economically. Our kids are killing it. So anyway, with that said, let me just stop. But I just want everybody to know this: what you have built, what you've helped us build, and from the bottom of my heart, I want to say thank you to all of y'all. I want to do it. I don't want to do like Elon Musk and do that. Thank you. Hi. Anyway, let me stop. Okay, so Larissa, let me give Larissa's website. It is abundantreturns.com, correct?
That's right.
Returns.com, and her phone number is 770-451-6330. I just want you to know, Larissa, you're good. So your phone, you better be careful because your phone's gonna blow up. You know that, right?
Uh-oh. It's
You
gonna
do
blow
know
up.
you do know that your phone is going to explode. I just have to warn you. But yeah, but that's okay. We should be mobbing our own Black businesses and really supporting the people who support us. And so Miss Larissa, I want to say thank you so much. The number again 770-451-6330. Somebody type that in the chat, please. Also, I would say thank you very much, Miss Larissa, for joining us today. It's been an honor to have you.
Well, thank you for having me. I appreciate this. Being able
Yes,
to
ma'am.
say, hey, you don't have to pay all those taxes because people
No.
don't believe me.
That's right. That's right. Don't let the Donald Trumps have all the fun. You go learn how to make it work for you. And also just an FYI for everybody in terms of just some quick notes. One, Larissa is going to do a full presentation on tax strategies tomorrow night in the Prime program for those of you that want to learn how to sell stock options. So if you want to join, go to drboyceprime.com. You can get a discount there. drboyceprime.com. Number two, tonight at 8:30 p.m. Eastern, today is Wednesday, the 22nd. We are going to do our Powernomics training, and that's every Wednesday night at 8:30. We go through Dr. Claude Anderson's books so that all of our families are equipped with Powernomics information. If you have an issue getting the text message or anything like that, just email support at theblackbusinessschool.com. That's support at theblackbusinessschool.com. And if you want to be notified every morning when we meet for this class, just text the word morning to the phone number 87948. So text morning to 87948 on your phone, or you can also go to drboyceelevate.com. So, yep, that's right, Natasha. Why should white guys have all the fun? Yeah, that's I was referencing that book. By shout out to Reginald Lewis, one of the greatest men of all time. So thank you very much, Larissa. It's great to see you again, ma'am.
You
All
too.
right. And
Thank
everybody have a
you.
wonderful day. God bless you and go get that money. Do it for your family. Love you
Hey,
guys. See you later. Take
all
care.
right.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
I was blind, but now I can
Yeah, calisthenics number 12. Yeah. Fly robotics. Bifocals, my only purpose is to feed the locals. I'm spreading love when I see you and gotta approach you. I see the goodness in you, I wouldn't jive with you. I know you hustling for your family just to pay the fiscal. I see the God up in you, you bless your physical. While we navigating problems, the world is abysmal. Skip the one up, let's get it to the center. Your house is big as mine, we can always help each other. Affirmation smother, it ain't even cost me a dime to uplift my brother.
Yo, what's up, everybody? It's your man, Joe Corley. We back for another episode of Vulnerability is the New Sexy, where we try to blow the roof off the stigma around mental health and all the things that make you who you are and giving you the power to live authentically. And today we dive into a topic, that's kind of nuanced. I know people have a lot of strong opinions about this, but we're talking about non-monogamy and non-monogamous lifestyles. And I learned a new term in the in backstage, ethical non-monogamous lifetime. We're gonna talk about what that means in a minute. And I got this idea from watching a clip on Instagram of Neil talking about how he just can't do right with the monogamous lifestyle. And I'm gonna be transparent. My friend Sharita, all my clips are of men talking, and she has an opinion about that too. So we're gonna dive into that today. We got my longtime friend Sharita here to talk about it, and she brought along one of her friends who is now my friend Thomas. And we a couple people dropped off on me at the last minute, but you know how that goes. We're gonna rock and roll. Some people might join us in the middle of this thing. We're gonna find out. But how y'all doing tonight?
I'm feeling good, yo. It's right before the holidays. In the spirit and the energy. We here.
Okay, good. How you doing, Sharita?
Absolutely, I'm great. Christmas is my favorite time of the year, so it's Christmas Eve, so I'm feeling good.
Y'all ready for this? We're gonna explore some deep connections tonight.
This is just another Tuesday for us. Right? We talk about this, we live it, so we're good.
This is just another Saturday night on our group chat, yo.
Yeah, we're gonna be fine then. All right, well let's roll this clip of Dio, and let's let y'all know we got about already starting out. We got about 100 people in the room, ready to listen to what y'all are talking about. That number's steadily going up. But let's start by rolling this clip of Neo, and we'll go from there. That is not the clip. That is just a poster. Where is my clip? Excuse me. Here we go.
And I realized that everything is not for everybody. I know you've heard that said before.
Yes.
It is some of the truest that anyone has ever said. Everything is not for everybody. Okay. Society tells you that you're supposed to be with one person. You get married and y'all supposed to be together forever. I am not shitting on marriage. I am not shitting on anyone who has figured out how to make that thing work for them. Mm-hmm. Again, everything's not for everybody. Monogamy's for you. Mm-hmm. It's not for me. I realize this. I know this now. And it's like a weight lifted off my shoulders. I realized I spent so much time lying and trying to be somebody that I wasn't for the sake of somebody else. Mm-hmm. It's complete and utter time wasted when I could have just been exactly who I am, said exactly what I want, exactly how I'm rocking, exactly how I'm not, and then waited for those people to gravitate to me. Because that's my reality now. That's my reality now. I don't have to lie anymore. And I'd be damned if I ever go back to that person that needed to lie for the appeasement of somebody else. I'm not that.
So, yeah, starting there, man. Let me start because we about to go into the group chat with y'all now. Y'all said this is the other night in the group chat. We about to go into the group chat with y'all. So let me ask you first, Sharita, what led you to the non-monogamous lifestyle? What specifically, lifestyle are you actually leading right now? So for the audience to understand.
So I'll tell you, I'm not really a fan of the terminology lifestyle. I'm a polyamorous individual, and I have been non-monogamous since high school. And so it's not like I picked up one day and decided I'm going to be a vegan, but I could go back to eating meat. This is just who I am. It's how I love. I just remember being in school and girls having little catty arguments about this person talking to this person. They would be upset about it, and I didn't care. And so I just was like, well, you can love multiple siblings, multiple best friends, multiple parents. Why is it something different with this one particular relationship?
Okay. All right. What about you, Thomas? You nodding your head in agreement. How you feel?
Actually, I have a little bit of a different story. I kind of was introduced to non-monogamy a little bit later in my years, probably about my early 20s, early to mid 20s. I was introduced through swinging before I found polyamory. And so actually my wife was the one who brought the conversation to me and was like, yo, she had an encounter. She was like, yeah, I want to explore this a little bit more. And we kind of got into a little bit of swinging a little bit and was going down that journey. And then we really just wanted to figure out something that really worked for us. So we eventually found a couple of different support groups and found polyamory.
So when you say she came to you and said she had an encounter, were you upset, or were you like, okay, well, I've been waiting for this?
Not really. It was actually my wife is the youngest of 3 girls, so a lot of her life has just been hand me down from her older sisters. I think at some point we threw this big lavish birthday party for her because she'd never really had a birthday party. I think she had gotten, a little one too many drinks. She had an encounter with a young lady one night, and she woke up the next morning. She said, I don't remember, but I think I liked it. And she wanted to explore more of it. And so I was like, yeah, I'm down for it. Let's go figure out what this is. And, from there, she was like, well, we had that experience. And then she was like, well, how do you feel about me interacting with guys as well? And I was like, we can adventure there as well. Let's have that conversation. And I think there was just a natural progression that went from, she had this encounter with a woman. We started venturing out and having, I would say, I don't want to get the term wrong, but, we were having sex with others and enjoying our freedom with our sexuality and things of that nature. And then we decided to eventually, move into a more structured environment versus for health reasons. We wanted to make sure that we control what was going on with us as far as health and things. And we wanted more permanent partners. We wanted someone with a little bit more substance versus just a sexual satisfaction. And we kind of found polyamory. That kind of put us in the groove where we wanted to be.
Wow. Man, I know the chat is gonna have some questions for that. Too. I personally, just real quick, I want to know, how long have you been married?
Me and my wife have been together since I was 22 years old. I am almost 38, so that's 16 years. We've been together for 16 years. We've probably been married for about half of that time.
Okay, bet.
Yeah.
Sharita, I know you at one point you was married because I was there.
Yeah. You were there. You were lucky. You're one of the lucky ones. You were there.
That wedding. I was at that wedding. And let me ask you, I never asked you though. Did you go into that? You were already polyamorous at this point? And
yeah.
It was a known thing while you was getting married?
Yeah, I don't hide me. And so we actually both had people that we were engaging with, either sexually, I don't think really dating, that were at our wedding. So this is just who I am. I just don't believe that I have to hide who I am. And I don't think that the stigma, if we look at the clip you just played, if we look at the thumbnail, this seems to be really geared towards men when we talk about it. And that's just not the case. If men can love multiple people or sleep with multiple people, women can do the same thing. So yes, it was known that I am polyamorous. I am non-monogamous, ethically non-monogamous. That is important. And if you're going to be with me, you have to understand it's just who I am.
We touched on that backstage, but explain to people what you mean when you say ethically non-monogamous.
Yeah, so people who cheat are monogamous. So when we watch that clip of Neo, when he talked about that, hey, he was lying and he was cheating, so now he realized monogamy is not for him. I want to be clear that that's a character flaw. You can lie and cheat in polyamory, polygamy, polyandry, all types of forms of non-monogamy as well. But so that has nothing to do to me with him now deciding that he is non-monogamous just because he can't stick to his commitments. And so being ethically non-monogamous is we're not lying, we're not cheating. You're letting people know who you are. You make agreements with individuals, you stick by those agreements. You're not running around here just sleeping with everyone and lying about it and cheating. And that's where the problem comes in. Study shows that individuals who practice ethical non-monogamy or checking, the STD and STI rates are lower because we're not hiding it. We're getting tested. We're having the conversations versus people who like to lie and act like they're monogamous, but they're cheating. So the ethical part is being honest and true about it.
So you're not giving him no like extra points for what I got from that is you're not giving him no extra points for what he said.
Absolutely not, because you done lied and cheated on both these wives that you had. It's
Yeah.
now all of a sudden you're like, okay, well, I don't want to lie and cheat no more. Well, that's because you probably didn't want them to do anything, right? And so he specifically called out that he believes in polygamy. I'm very anti-polygamy. So that is very one-sided. You want to be able to have multiple women and you don't want those women with anyone else.
Yeah.
That's selfish and insecure.
Yeah. Thomas, you feel like you can explain it, because people don't understand always the difference between polygamy and polyamory. Do you feel like you can break that down for us?
I think polygamy is more of like she said, polygamy refers to like, a type of relationship where it's most practiced in a patriarchal society. I think polygamy, or I'm thinking polygamy, where it's such like it's multiple wives. There is also a version of polyandry where you would have a woman who has multiple husbands, and then you also have group marriages where all individuals are kind of intertwined and engaged with each other. I think with polygamy, like I said, it just refers to more or less one partner having more of the other partner, and the other partner being solely committed to that one person at the top of the kind of pyramid, kind of, so to speak.
Okay.
In my opinion.
Polyamory is centered around multiple loves, right? So with polygamy, polyandry, the center is marriage, and there's one person married to multiple individuals. In polyamory, it doesn't have to be centered around marriage. You can just have multiple partners.
So you said polygamy and
polygamy. So people think about polygamy with the G, they hear polygamy, and they automatically think a man with multiple wives, and that's not the case.
No.
There are two forms of polygamy. You have polygyny, which is a man with multiple wives, and you have polyandry, which is a woman with multiple husbands. But the central focus is marriage. Polyamory, the focus does not have to be married. You can be married or you cannot be.
Okay, but it's more polyamory is more. You said multiple loves, so you have multiple.
More about the relationship building, more about the connection, the bond with an individual. Like it doesn't necessarily like your end goal doesn't necessarily have to be married. Or, it's just whatever feels right for you and that individual, whatever boundaries and connections and adventures that you and that individual decide to take upon together. As long as they're like you were asking Sharita to kind of like, define ethical non-monogamy. And for me, it like, I think of it as there's consent, there's communication, there's respect, and there's transparency. Mm-hmm. Like as long as you have those four pieces, then everything else just kind of flows very well. And I think within polyamory, like I make sure I provide those four qualities for all of my partners. Mm-hmm. And in return, you have the availability to sign up for this or you don't.
Yeah.
I hate to sound so raw, but for me, it's like, I will tell you exactly who I am, where I come from, what I want, what I desire, and what I need from a relationship, what I want from the relationship. And then hopefully we can, either you can say, okay, hey, I want to engage in this endeavor with you, or you won't.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I think it's the same in all relationships.
It's a committed relationship.
Yes.
So however many relationships you're in, that's a committed relationship. Like, and explain, Sharita, how you can be polyamorous and unethical about
it. So let's say I have a relationship with an individual and we make an agreement that before we start engaging sexually with someone else, we let them know. Or we make an agreement that, hey, if I enter another relationship with someone else, I'll let you know. Well, if myself starts engaging sexually with someone else and I haven't honored that particular agreement I have with them, that's unethical. If I'm cheating because I'm having sex or dating people and they're not aware of it, that's unethical. If I made an agreement that I won't wear purple shirts with that person, right? This is an agreement I made and I wear purple shirts on my date with the next girl I go with, then I'm not being ethical because I violated an agreement. So it's really about being true to your word and not sneaking, not hiding, just really being true.
Yeah. Thomas, when you decided to engage in this lifestyle, would you get pushback from your family or your circle, or?
Um, I think I think me and my wife's approach to it was different for both of our families. Like her family is a little bit more deep rooted into their religious upbringings. And so, trying to explain to them that we were trying to break outside of the norm that kind of went against some of the things that, their religious teachings kind of taught them was kind of like, maybe we should shy away from these conversations with them. But then, of course, on my side of the family, I think my family was a little bit more accepting and they were a little bit more free flowing. It was just like, hey, as long as this makes you happy, if this is what you want, then just kind of adventure and go through life as you please, as long as you're not hurting other people. Then I think my family's a little bit more open. Again, like I said, my wife, I think there are certain friends and families that we have that are still aware, that still know. But for the majority of the part, my wife's family is kind of still in the dark about our lifestyle or our love style.
Oh, really? Okay. You decided to join this public show
Right.
Listen, though, I live my life through like with the veil lifted. You know what I mean? I am of the belief that like if you find out, you find out. I really don't care.
Okay. So you're not hiding. You just ain't.
Not at all. I just I steer clear of certain conversations when I'm around her family.
Okay.
I steer clear of certain topics, but for the most part, if you see me and I'm out here and I'm living in these polyamorous streets, then I'm not going to shy away from it. This is who I am.
Yeah. A lot of people look to these situations and they don't understand it, and they're looking for like a super traumatic childhood or something like that. I've been in your home, and your parents have been married for they've been together like more than 40 years. Committed to just the two of them, you know what I mean? So you saw this example of this marriage your entire life, right? How, so like, I guess I'm asking what people like, how do you get from that to where you are?
Listen, so I love my parents, right? So I'm 41. They've been married 42 years. They are amazing people. They were both Marine Corps. They met in the Marine Corps. So I was raised in the military. Very, very strict environment. I still am who I am. And so I'm also queer. And so they knew in high school I was dating girls. So I remember having a very specific conversation, maybe in my 20s. And I was like, hey, just in case, because people were like seeing me out with different people. And I was like, my parents are in church. My mom's on praise team. My dad's a deacon. They are Christian through and through. They already got a queer daughter. And I was like, just so you know, I'm also polyamorous. And it was like, what is that? And when I explained it to my mother, she was like, oh, yeah, I couldn't see it any other way. Just like I knew you like girls, I can see you being polyamorous. So they're just very, very accepting. I was joking with my father about this podcast and how much I didn't like the thumbnail photo being a man with two women right before I got on. And he was like, well, make them change it. If you don't like it, they need to change it. Like, they're super supportive. So I think that it doesn't have to be something negative that makes me who I am, the way I choose to love. I was no childhood trauma, raised two parents, are still married. We have a great relationship. We good.
Yeah. That's incredible. I want to take a second here to welcome to the stage my friend, my partner, my dog, the goddess Athena.
She's here.
Yeah. who has agreed to join me. As always, I have a good time when she's in the room, and she does not live this lifestyle, but she gonna bring some flavor to the conversation anyway.
Oh, I'm bringing all the flavor. First of all, who on the panel lived this lifestyle? Raise your hand.
Was that a lifestyle? This is how I
right?
I am.
This is who I am
myself.
So you guys are polyamorous.
Not a lot. I need to check myself because you said
yes, ma'am.
The idea of that.
Yeah.
Sharita, you're polyamorous.
Yes.
And Thomas, you're polyamorous or polygamous?
Polyamorous.
Polyamorous. So
yes,
okay. Ma'am. All right, cool. All right. Go
Thomas,
ahead.
let me ask you, man. How did you see any benefits in your like mental health when you kind of like submitted, I guess, to who you are? I know Sharita felt like she's been like this her whole life, and it's in her DNA, it's in her makeup, it's who she is. but you had to get here.
I'd say this. My journey. I like to lead with this. I think polyamorous. I think there's a good part and a bad part about being polyamorous, or just ethically non-monogamous. Period. I think the good part is you get to learn how to manage your emotions. I think the bad part is you get to learn how to manage your emotions. Like it is a double-edged sword when you're sitting down and you're trying to figure out how to, like, why you're feeling things that you're feeling. And you're engaging in relationships with individuals who you have strong feelings and strong emotions for and strong connections with. And you bond together on these different frequency waves. And then you start having these flood of emotions, and you may not understand why you're having these emotions, or you may not understand why one partner is feeling one way versus another partner feeling another way. And you're having the same action with both of them, but they're having these different emotional responses. And so I think, for me, embracing non-monogamy was like, it was very impactful for me because it made me sit down, slow down, really figure out what I wanted out of relationships, really figure out how to go through a relationship, and really figure out how to build a relationship with someone, and be able to listen to how they want to be loved and what they need to be loved, versus just doing what I've always, heard from my friends, or what I've picked up along the way, or what you see through whatever societal programming that's going on,
Yeah. That sounds like a lot of headaches to me, brother.
But listen, I think the other good side of that is that you get to learn the things that cause triggers for you. You get to learn things that you get to learn more about yourself, about what you want, what you really desire. And you get to learn about what you will and what you won't be able to put up with in a relationship,
For sure. I'm joking, but like I do appreciate the authenticity of it all. I just be thinking about, like getting multiple Donna Marie Corleys, and I'm like, that's that's my wife. That's a lot, but I know it's not all the same persons, because you got different personalities and different things that have to mix together. You want to say something, Sharita?
Yeah, I definitely would say that one of the benefits is the self work you do, right? If there's something that's going on, I do feel like individuals who are in plural relationships take a moment and do some of their self work before they're putting it on their different partners. If I have multiple partners and partner A has upset me, I don't want partner B, C, and however many come to have to feel that and endure that, right? So let me take some time, let me center what's going on. Why am I feeling that? I think there's a lot more self-work and conversation we do. And then kind of to Thomas's point, I think a lot of individuals go into relationships and they're doing the same thing that they've been doing. But if I have different partners, I think I take the time to really figure out what makes this one smile. What is a trigger for this individual? What is setting to this one and not this one? And so you're really taking the time to get to know your partner. And I think we're more so personalizing that relationship. Yeah. And so that in itself, I think, comes with some peace of knowing that, this relationship, what I'm doing with you, I didn't do with the last partner.
Yeah, I'm making a point to highlight some of this stuff, because not only am I I'm your friend, I am also a therapist who counsels people in this who live this way. I don't know what to say now. What do I say besides lifestyle? What do I say?
So, I mean, it depends, right? So some people are polyamorous. Some people say it's their love style. They use different terms. I am just a polyamorous individual. So
I'm gonna say love style. That's good. I'm gonna stick with that. I counsel people who have this love style. You know what I mean? So I know that it's not all peaches and cream all the time. Like I've sat in the room with some of my clients who are dealing with this, who are angry with their wife and getting along with your girlfriend. You know what I mean? So I've seen it, man. So I think it's important to you know what I mean, to because I think people hear this and they think it's like Woodstock or something. Like everybody.
But think about that, right? You're in the room with someone who is upset with their wife and okay with their girlfriend. You may have a situation when you're upset with one child and okay with another. You may have a day where, God, my brother made me upset, but I'm cool with my sister. This is not the only relationship where you have some conflict, where you're having to, manage conflict in one space and still maintain the peace you have in others. So why is it deemed so different?
Yeah. Athena, you sitting there nice and quiet. It's not like you.
Is it?
It's not like you. It's not like you.
Let me bring the mic up. I like to
Yeah.
listen.
Athena thought we was
Every
gonna be
time
on
I
here
sit
on
down and
BS.
listen, you get upset, Joe. Like I don't know how to listen just because we on the show together and I talk a lot. I can listen too.
I want you to listen more, but I get nervous when you just sitting there listening. So, talk to us.
You get nervous when my eyes get like Chinese, huh?
Yeah,
That's when you get nervous. My eyes get. Okay, so I've known of friends who have explored different kind of love styles. We're gonna use that term today. Different type of love styles, right? I've had friends who bisexual, we polyamorous, and we gallivanting or whatever. My issue with that is, listen, I ain't trying to share no Gouda cheese with nobody. Okay, I remember I was watching Seeking Sister Wives and they had a black couple on there one time, and they was on a vegan diet, and then she had to wait until she converted to the diet, so the pH wasn't going to be thrown off when they had to share and all this other stuff. So for me personally, when it comes to the sexual aspect of it, it's a no, because I feel like my spiritualities, my womb cannot be subjected. I want to know if something off with my womb, I know who to blame. Right? I want to have certainty with who I need to get the machete out and who I need to skewer, right? So that's one part. The second part of it seemed like a lot of work. Like even when I was dating, and I was Olympic dating, so I was like going on 4 days a week. I'm like, I ain't got time to giving attention to all the, man, this energy is draining for me. I'm like, men take a lot of energy. It takes a lot of work. So what I will give people who explore those type of lifestyles, it takes a lot of work to manage those, like you were talking about, emotions and dynamics and making sure people feel heard and seen and valued, and the jealousy and all of that, right? Mm-hmm. For me, to simplify my lifestyle, yes, we are conditioned, but I like the conditioning, because it seemed like to uncondition myself seemed like it's going to take too much work for me to do personally, right? Now, with the polyamorous thing, right? Maybe I could possibly explore it if I just had a bunch of different boyfriends and I just didn't have to have sex with them and they just buy me stuff and do what I want. Then that is a situation where I feel like it could work out for me personally. I might be open if that's a situation I could arrange. But that ain't gonna happen, because once parts happen. Yeah. Once parts touch, once the peach and the eggplant come together, it's a whole nother game, because all those emotions and all that other stuff take over. And I don't want to make all the boys jealous, because I love y'all all the same, right? That's what y'all be saying. Everybody get the same love.
No,
love all the same.
We don't say that.
No. Okay. All right. So that opened another can of worms. I'm gonna ask some questions. Okay.
Everybody don't get the same actually.
Everybody
questions. This is
not at all.
Okay. So this is another problem. Where am I at in the hierarchy? So because I can't be in the bottom, I gotta be on the top. So you want to bring other people in that could possibly mess up my rank? Is this too much? Is that too much?
All right. So I think there's a difference between what we see on TV with polygamy, polyamory, which is for views and shows, and what actual people are doing with their lives, right? Okay. I think it's very important for people to know if they are non-monogamous. If they're not, please stay away from us. Because what happened is people come to explore the lifestyle. We are real people with feelings. And so you come over here and you date a little bit, and then you start falling for someone, and then their other partner is jealous and upset, so they can't be in the lifestyle anymore, and you just leave this person hanging. We're not a science experiment. So read your books, go to counseling, take your quizzes, and do all that work before you get in the group and get on the app and say you're trying to date somebody.
People not gonna do that.
That's why I don't date newbies.
People they're not gonna do that. That's what when the lesbians say, like they don't want the girls who are just like bisexual because they're experimenting and whatever, and they just gonna go back to a man. People not gonna do all that self work and try to figure out this for them. They're gonna dive right in and experiment with you. That's what people do.
That's why I don't date newbies, because you're not gonna experiment with me.
You don't know that they won't. There's a whole group of people that are doing this, that are taking their time to do it the right way. Mm-hmm. And there are people who are not, which can be weeded out rather quickly.
That was definitely me.
So you was doing the right way, or you just jumped in?
I definitely.
What's happening?
So you just jumped in?
Give us
No,
your
like realistically, I think my introduction was, like I said, my wife brought the topic to me. My wife wanted to explore this ethical non-monogamy journey, and we started out in kind of like the swinger environment. And so it was just like, all right, like we didn't plan this. We didn't say, hey, let's go do, like, I mean, we said, hey, let's go do this together, but we didn't really read any books. We didn't do anything. And I think that was a big error for us in the beginning as well. Because we went through a lot of trials and tribulations trying to figure out, okay, how do we course correct? Because we're just out here doing whatever. And I could be doing whatever that felt good to me, and she was doing whatever was feeling good to her. And we could be on two totally different paths. And so it took some time for us to come back together and sit down and be like, all right, look, we need to have a real good understanding about what it is we're doing, what it is that each one of us desire out of this, and what it is that we need from each other in order to be able to successfully have other partners introduced into what we were doing. Like, we had to know how to love each other first. And so we took the time out and figured out how to love each other before we could start to really introduce ourselves to other partners.
So Thomas, what's the rules now? What's the rules? Since you said it took some time to figure out and all, what between you and your wife? Because the reason I'm asking, I've been approached before by a couple.
Okay.
Right? I've been approached by a couple before. They wanted to start me off with they invited me to a swingers thing. I was just like, am I putting up, what kind of energy I'm putting out there? Like, do I look like I know I'm cute or whatever, but I was like, I don't know. Listen, so I was like, what are the rules to sign up to be a part of the team? Like, because you're saying, what I'm assuming is you two worked out how some kind of structure for how this happens, right?
I think the rules depend on what you and your I don't want to call them rules. I call them more like guidelines. It's the guidelines of it's the guidelines within what works for you and your particular partner. Like, what works for me and one partner may not work for me and another partner. I think there are certain guidelines that me and my partner had earlier in the beginning that we don't have now. Like, in the beginning, we had, like, when we were in this swinger world, we was like, yo, I think kissing is horrible. You cannot kiss another guy. You could never kiss another guy. That is so intimate. Like, why would you do that? Why would you want to do that? And now, like, my wife has had, relationships with other men. She's had relationships with other women. And I'm like, kissing, that kissing is what happens in relationships. Like, you're going to kiss your partner. Why did I feel so horrible about it before? I feel like it was just a monogamous construct that I had in my brain. And eventually it was like, it's just a kiss, yo. Like, it really didn't mean
just a kiss, Thomas. What are you talking about? There's cavity. People have cavity, gingivitis, all kind of stuff.
But listen, also, I expect my partner. I also expect my partner to be able to pick quality partners to where she's not kissing on somebody that's going to have some horrible mouth hygiene. You know what I mean? Like, I expect my partner to have some type of, what's the new word, decorum about how they pick their partners.
It's like a little bit like homeschooling, like when you coming in, we don't grow up in it like Sharita has grown up and developed into a non-monogamous adult. When you come in and you're trying to convert yourself into a non-monogamous adult, you have to unlearn a lot of what you thought.
Yeah, exactly.
Adapt to the love style.
So,
but
you have a sorry.
Go ahead, Sharita. Go ahead.
So this comment in the chat, it's pretty much still cheating, just accepted with a name attached. Yeah, we need we need to.
I saw too. I thought it was interesting. Go ahead, Sharita. That's you, girl.
So I want to be honest. I do see a lot of situations where individuals will go into polyamory or polygamy, that kind of thing, because their partner is cheating. Don't do that. That is a controlled cheating environment. That is okay. Well, so and so won't stop cheating on me. Let's claim that I'm polyamorous or polygamous or swinging or whatever because I'm trying to control the environment. That is a character flaw. That has nothing to do with being non-monogamous. This is not cheating. I am not cheating. My partners are fully aware. If I have other partners, I've had up to 4 partners at one time. They all knew each other. Sometimes it was kitchen table where we could all hang out together. Some individuals prefer to be parallel, which means they know about the other person, but we're not in the same room together. We're not all sleeping together. Those were 4 separate committed relationships.
So you don't have to sleep together.
No. And
Oh,
also,
so I can have my
and
three
it's also not
boyfriends, like I
about a couple.
said.
Yes,
Not
it's
at
also not
all,
always
man.
about a couple either, right? And so you can have individuals who are a couple who, if they're swinging, play separately. Sometimes they play together. You can have individuals who are polyamorous, and sometimes they date together, which is a triad, which is the hardest thing to do. And so I wish that would stop being the picture in the forefront of what we see as related to non-monogamy. But you have individuals who are solo polyamorous. They have no intention to ever live with anyone, intertwine their finances, date individuals. And so nobody, well, I am not cheating. There's no betrayal. Thomas is not cheating. There's no betrayal. Our partners know that we are engaging with other individuals. So don't be spreading false stuff about what you don't know about.
Okay, so Sharita,
Hold on.
I just want to have. It's fine because I got my own podcast too, so I can invite them and talk too. I can just get the information later on. We can get information here, or we're gonna get it later.
Athena, but I got some questions too. So share the stage a little bit. Actually, go ahead and ask your question. Go ahead, because you told me.
Listen, so Sharita, with your partners, right? You were talking about making sure everyone knows each other, everyone it's not cheating, and basically answering that question. Are you a solo polyamorous? You want to just live alone and have people, or because you said what's advertised to us, which is really what I know of, is like a throuple, right? But you said that people are solo, polyamorous. Is that the love style you're currently engaging in?
No, I'm not solo polyamorous. So I have been married and polyamorous. I have been living alone and polyamorous. Being polyamorous. But solo polyamory is truly don't want to be nested, don't want to intertwine your finances, and that's not where I'm at. So I definitely can have someone I'm married to, lifetime partner, and we can still see other individuals. So no, I'm not solo polyam.
Are the men like excited when they hear that you're polyamorous? Or is it like, ooh, I have a woman who
I don't date men?
Oh, you don't get wait, hold on. This is another wait, hold up. Hold on.
Yes, they are. And then I'm like, but I don't date men.
Okay, so are the okay, because all right, this is a whole nother thing. All right. Because the psychology of women, we technically don't like to share nothing, Sharita. We kind of like to control things, right? How you convince the woman to like, hey, or you just finding other women who are already polyamorous?
That's the preference. I'm not going to try to convince you of anything because it's later going to be such an issue, right? So I don't want to try to convince you or turn you into this lifestyle. I don't like when people do that. It needs to be your own decision. Now, there are individuals who practice monopoly relationships. And so whereas one individual is polyamorous, the other partner chooses to just be monogamous. There are definitely support groups for that because that is, I think, a lot to take on. But no.
Okay.
Come through, Chloe.
You like security that has nothing to do with sharing.
Let me say, let me ask y'all this. How do you think, what kind of impact do you think this has had on your ability to communicate and to be vulnerable, like in general, with people even outside of you guys' relationships? Let me ask you, Thomas.
No, yeah, I'll jump right in there. I think much like Mara was mentioning, me and my wife, we first started out in a swinger environment. And for us, it was because we got so comfortable talking about all of our sexual wants, needs, and desires. I think because we were starting at such a young age, we were 22, 23 years old. And I think because it was so easy just to talk about what our sexual wants, needs, and desires was, it was just a natural door that opened for us to be able to talk about our emotions or what we needed emotionally within our relationship, what we needed, mentally within our relationship. And then eventually, that opened up another door. It's like, all right, cool. In order for me to be able to tell you what I need mentally and emotionally, I have to be able to understand my own mental and emotional needs. So then I had to figure out, okay, how do I perceive and understand my mental and emotional stability and desires? And then I could be able to effectively communicate that to my partner. So I think there's just a natural progression. And I think it just opens up just continuous doors of transparency between you and your partner.
Okay. I received that, and this is
Like
good.
if I can talk to my wife about, bending her over backwards over the couch, then I can tell her, hey, you said this one thing and it kind of made me feel a certain way, or it kind of emasculated me a little bit. I mean, I feel like I should be able to have that conversation with her in order to be able to, not necessarily in order to be able to keep that line of communication open, in order to keep that transparency open. It's like, yo, if we can talk about all this nasty shit, we can talk about the important shit too.
Now, listen, I've counseled enough men to know that men in monogamous relationships struggle with that. So I'm gonna give you some applause for that, brother, because I know for a fact, and that's through my lived experience, that men struggle with being vulnerable in their relationships and being honest about, the stuff. Not even the sexual stuff outside of
Right.
that. But here's a good question from Linda. I wanted to tap on this because both of y'all have been married, and like why I know why you got into it again and flipped, but why you knew who you were, Sharita? Why did you even get married?
Oh, because I love the person I married. So it didn't. I'm in committed relationships. In that particular relationship, I wanted to elevate to another level. It didn't mean that I was going to be not committed and see other individuals, but I was going to be with that individual and was planning to, intertwine our lives and kind of build our future together. So I think there are a lot of legal benefits and being a tax accountant, some tax benefits that come along with having a marriage. We live in a society that kind of puts that above other relationships, and so it is seen a little differently. But it didn't mean that I wasn't going to love anyone else. So that was understood.
Hold on, Adina. We talking them tax.
I didn't say anything. What happened?
I say you talking tax benefits now. What's
Well, as a CPA, I can say that there are tax benefits. And even though I just got off of show and we're talking about, Joe, we were on the show talking about how there's decline in marriage and stuff like that.
For sure.
And even though marriage is an institution and it's very, what's the word? Probably like, we're conditioned, we're conditioned to want marriage. There are benefits to being married, and it's marriage and that type of relationship structure has shown to have several outcomes that are positive, not only for the people who are married. They tend to live longer, have better, healthier lives. Their children tend to do better and whatever. So how does ethical non-monogamy, polyamory, and all these alternative lifestyles, are there any studies or research that shows that there are benefits for exploring this lifestyle, or is it all just subjective and working on our feelings and emotion and being able to communicate, which are good, positive things, but
So what I will say is that the studies that talk about people who are married have all these benefits. I actually have read a couple of them, and I actually feel like it's individuals who have long-term committed partners. If I have someone I meet in my 20s, we have children together, we build a business together, we have finances together, we are growing together, doing whatever. If we're not legally married, that certificate or piece of paper doesn't take away all the benefits that someone else is getting by being legally married. So I actually think the benefit itself is having that consistency of a partner. In polyamorous situations, you have more people around and more loved individuals around. And so I think that depending on how you raise children, whether it's a monogamous situation, whether it's a polygamy situation or polyamorous, having more children it's not a problematic to have more people to love, right? If everyone decides to nest together and you have more income in the household, you have more disposable income in the household. So I've seen individuals who live that way as well. I think we're in a period where more people are now being more open about it. And so we'll start to see some of those long-term studies that we just haven't had the benefit of seeing before, because the only correct relationship that was recognized was being legally married. If you were just with someone for a long period of time and doing all the things, but you weren't married, you were shacking up and people were still looking down on you and you weren't being invited to those studies. I think the studies are biased.
What's the term?
Well, all studies have bias depending on who's being paid to run the study, who the actual subjects are, and things like that. So there's an element of bias in all studies, right? But they try to do eliminate as much as possible, with the subject matter in the pool and the standard deviation of that. So Thomas, question. So you have a wife. You're married, right? You're married?
Yes,
you have a wife, right? Do you because polyamory, is it only women that you seek, or do you explore men too?
No, I only date women.
You
Yes,
only
ma'am.
date women? Okay. And as far as and then Joe, you can take over. Sorry. But as far as LGBTQ, is polyamory a part of the plus, or is it just a whole separate thing by itself? Is it just like a
That's my question.
Sharita?
Yeah, I think that's a good Sharita question.
That's a great question.
That's a Sharita question.
Sexuality and relationships are completely different. You can be monogamous and also be part of the LGBTQIA community. I call it the alphabet mafia. So my sexuality does not dictate the fact that I am polyamorous. And so I think there's a lot of confusion in that. And so people think that all women in these lifestyles, love styles, whatever you want to call them, are bisexual, and that is not true. There are a lot of heterosexual women who are, swingers, polyamorous, some kind of ethical non-monogamy. There are a lot of lesbian women and lesbian men and straight men. And so our sexuality has nothing to do with it. They are separate.
So what you're saying is that if you are polyamorous, that doesn't necessarily mean you are queer.
Correct.
Exactly.
Okay, understood. I think people.
Like
They're telling me I can have
most of the women that I date are probably primarily straight.
Okay.
Oh, and when you drop that bomb on them that you're polyamory, because I'm sure they have like stars in their eyes, thinking that you're gonna be the one, honey, and they don't know that they ain't gonna be the one. So when you let them know, listen, I'm polyamory, what is their response? What is their response to that, Thomas?
You kind of, it depends. You kind of get mixed. You kind of get a mixed feeling. It's the same. I mean, I feel like when you out here in these streets dating, you gotta know what the puddle looks like. You know what I mean? Like
Lord,
you're gonna run into.
You're
gonna run into a little bit of everything. I think dating is dating these days. You know what I mean? You're gonna find somebody who may be into what you're into. You're gonna find somebody who's not into what you're into. You're gonna find somebody who's cosplaying like they into what you're into, so they can get to the crib. You know what I mean? But I think for the most part, there's this huge misconception that I find when I'm dating women, is that they say, "Oh, well, you have someone at home. Like you could never fall for me, or you would never love me the same." And I'm like, yo, that's totally wrong. Like even though I have someone at home, the relationship that I have with my wife is not the relationship that I would have with another partner. And if I'm committing myself to you, I'm taking the time to learn what it takes to love you. I'm taking my time to figure out what your triggers are. I'm taking my time to figure out what it is that you need in order to be loved the proper way. And I've spent all this time and invested my time and energy into you that you require and that you need. And then for whatever reason, we get 6 months down the line and you say, well, I can't do this no more. I'm out. I'm like, yo, I just spent 6 months of my life invested into you.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And then I'm sitting there stuck with, it's the dating pool. So it's like,
dating streets cold.
That's why I say sometimes when people try to like differentiate between ethical non-monogamy and monogamy, I'm like, yo, the streets is the streets, yo. You're going to get a little bit of everything out here, and you just on a journey to find the people that you mesh with properly.
The streets is the streets. Put that on a t-shirt.
Okay, so this is my question.
Hold on 1 second, Athena. I have a follow-up question to this. Y'all, earlier you said something about newbies and things like that. Like, what do you say to someone who is wanting to explore the polyamorous love style, when it sounded like you weren't very welcoming of new people? But what if somebody's really curious about getting involved?
Oh, it's not that I'm not welcoming. I welcome you to all the things. I used to host the Black and Poly meetup groups here in Dallas for like 5 years. We had quarterly education sessions. I'm all about you getting in the groups and coming to events and meeting people. I'm just not going to invest, like Thomas said, my feelings, my time, my heart into you when you're in this. It's like a kid walking into a candy store. They walk into this candy store, it's like, oh my God, I want this Laffy Taffy, or I want the Jolly Rancher, I want this, I want that. And they're so excited. And it's like, whoa, like let's calm down. So I need you to get past that initial excitement and wanting to have everything. There's a lot of mistakes people naturally make with new things that they do, and polyamory is not exclusive of that. Like that will also happen. People will make certain mistakes, and you can make them. And I can be your friend, I could be the homie. We can hang out. But for me to enter a relationship space with you and be committed to you and spend time investing in then I'm end up getting hurt possibly because of all those mistakes. I don't want to do that. I've done it before and I don't want to.
I like to chime in on that real quick. Just like imagine, Joe, you say you counsel couples and things of that nature. Imagine trying to counsel a person through their love life and then also date that person at the same time. Like that would be very, very, very difficult to do.
Yeah, for sure. For sure. And you said, like, you gave the example earlier about investing like 6 months into a person. And I can imagine, you know, you all have regular lives. Like you go to work,
right.
You know what I mean? You have children to manage and things like that. So making time, I don't have time now for the. I barely got time for.
I was like, this is too much work.
Donna Marie Corley is a handful. She takes up a lot of my time. Okay, I love it. I love you.
We all love Donna.
Yes, but trying to like you can invest in 6 months of somebody, and you'd have to take time to invest in them, and then they, you know, and then it's over like that. I mean, is that like a heartbreaking when you got like, you know, 3 other ones over here? Are you still heartbroken when you lose?
Well,
one?
I think for me, the bandwidth that I have, I only have bandwidth like because I am very career oriented. Like my bandwidth only allows me to have like 2 meaningful relationships. Mm-hmm. So you know, I think whenever you lose a partner, I think regardless of, you know, whatever else you have going on in your life, like it's still hurtful. It's still going to hurt. It's still painful, especially if you're in this journey with all of the most positive intentions and you're trying to build a connection with someone and you have the best intentions and to present yourself in the best way. And you're trying your best to, you know, provide all things that are necessary for this relationship to be able to develop within this ecosystem. And then, you know, for it to end up being a weed in the ecosystem, it's kind of just like, shit, here we go again, you know?
Okay. Yeah. I mean, we talk about, I always say we go into the ecosystem. Let me ask you this. Can your partners be partners?
If that's within your dynamic, for sure. If that's what your dynamic, you know, setup makeup is, then for sure.
I think looking like hell no.
With me, like for me, I think what I've found throughout the as I've endeavored along this journey, what I've found is that me and my partner, we like different individuals for different reasons. That's why the whole thruple thing that doesn't really work for us. The triad, what we call in the non-monogamy, we call it kind of a triad. Mm-hmm. That really doesn't work for me because it's just like you know, I like I like different partners for different reasons than my wife does, and so it's just like
yeah.
So let me say this: I've done the triad thing. I've done the triad thing. I'm not anti-triad, but it's very, very difficult. Because what tends to happen is if one person wants to exit that relationship, the whole triad falls apart, and I don't want my love with someone else to be dependent on someone else's relationship. When it comes to like my individual partners being partners, anybody who knows me, and there's a whole bunch of them right now watching this, I see it, they know I don't like my people to intermingle like that. People do too much pillow talk. No. So a boundary of mine.
She want her women separate. Okay.
Listen, we can be friends, we can hang out, but as far as you dating someone I'm dating, it's not something I want to participate in. And so it's a boundary of mine. And a boundary just means I'm not gonna tell you what to do. If you decide that there's a partner I have that you're interested in, I would just back away and allow you all to have that space because I'm not gonna do it.
But why is I said JoJo said this too. Why is a triad hard though? Like I'm still trying to figure out why it's hard.
I'm gonna let you go ahead. I'm gonna let you rock out. I'm gonna let
you really explain. I'll counsel somebody in triad, but go ahead.
So first of all, people hit triad, they think it's 3 relationships. It's not, it's 4. Okay, so that's the first issue. The other, so you have, let's say it's a pre-established couple. Let's say me and Thomas are in a relationship and we add a third person, right? Hey boo. So me and Thomas have a relationship. Thomas and the other woman have a relationship. Myself and the other woman have a relationship, and all of us together as a triad also have a relationship. And so a lot of times that's a problem. The next issue I see a lot is if someone enters a pre-established couple, there's already this hierarchy. So I made the statement on purpose to say me and Thomas are together and we add a third. You're automatically numbering that person to be at the bottom of the relationship by saying that they're the third person. That's another issue. People don't fall in love with people at the same rate, right? And so if you're together in a triad, let's say the girl is vibing more with Thomas. If I'm not, very emotionally intelligent and in tune with what I'm dealing with, I can very much watch Thomas and this other lady get more connected, fall in love at a quicker rate, and I might start to feel like I'm a little left out, right? And so that could be problematic. And maybe me and Thomas live together, so now it's starting to cause issues within our home. Like there's just a lot of issues. Another issue I see, especially with the pre-established couple that adds a third, if you will, they have each other. They want to do things on their own time, but they have this other single woman who may live somewhere else. They don't want her dating anyone else. They're always doing things together. She's not getting individual time. There's a lot of restrictions they're putting on her. Or you have the situation where the individual who was quote unquote added feels like, well, there's two of you all, so you should be paying for everything. And so you should be catering to me and I get the princess treatment. Oh, that's just too much for me. But I mean, it's difficult, but it's possible.
Okay, so because this was a question I have for Thomas, but Shrita, you can chime in too.
No, let's go ahead.
You're saying that with your wife, right? And the other person that you're with, the love is the same. Are you contributing to the bills the same with the other person? Because you live with your wife, right?
Yes.
So
love. I'm sorry, go ahead. Continue.
So is the treatment and all that stuff still the same? Because you're doing more in the relationship with your wife than the extra.
Oh, you can't call her an extra.
Right, she's not an extra.
Yeah, I don't know the term. I'm new, y'all. I don't know what the terms are. This is how my little brain making sense of the situation, right? The little extra 2-piece leg and thigh combo over here. Is she the main? She ain't the main entree, because the main entree live in the house with you. The main entree was in the beginning with you, so she's the extra person.
I'll say, much like Sharita said, like different relationships grow at different stages, right? So me and my wife, we're married, we're together, we live in a house together, we share our kids together, we live in a home together, right? If
and you share finances together,
right? And so if I'm dating someone and we're just dating, and I've only been dating you for, let's say, 6 months, right? All right, now I'm not gonna say only 6 months. We've been dating for 6 months. If your boyfriend, just like monogamous relationships, if your boyfriend or your girlfriend call you after 6 months asking you to pay all their bills and everything else, what you gonna tell them? You're gonna be like, I don't think we there yet in this relationship, right? We ain't quite there yet. If you call me and you tell me, yo, I got a flat tire, I need you to come grab my flat tire, I'm gonna hop in the car, I'm gonna drive over there and I'm gonna change your tire for you. If you got a rat running around your crib, you need somebody to come over there and take care of that for you, I'm gonna come over there and take care of that for you. If you sick and you need somebody to come run to the grocery store for you, you need somebody to come cook you dinner, I'm there for you. I'm taking care of everything on the level of the relationship of where we are. If we've been together for 3, 4, 5 years plus years, and me and my wife have been together,
I gotta wait 5 years for a bill to be paid.
I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that. I'm just
on a 12 years of slave time.
That's not what I'm saying. Let's not get it construed. Let's not get it construed. That's not what I'm saying. But if you fast forward, let's go from 6 months to a year. If we're together after a year, and now you call me and you be like, hey, I might be a little bit, I need some assistance on my rent, or I need some assistance on my car note, or my car needs to be fixed. I'm more subjective to do that for someone versus when I just met them. So it all depends on where we're at in their relationship. I'm not looking for y'all to be on the same level. I'm not looking for you to just jump into a relationship. Meet me where we're at in the relationship, and we will move accordingly.
I get confused on why we always equate romance to finances. It comes up all the time. People tripping where you got to do all this, take people on a date. Because I'm with Thomas, I'm gonna meet you where we are in the relationship. If we're like brand new and you ask me to pay a bill, you're struggling and you shouldn't be dating. Right. You not date. You need a part-time job. Amazon.
This is what I'm saying. I'm just saying that the love is not the same, because you're just confirming to me you brand new, you this, you that, you here in the hierarchy.
Why does that have to be the same?
As far as obligations being met, because financial obligations. I don't know why. I'm sorry. I don't know why when we talk about relationships and finance,
have you ever heard the
very much a part of relationships? It's always a thing. Now, the timeline that you guys want to establish for what you guys are willing to do with a new person, I can understand that. But for you to say that your the love is the same, or it's
not the same. It's not the same. You keep saying it's the same. We're not saying it's the same.
There is a hierarchy. That's what I'm trying to say. There is a hierarchy. There are different other people's obligations are being met more than others.
What I'm hearing is that I'm not hearing a hierarchy. I'm hearing separate and different relationships. You know what I mean? There's no such thing as equality because we're in two different spaces in our relationship.
Right.
So it's like if I'm, with further along with this person in my relationship with them, that's just what it is. So asking you to come in and try to compare yourself to somebody who I've been with, is for this amount of time or this many years is not fair. That's
unrealistic.
That's unrealistic. That's what I'm hearing.
Right.
I mean,
Yeah.
there's never, any. And like I said, there's a lot of there's. I think somebody said it earlier. I mean, there's a mindset shift that has to happen for you to even, really grasp what's going on here. And I'm just listening and learning. I'm not in it. I don't know. I'm not looking to get in it, but I'm understanding, what it is. And I learned. And as much as I talked to Sharita, I learned more about the situation tonight than I knew before coming in. So that's all I'm saying. You know what I mean? Like you need to take every relationship for what it is, and not be so comparative. So for you, obviously, this love style would not work because you need to be the top dog,
Who?
right?
You telling me?
You.
You need to be the top dog, right?
Listen, it can work. I can have 3, 4 boyfriends. I might even throw a girl in there. Y'all can. All right, because this is it for me, right? I would come into a category as a newbie, right? I'll be a newbie, right? If I was to embrace this lifestyle. Let's put this hypothetical, right? Let's say hypothetical, just in case somebody clip it and make it seem like I ain't say hypothetical before. Let's put this hypothetical out there. What is the benefit to me? Like it seems like I gotta come and get the ration resources, and then the other aspect of it, okay, the love, right? The love. But for me personally, I can just love one person romantically. Like I have love in friends, I have love in acquaintances. For romantic love, I just feel like it just takes so much work to embrace polyamory in that way to make sure everyone's happy, it's a lot of work, it's a lot of maintenance, it's a lot of emotional work. And then I'm gonna come in and
Athena.
I'm gonna be in the bottom, everybody getting the resources.
What we have established is you're monogamous.
Right.
So what we've established is you're monogamous because it's actually not a lot of work to me because I am naturally polyamorous. And so you're like, what's the benefit to me? I probably don't walk around and think about what's the benefit to me. I think about, goodness, I love this person. Like, what can we do together and what can we grow, right? Like, what can we create from this? Because I naturally love multiple people. So I think what we established is that you're monogamous and you should keep doing that.
Listen, I would have to be on like not specifically Nick
sorry, Joe. I think
Joe
needs us. I think Joe needs us.
My bad.
I need to be taken care of on the level of a wife. Like I need
you running off the rails. Chill out, man.
No, I need to be taken care of on the level of a wife. But it's fine. Like you said, I'm monogamous. I just want to love one man and focus on one unit because I feel like my brain already fried as is.
Never mind. I digress.
Don't say nothing because Joe needs us.
Well, let me just get to this. I'm gonna close it down, but I do want to basically, and I don't want anybody to feel like they have to explain their love style or how they lived or anything like that. But I do want you to kind of summarize what you feel are like the major takeaways from the night, because I'm more thinking of it from the people who want to live authentically who they are. This is what I do. I'm not here to what I'm saying, pass judgment on anybody. Like there's somebody out there who's thinking about dipping into this lifestyle and right now they're living a life unauthentic to them, and it's challenging to their mental health. So you know what I mean? That's more about what I'm on right now. And so I want y'all to kind of talk about in your closing thoughts, what somebody needs to consider before entering into this lifestyle, and what are some of the things that that would be helpful for them for their mental and emotional preparation for dealing with what's about to hit them. Sharita, why don't you start?
Okay, so I would say that listening to podcasts, attending meetups, having conversations with individuals who are polyamorous, meeting with a therapist who specializes in non-monogamy would also be really beneficial. So I think they can have, kind of guide you and have conversations about some of the things that you may expect that you hadn't thought of. Dating or interacting with any individual outside yourself affects your mental health. It's not specific to being non-monogamous. It's not specific to being monogamous. Even individuals who are monogamous marriages always say being married is hard work and you got to constantly work at it. And so I'm not going to sit here and pretend that I've never had a stressful situation, that I've never been like, one partner's upsetting me and then the other partner starts upsetting me before I can get past what the other partner did. I'm not going to say that never has ever occurred, because it absolutely has happened on more than one occasion. But I'm certain people who are monogamous have also had a situation where their partner at home upset them and they went to work and a coworker upset them and then maybe their family member upset them. And so you've had the exact same situations as well. It just wasn't from a romantic love. And so I think people need to be real with themselves. I don't really do selfishness. And so if it's, hey, I'm interested in this lifestyle, love style, whatever you want to call it, because I want to be with multiple people, but I don't want my person to be with multiple people, that's pure selfishness. Don't do that. Or stay solo polyamorous, right? I think it's really, really important to know who you are, to take time out for yourself, to center yourself and focus on your peace, and get in therapy if needed. Take a moment and just, when I mentioned before that I had 4 partners, it was ridiculous. I should have never done that, ever. And I will say it all the time. I don't have the bandwidth. I shouldn't have done it. There are only 7 days in the week, and I like to be by myself. That means I can't even give each partner 2 days a week without seeing multiple people at the same time. And then when does Sharita get her own time, right? And so that was very, very stressful and wasn't the best of my mental health. Having maybe 2 partners, much better, much better situation, And so I think that you also have to know what your bandwidth is and take the time and get to know yourself and not just be a kid in a candy store and dive in thinking, oh, I can have everything for myself, because that's just not realistic.
Thank you. Thina, anything you want to leave us with? Like anything
Yes.
tonight?
I would like to say I love having Thomas and Sharita here, and I would love to connect with you guys further for my own personal education. I learned a lot tonight. But I'm selfish. So, and I know myself, and I can say that with I ain't even big eyelash on that. So at least I know myself, right? So at least I can communicate that, right? I do think that it's just a lot of work. Like that's just my thought around it. Period. It's just a lot of work. My ego is too big to be sharing nobody else. Like maybe I can have other people, but you can't. And I know that sounds very selfish, but that's just who I am. And what I will say, is I appreciated Thomas and Sharita's sharing their story. I think it was very enlightening. I think it shows that in that kind of lifestyle with them doing that level of work, that it does help them to be more emotionally intelligent and understanding and communicative as people. I would say that are probably benefits that I clearly see from engaging with them tonight. And hopefully, I didn't come too hard. I just express how I express. But for me, monogamy, especially, finances are very important in a relationship to me, and I just can't see myself, rationing out nothing and being on the bottom of nothing either. So I think that's something that people should consider. Also, the Gouda cheese and all the stuff in these dating streets, and womb care and all of that as well. So those are some cons that you guys might want to consider, but I don't judge on anybody, and people are going to do it regardless. So it is what it is. But I appreciate learning so much from you guys tonight.
Thank you, Island Gal. The Island Gal.
Listen, I'm about to dirty wine in the Caribbean Sea come Saturday. Okay, I'm about to get my best life.
Okay, we believe you. Thomas, what you got, brother?
I'd say research and read. Learn about different types of non-monogamy. Learn about different types of relationships. Period. As we discussed earlier in the broadcast, there are different types of and different dynamics of non-monogamy, of ethical non-monogamy. So definitely figure out, what works best for you. If this is something that you decide to endeavor into, do your research, read first, and also know your why. Take time to explore why you're curious about non-monogamous. Are you looking for an emotional connection, sexual exploration, or something else? Like really understand what your goal is. And then I think if you have a good understanding of what your goal is, it'll help you communicate openly with your partner if you have a partner or your future partners. And also it'll help you be able to understand what your limits are if you understand what your goal is. So, do your research first. Understand that everything doesn't fall under one umbrella, and it's going to sound super cliche, but man, open, honest, transparent communication goes a long way. And that's not just necessarily in non-monogamy, that's in just relationships, period.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you, brother. I really appreciate this conversation. I can see that, we're going to have to do a part 2 at some point because, people is really live and active. And I'm pretty sure there's way more things that we can get into that we didn't fit in this 1 hour, you know what I mean, about y'all personal experiences, and then also about, everything else that you understand about this subject. But I will just say this in closing, like, if you are existing and this is the authentic version of you and the person that you actually are and want to be, living your most authentic life. And this person over here is the mask that you're wearing, pretending to be something that you're not. The further these two people get apart, the room grows for depression, anxiety, you know what I mean, and all the things that wear you out. So bringing this together, listen, I know one of these people very personally, and I know for a fact that problems don't stop. This is not I'm solving all my problems by being, not monogamous. That's not how this works. But it's one less thing, trying to fit into a space that you don't belong in. And as a therapist, my only goal when seeing clients is to get them to live the most authentic version of themselves. Because when they don't, this is where the depression and anxiety comes in. This is where they're going against their purpose when they're fighting their own peace. So ultimately, just be who you are and mind your damn business.
That part. Please mind your business. Not mine.
This obviously, if this ain't for you, this ain't for you, and there's nothing wrong with that. I don't think anybody said anything negative to shit on monogamy tonight. But just
listen, I ain't doing no rations.
Me neither. I'm not either.
Listen,
I ain't rationing out nothing.
That's all. Listen, I love y'all. See y'all next week. Next Tuesday, we talking about porn addiction. I couldn't get none of them.
Listen, I ain't gonna be here for that episode.
I couldn't get nobody to join. Hey, you want to be on the porn addiction episode with me?
Like, I will be sipping a drink on a cruise.
Ain't nobody that damn vulnerable. That's what they said. Anybody that
damn. I love a comment I just saw right quick because you said nobody here shitted on monogamy, but monogamous people like to say something about non-monogamy.
Yes, because you trying to let people leave the group. Of course, we gonna defend the group.
Good night. Good night, y'all. See y'all next week.
Salute.
All right. Bye.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Come on in. Welcome, welcome, welcome. It's so good to see you. I hope you guys are having a great day. Welcome to our Money in the Morning Millionaire Training Camp. My name is Dr. Boyce Watkins, and I was a couple minutes late. Sorry about that, but I had to discuss some stuff with my wife. Anyway, I hope everybody's having a good day. I hope you had a good weekend. I hope you're feeling good. I hope you're feeling extra black, extra proud, extra wealthy. I hope that we are all committed this week to being wealth builders, the wealth builders that we are. The stock market, let me see. I think the stock market is off to a good start this week. Let me take a look here and see what we have. Looks like stocks have rebounded from last week. Oh, look at that, 303 points up on the Dow. What? Money in the building. We're making money today. That's what I love. I love to see Black people making money. And one other thing I'm about to do is send out a text. For those who want to be alerted via text. A lot of you are on the text list, so I won't repeat the number right now. But anyway, I hope you're feeling good. And I have something that I wanted to kind of break down and share with you from an investing standpoint that I think will benefit you tremendously to at least have this on your radar. All right, so this morning. I'm gonna tell y'all, I'm really good at drinking water. I drink a lot of water, and I found out that drinking water is really important for your health. I think we talked about that. That literally, I read somewhere that you have to drink half your body weight in ounces or something in water. So that means if you weigh like 200 pounds, you got to drink 100 ounces a day of water or something. And apparently, water is bigger than I thought in terms of being a really important investment. And so, what I want to do is actually explore some reasons why investing in water, is the next big, it's one of the next big things when it comes to wealth. Um, so, give me one second here. Yeah, so here's the deal. Apparently, and Dr. Claude Anderson, author of Powernomics, powernomics.com is his website. He's actually discussed this on many occasions. He's actually talked about how water and medicine and land and just sort of the basics and the bare essentials are going to become much more important in the next several decades. That this is something that you kind of want to alarm, not alarm, but alert your kids to. You don't. There's no point in being alarmed, right? So, um, so basically, when you talk about the next big thing of investing, I was really intrigued by the research I did on water, and also what I want to do, in fact, is give you guys some ways to participate and to make money when this perceived water shortage starts to emerge. So what I did was I put together a list of different stocks you can invest in that will make money if it gets to the point where the water shortage starts to emerge. And so if you want to get this list, make sure you're on the text list. Text the word morning to the number 87948. If you text morning to 87948, I will send you all out this list probably tomorrow. Just gotta put it all together and get it ready. And also on Tuesdays, you guys know we have Stock Market Tuesdays. So if you want to learn more about stock market investing, which I think is the best move you can make, you can feel free to do a free trial at drboycestockmarket.com. That's drboycestockmarket.com. All right. So anyway, give me a yes in the chat if you even knew about this. How many of you even heard about this? That a lot of the wealthiest people in the world are buying, like Bill Gates and other people. The conversation now is they're not buying all this land. I don't know if y'all know that Bill Gates is like the second largest landowner in North America or something crazy like, or maybe it's Ted Turner or both of them. Both of them have a ton of land and farmland and everything else. And so the argument that some people are making is that they're buying this land just for the water rights, which is just crazy. And apparently, the accessibility of clean drinking water is going to be a big deal with the growing global population, and then also the fact that we're kind of ruining the earth with a lot of global warming, a lot of pollution, stuff like that. And that companies that can really sort of capitalize on this or innovate around this are going to absolutely make a complete killing. I don't know if some innovation will come along due to AI or perhaps quantum computing. Quantum computing is a very big deal in terms of being able to solve problems that were considered previously unsolvable. And I gave you guys that list of quantum computing stocks. I don't have the list in front of me now, but I did pass that out to you guys via text. And some of them, like IONQ, have done extremely well since that time because just the conversation of quantum computing was big enough to have a deliberate and very powerful price move. Now, give me a second. I'm bending over so I can put my shoe on. I know that's ghetto, but I got to do this. All right, there we go. All right, shoe is on, and I'm okay now. All right, so anyway, give me 1 second, and here are some reasons why investing in water has become a very big deal. One is water is becoming more scarce. There are many regions in the world that are experiencing water shortage, and this is primarily due to climate change, population growth, and overuse. Investing in water can provide exposure to companies addressing this critical need. So this is when I send you all this list of different companies you can invest in to be able to benefit financially from the water shortage. Some of those, some companies in that list will be companies that are able to help solve this problem. Essential resource: water is indispensable for life, agriculture, and industry. That's another reason why water matters and why water. I think they now trade water futures on the open market. They opened a futures market for water where they're treating water similar to oil or gold or whatever. Infrastructure needs. Aging water infrastructure in developed countries and a lack of access in developing nations creates demand for investment in water treatment, storage, and delivery systems. So the infrastructure apparently is falling apart, not just here in the United States, but all over the world. And I see someone's mentioning that Chicago has an issue with lead pipes. Chicago got a lot of issues, man. I don't know how I don't know. I'm curious. I'd be curious to know among my friends in Chicago how many of y'all love and support the mayor. Whenever I talk to black folks in Chicago, they do not like the black mayor. They are really mad at him, Brandon Johnson. I think that's his name. And Jamal Green is a guy that I know in Chicago who I like a lot. He's actually 30 years old, I think, or 31. He ran for mayor of Chicago. I hope he wins. If he runs, I'll endorse him. I don't endorse politicians hardly ever at all, but I would endorse Jamal because he has the right idea. He also understands the importance of economics when it comes to elevating our community. He kind of gets the fact that if we don't get our economic game right, we're not going to have anything else. There is no civil rights without civil rights. There is no political movement without an economic movement. There is no power in America without having economic power. It has to start with economic power, which starts by basic things like learning how to make more money, which is why we need to train our kids to start businesses and make investments and not just chase jobs or NBA contracts. Number two, it goes into taking that money that we have and keeping it, right? Keeping it in our pocket, either through investing and saving or in supporting our own businesses as opposed to everybody else's. And then just generally, economic education needs to be the gold standard for the black community. Like anyone that you love, anybody that you care about, anybody that matters to you on this earth should be incentivized or encouraged or pushed, persuaded, yelled at if you have to understand like you got to learn your economics, you got to get your money right, you got to get your money right, you have to learn how this stuff works. If you don't learn how the money works, then you will not have any money, and when you don't have any money, it creates a lot of other problems. So anyway, so ultimately, I think that this is kind of the mandate for this century, and I'm issuing the clarion call, and I'm speaking on this consistently every single day because I kind of need you guys to really make sure you internalize that and also share that with people that you love. I can say this not just as a financial person. I'm a financial scientist. I've studied this stuff for a long time, and I can tell you this is where it's at. This is the big deal. All right, so let me keep reading here. Clean water initiatives and technologies are really important, like desalination. I guess where they can take the saline out of the water. Like they have these cities that are surrounded by all this salt water, but they can't drink it, which is crazy. I used to watch those movies. Everybody used to watch those movies where somebody would be stranded on a little ship in the middle of the ocean, but they would be dying of thirst. And it was like the most confusing thing I've ever seen in my life. Anybody ever feel that? I'm like, you can't drink none of that. You can't take any of that water. Like you're surrounded by water. How are you dying of thirst? That don't even make no sense, right? But that's true, right? You get in the ocean and you start drinking the water, you're gonna have some problems. Also, global regulation, governments and international bodies are implementing stricter water usage policies, which boost companies that offer solutions like efficient irrigation, conservation, and purification systems. So again, like I said, what I'm going to do is later on this afternoon, I'll compile and review and analyze a list of companies that are in this industry and ETFs that you can take a look at, and I will send you all out this list. Make sure you are on the text list to receive it. If you want to get the text, text the word morning, MORNING, to the phone number 87948. So text morning to 87948. Now, here's something else I wanted to share with you that I thought was really, really intriguing. There was this thing I saw. Hey, how many of you let's give me a quick yes. How many of you are aware that there's a sports betting epidemic developing in America? How many of y'all know that sports betting is now considered to be like I did a conversation about this. We broke this down in the class. It's really it's if there ever was like a financial crack or a financial fentanyl, that would be sports betting. And the thing is, you can't really explain this to somebody who's doing it because they're not going to believe you. They're not going to listen. They have to hit rock bottom. They got to lose everything and then, get to a point of hopelessness where they're depressed and thinking about unaliving themselves, or their families falling apart, right? Or being in this really horrible situation before they start to say, okay, maybe you're right. Maybe you're right. But when somebody's in it, the problem is that they're young, and a lot of young people, their brains haven't even fully developed till they're 25. So they take advantage of young people, mostly men in their 20s. And now, just like we've been talking about this for about a year. I've been mentioning this for a long time since they legalized it. I said apparently people don't know history. You don't know the history of the horrible things that have happened when it comes to sports betting, and why they made it illegal in the first place, why they pushed it out of the NFL, why they pushed it out of the NBA, why how many Major League Baseball players got banned for life and lost everything and ended up on drugs. There's a Ohio State. Oh, I love my Ohio State Buckeyes, right? Y'all do know this. I'm a proud Buckeye. That's where I got my doctorate. Ohio State right now, in case you don't know, has the greatest football team in the country, and maybe one of the best football teams in the last decade. Like as good as the old Alabama teams when they would just dominate everybody, and how good Georgia was. So anyway, there was this quarterback that I didn't know about at Ohio State before my time, named Art Schlichter. I think that was his name, Art Schlichter. And Art Schlichter, I believe that's his name. If I got it wrong, please correct me or forgive me. Anyway, he was the superstar at Ohio State. He was the boss. He was the king. He was the man. They wanted him big out of high school. He goes to Ohio State, takes him to the win. I think they either won the Rose Bowl or almost like did some amazing things. So he gets drafted in the NFL, and he's a very high draft pick. Well, the thing was that while Art was in college, he ended up forming this addiction to sports betting, and he would bet on anything, horses and football and basketball, whatever. And he goes to the Indianapolis Colts or some team like that, and basically they find out that he has this addiction, and he ended up taking his whole signing bonus and literally blowing his entire like signing bonus like on like betting on horses and sports and stuff. And then they're like, okay, but he's really talented, let's work on this, let's fix this, and give him a chance because he was that talented. And they gave him another chance, and he blew it again. And literally, if you want to know how the story ended or how the story's going right now, 20, 30 years later, Art just got arrested about, oh, maybe like 2 months ago, and they found him with a crack pipe in his back pocket. So he's literally now, a 66-year-old crackhead who has no money. He used, apparently, from what I understand, again, all the, maybe some of this is all alleged, innocent to proven guilty, all that. But it's really fascinating that this person who was at the top of the world, he was right there where Travis Hunter is and the best athletes on earth, where they thought he might be the Michael Jordan of football, and now he's literally at the absolute lowest point that a person can be in society, pretty much, right? It's hard to get lower than a broke crackhead who has no friends anymore because you scammed all your friends. That's what he did. He used his reputation to go and get his friends to invest in stuff. And apparently there was accusations that he pretty much scammed them out of their money, because that's what drug addicts do. Drugs are the closest thing to a zombie virus that there is. That's why I hate drugs. I think drugs are just the worst thing ever that ever happened to the black community. I mean, crack was crazy because you got to understand, if you understand biochemistry in the brain and the bond between the mother and child and how strong that is because of the oxytocin, you would be astonished by the fact that there was a drug that could literally break that bond, that could make a mother not want to be with her own children. That's crazy. And so when they did that to us, not only did that just cause so much pain, but it took so much of our wealth. So much of our wealth. The mother is the foundation of all of this. I just lost my mother, and it reshapes my whole universe. My whole universe is different because mom was under the ground. It's like, well, wait, that's not the way the world's supposed to look, right? But all of us, a lot of us have gone through that. Every one of us, most of us will go through that at some point. So if you see your mama, give her a big kiss, or tell her every day how much you love her. That's what I did with my mother. That's why my regrets were minimal. But still, though, just this idea that a drug could disrupt that meant you're disrupting many institutions throughout the black community. And when you disrupt institutions, you're disrupting wealth. When you can't have when you don't have some sort of structure around your ability to survive and thrive economically, it's typically not going to happen. It's like the difference between going to battle with an organized, structured military and a battle plan versus just having everybody scattered around doing whatever they want, or a football team that's very organized and everyone's on the same page versus a team where everybody's kind of running around just doing whatever they want. Like teams like that don't win, right? So that lack of structure that they created, that chaos is a wealth killer. Right? So chaos is not good. Structure is very good for wealth, and also structure requires energy. Right? Energy. We talked about even scientific concepts like entropy, which is pretty much chaos and disorder that naturally emerges through any closed system. So effectively, that chaos or that entropy is contained by using energy to make it stay together. So in general, let me circle back around and talk about your own life. In order for you to have structure, you're gonna have to have you're gonna have to apply energy to that. Structure leads to wealth. So a structured family is where everyone's on the same page, everyone's operates on the same code of conduct, is going to be a family that also is able to build wealth because you're putting all your energy in the same direction, in the same place. You're putting all your coins in the same bucket, right? Do you understand? Tell me if you're following what I'm saying. I don't want to get too philosophical here. So that structure requires energy, so you have to put energy into the structure. People who don't believe in structure or who believe everyone should just do whatever they want to do, or they don't want to commit or submit to anything bigger than themselves because their consciousness is on a level 1 when it should be a level 3, 4, 5, where you're thinking about the bigger picture. People who don't think that way, I want you to notice that those individuals don't typically have any wealth. They don't typically build anything because what's happened is that if you look at a building, all a building really is this organized structure where a lot of energy has been put into the same objective. They came in and they stacked one brick on top of the other brick on top of the other brick. They had a really detailed architectural design where everyone put all their energy into the same little project. Do you follow what I'm saying? But imagine another scenario. Imagine let's think about the worst parts of our community in terms of where we have our biggest challenges. Imagine if everybody just showed up and threw a brick at the threw a brick in a pile, like just came in, just took the cement and just dumped it everywhere, right? Same amount of energy, but a different outcome. Same amount of energy, but you have chaos instead of structure. Exact same amount of energy. It would take the same energy to go dump your concrete everywhere that it takes to pour it into a contained space. But the difference is that with the structure, in the first scenario with the structure, you built this building. Now you can charge rent and you can make billions of dollars because you built the Empire State Building. But in the second scenario, you just got a big pile of bricks and concrete and everything else. You actually have a mess. So not only did you waste your energy creating the chaos, but now you got to spend more energy cleaning up the chaos. That's where I see us economically as a community is that we really got to take that time and really sit back and say, okay, what are we doing here? Like what's really going on here? I mean, really think about this. And this could be taught to children in school. Imagine if every child was raised in an environment where you were taught to do one simple thing. One simple thing. You were taught to sit back and think about your next move before you make it. You're not operating just on emotion. You're not just operating based on a trigger. You're not operating based on how horny you are, how mad you are, how happy you are, or how you're feeling the Holy Ghost. You're not operating on none of that. You're literally just sitting back and you're saying, okay, let me think about my next move for a minute. Let me process this. Okay, should I sleep with this girl or should I not? Should I take this job or should I not? This guy made me mad. Should I pull out the strap and handle it, or should I not? Right? Imagine if every person was taught to kind of do that, just sit back and process. Okay, I'm about to put out this energy, and where should I apply it? How should I apply it? Right? I think that would change the whole world. That would change everything. I'm about to go to the mall and I want to go blow a band. I want to pour liquor out at the club and throw money in the air at the strippers. But let me think about that. Let me just process whether let me just look at myself and just think about what I'm doing here. Like what are you doing? Like, does this make any sense? And actually that's another psychological phenomenon. Did y'all know that children they did this experiment that kind of connects, but it's coming to mind. So just bear with me on this. Okay. So they had these kids where they did an experiment with them where they left out some Halloween candy. And they put up a note, they told the kids very clearly, they said, only take one piece. Do not take more than one piece. So, what do you think the kids did? What do you think the kids did when they came in? They saw the sign. There's nobody watching. What do you think that they do? You think that they followed the rule? Yes or no? Do you think that they just picked one piece of candy up? How do you think the kids responded? No, the kids didn't give a shit. The kids are like, all right, but some of them followed the rules, but most of them did not. Well, you know what they did? They did another experiment, another version of the experiment where all they did was they put a mirror up where the kid when they so they the same sign, same candy, same everything, but there was a mirror where, whatever you chose to do, you had to watch yourself do it. So that means that if you took one piece, you watched yourself grab one piece, you watched yourself follow the rules. If you wanted to take a handful, you had to watch yourself be a thief. The mirrors confirming to you that not only did you break the rule, but you stole something. Do you know what happened? The percentage of kids who broke the rule went down dramatically. It went down a whole lot because they simply forced them to take a look at yourself. That's consciousness. Stand outside of yourself, and I need you to look at what you're doing. And think about this. This can happen a lot. Like imagine, like think about it. Like you're about to cuss somebody out, and because you're mad and you're triggered or whatever, and you're about to go off on somebody, and then somebody says, "John, don't do that. You're a Christian," and you're like, "Oh, I am. Okay, okay. All right, I'm gonna calm down, right?" Or you're about to go and do something, about to violate your marriage, and then somebody's like, "No, you're a husband and a father." And you're like, yeah, like that movie. I think I Love My Wife with Chris Rock. Remember that where he had the old ex-girlfriend that he liked, and he was gonna go sleep with her, and then right in the middle of it, he started thinking about his wife and his family and everything else, and he was just like, I don't want to do this, right? When people start thinking, it changes their behavior because what's happening is that you're coming out of this unconscious state. You're not hypnotized by the situation anymore. You're not trapped in the moment. See, sometimes I think we can get incarcerated in the moment and act based on the moment when really we should be acting on a bigger picture. And that's what consciousness is. And that consciousness arises when we get closer to God by sitting back and thinking about something, maybe even meditating on it for a little bit, and really just kind of sitting back and you get that God consciousness where you can see all and see everything. You see the future, you see the past, you see the patterns, you see the world, and you say, this ain't for me. I'm out of here. I'm not doing this no more. So consciousness and critical thinking skill are deeply connected, and they're also, and I guarantee you, 100 times out of 100, that a conscious person with critical thinking skills and the patience to execute those skills is going to be far more wealthy and far happier than the person who does not do that. The person who just acts on the situation, responds to the moment. So I think that this is a skill that can be trained. This is something that can be taught to the children. But we have to do this. I don't think that capitalist America ever wants you to be conscious of anything. They don't want you to be conscious of what you eat. They want you to eat the cheeseburger because it's good and because you're hungry. Don't worry about the diabetes and the cancer and the Alzheimer's and everything else that's going to happen from all the sugar, fat, and grease you're going to consume. Just eat the Popeyes. It's delicious, right? They want you to even when it comes to your economic choices, they don't want you really sitting back as a 19, 20-year-old and looking at a job and thinking, okay, how's this going to work for me when I'm 40? Is this really the direction I want my life to go? They want you to say, oh, well, I just took that job because they paid me money and I'm struggling for money, so I have to go get this job right away, without even considering that there are millions of people who started a job when they were young just to satisfy a temporary financial need, and they ended up in that same job when they were 30, 35, 40 years old, right? And so that inability to sort of sit back and say, well, what's the plan for me? What's the big picture in all this? How does this fit into the plan? How does this next move fit into the final objective? When you don't do that, that's how you end up in places that you did not intend to go. Last piece on this that I'll lay out there, and this relates to investing. I remember my father said something to me when I was 17 that really got my attention. It was very quick and very simple, and he wasn't that old. I was 17. My father was 35. And he said to me, Um, I guess because he felt like I wasn't focused enough, and boy, he said, you better get it together because one day you'll wake up 35 years old and you won't recognize your own life. And I thought about that. And then when I became 35, I started noticing how many people, if you go to most people that are 35, 40 years old and you say, when you were 20, did you think that this was the life you were going to have? Did you think that this is where you would be? Where did you think you were going to be when you were 18, 19 years old? A lot of people have a disconnect. There's a disconnect between where they thought they'd go at 18 and where they ended up at 35 or 40 years old. And what had happened was it's like the compilation of a bunch of little decisions that were made in the moment. And the next thing you know, you just have this big thing. Like your life in a way, it's kind of like your life is like a painting where, if you want to create a masterpiece, you have to think about where every stroke is going to go, right? You have to kind of lay it out like that, right? But if you just are taking the brush and just you don't know what the hell you're gonna get, right? You're gonna get a big mess. You're gonna get chaos, right? Because maybe it took some discipline and energy to minimize the amount of entropy that would occur in that process. Meaning that if you put that energy into saying, okay, let me be structured and careful here because I can only paint this one time, then you could get the painting that you want. And life is like that in a way. I mean, to some extent, we can only do it one time. You can only be 27 one time. You can only be 32 one time. You can only be 45 one time. And it will only be January 6th, 2025 one time. So that specialness of the moment is something that I think is something you may want to think about in terms of having the ability to really, really center in on building the life that you want. Like really know the specialness of the moment, know the specialness of today, know the value of right now and how the strategic use of right now can really fit into your long-term plan for yourself, for your family, or whatever the case may be. I hope I didn't get too weird and deep with that. I just, this is what's coming to mind, and this is what I think about when I think about investing. Remember, money is not the destination, money is the tool, money is the vehicle to get you to the destination. Only you know what the destination is. I don't know what your destination is, but I'm sure it's something nice, and I'm sure money can help. That's why you're here, right? So go get that money. Make those investments, make those financial moves, but always see the bigger picture. And that's how you win. That's how you succeed. Okay. All right. So anyway, I didn't want to say much today. I just wanted to hang out with you all for a little bit. Believe it or not, my goal every day is to try to finish in 30 minutes. But y'all know sometimes I just get to going and I'll be in here for an hour and a half and stuff. And I don't want to do that though, because I got like this whole team of people that are trying to meet with me and stuff. And I end up missing so yeah, so anyway, so literally this is exactly when I want to try to finish. Plus, y'all got stuff to do. Y'all ain't got to be sitting around listening to me all day. So again, I'm gonna send out that list of the stocks that I found that relate to that whole trend of water becoming scarce and how you can make money from that. I'll send that out today. Make sure you're on the text list. Text the word morning, MORNING, to the phone number 87948. So you can text morning to 87948 on your phone. And also, you can go to Dr. Boyce Elevate to sign up for this Money in the Morning thing. We do this every morning at 10 a.m. Eastern, and you can bring your whole family, bring your friends, all that stuff. And then the other thing is tomorrow we're going to do Stock Market Tuesdays at noon. So if you'd like to do a free trial on the stock market program, you can go to drboycestockmarket.com. That's drboycestockmarket.com. Last but not least, Dr. Alicia is doing Mental Health Mondays. She is the head of our Black Financial Therapy department, and she is a great therapist. In case you don't know, and she's going to do Mental Health Mondays tonight. So if you'd like to receive information from Dr. Alicia and join her in Mental Health Monday, I know last night she did her book club, and hundreds of you were there. And so if you'd like to join tonight, at I think it's like 9 o'clock or something, I'll send you a text. Text the word love to the phone number 87948. So you can text love to 87948. Oh, and last but not least, those of you that are doing stock options, you will hear from me today. We're gonna do our class meeting. I think that's tomorrow. So that's the Prime program. So if you are interested in generating income from stock options, it's a great way to make money. Feel free to go to drboyceprime.com. That's drboyceprime.com. All right, guys, have a good day. God bless you, and I will see you all tomorrow. Take care until we meet again. Bye bye. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. I'm so sorry that I was a couple minutes late. I had had some difficulties. I was all locked and loaded and ready to go and on time and everything, and then sometimes those computers don't be computing the way they're supposed to. They don't be computing. Anyway, how's everybody doing today? I hope you're feeling good. I feel almost like I have a little bit of a hangover, and I don't even drink. That financial slumber party, I had a blast last night, and I want to say thank you to everybody who joined us. It was so much fun, and I don't know, I felt like we partied all night, and it was a financial party, so it's the kind of party that makes money for you also. So I hope that you all gained as much value as I did and had as much fun. My wife joined us last night, which was pretty amazing. And it was just a lot of fun. It was just a lot of fun. So anyway, all right, so let's see here. So one thing that I wanted to talk about today, to kind of really just kind of finish up some stuff that we kind of tapped on yesterday when my wife came through. You know, my wife is a relationship therapist, and she looks a lot like my mother, who who just my mother just graduated to heaven. You guys know that, and but as you know, I'm sad about it. Like, I miss her. I'm somber about it, but I'm not. I don't just my mama wouldn't want me just walking around here all broken down and stuff, because I just don't do that. But at the same time, I love my mama. And one of the funny things was, we were talking about this last night in the financial slumber party, that that my mother and my wife are just almost like identical twins. So when I showed you all that picture of my mother and my wife together, it was kind of crazy. And I didn't even realize how much my mother and my wife looked alike. And another interesting thing too, just a little side note, before we jump into like the more financial stuff, is that when I heard my father share my mother's story, one thing my brother did for the family that I encourage you to consider is, when my mother got diagnosed with her terminal cancer, he made a point to document as much family history as possible. So what he did was he interviewed my mother and my father together, and my father and my mother each told their story of how they met. They had just finished 50 years of marriage. They stuck it out for 50 years, and it really did a lot for us in terms of creating a type of stability that a lot of our kids don't get. It allowed us to build family wealth in a certain way without all the assets sort of being splattered everywhere. And so so one of the things that happened sort of during this conversation was my father and mother were talking about how they first interacted with each other, how they first met. And it was really interesting because it was kind of a magical sort of thing. It really was magical in the sense that my father um my father looked over at his friend when he saw my mother. He said she smiled, and then he saw her body. You know how we men are. You know how we are. And he said at that point he turned to his friend and he said, "I'm gonna marry that girl." And then he went home and he told his mother, "I'm gonna marry that girl." And that's what he did. He married her, and here we are 50 years later. And so my mother, as you know, she graduated to heaven on Christmas Eve, and my father was right there by her side, right there by her side, just like he was in the 1970s. And I thought that was really interesting. A lot of people fantasize about that, but I don't think they understand the depth of resilience it takes to do that, and how being solid in that area of your life also reflects the ability to be solid in terms of other aspects of your life. People that are solid in that way are also solid when it comes to business. They're solid when it comes to partnerships and wealth building activities, things like that. Solid people can do things that other people who aren't sure of who they are or what they want can't really do. Because if you know anything about entrepreneurship, um, if you know anything about entrepreneurship, you'll know that you can't really build an empire if you're not solid, because your empire is going to come under attack. Bad things are going to happen. Things are going to fall apart. Plans are going to fail. As Mike Tyson used to say, every boxer has a plan until he gets hit in the mouth. And a lot of people get hit in the mouth by life, and they can't stay focused. And so my parents, their marriage got hit in the mouth quite a few times. Each of them individually got hit in the mouth a lot. And they just sort of stuck to their core values in terms of just saying, no, this is who we are, this is what we do, and ain't nothing gonna change about that, right? So I want to just applaud all the solid people in the room. That's my point. A lot of you know a solid person. Some of you are solid. If you're not solid, I encourage you to consider that. And solid, in my view, part of it starts with just knowing what you want. And one thing my father talked about when he talks about my mother is he says, my brother asked him, he said, "How did you know that was a woman you wanted to marry?" He said, because I know what I want and I go get what I want. And I thought about that and I said, that's so interesting. And I think young women that are picking a man, I think that picking a man who knows what he wants gives you a lot more certainty than picking a man who changes his opinion the way he changes his draws. I don't think that men who change their opinions a lot and are sort of flimsy and inconsistent are typically as successful, nor are they as reliable. But the same thing can be true for women as well, right? So I think women also have to have a type of solid nature to them, and this is how you build healthy relationships and institutions, which also are key indicators for the ability to build wealth. So even as we're dealing, as we sort of have dealt with aging and people dying and things like that, there's no sort of weird shenanigans going on with the family wealth. We know what the estate plan is. The trust is in place. The assets, we know where the assets are. There's mom and daddy's house. There's the bank accounts. There's the investment portfolios. It's not like everything's just kind of splattered and scattered and messy and screwed up. And I'm going to be honest with you, uh and compare, when I think about my biological father, rest his soul, he wasn't, I don't think he was a bad guy. I only met him like 3 times. His life was not structured. He had kids kind of splattered everywhere. Me and my two siblings. It seemed like my two siblings had some trauma from growing up in the house with him. There was all this. There was sort of nothing left in terms of an inheritance, no wealth. There was very little given in terms of the non-financial inheritance, like wisdom and guidance and support. And I'm not going to go too deep into that because I don't want to talk. This it's personal, it's family, and I'm hesitant to talk about my family in that way publicly because I don't want it to be seen as an insult to anybody. But it was a very different sort of reality to observe. And it is a funny little side note when my father told me the story about how he met my mother, saw her smile, then saw her body, and fell in love, and said, there's something magical here about this lady. And he was a handsome kind of guy. He had those green eyes. You know how the girls really like those guys with the green, like those Michael Ealy eyes. You know what I'm talking about. So he had a lot of options out there. But for whatever reason, he saw my mother, and he said that's the one. And my mother's beautiful, of course. So she looks just like my wife. If you go to my Instagram, you see the picture of my mother and my wife together. And I didn't even realize till I was 50 how much they looked alike. And I listened to his story and I said, wow, that sounds a lot like when I met Alicia. When I met my wife, I saw her across a crowded room and I walked up to her and she greeted me with the kind of smile that would make the sun come out on a rainy day. It was like, whoa. And really happy, like, hey, like she was happy to see me, and she says the same thing. She says, I just met you and I talked to you and I just felt like, oh, that's the person I'm supposed to know. So I think there's got to be something going on with this multiverse, multiple lives or something, because we both had that feeling like, okay, we're supposed to know each other. I don't know how, but this was supposed to happen. And then, of course, I'm a man, so you see the rest of the package, and you're like, okay, I'm gonna follow you around for a few days because you just too much right now. But anyway, long story short, I think that intentionality does make a difference, and that's just kind of a side note. And also, I never want you to forget the significant connection between wealth and family. If you want to understand why black wealth is disappearing, then basically all you got to do is look at what's happened to the black family. The disappearance of black wealth corresponds directly with the disappearance of the black family. Every single study, every single research study we did, when I was back at Syracuse about wealth and family pretty much showed that when your family breaks up and falls apart, it costs you lots of money. You're paying attorneys, you're fighting each other instead of building together, and it just becomes a big mess. And then on top of that, after that's done, you're supporting two households. You got to pay two sets of rent or whatever. You both have to get up and go to work and abandon the kids in order to pay the bills. So this is the mess that we're kind of in. And unfortunately, the majority of our people are never going to hear this message. The majority of our people are never, in my opinion, in our lifetimes, in my opinion, they're not going to respond to this message because there's so many other messages out there. There's so many other messages that are cooler to listen to than mine. I'm not cool. I'm just a 53-year-old college professor. Why listen to me when you can go listen to Megan the Stallion, who's being sued right now? Megan's being sued for something involving having sex in a car in front of her employees, and he sued her and said she made me watch her do this stuff with this person in the back seat. And it's just kind of like, well, and it makes sense to me. It's like, yeah, well, nobody ever trained you to understand that some of the shenanigans that they promote in hip hop, some of the goofball stuff that they get you doing in this in the corrupt part of hip hop. I'm not talking about the good rap. I'm talking about the crap rap, whatever that is. Um, that stuff will lead to workplace violations. When you have workplace violations, you can easily be sued by an employee, and the same person who was cheering you on when you were in the back seat getting it on with that lady, I think it was like girl on girl type stuff. That same person can go back and file a lawsuit and say, "Oh, I was so traumatized. You made me watch, and it was horrible. Now I need therapy and $10 million. And I need to take sleeping pills to be able to sleep. And every time I see a person wearing green socks, I start to go into a panic attack because they were wearing green socks when she was in the. Come on, man, give me a break. Get out of here with that stuff. We know what it is, right? This is somebody who became disgruntled and said, "Oh, wait, you're not supposed to be licking on another woman in the back seat of a car during work hours. You're not supposed to be doing that on the job. Like, UPS employees don't do that kind of thing." So if that were to happen at UPS or Ford or IBM, they would fully expect to be sued if they had these kind of shenanigans going on in the office. So long story short, I personally think that if our young people got more of this advice and information early instead of just being trained to follow what's cool and what's trendy, I think they'd be in much better shape. But instead, even if you get the bag, you're gonna blow the bag. I talked to a person who I really respect 2 days ago. He called me, gave me condolences about my mama transitioning on, and I appreciated that. And we were talking for a minute. I heard from a few people in the entertainment industry. Ice Cube sent me a text, and I thought that was very nice of him. And we were talking, about the stuff with Jay-Z and Diddy and all this stuff. And he said, "Oh, this is about a much bigger picture. This is a wealth issue. This is a wealth transfer issue. It's not as if anybody's surprised about the crazy stuff going on in hip hop. They've known about this stuff. They knew about the Diddy parties. They probably went to some. But it's a matter of positioning things in a certain way where they can come get your money and they can come get your power. And if you're not smart enough to understand that, if you're not strategic about it, then yeah, you all the hard work you put in, all you was doing was collecting wealth for somebody else. That's it. You're collecting wealth for somebody else. So anyway, let me move on. I'm going to move into another topic I kind of wanted to hit on today. Just a reminder: if you missed the financial slumber party, it was an absolute blast. I don't know how many of y'all were there last night. I bet some of y'all probably couldn't get up this morning because we were doing financial stuff and playing music and having fun. My wife came in from 11. I planned to go from like 11 Eastern to like 12:30 Eastern. We went from 11 Eastern to 2:30 a.m. and we just partied all night and it was a blast. And that's what I like. I used to think when I used to be in school, I would think of studying and partying as something you could do together. Like studying doesn't have to be boring. Partying doesn't have to be boring. Partying, going to did anybody notice like when maybe you were in college and everybody would go to the club and everybody would go to the parties and all they would do is just stand around and try to be seen or something and be bored to death. Like you can't have a conversation because the music's too damn loud. You're just standing there and you're seeing the same people you see every day and nothing interesting happens that night. That's very depressing for me. I was like, I'm not doing this goofy stuff. So to me, I think having fun should be done on terms that actually really works for you. And part of being I think a leader in life means do the stuff that works for you. Don't do stuff because everybody else is doing it. Do it because that's what you want. All right. So anyway, if you want to see the recording of the digital slumber party that we had last night, where we went through my training, stock market decoded, and we also brought in my wife, who's a licensed therapist and a full professor of social work, and she talked about financial psychology on a real deep level. We link trauma and how that affects your wealth. That if you went through bad stuff when you were a kid or bad economic relationships as a child, that's going to reflect itself in your life today. A lot of people don't have money because they don't have a money mindset. And they don't have a money mindset because that curse was given to them when they were a child and they never ever grew out of that. And if you want to grow out of that, she's a therapist. She helps people grow out of things all the time. So anyway, if you want to get a recording, you can go to financialslumberparty.com. That's financialslumberparty.com. Also, if you want to hear more from Dr. Alicia, pull out your phone and text the word love to the number 87948. So text love to 87948. Now, let me talk about something really quickly in terms of relationships. I saw something the other day where people were having a conversation about older men dating younger women. Now, I want to ask y'all a question really quick. Give me a yes or no. Do you think that it's okay when older men date younger women? Like, and then when I say that, let's say You're talking about, say, a 45-year-old and a 25-year-old, 20 years apart. Do you all think that that's okay if both people can consent to it? Or do you think it's just like, oh, hell no, that's just bad? It's pretty much unconditionally bad. Okay, I see some yeses and nos. Okay, Cornita and Elizabeth. All right. And all right, so yeah, so this is interesting, right? This is something that I was interested in terms of the conversation. I was also interested in it in terms of just sort of what might draw a younger person to an older man in the first place, right? So let me ask you all this. If I was to ask you, what what reasons do you think that younger women might have for preferring an older man? Right? We can't always write these situations off as just sort of manipulation of some dumb little girl who doesn't know what's going on. Sometimes women specifically will target and want to be with that older man instead of the younger man. So what do you think are the driving causes? And I'm gonna give you the answer based on the research in a second. But I want to ask you all, what do you all think are some driving factors? Okay, I see stability. Okay, the word stability and security pops up a lot. Mentorship, maturity. Okay, security and stability, financial security, money. Yeah. Okay. Somebody said daddy issues. Let's talk about the healthy reasons, right? And then we'll get to the unhealthy reasons, right? Because we know that there's a little bit of both. Right. Okay. I see fertility. Old men don't have as much fertility as young men, though. I don't know if I mean, for the women, the fertility would matter, but for the okay, all right, control. Okay, somebody say control. Ooh, uh-oh. Sound like you've been through some things. All right, so here are five healthy reasons younger women might be attracted to older men. One, according to the research, is emotional maturity. Older men often bring stability and emotional intelligence to relationships, which can be appealing compared to the drama or immaturity sometimes found in younger counterparts. That's true. I think I saw a study that said that men fully mature emotionally at 43. For women, it's about 32. And so ultimately, I will say this too. Even as myself, I was single for a while. I didn't really decide to truly commit to something that was going to lead to marriage until I was in my 40s. I'd actually tried to. I thought about. I got close to getting married in my 30s. I did propose to a girl. I actually proposed to her on the Whitney Williams show, and it did. She was a wonderful lady. It just didn't work out. So I was supposed to get married in my mid 30s. But then the funny thing about life is that sometimes you have a plan and your plan doesn't match God's plan. And so you make a plan and then the plan doesn't work out. Then you're like, okay, now what? And I remember feeling like that with my life. I said, whoa, I thought that by my late 30s, I'd be bogged down with like a spouse and kids. But I've got all this freedom and I had a lot of freedom and a lot of money, which is a very dangerous thing. I had plenty of money to travel around the world and do whatever I wanted, and I had plenty of free time. I didn't have anybody calling to say like, where were you last night? None of that stuff. I've always known though that idle time is the devil's playground, the devil's workshop. And I kind of felt like if I didn't find some sense of purpose, something to connect myself to, I would end up in all kinds of shenanigans or be pulled into tough situations. So even though I dated and it was an interesting experience and it was very easy to date, it's very easy to date when you're a public figure because women will come to you. They will already know you, they identify you, they will spot you. And there's some really pretty black women out there, and I think that's great. But I always knew anything that you do in excess is going to be bad for you. Anytime whether you're talking about food or drugs or anything, if you abuse it, I believe it's going to come back to you. I believe that karma is very real. And I think that gluttonous behavior, and you see this a lot. You'll see somebody who says, I'm going to sleep with every pretty girl I see. And next thing you know, something bad happens. Maybe they catch a disease or they end up being accused of something or somebody ends up taking their wealth. And so my belief was in always in moderation, just the same way I talk about economics. That's how I talk about life because because economics is not nearly as important as life, and most wealth is not in your bank account. Most of your wealth is in your life. Your life, you have relationships that are of infinite value to you. If I could give every penny that I have to get my mother back for another 20 years, I'd do that in a second, right? So my relationship with my mother was a massive loss. For just so many reasons I won't go into. So same thing is true with health. How much money would it require for you to want to have somebody give you a bad heart, right? Most people wouldn't want a bad heart, no matter how much money you got offered, right? So really, I would say that experience, was kind of interesting. I was like, I didn't expect to be single when I was in my 40s, but what I was learning at that time was I was learning how challenged and damaged the black community is, and not including me, right? And I sort of I noticed at that time, that's when I started noticing little things like 3/4 of all black women don't even have a father in the house, right? And I thought, well, what kind of person would I be if I had no mother in the house? If my mother and we act like it's no big deal, but I think it's a very big deal. If I had no mother, my mother just passed. That's devastating, right? If I had no mother growing up, I'd be a completely different person, right? Because my daddy's different from my mama. My mama is the nurturer. Imagine me with no nurturing at all. I'm already rough around the edges, but imagine if I never had any nurturing. And so, anyway, my point is to say that I think that there's just sort of this weird imbalance, and I think that also relationships are something that does require some degree of training, right? You can't just wing it. That's one thing I know for sure is that building an institution of any type, whether you're talking about a business, a family, or anything else, or a house, it's hard to do it if you're just sort of guessing along the way, right? If I say I'm gonna go build me a corporate office, I'm gonna go build a building in downtown Chicago, but I don't know what I'm doing. I've never done this before. I have nobody in my family that's ever done it. I know nothing about construction. Am I gonna be successful? Yes or no? Am I gonna be able to easily figure it out? What do y'all think? No, I'm not. I can't do that. It's impossible, right? Or pretty much not I don't say impossible, but very difficult. I'd probably fail. So I think that when you're talking about building an institution like a family, and I think about my mother and father making it through 50 years of marriage, they had to have some type of guideline. And I know that for my father, his guideline was his parents. His parents were married 70 years. And so that kind of created like a sort of rigidity in the thinking or a specific way of approaching relationships where even though he was a very good looking man and he had those Michael Ealy eyes and all the girls were chasing him, he said, no, that's nice and that's fun for me while I'm a kid, but that's not something I want to grow old with. I don't want to be 55 years old still living the lifestyle of a 25-year-old or a 20-year-old. And that shaped his values. If he'd had a father who was a Rolling Stone, who never got married or maybe got divorced and lived the single life forever, or a mother that had no man around, he might have said, I'm going to go a different direction because this lady she has a kid. I was the kid, and why in the hell would I want to be dumb enough to take care of some other guy's kid? Like some people think like that too, right? So his upbringing shaped his value system. So really, generally speaking, when you're talking about building any kind of institution, again, whether it's family or economic, if you don't have the background, like if you're trying to be an entrepreneur and you have no entrepreneurs in your family, you got to get some entrepreneurs in your family, if you know what I mean. You got to go find some people who think like you do because entrepreneurs have to take risks. Entrepreneurs have a lot of ups and downs. Entrepreneurs have to find a way to make a way. Entrepreneurs have to have a certain type of resilience that regular people don't have. So if you're trying to do that in your first generation, well, get around some other people that can really give you a culture that's going to match your objective. Do you follow me? Same thing would be true just generally if you're a wealth builder. I mean, think about this. In fact, let me ask y'all, let's do this experiment. How many of you have families that don't build shit? I don't mean to cuss on a Saturday, but I just did. How many of y'all got families that can't build a damn thing? Ain't saved nothing, can't invest nothing, don't know what a stock is. If you hit them in the face, you say the word stock, they think you're talking about buying some socks. No, I got some socks yesterday at Target. Hey, how many of y'all got families like that? I literally ain't never thought about economics further than let's get a job and let's go spend our money. Anybody grow up in a family like that? Give me a yes. Well, a lot of us do. So if you're trying to break that generational curse and do something different, you're gonna have to really be very intentional about that. Intentionality is everything. If you're not intentional, then you're not going to succeed. You can't get there by accident. Just like my father met my mother and he was very intentional. Like, that's going to be my wife. He did not flinch. He did not second guess himself. He did not wonder if this was the right decision. He was clear. He put his eye on the he laser targeted his objective and he went for his objective. And that's again, that's when I talk to young ladies, whenever they want to ask me about guys and whatever, I'm like, find a man who knows who he is and knows what he wants. If you don't know what he wants, that's very risky for you. That in literally in mathematical terms, from an investing standpoint, you're investing in a volatile, risky asset when you invest in someone who ain't clear about who they are or what they're going to do. Same thing is true on the other side, though. When you're picking a partner for anything important for you, you need to pick people that are solid. You need to pick people that are solid. You need to pick people that are solid. And if you're picking somebody who's solid, then damn it, you better be solid too. Because you're going to attract what you are. Right? So if you flimsy, like, oh, you ever see that? Like, where people be like, oh yeah, we're gonna do it, man. We're gonna do it. Yeah, let's call. Okay, I'm gonna call you tomorrow. Okay, we're gonna get on the phone tomorrow. Talk about, okay, all right, sounds good. Okay, and then nothing happens. How many times have you seen that? How many times have you seen that? Happens all the freaking time. All the freaking time. You can't build nothing like that. You can't. You need people that are solid as a rock. Ashford and Simpson. I saw that in the chat. You need, if you are gonna be solid, you need to get solid people around you. If you get solid people around you, you must be solid for them. Because there are some people who will just match your energy. I'm one of those people. If I can smell flimsy people in a second. I can tell. I can smell a flimsy Negro. One young lady that I used to mentor, she wanted me to meet her boyfriend, and I met this guy, and I'm like, "Hey, how you doing?" He's looking at the ground. He gives me this little whimsy little girl, like gave me a handshake like a 9-year-old girl, and looking away. And she asked me, she said, "So what do you think? What's your honest opinion?" I said, "Do not ever have a baby with this man. This man will never take care of his kids. He probably does not have a father because everything that I saw reeked of the exact opposite of determined and intentional masculinity. I did not pick up any of that." And then she started telling me more of the story. She said, "Yeah, well, he's got two babies mamas and blah 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 blah." And I'm like, "Yeah, of course he does." Because he doesn't commit to shit, right? He's not because commitment is hard. Commitment is very, very hard. Most people, I believe, again, I'm old school. I'm kind of extreme about this. I believe most people don't know a damn thing about commitment. They don't because we base everything on feelings. Well, I was gonna do it, but then I started to feel bad, and then it started to get hard, and then I started to feel like it wasn't, and then they're just like, so then I did something else, and I get it because life provides lots of excuses for you to fail, for you to give up. Which, in my view, means that if you're one of those people that can get past that, they can say, "No, I'm going to finish because that's what I started. I'm going to do it because that's what I said is going to happen." Like my father, I'm going to marry that lady because that's what I just said is going to happen, and ain't nothing going to get in the way of that. Oh, and I didn't tell y'all this. This is funny. This is how gangster my daddy is. He said there was another guy sitting next to my mother, and he had just come back from Vietnam, and he said, "If you talk to her again, I'm going to kick your ass." He literally said, "Now that's toxic as hell. Don't get me wrong, very toxic, but it got him a full family and a couple of kids out of it, right? It got him me, and I think I've been a pretty good asset to my dad. I bought him a car and helped him pay off his house, all that stuff. So he got his assets in life, financial, emotional, and otherwise, because he had intentionality. He had intention. He had clarity, a purpose. So I ask you this question. I say to you, in what areas of your life do you have clarity of purpose? What areas are you intentional? What areas of your life are just non-negotiable? And that's something you're gonna have to ask yourself about. Because if you let a situation or a person or a barrier knock you off your perch easily, it's gonna be very hard for you to do anything or build anything solid because you're not even approaching things from a solid perspective. And this principle applies to business. This principle applies to relationships. This principle applies to socioeconomic politics, every single issue. The world doesn't really give you much if you're not consistent and intentional and solid about what the objective is. Now let me move on. Let's get back to this topic of older men and younger women. So let's get some healthy reasons why younger women might be attracted to older men. According to the research, the emotional maturity piece, I've seen that to be very important because women like I think the emotional vulnerability and ability to connect and understanding your being in touch with your emotions seems to be very important to women. Life experiences and wisdom. Some women want a man that they can learn from, right? Tell me if you agree. Tell me if you've seen this or felt this. Established careers and stability. Every single study, when I wrote my book, Financial Lovemaking, back when I was on the faculty at Syracuse, I became absolutely intrigued with the innate, million year evolutionary connection that women have to things that indicate security. Wealth is just a symptom, it's a symbol of security. Wealth, a person who has wealth and financial peace has the ability to enhance your emotional well-being. If you've ever been financially unstable, you know how that can really rattle you. And what I've noticed is that women tend to, not all the time, but tend to get more rattled with financial instability than men, like to the point where they get pissed off at you because you tricked off the money. If my wife wastes money or overspends at the mall, it wouldn't stress me out. I wouldn't be like, God, I can't sleep now because this lady out here. I get it, and maybe kind of, and maybe I'm biased because money's not really a big problem per se, but I've noticed that like when I started reading studies about women just literally not even being able to have sex with their husbands because the money was bad, I thought that was so interesting, and I did a lot of research on that, and I was like, okay, so if we can act like money ain't supposed to matter, but it's not that's not gonna work. I think you're getting out of alignment with nature. I really do. I really do. When you get to the point where you want to act like money doesn't matter and that a woman won't care that the man that she selected is unable to provide for her babies and protecting her babies is literally the, if not one of the top priorities in her life. I don't know how that's gonna work. I talked to one lady when I was doing interviews for the financial lovemaking book. And by the way, you can have the book for free. You can have an e-copy. If you go to boyceandalicia.com, boyceandalicia.com, there, the e-copy of the book is there. So Boyce and Alicia, just me and my wife's name. I interviewed one lady and I remember she was telling me about how she'd been saving money, for her children to go to college by putting money under the bed or something in a bucket like, or like dollar bills and change and stuff. And by the way, that does add up to a lot of money over if you do it consistently. So they had hundreds, if not thousands of dollars saved up under the bed, right? But she was surprised. She was kind of confused because it seemed like it wasn't growing, like it was kind of staying flat or even going down, but she's putting all this money in here. And so she eventually finds out that her husband was going right behind her and taking money like $20 here or $10 there out so he could pay for his lunch. So he would let her save all the money and then he would take it and spend it on his lunch. And woo, when she found out what he was doing, and I remember listening to, I'd never forget her the way she described it. She said, you literally ate and shit out our daughter's college education. I mean, she was like steaming mad. I mean, and she literally, I mean, at that point, I think they did get a divorce because at that time she was like, I'm sleeping with somebody else now. This man is a loser. And I'm not advocating for any of that. I'm just saying that some sort of ability to provide resources, but also to protect, preserve, and grow the resources is essential. I don't know how you get around that. I don't know how you get away from that. And so yeah, if you think that younger women like older men because of the money, yeah, they do. And I don't think it makes them gold diggers. Maybe there are gold diggers out in the world for sure. And I think that that's a problem. But really, the general idea of economic security is something everybody should want. The idea that you can be uncomfortable in an uncomfortable, or sorry, the idea that you're supposed to be comfortable in extreme discomfort is not even logical. So what else they said? They said the younger women like older men for confidence and self-assurance. That's true. Years of experience bring confidence, and confidence always works. Every study shows that. Also, a different approach to relationships. Older men may prioritize meaningful connections and are often more patient, attentive, and intentional. There's that word intentionality. Intentional in relationships compared to younger individuals. So the young boy doesn't know what he wants. The older guy maybe says, "I want you, and I want this, and this is where we're going, and baby, put your coat on, girl. Get in the car. We going to eat at the steakhouse, right after. And after that, we going to the movies, right? Sometimes people like that, but it depends on the person. You can't generalize. All right, so here are the unhealthy reasons that some young women may want older men. One, unresolved daddy issues. Women with absent or distant fathers, which is actually, remember, the majority of black women do not have their father in the house. I know that there are all these studies about black fathers being involved when they're outside the house, but I'm going to challenge some of that a little bit in the sense that I kind of think that I just think again I just flip it and I say, well, what if my mother, says, hey, I'm still gonna be a good mom to you, but I'm gonna move across town and you're gonna see me twice a week. Do you think that she would be able to be as effective as a mother living across town and talking to me twice a week as she is by literally being in the house with me every day, all day long, talking to me all day about different stuff, little things like, put your coat on or I made you some oatmeal, right? I mean, do you really think that those two calibers of parenthood are the same? I don't think that they are. And I know that there's debates about this, but I do think that missing father, especially when you have situations where the father was a disappointment, that requires intense therapy because I told you I didn't realize until I was 50 that I not only did I marry my mother, I showed you all the picture. If you go to Dr. Boyce Finance, Dr. Boyce Finance is my Instagram. I had a picture of my mother and my wife, and they look identical. It looks like she's her daughter. And it wasn't until I was 50 that I realized that not only did I marry my mother, but I've dated my mother 2 or 3 times. I really have. I had a girlfriend named Robin, which is my mother's name, in college, and I didn't even like the girl that much, but something just had me there, and I was like, why am I even here? I was looking like Travis Hunter for a little while because this girl was tough. She was not fun to date. But anyway, with that being said, a lot. I argue that maybe sometimes when you see women that choose the wrong men, and they, next thing you know, you're pregnant by a guy who looks like your favorite rapper. I think that there's some deep daddy issues in there that maybe not so much because the men remind you of your father, but maybe because maybe you looked at these big hip hop guys who are absolutely terribly anti-family. Most of them are very anti-family because the culture is all about womanizing and balling out and being stupid, and definitely not tying yourself down with something boring like marriage and family. I don't know. I kind of think that these rappers kind of become like these father figures in the black communities, men that we end up looking up to, and some of them, I know some of these guys personally, and I'm like, some of these guys are just complete total degenerates, like just absolute degenerates. It's unfortunate. It's kind of strange to me that we have, and I'm not saying all of them are. That's obviously not true. I told you Ice Cube is my friend. He texted me yesterday, and he's been married to his wife for 30 years, something like that. But also, let me tell you, in terms of Ice Cube, what I like about him, the reason that I can be his friend and I did not remain friends with Kanye West is because he has a type of logic and reasoning and intelligence about him that some of the artists kind of lose in the sense that he understands. He has a song. I kid you not, and I'm going to go on a small little tangent on this, but it relates back to the wealth thing. He has a song from the 1990s. That if you're a big Ice Cube fan, you would know this song. And I don't remember the actual name of the song, but the chorus was had it involved the term ass over cash. And what he was basically, excuse my French, but he's basically saying that these young guys get themselves in trouble because you don't handle your business. You're out chasing so much booty and chasing so many different women that you lose focus, and then you end up losing all your money. You end up ruining what's going on. You end up messing up your situation. You end up putting yourself in situations where you get arrested or killed or lose everything because you are so distracted by the sex, right? And so I thought that, and I remember hearing that song. This was years before I met him, and I listened to it as a 28-year-old, and I said, I get this. I understand this song, and because what it says is that part of manhood should be predicated on understanding. Yeah, there are benefits to being a man, especially when you're a successful man. You should enjoy some of those spoils, but when you do things in excess, you're gonna pay a price for that. You're typically going to pay a price for that. And if you don't, hey, acknowledge that, and you don't have, this is why mentorship is so important for young men. When we lost our fathers, when they locked up all those black men, I told you I've been mad about that for 30 years. When they locked up all those black men, these little boys did not have any guidance. They didn't have anybody to say, hey man, look, slow down, stop that, don't do that, don't go shoot him, or no, don't. You got too many women running around. You got to focus, man. You need mentors that will do that for you so you can understand how to play this game strategically. Life as a black man is very strategic. If you are not a chess player, you will lose the game. You have to be a chess player. Some of these Negroes run around playing, playing checkers and tiddlywinks and dominoes and and crapping out every time or whatever. And you can't do that. You got to be a chess player. You have to be able to think strategically. And that I would say would be what Cube and I kind of vibed on. Is like, I get it. I was like, oh, I get it now. You're a solid guy and you think strategically, so we can have a conversation. If you're a goofball who gets caught up in anything that's popular, I don't even know anything about that. I'm not interested in that. So anyway, let me finish up. Let me read a few more things. All right, so they say that women like unhealthy reasons. A younger woman might be attracted to an older man is again the unresolved father issues. Women with absent or distant fathers might unconsciously. This is the subconscious. This is not what you don't know you're doing this. This is the power of the subconscious. Unconsciously seek older men to fill a parental or nurturing role, leading to dependency rather than a balanced partnership. So they have a Freudian theory on parental dynamics that basically says that if you don't address that daddy issue, you're gonna be picking picking wrong. You're going to end up in bad situations relationship wise for the rest of your life. My wife, who is a therapist and also a expert on the subconscious mind, talks to me about she kind of schooled me on a lot of this. And I'm telling you, if you really want to elevate yourself, elevate your life, either get the therapy, do the work, or whatever is required to deal with that subconscious issue. And my wife, her website is coachingwithdralicia.com. So if you want to reach out to her, feel free to do that. That's coachingwithdralicia.com. Power dynamics. The older man's perceived authority or financial control can create a power imbalance. True. Which might feel attractive initially. So you're excited at first because you got this big, powerful man and you're attracted to his confidence and the fact that I don't know, maybe he's a big, tough guy. You think he might slap you around, but he doesn't actually do it. So maybe that's exciting or something weird like that. Initially, but so it feels attractive initially, but can lead to manipulation or lack of equality. So studies on power imbalances in relationships pretty much do say that, right? So when someone else has more power over you, you have to be very careful about who you give that power to. And I've actually even gone raw in my book, Financial Lovemaking. I tapped on this a little bit. I learned a lot more over time, but I learned the power of sex and how sexuality has different impacts on men and versus women. There are various chemicals that get kicked off when you have sex with another person. One was phenylethylamine. I remember that. Then there's dopamine, oxytocin, and one more, various endorphins that in which create three particular sensations when you have good sex. One is you get the high from the dopamine. Two, you feel very relaxed. And then three, and this really impacts women on a heavy level. Your oxytocin receptors are really opened up, especially when you have orgasms with a man. So when they talk about the spiritual connection that you have with that person, where suddenly this creepy, horrible person, you suddenly want to wash his dirty drawers and let him drive your car. That's what the oxytocin does. The oxytocin receptors are wide open, and you have this magical experience, and suddenly you're in love. And you might be in love with the devil. A lot of us have had that experience. But what happens with women that's different from men is that men have this thing called testosterone. And some men have more of it than others. Athletes have a lot of testosterone. That's why they're great athletes. That's why they're big and strong. And the testosterone partly neutralizes the oxytocin. So the effects of the sexual experience impact men differently from women. So that's why you have those scenarios where the man is like, okay, I gotta go to basketball practice now. And then I'm gonna go see my two or three other girlfriends later on. And the woman's like, oh, I hope he calls me today. And I'm not saying that that happens all the time. Obviously, you can't stereotype. And there are some women that I guess are working to engineer themselves to have that same sort of detachment. But I think it comes with a greater price. Comes with a greater amount of pain, to the point where it almost seems like sometimes I've seen cases where women are pretending like they don't care, but then there's like something that just happens where the soul feels empty because you've given yourself to so many different guys and stuff like that. So honestly, long story short, I think that I can tell you this: when I started understanding that, a lot of things made sense, and when I started understanding the power of sex, it really made me think about why things happen the way that they do. For example, black people have a high amount of trauma from things that we've gone through. So, my wife should be here explaining this better. She can explain it better than I can because she also teaches a class on addiction, a university class. So she's a lot of addictions are an outpouring from trauma. You have unresolved, unhealed trauma, which it's all over the black community. It's like the biggest STD in the black community, if you will, the biggest virus that's out there. And so the result of undiagnosed, unhealed trauma might mean leaning toward various addictions, which might be a sexual addiction. And we don't think of it as an addiction, but it can happen that way, and it just creates a lot of chaos. That's unwanted pregnancies, STDs are like through the roof. And if you watch like the Shade Room, you'll notice every other post is something sexual, right? Sex, 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 right? So I would encourage you to, in your own journey, if you're trying to accomplish goals, financial or otherwise, uh understand yourself, figure out like the areas where you're making mistakes and why those things are happening, and that a lot of times will come through a therapeutic process. And then not only will you understand the world better and understand yourself better, you'll be able to position yourself where you want to be, like, right, like you won't make a plan to go over here and then end up over there. Or like New Year's is coming. How many people do y'all see every year that have these big New Year's resolutions of all these things they want to accomplish this year because 2025 is new and fresh? This is what I'm going to do. I'm going to be a different person. 96% of all people do not fulfill their New Year's resolution. 96%. So you're not going to fulfill the resolution if you just do what everybody else does. You'll be like the 96%. So the question to ask at that point is, if you're serious enough about it, is how do I become part of the 4%? Like what do I need to do to make sure I don't end up keeping continuously making promises to myself? Oh, I'm not gonna mess with this type of girl, or I'm gonna leave this relationship, or I'm gonna build this business, or I'm gonna quit this job. What are you gonna do to make yourself part of the 4%? What are you gonna do? And I can't answer that for you. I'm just encouraging you to ask yourself that question. So let's keep going. Other reasons they say that young women might be attracted to older men. These are the unhealthy reasons. Low self-esteem. They say younger women with low self-worth might gravitate toward older men who they perceive as out of their league, relying on their approval for validation. And again, this is where the whole daddy thing comes, right? Because the daddy is supposed to validate you. The daddy is supposed to tell you that you're beautiful and smart and capable and everything else. And at least where I come from, that's I'm thinking old school here. Maybe you feel free to disagree with me, but I remember even hearing my mother talk about when she met my father. And she said, I thought he was too attractive for me because all the girls were swooning over him because he had those green eyes. And my father said, though, I thought your mother was beautiful. She was the most beautiful thing I'd ever seen. But my mother did not see that in herself. So my brother asked a really hard question for her. He says, so why did you feel like why do you think you felt that way about yourself? Why was your self-esteem low? And she said, well, because we had so many kids around growing up. Like, my mother's sister had 10 kids and we had five, and then her other sister had another 6 or 7 kids. So kids never got one-on-one attention. There was not, and I can add this part. To my knowledge, there was no older man around to validate and love them without eventually meeting grown men who are like, yeah, girl, I think you're great, and I also want to sleep with you, right? That's what unfortunately a lot of girls go through. So that missing father is really part of the missing wealth in the black community because it's not just financial wealth, it's also emotional wealth, cultural wealth, social wealth, it's and political wealth, right? So ultimately, this is a big thing. This can happen a lot. So the daddy issues can lead to dating the older men because everybody needs a daddy at some point. So moving on. Um, Avoidance of peers competition. Some younger women might feel intimidated by competition with peers and seek older men, believing that there's less pressure to compete or meet certain social expectations. Interesting. And this comes from studies on social hierarchies and romantic preferences. So it seems like what they're saying here is that if I'm a young girl and I'm tired of trying to compete for the young guys around me by trying to have the nicest body or, perform the best in the bedroom, maybe an older man who's more settled might put me in a space where I don't feel like I have to be as competitive. And that might be true, right? I don't know. I mean, if you date an older guy who's a little more settled, who's kind of like, look, I'm not looking for a million women. I got stuff to do. I just want one good one. Then maybe that creates a less pressure driven situation than try to date the guy in the dorm that every girl's trying to get with, and you're under this constant threat of competition. I'm not sure. And then the last thing they mentioned here is escape from uncertainty. They say younger women may be drawn to the perceived stability of older men as a way to avoid dealing with their own life transitions or uncertainties, which can hinder their personal growth. This is connected to attachment theory and fear of independence. Interesting. So you have, so maybe you're uncertain because you moved out of the house and you're afraid, or maybe you have these other areas where there's uncertainty, and you have this other older figure that's kind of like this pillar in your life that can provide the certainty that you're seeking. But unfortunately, I guess they're saying that in a toxic case, you're never going to develop independence because you are depending on someone else. So maybe it becomes a codependent situation. I'm not sure. But I will say this. One thing I've noticed universally that to be universally true is that the economic piece pops up everywhere in relationships. I don't think it's realistic for a person, especially a man, to think that you can have no money and be as appealing as the guy who has, financial security. Again, sometimes there's exceptions, right? But but overall, I kind of think that we're kind of hard on people when we say, oh, all you care about is money, or why would you expect a man to take you to the Cheesecake Factory for dinner? He doesn't even know you like that, And I think that some of that really reflects the economic desperation that exists in the community, like right, like the goal of America, in my opinion, has always been to keep the black man as a child or as feminine or as a clown. That's why your biggest most famous black men in America tend to be comedians, rappers, and athletes. All these are very childlike professions. They're not building rocket ships. They're not out, negotiating multi-billion-dollar deals with foreign countries. Those are not the black men that can tend to end up on the covers of magazines. It's some guy that's playing a sport like a child, some guy who is telling jokes like a clown, some guy who's rapping and disrespecting his community the whole time. N word this, B word that, right? Just really all these ridiculous, clownish, entertaining behaviors. And so, so ultimately, that it creates a power imbalance as well as a massive financial issue. And my belief in terms of what the solution is that black men who really want to be men and be human have to start businesses. If you want your humanity back, you're going to have to build institutions of your own. You have to be a builder. If you go up to knock on the white man's door and say, "Hey, I want you to let me have some power in your institution," the world does not work that way. It just doesn't. So a lot of black men that are struggling financially, um, rather than us sort of shifting the culture and confronting the culture and building on our own, and some guys are doing this, right? There are a lot of men who just say, well, let's just complain about the women. Let's just get mad because the women get better jobs, or mad because the women have more financial stability, or mad because the little girl, instead of spending her life dreaming about growing up and becoming an NBA player, she spent her time in the library, right? She wasn't thinking about trying to bust a rap and put out an album. She was thinking like, how do I become a medical doctor? How do I become an attorney? And what this has kind of done, this is where racism does exist, on a major level, is it's created this weird imbalance in the community where we're trying to figure out like, how do you build healthy relationships when the male is in many cases incapable of providing the financial security that I innately need to have as a woman, right? And there's all kinds of solutions. Some women say, I'm gonna go date the white boy, right? Because he's got money. Or and then some women, say I'm gonna stay single or whatever, or I'm gonna date around. And it creates these weird ecosystems that are hard to kind of understand and explain. And I think one way to adjust that is I think we got to be really intentional about how we train our little boys. The big shiny crap, the big shiny shit, that's what it is. The big shiny shit is a distraction. When I go to a classroom full of black boys, where they're all being educated by white people, by the way, and half of those damn boys tell me they want to be a basketball player or a rapper when they grow up, do you understand what that does to the structure of your families 20, 30 years down the line? I mean, can you imagine the frustration of trying to build a solid, mature family situation with a guy who's a broke ass 35-year-old rapper? I'm not making fun of you if you're a rapper. I know 35-year-old rappers. It's cool. But the recording industry doesn't have room for all of y'all. All of y'all can't get into the Diddy party. Right? And even if you do, what kind of man are you going to become at that point anyway? Like I just really think that um I would love it if black boys were trained to at least know about not just the plan B, but what should really be the plan A. The plan A should be build something of your own, build some wealth, get some stability, get some security, and then your plan B could be like, okay, I'm gonna try to put out an album in the meantime or whatever. I don't even think that the entertainment stuff should be the plan A anymore at all. Sports should not be the plan A anymore at all, unless you are identified as the next LeBron James at the age of 14 or something. In that case, I can understand why you're focusing on your basketball. But Lord Jesus, we got little 5'8" Negroes out here thinking they're gonna be in the NBA. You can't go to the NBA. You're 5'8". Sit your short ass down and go do something else. It's crazy to me, right? Like, did anybody watch Hoop Dreams? Remember Hoop Dreams where they had the poor kids that were, thinking I'm going to go to the NBA, and the whole family buys into it. Like, we're all going to get to the NBA. You're going to be, and anybody who knows basketball could have watched 10 minutes of that movie and said, neither one of y'all going to the NBA. You're too damn short. You're not tall. NBA players are big and strong and like they're literally like abnormally large. I got a guy in the house upstairs. I'm his bonus dad. I got a guy upstairs right now who's 6'9". He could have had a hoop dream, and I would have been like, you know what? Let's go work. Let's go to the court right now. Let's work on the jump shot a little bit because he could have had a chance. And he is so abnormally tall that literally everybody looks up when he walks into the room. When he walks in the room, everyone's like, "Oh!" And he's good looking and smart. And I want him to have that confidence. I'm like, dude, you own the room until you give it away. So carry that. right? Because I'm like, man, do you know what I would have given to be 6'9"? I wish I was a little bit taller. I wish I was a baller. I wish I had a girl who looked good. Well, I got that. But anyway, yeah, but the thing is that that's really rare. That's very, very rare. So really the thing that drives me crazy about the stupid hoop dream that they sell us when we're kids is that number one, that's not even the best way really to make money in general, in my opinion. But then number two, even to have a chance to win the basketball lottery, you got to win the genetic lottery. The genetic lottery means you got to be part of the point one. I think that the 6'9", I think that less than 0.1% of the population is as tall as our son upstairs. Like literally one in every 1,000 people or something ridiculous like that is that tall. So it makes no sense um to to even talk about that. I would encourage you to make sure that your son understands these things. And I don't care if he feels like you are a dream killer. Travis, please stop putting your phone number in the chat, man. That's something we don't like for we unless we specifically ask for that. Let's try not to do that for security reasons. I don't want people, we don't want that kind of stuff. Just sort of like, so if you want to do some marketing or something, you could talk to our team. But I see you putting the phone number in there repeatedly. So please, I'm just asking you politely to not do that. All right. So the long story short here is to say that when we have these dreams that that our children bring to us, I think we got to give them the right dreams. One of the reasons why I kind of liked what the Earn Your Leisure guys were doing, which I love those guys. I went to the Invest Fest. I had a lot of fun. There's a lot of great people there. Um, I like what they're doing because I like the fact that they're helping young guys really understand that there are so many different ways for you to be rich and successful. You don't have to be on stage. You don't have to be a basketball player. And the one thing that the next step in that evolution though is that we have to get to the point where that doesn't even become like the dominant part of our culture. Even then, it's like, when I was on the platform, when I was there. I went there because my buddy D1 was performing there, and I was really happy about that because D is such a great guy. He has the right ideas. He's one of the good ones as far as rappers go. But I'm there and I'm seeing all these entertainers on the stage, performing. And it's unfortunate that you need rappers to even get the attention of young black people. I think that you should be able to get their attention with things that are a little more beneficial to the community. Like, how about healthy families? How about that get the attention of our community? How about just generational legacy? That should get our attention. Financial security should get our attention. Intel education should get our attention. I don't know if I don't know how I feel about the fact that we're only looking when a rapper is talking or when an entertainer is speaking. Because right now, with what you're seeing with Diddy and all these people, all these Negroes about to go to jail, all these people losing all their money, and all these they're raping people. They think that we're getting all kinds of crazy shenanigans, drugs, and everything that you want to do to ruin your life was apparently happening at those Diddy parties. These people are becoming drug addicts. And again, I don't want to sound overly preachy about it, but I can tell you, in terms of wealth, all those things will destroy your wealth. But they won't just destroy your money. After they take your money, they're gonna take your soul. Like you'll experience a pain that like the pain of being completely flat broke. Take that pain and multiply by 1,000, and that's the pain you get when you realize your drug addiction caused you to ruin the lives of your children, or when your choices got you 80 years in prison, or you've got your doctor tells you caught a disease that you can't give back. That's the other part in terms of the underbelly, in terms of what's lost. It's not just the money. The money is yeah, the money's a side note at that point. Yeah, they're gonna lose all their money. A Diddy won't be no billionaire by the time he gets done. And everything is alleged, right? We have to use the word allegedly. But come on now, you know what I'm talking about. You there's smoke and there's fire, right? And I can tell you that none of this is a surprise because for a very long time they went out of their way and spent billions of dollars promoting the most toxic, unhealthy behavior imaginable toward young black people. And it's not just causing them to be broke, it's causing them to be broken. And what this does to the community from a wealth generational trauma standpoint, is that you have families that are headed and created by broken people, which means you're creating millions and millions of broken children. And it only gets worse one generation after another. So there has to be an intentional effort to go in and kind of address that. And if you're not intentional about it and draw clear lines in the sand, then nothing is going to happen. Nothing's going to be effective. So I honestly think that about 70% of that whole damn culture can be thrown in the garbage. That's loser culture. It's loser culture to talk about financial irresponsibility where you give all your money right back to your oppressor. It's loser culture when you don't respect the power of sex as a vehicle for reproduction and building families, and you start to see it as an addiction, like a drug that you use to get pleasure with anybody who will open their legs for you. It is destructive and harmful when you are talking about your women, the people who gave life to you, who gave birth to you. My mother, there's nobody more important than my mother because my mother's why I exist. And you talk about your women like they're garbage, and then you train them to act like garbage. You train them to get on stage and leading booty first, and 12-year-olds wanting to twerk instead of actually growing their minds and their spirits. And then and then you're celebrating the murders of black people. You got songs where they're talking about killing black people, like the Klan. And we think it's okay. Why? Well, because they have lots of money. It's all about the money. All we talk about every day is money. Money, money, money. Why? Well, one of the reasons that you want to learn about money is so you can understand that you can make money and not make yourself look like a damn buffoon in the process. You can make money without embarrassing and jigabooing yourself into oblivion. You can make money without making your whole family and your community look like a bunch of idiots. There's plenty of ways to make money. So I believe that as a state of emergency, our community must prioritize economic intelligence among our children so that they will not do ridiculous, harmful, self-destructive things that destroy entire generations out of economic desperation. When they have an economic need, they will have multiple ways to fulfill that need without going out here and doing stuff that is gonna ruin their lives. So that's all. I'm done talking about this. I know people, some people get mad. They think oh, you're preaching and all this. Man, shut up. I'm serious. Like when people talk, I'm like, just shut up. You don't know nothing. You're full of crap right now. Uh, because you can't look at what's been going on in this culture and say, well, this is who we want to be. This is not who we want to be. This is not the outcome that we want. And also, you must connect the culture to what's been going on. Black wealth is disappearing. Black families are disappearing. Black people are struggling. And the conversations are just infinitely juvenile and immature and ignorant and ridiculous and backward. You're not having the right conversations. You have to have conversations about how our kids are being raised, and we must give them the opportunity to be able to live healthy, productive, and prosperous lifestyles without following down the yellow brick road to nothingness. In fact, I went now up to the point where when I hear about somebody becoming a successful rapper, I feel sorry for them. I really do. I say, wow, not only are you going to probably have some sort of miserable failure at the end of the day, but it's going to be even worse because you think you're successful. Like you're 22 years old, telling everybody, that they can be like you and how great that is, but you're rapping about murdering black people and putting yourself in all these dangerous situations where at some point somebody ends up dead or in prison, and then you lose all your wealth, and they move on to the next Negro in line. That's how this stuff works. So anyway, I'm done talking. Let me stop before I just keep on preaching too much. And I apologize if I sounded preachy, but I really, really feel this way, and I cannot hold that back because I worry too much about our people. And for those of you that are trying to shift that, I encourage you to go back to the three key areas of success in life: health, wealth, and relationships. Health, mental and physical health. Are you working on your mental health? Are you getting the therapy? Are you healing the trauma? Or are you just swimming in the ignorance and the trauma and the self-destruction that's being so heavily marketed to you? When it comes to physical health, are you looking at the food that we're eating? You know that they're poisoning us. The FDA has been asleep on the job for a very long time, and corporations are putting dyes and chemicals and all kinds of crap in your food. Everybody's getting cancer. My mother just died from cancer. My father has cancer. A lot of you have relatives who've had cancer. That's because about half of all Americans at some point are going to get cancer because they are poisoning you. They're killing you, right? So are you going to address that or are you going to just ignore it? Going to the gym, eating better makes a big difference because health is wealth. If you lose your health trying to go get wealth, then guess what? They're going to take all your wealth to give you a little bit of your health back. That's what they do. They hold your health for ransom by poisoning you and then charging you money to help deal and manage the poison, the effects of the poison. When it comes to relationships, are you having healthy relationships with yourself and other people, or are you attracted to toxic situations, or do you end up in similar toxic situations over and over again, and don't know why? Well, again, that goes back to the healing, that goes back to fixing. Relationships have a toolkit. There are ways, there are specific skills, specific people that can say this is how you manage a relationship, especially with two traumatized people. It's very hard to build a business together. Two traumatized people have a hard time building families together. I heard the rapper 50 Cent, he said something really insightful one time. I heard him talk about his relationship with Big Meech. Big Meech was his big drug dealer up north, and Big Meech just got out of prison. And 50 said something like, he said, "Yeah, when I first saw those guys in the club back 20 years ago, I stayed away from them." And they said, "Well, why did you stay away from them?" He said, "Because I know who I am, and I know what I've gone through, and the kind of person I am, and I know what they are." And he knew that those chemicals, when they mix, when you mix traumatized people together, trauma will lead to drama. And so his insight, and again, he's heavily traumatized. I mean, the man got shot 9 times. I was impressed with the fact that he understood that how traumatized people don't tend to do things very well because they're not built for cooperative behavior, right? So fix that, get that out of your system so you can really be the kind of person that you want in your life. And then the last part is the wealth. I mean, we know all about wealth. We've talked about it a lot. And wealth comes down to a couple things. Do you have income and financial security? That's it. Do you have enough money in your bank account to tell your boss to kiss your ass because you're sick of his crap? Do you have enough wealth such that your children and grandchildren are going to be okay after you're gone? You could do that by getting an insurance policy. Just get one tomorrow or something. Do you have the financial security that gives you emotional peace? If you don't have it, start working on that, right? And then build it for somebody else in your family. The world does not have to be what it is. We are trained to expect that we're going to grow up and eventually have some horrible job and have to show up and work every day for somebody who cares nothing about us and then work until we die and all this other nonsense. That's BS. We've talked about the economy enough, and I can dissect that for you and explain to you that everyone should invest. If everyone invests consistently and that makes that a core value of their family, then you can really have children that never have to work for anyone. We talked the other day about how if you just bought $1,800 worth of Apple stock one time in 1997, that will be over $2 million today. There's no person on earth that has $2 million in the bank that has to get up and go to work tomorrow. No person anywhere. So if you go back, a lot of us spent $1,800 that year, but most of us did not spend $1,800 on Apple stock. And imagine if you instead put 1,800 every year, right? Then you'd be incredibly wealthy. You'd be perfectly fine. If your parents had done that for you, you wouldn't have financial problems. So unless you create them. So I would encourage you to do those little things, and that's going to make the difference for you. So anyway, I'm done talking. Thank you guys for listening. Quick reminder, if you want to be on the text list to be notified when we meet for class every morning, pull out your phone, text the word morning, MORNING, to the phone number 87948. So text morning to 87948. Also, if you want a copy of that book, Financial Lovemaking, I mentioned earlier, you can get a free e-copy. You just go to boyceandalicia.com, and at boyceandalicia.com, there's not only the book there, but my wife, who's a therapist, she also does stuff for couples and families and stuff like that. She has a 5-day Black Love Challenge, so she believes in Black love. And then thirdly, if you wanted to get the recording from the financial slumber party that we did last night, and because you couldn't make it, it's yours for life. Your family can have it. You can share it with whoever you want to in your family. And you can go to financialslumberparty.com, financialslumberparty.com, and you can get a copy of the recording. And if you guys like it, I'm gonna send you all a survey via text. And so if you all liked it enough and you thought that it was worthwhile and fun, which it seemed like you did, then we can do another one. And so I'm just gonna ask you guys like how you felt, what we can do more of, less of, and then also ideas on other financial slumber parties we can do. Because I had a blast. We were there from 11 p.m. until 2:30 a.m. and I went to sleep. And I told my wife I woke up this morning to go to the gym. I said, "Oh my gosh, I feel like I was drinking all night," but I had a lot of fun. And thank you guys for hanging out with us. All right, so have a good night, everybody, or good day, and I hope you have a great weekend. And I'll talk to you soon. Take care. Bye bye.
snowed on Halloween last year, but that don't stop people from going out. From 4 to probably 4 to 7. It doesn't go, or maybe 4 to 6. It's not going to go very much longer. This is not a lot of. Usually, there's a lot of people out, way more than this. So there's some people staying home, which is fine with me.
The earliest trick-or-treating memory I had when I was it was 1975. I was 4.
You remember that?
I remember it because I remember my mother was pregnant, and she's pregnant Halloween. That's how I figured out, or made the connection about when my mother had the baby and the baby died. Because I was like, if she was pregnant, because my sister was born in September. So why would my mother be pregnant if my sister was born in September? The following.
How long was your mom?
I remember pulling her arm and noticing her stomach was big, and I was like, "Come on, Mama!" That's like I wanted her to run, and she couldn't run because she had a big stomach. So Mama was like ready to give birth. Yeah. That was when we didn't make it. Yeah. And so my sister was born about maybe a year, about 11 months later.
Good.
So I guess they must have just got pregnant like right after.
A replacement child.
Really? Is that a thing? That's a therapy thing?
That is a thing, replacement child.
Oh, okay.
The thing is that you have a hole, you have a gap there, emotional need. So usually people do all sorts of things, but having another baby is one of the things to fill that need in.
Wow.
I think it helps you deal with the grief, but then you don't want to put all your hopes and expectations on it. But you come around after a while. I never went trick-or-treating. My mom would drop me off at this church. Me and my friend, we just get dropped off at this church, and then we'd spend hours. I don't know how she knew to pick me up. There was no cell phone, nothing. She would just drop me off at a church, and then I would bob for apples, and they had like little stations. They had a haunted house down there. I don't even know what church it was. And then after a while, I would just look up, and there she was, standing there, and I'd be like, okay, I guess it's time to go.
Do you know what time Kristen Talana gonna get here?
It's 5 o'clock. What time is it?
No, it's like 5:30.
Is that them?
Yeah, that's.
Well, they can come over here.
They can drive in the driveway.
Oh, that's what you definitely think.
Hey, what's going on, guys? I hope you guys are having a wonderful day. Welcome to Dr. Boyce Daily Stock Market. This is where we talk about what's going on in the stock market every day, as well as some other financial tips and information and news that will help to improve your life. Well, today we had a great conversation this morning in the Prime program about the stock market and what was going on. A lot of your stocks kind of dipped a little bit, but then as I mentioned this morning, there's a strong probability that when the market declines in that way, that it's going to recover. And surprisingly, it did. Today, we had a wonderful day in the market, which reverses a big chunk of what was lost before. And that's what I mentioned to you all during our Money in the Morning class, is that if you can keep your cool, then you will find that the stock market giveth and it taketh away. And sometimes when it taketh away, it giveth right back. And if you're a cool, calm, collected investor, then you understand these things. So anyway, don't forget, if you want to join us for class every single morning, just pull out your phone, text the word morning to the phone number 87948, text morning to 87948. And I guarantee you that you will learn more from me for free than you learned in 4 years of college that cost you $250,000. I guarantee you that much. So anyway, come on in, hit the thumbs up button, thumbs up, share, subscribe. Hey, Rain and Relaxing Music and Beverly Jones, I see you. I want to share something with you all that's really, really important for you to understand in terms of protecting your money in case something happens. Now, give me a yes in the chat if you know that you're going to die at some point. Give me a yes in the chat. Everybody who is going to die at some point, give me a yes in the chat if you understand this, if you've thought about this, if you've realized life is short, if you are willing, if you are interested in doing the absolute best you can with the life that God gave you while you're here. Give me a yes. If you're going to max out that time, max it out like a credit card, go hard, go 100%. And also you are fully acknowledged and you understand that humans don't live forever, right? That there's a point where we die. And sometimes the thing about death is that death doesn't always make an appointment. Sometimes death does not fit into your schedule. Death does not let you know, hey, I'm going to be there Tuesday at 4:00. So make sure you're well dressed and pack your suitcase because that's when I'm going to come get you. Death don't always do that. Death just sort of pops up like surprise, and then next thing you know, you're in the pearly gates and you're screaming like, hey, wait, the bank account number is this, and the login for that is that. But you can't do that. You can't go back and fix anything because once it's done, it's kind of done. That kind of sucks. And what happens is what people don't think about is that when you pass, there are all these little things that have to get done that you were doing because you were Superwoman, you were Superman, you were doing everything for everybody all the time, but you didn't tell anybody else how to do it. You didn't give anybody else the passwords. You didn't tell anybody else how to get into the bank account so they could pay the rent by next Tuesday. You didn't tell them anything. So unfortunately, you got a bunch of people going through all your stuff, trying to solve problems, trying to figure things out. A lot of people can't get your stuff because they're not you. They're not you, right? So here's what I wanted to share with you that's really important. If you stick to the end of the video, I'm also going to I'm going to give you a stock that I like right now, a stock that I'm going to buy. I told you I was going to give you a profit alert. I'll do that as well. Well, there are these things that imagine this. You imagine if we all died right now. Let me ask you a question. How many of you have somebody that depends on you to pay some bills? Anybody, give me a yes if there are people that depend on you to come up with some money to help support the household, or maybe you are the loan provider for the household. Give me a yes if the money in your account is the money that's going to be paying a bunch of the bills in the house. How many bill payers we got? Okay, so and me and my wife, we both pay bills. I pay a lot. I send her money. She pays some stuff, and it's cool, right? It's not 50-50 because we don't keep tabs on each other like that. But it is a joint effort. Running a household is a joint responsibility, in my opinion. I don't know who taught us that we want to have a house, a community full of broken families. That's not a key to wealth. That's actually a key to poverty. So that's why you see so much poverty out here. So all right, so if you are paying the bills, just ask yourself this question. If something happened to you right this very second, who would be able to get that money out of your account so they could pay the bills? Can anybody do it? Well, for many of us, nobody can come get your money. Nobody can get the money quickly. They would actually have to go through something called probate. And probate is terrible. It's like getting your teeth pulled out of your neck. It's really, really painful and irritating. And it takes a long time. And there's a timeliness to money. Money and time are deeply connected. There's a deep, meaningful, heavy-duty relationship between time and money. And maybe I just think of it this way because I'm a finance professor, and all of our math equations always that explain money always had time in those equations. Time is a really important factor when it comes to wealth. They have a really powerful connection to one another, almost like Kool-Aid, good Kool-Aid and water. Like imagine trying to make some really good Kool-Aid, but you have no water. What would that taste like? Imagine what that would taste like if you had a bunch of powder and threw in even some sugar, but you have no water in the Kool-Aid. Can you make Kool-Aid without any water? The answer is absolutely not, unless you're crazy. Black people don't do that, right? And maybe some people can eat it out of the packet, but it's real nasty. Well, building wealth without time is a puzzle to me. I don't understand when people think they're going to make that fast money, that quick money. And I'm like, but you're trying to make Kool-Aid with no water. That does not work. What you going to do, spit in it? You're going to pee in the bucket? Like, how you going to get water for your – either way, it's going to be some nasty Kool-Aid. You got to just put some water in that jug, and then it'll be all right. But without water, you're struggling. So time and money are deeply connected. That's the point. We talk about the relationship between time and money a lot during stock options class, things like that. Because in the options, actually, you can sell time and you can buy time. It's pretty powerful. Now, with that said, the timeliness of money comes into play when you talk about what's going to happen to your account if something happens to you. And so where timeliness comes into play in that space is that if you passed away, someone may need money from you and they can't wait to get that money. They may have to pay a bill by Tuesday, or they may have to pay the credit card by the 1st, or it's going to ding the credit report, or they have to pay the rent, or they're going to get an eviction notice. They can't wait for probate to happen, which might take weeks or months. to get the money. They need the money now. They need it tomorrow. Okay. So here's what solves that problem. Write this down if you haven't done this yet. Banks have something called payable upon death, PODs, or sometimes it's called a transferable upon death, TOD. All that is you designating a beneficiary on your bank account that such that that person can come into your bank and get your money out in case you die. They can show up with a death certificate or some proof of death and an ID, and they can get access to your money right away. This will be a lifesaver for a lot of people. This is extremely important. Also, this allows easy transfer of funds without having to go through probate. In fact, I believe that this wealth transfer will be exempt from most taxes, not all taxes. Maybe estate taxes, if you're talking about millions of dollars, or sometimes different states may tax that person, but at the very least, they have quick access to the money. Also, your brokerage account. A lot of you are investors. How many of you are buying stock? Please, everybody, raise your hand. Please, everybody, give me a yes that you're buying stock. If you're not buying stock, then I need you to start investing in this market. There is so much opportunity out here. How many of you own stock? If you own stock, most brokerage accounts also have a POD, payable upon death, or it's called a TOD, transferable upon death. So just remember that. Just ask for POD or TOD, and just talk to customer support. Say, hey, I just want to make sure that somebody can come get this money in case something happens to me. And then maybe you can even designate more than one beneficiary. That way, if you're in a car together and something both happens to you, tragically, because these things happen, you'll be safe. Remember, I'm gonna tell you like this. I told our youngest child, I said, my job as your bonus dad, she has a dad, and her dad is a great guy. We work together to protect the kids. I said, my job is to protect you in life and in death. I said, my goal is to make sure that if I'm gone, you're still going to be protected by me long after I'm gone. And really, I extend that to anybody who leans on the things that I've taught you, the things that I've shared with you, the things that I've helped you with over the years. Some of you have been around for many, many years. I'm going to be here after I'm gone. I spend most of my life thinking about what happens after I'm here. And part of the reason that I'm so eager to make sure we share as many ideas as possible is because I know that Black men die all the time. And if I go, I know that I could go tomorrow with a smile on my face, knowing that this stuff is the stuff that we've done will be available for the next 100 years for anybody that wants to understand economics and finance at the highest levels, which really should be everybody, because money is extremely important. Money really matters. The protection of money, the building of wealth can make a difference between life and death for some people. It can make a difference between happiness and misery. So take these little steps, make these little decisions, and I guarantee you that will make a huge difference for your family. So it's called a TOD, transferable upon death, or a POD, payable upon death. Very similar, almost interchangeable for the most part. All right. Now, if you have an interest in things like estate planning, we do have an estate planning club in the Black Business School in the Dr. Boyce Academy. If you want to go and give it a try, feel free to go to drboycelift.com. LIFT stands for Legacy Investors for Tomorrow. And it's for any and everybody who has an interest in preserving their generational wealth, preserving the generational legacy, learning all about estate planning. There's a full curriculum in there. We bring a guest in once a month, and we get together and we fellowship and talk about how we're going to build for the next generation. So if you have an interest in joining Dr. Boyce Lift, feel free to go to drboycelift.com and give it a try. All right. Now, I told you guys I was going to give you a stock that I like right now. So let me go ahead and do that. And I'm going to go see my mama. And the stock is Micron, M-U. That's the tick. So M as in McDonald's, U as in university. Somebody type MU in the chat. So Micron is the stock that I like right now. Micron actually makes these chips. It's really cool. They're kind of all up in the AI stuff. It's like a really great AI company, and they make these chips. I don't understand everything about these chips. I just know it's a good company at a good price. They invest a lot in R&D, and they're one of the largest manufacturers of what are called DRAM chips, which is dynamic random access memory, and NAND chips, which is flash memory, which are essential for devices like smartphones, computers, and data centers. So you will be invested in the AI revolution. You ain't just got to worry about AI possibly taking your job or something. You actually will be an investor in AI, which means when the AI people start making money, you'll make money. They also have a lot of R&D investment where they focus on things like 3D NAND chips. I don't know what that is exactly. HBM, high bandwidth memory. Whatever it is, I know that they work for me now because I'm going to buy some shares of the stock. So feel free to take a look at Micron. This is not investing advice. You guys know I don't give that ever, but that is something that Dr. Boyce is going to buy. And if you want to dig deeper into stock market stuff and join us in our stock market investors club, you can go to drboycestockmarket.com. That's drboycestockmarket.com and do a free trial. We're going to meet on Tuesday for Stock Market Tuesdays, and we'll continue the conversation there. All right, guys, I'm out of here. It was great to see you. I hope you guys have a great day. And I will reach out to you very, very soon. So if you get a text from me, feel free to hit that text link, and I'll send you stuff, and we'll talk. And in fact, if you're not on the text list already, and you want to know about stock markets and stuff like that, or you want to be notified, text the word stock to the phone number 87948. So text stock to 87948, and I'll let you guys know when I have a profit alert. So have a good one. I'll see you soon. God bless you. Take care. Bye-bye. It's Sunday. I'm sorry, it's not Saturday. It's Sunday. Oh my God, man, I've got the days off. I'm still actually overcoming that cold I got from Egypt, from the trip to Egypt. So I came back from Egypt with some souvenirs and a little bit of a cold spell, but I'm better now. I'm pretty much back, and I'm about 92.4%, not 92.3. I'm about 92.4%, and also. Tomorrow is a really big day, Andre from Dallas. It's a big day because tomorrow is the start of the Black Investors Championships. You guys may know about the Black Investors Championships, where we compete for the Black Investors Cup. And the Black Investors Cup is a competition that we created in the Black Business School that is looking for the best Black investor on earth. And hundreds of you have entered the competition. We cannot take any more contestants. We unfortunately we have run out of spots for this competition, which starts tomorrow morning. But if you are in the Black Investors Cup, you can log in at blackinvestorscup.com, and you can then hop in and go ahead and start picking your stocks tomorrow. And after 6 weeks, we're going to go look and see who made the most money. And the winner will get the big Black Investors Cup mailed to your house. You'll also get free lifetime access to any course you would like in the Black Business School. That means you could take our stock market class. You could take our stock options training. You could look into our real estate training. You can do whatever you want to do in the Black Business School. And then also I'll bring you on the platform to allow you to be a part of the platform, to tell everybody what you did and why you were so smart and what you and your family accomplished when it came to investing. So anyway, James Keller, how are you? I see you. Give me a quick yes in the chat if you can hear me okay. Let me know if you can hear me, and I'll send out a quick text message to let everybody know that Money in the Morning is starting now. And what I thought I would do today is kind of talk to you guys about just investing in general. So one of the reasons we're doing the Black Investors Championship is because I want to encourage you to invest, but to also show you a couple things, show you a thing or two, the things that will make a difference in your long-term generational wealth. See, as I've mentioned to you all many, many times before, investing literally is it's shown as the number one wealth driver on Earth. Stock market investing is the number one wealth creator on the entire planet. So if you're not investing in the stock market and you don't have any wealth, well, it's easy to explain what's going on. And what's going on is that you're not participating in the places where the money is. The best way to have money is to go where the money's at. Give me a guess if you understand. Give me a guess if this logic makes sense. If you want to have the money and you want to get the money, you can't be where the money's not and expect to have the money. Do you understand? Like you can't. That doesn't even make any sense. Why would you go if you want to get something? Why would you go to the places where that thing is not located? If you're looking for a good man, why would you go to the places where bad men are located and they expect to find a good man? If you're looking for gold, why would you go to all the places that don't have gold and dig for gold? And why would you dig for gold in the trash can? Why would you dig for gold in, I don't know, in the middle of the ocean? You don't do that, right? You dig for gold, you find out where the gold is located, and then you dig for gold where the gold is located, right? Very simple idea. And one of the things that's interesting and just utterly insanely fascinating to me is how many people claim that they want money, but they don't go where the money's at. They do things that don't connect to the money. And maybe it's because we're just following behind what somebody else told us to do. We're following generational patterns, generational curses. I talk about that extensively in my book, The 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power, which you can get a copy of that book at drboycebooks.com. It's also on Amazon. And I'm going to tell you, when you sort of ask that question, why don't most Black people invest? The only thing that can come to mind is culture. That's the only solution, right? Because if I ask most people, if I say, do you think investing will help you have more money? then most people say, yeah. Do you think investing is a good idea? Most people say, yeah, that's where money is. And so the only thing that can explain that disparity and that discrepancy is just culture. Just I don't do it because nobody around me did it. Nobody encouraged me to do it. So, maybe you could think of it a little bit like eating healthy food. A lot of us don't eat healthy food. Maybe also because the unhealthy food tastes good, and instant gratification is one of the devils that distracts us from that higher purpose of delayed gratification and long-term reward building. Right. So I would encourage you when you think about investing, especially for those of you that are entering the Black Investors Cup, which starts tomorrow, is to go ahead and really think of this as an entry ramp into the world of wealth. If you jump on that ramp, I guarantee you, and if you remain consistent and you make this a part of your culture, you're going to do better than not just most other Black people. You're going to do better than most white people. See, what you don't understand is that there's nothing magical about white people. White people don't have fairy dust sprinkling out of their butts that makes them smarter or better than you. They don't have anything like that. In fact, if you go through and you look at history, I just went to Egypt, so I got, I guess some extra information on this. There's you were taught in school that the Greeks and whatever the Greeks and the Romans created culture and all that. And that just isn't true. The Egyptians, taught culture to the Greeks and the Romans. They just leave that part out. How many of y'all knew that? That literally all the culture that the Greeks and the Romans claimed to give to the world, they got that from the Egyptians. The Egyptians were doing it thousands of years before then. 6,000 years ago, the Egyptians knew the exact circumference of the earth. They knew that the world was round. And then the Europeans had the Dark Ages, 400 or 500 years of just straight up ghetto behavior. They were just ghetto, nasty. They had the Black Plague and everybody was dying. Like literally 1/3 of the entire town would die. Can you imagine that? 1/3 or 1/2 of the entire city dying. So they were kind of ghetto, and then the Moors came along and were like, okay, you need to do some more civilized things. Like you got to wash your ass. They taught them how to wash. They didn't, that's one of the reasons why the diseases got passed. Just look this up. This is true. The diseases got passed because they didn't even take baths. They'd be like, oh, I took a bath, 5 years ago. Like just nasty stuff, right? And it's so funny because my wife talks about how she went to college. See, this is where people start getting mad at me. This is where people say, "Oh, you're a racist." But this is true. My wife talks about when she was in college and how the Black girls were explaining to the non-Black girls, we'll just say it like that, so we don't talk, so white people don't know we're talking about them. And they would explain to them like how to bathe and how to clean, how to. They said that they went through the dorm. And they were like, "This is nasty. These girls, they're so nasty. They don't wash. They don't clean their rooms. Look at this is, so this is funny how this is still like part of the culture. That whole idea of like washing your ass, and that's just one beginning part of it in terms of just the things that we gave the world. See, people act like they're educating us and that they're elevating us when really I think that we elevate them when we're at our best. This is only when we're at our best. When we start imitating whatever ghetto behavior they gave us, whatever they taught us about the falsehoods of being Black, then that's when we start behaving as a lesser version of ourselves. And when we do that, that's when we start having problems. That's when we start doing things that are just borderline embarrassing, ratchet, weird, nasty. I saw something the other day, actually, where Lizzo, thank God, Lizzo's really doing a great job now of promoting healthy behavior. She's starting to work out and put videos of herself working out online, which I think is great. Instead of promoting the other stuff, the obesity and the morbid obesity that's killing people. And I got in some trouble because I called it for what it was. I said, she's a beautiful girl. She's very talented. Why is she telling everybody that you want to grow up and become, an overweight slut? Excuse my friend. I hate saying it like that. I know that's the only way it has to come out like literally they promote this very hoish behavior. You know what I mean? And this stuff that's really a minstrel show. That's what it is. And I said, why can't she just sing? She's Adele's a big girl too, but Adele would just get up there and sing and everybody claps and they pay her money and that's great. But Lizzo's got to come in with the shenanigans. She's got to come in and promote the morbid obesity that's killing millions of people. And then also everything's got to be super hypersexual in a way that's not reflective of who I think Black women can be and should be. Doesn't mean we're not all sexual. Everybody is. but there's kind of a lack of appropriateness to it that almost is very embarrassing, right? And I brought this up, and let me tell you, when I say that the media, the white media went ballistic on me, they went crazy. They didn't nobody interviewed me to say, okay, here's a professor saying this. What's he really trying to say? They don't want to hear that, right? They have an agenda, and the agenda is, oh, this black man, this oppressive black man who's part of the patriarchy is trying to oppress a black woman. I said, no, I'm trying to save her. I'm trying to support her. I'm supporting her by saying, you're talented. Why can't you just sing? Why do you have to embarrass black women everywhere by behaving in a way that's just not consistent with the women that I know, the women I admire, the women I look up to? They're really talented female performers who don't get any attention because they tell you you got to twerk, you got to get half naked, you got to act like a buffoon. And so, anyway, what's interesting about Lizzo is two things. One, eventually, if you saw, she eventually got hit with a lawsuit where basically all that nonsense, all that buffoonery was happening behind closed doors, and next thing you know, she gets hit with this. I don't know if it's sexual harassment or whatever. Like they were literally telling employees, like you have to get on stage and shoot a banana out of your coochie cooch, just crazy stuff like that. And so eventually, and what they don't understand, what nobody taught them, what I think if I were her father, I would have explained this to her, is that when you're in a lawsuit and you're dealing with HR issues, it's hard to explain to HR why you had to have women on stage shooting bananas out of their vaginas. Like that doesn't fit well in the age of political correctness and appropriateness, right? You can't say, well, this is part of our business model that we have to behave in this way to get fans. It doesn't work. So she was being sued for that. And then the second thing was I saw that she started to promote the healthier behavior, healthier lifestyle, which I think is great. And it's kind of interesting because now she gets that backlash from people who say, no, 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 we liked you when you were a big, when you were promoting the idea of being obese and sexually irresponsible. Like we don't like you anymore because you're not behaving like the clown that we wanted you to be. And I think that's what's interesting in terms of America. This is kind of a wealth thing. This is a wealth issue because this is how we're trained to go get money. Is America always loves a black man or a black woman when they behave like a clown. If you watched even the Olympics, you saw black men particularly being hired to be funny and goofy and ignorant, and they like that. And then when you stop and you say, "No, I'm not always goofy. I'm not always ignorant," they say, "Well, we're going to fire you because we only want black people around. They're going to be goofy, ignorant, and make us laugh. You're here for our entertainment. You're not here to do anything serious. You're not here to build rocket ships. You're not here because we admire your intellect. You're here because we want you to entertain us. We want you to be clowns." So typically, and this is a false model of economic success. This is why investing is so important, so that you don't fall for the banana in the tailpipe, so to speak. Is that typically black men in particular tend to get the most money if they are doing one of three things: if they are dribbling basket, if they're playing a sport, rapping, or if they're telling jokes. If you're funny, if you can rap and entertain them, calling yourself the N word and rapping about killing other black people, or if you if you make them laugh, play a sport, or can bust a rap, then you're going to make lots of money. And then what happens is that because people form false associations with money, because you live in a capitalist society that falsely trained you that all money is good money, that making money is all that matters, that the more money you make, the better you are, the more successful you are. They measure success solely on your economic outcome, which is a very dangerous idea. We start to celebrate people who made their money in ways that are just embarrassingly uncivilized. And this is in contrast to who I believe that we are, because remember, we taught the Europeans how to be civilized. We taught them how to we taught them how to how to be human, how to be distinguished, how to be decent. Now someone's asking me to talk about the Democratic National Convention and Kamala Harris and everything. I don't want to talk about that today. I don't feel like that's and really I just tell you who to vote for, whoever you want to vote for. I'm not one to tell you what to vote for or who or anything in the next election. I really encourage you to simply do what's going to work for you and your family. And I think that message is actually radical enough. I get enough pushback from people. I told you about the time I got the weird phone call from DL Hughley, who basically just said some pretty horrible things in terms of just me thinking like, wow, you must really be concerned. You must really be feeling guilty about what you're doing because you're really mad at me right now. And I'm not even going to repeat what was said because you wouldn't believe it if I told you. And I just remember thinking to myself, gosh, this politics thing, is it really messes us up as black people. I really think that we get so distracted by the politics. And what's fascinating to me is that there's not much evidence to say that if you care about things like black wealth, if you care about things like black wealth, there's not much evidence anywhere that you can find to say that our wealth levels tend to improve based on who we vote for. There's just not any evidence of that. So one of the things that I believe as a mathematician is that when you're looking for a solution to a problem, you you go where the solution is. You don't look for you don't if you're looking for a salad, like a healthy salad, you don't search for a healthy salad in a sewage dump. You just don't. You don't do that. Or you don't go look for if you're looking for a good wife, you don't look for a good wife at the bottom of the ocean. You don't. It doesn't make any sense. So my point in politics is that we're kind of barking up the wrong tree. We're looking for it's like you're looking for Cleveland in the middle of Santa Barbara. You're literally going places. You're looking for love in all the wrong places. You're looking for solutions in all the wrong spaces. And then people sit around and they're all confused about why there are no solutions, why nothing's been solved. Well, it's because you're wasting your time. Again, I'm not here to tell you. I told you guys I never tell anybody who to vote for. That's not my job. I just don't I'm just I literally honestly ask, like, show me evidence. And the formula is so simple. Because maybe it's because I'm 53, maybe it's because I'm a professor, maybe it's because I spent my whole life looking for patterns. That's all you do when you analyze data. When I was on the faculty of Syracuse, all I did was I would just look for patterns in the data, right? That's all you would do. So when the pattern is, oh, this is the same approach to getting elected that they used in the last election. Oh, it's fear. Fear is the operative word. Fear is very powerful. Fear is more powerful than love. Fear can be more powerful than desire. Fear can be more powerful than almost any positive emotion I can give you, because fear puts you on that low vibrational frequency where all you're trying to do is avoid the potential pain that will come if you don't do as you're told. So the goal of every election, in my opinion, is to get you on the fear frequency. They don't want you showing up saying, okay, give me a reason to vote for you and I'll vote for you if you do this and if you do that. I have all these demands. They don't want that. They want you literally on this, like, oh my God, I better do what you say or bad things are going to happen. It's like I pull out a gun and say, shut up and do what I tell you, or we're all going to die, right? And then you just follow instructions. And some people operate on the fear frequency. I think black people operate on that the most because we've gone through so much trauma, we've gone through so much stuff. And actually there's evidence of things like epigenetics that actually Cody Ransom is actually gonna do. If you don't know Cody Ransom, he came into class the other day. He's gonna do a true Black Wall Street a training in the Black Business School. If you want to take a look, go to b1wallstreet.com. That's b the number one wallstreet.com. He's extraordinarily good at this stuff, and he talks about epigenetics and the transfer of trauma through your DNA. And there's actually a lot of science behind that. Leading scientific journals are now questioning. They used to say, okay, your DNA defines everything else about you, but actually they're finding that the DNA can be affected by your environment. That literally you can change, you have the ability to change your own DNA based on your experiences. And who's had stranger experiences than us? We've had really difficult experiences in this country. So that survival mode that they put you into, it works because your DNA has so much trauma in it already that you're just pretty much going to do what you're told. You're going to, so what I want you to pay attention to is I want you to listen when people are telling you who to vote for, because they're always a lot of people are in the business of herding black people like we're like sheep or animals or something. I don't respond much to that. I'm not your sheep. I'm a lion. I'm a leader. I'm not trying to lead anybody, but I can definitely lead myself. I don't thank you very much for telling me what to do, but what you're doing doesn't work. Your strategy is a failure. I look at you and you're not succeeding. So why am I going to follow a loser? I'm not doing that. But the other thing is that there's big business in leading black people in the same direction. So if you listen to the language is typically very unintellectual. It's not very thoughtful because they don't think that you're thinking people. They don't think that you're intellectual people. They think, okay, I'm going to keep it real basic, keep it real stupid, and basically say this is what you need to do, because if you don't do it, these bad things are going to happen. And I want you to just kind of listen to the rhetoric and listen to the language, and I want you to just kind of pay attention to that. Because if I respect you and I want to be fair to you, then what I'm going to do is I'm going to say, look, here are all the options, here are all the things you could do, here are all the different candidates, here's what they believe. pick the one that works for you, right? If I care about you and I respect you, that's what I'm going to do. But if I don't care about you and I don't respect you and I have a hidden agenda, I'm going to say, here's the option, follow this path. If you don't, then I'm going to ostracize you, or I'm going to make you afraid of the consequences of not doing what you're told. So that's just kind of a type of slavery, and that's pretty much what you get, whether you're talking about the people, and it happens on both sides. I mean, the people that tell you to go vote for Trump, I think the same thing happens. So anyway, I don't want to even get into that too much. Let's talk about investing just a little bit now. So the Black Investors Cup starts tomorrow. I wish I could invite you guys to join, but we're all filled up for this cycle. So there's no more space. If you go to blackinvestorscup.com, you'll see the information, but you can't sign up now. I gave you guys in Money in the Morning first dibs, first access. So hundreds of you signed up. Now we're kind of full. So we'll let you guys know when we do another competition. This starts tomorrow. The cup is really big. I have to hold it like this, and I'll mail it to your house when you win. And also, you get lifetime access to the Black Business School. So here are some thoughts in terms of investing strategies, in terms of how you approach investing. First thing is with investing always involves a risk. You cannot, it's very difficult to invest and make money without facing risk on some level. And there's two major types of risk. There's what they call systematic risk, and there's what they call idiosyncratic risk. Idiosyncratic risk is risk that relates to the particular company. Systematic risk is risk that involves bigger stuff like the whole economy or whatever. Like, so last week you had systematic risk that pulled down the stocks of most major companies, and that's because the jobs report came out and the jobs report wasn't so favorable, so the whole market kind of took a dip. You saw that last week where you had this big panic. Oh my God, stocks are crashing because of whatever. Well, the recovery happened. I just went and I bought a bunch of stock, and now I've made money because when everyone's running away from the market, that's when you want to be running toward the market. At least that's the conventional wisdom. So if you want to think about systematic versus idiosyncratic risk, you can think of it like boats on an ocean. So imagine that you're looking at the ocean and every single boat represents a company. So all these boats are on the ocean. Now, so they all have one thing in common. The one thing in common that they have is that they're all on the same water. Do you understand? So if a big tsunami comes through, it's going to hit all the boats. The rising tide will affect all boats, right? And so you heard Obama say that, right? But there's reasons why some people, if you don't have a boat, then the rising tide means you already drowned. So that's the problem with being Black, is that you don't really have a boat. So anyway, so the rising tide, the changing tide will affect all boats. But here's the thing: every boat has its own idiosyncratic or specific factors. So every boat has a different size. You have some boats that are really big. You have some boats that are tiny. Every boat has a different captain. Some captains are really experienced and very good at steering the boat in turbulent water. Some captains don't know what the hell they're doing. Every boat has a different age. Some boats are brand new and shiny and strong, and some boats are a little old and tired. Some boats are headed east, some are headed west, some are headed north, some are headed south. The direction that the boats are going will affect how the tide affects them. Do you follow me? Do you get the analogy here? That's idiosyncratic risk. Idiosyncratic risk is the individual stuff that affects an individual company that doesn't have to do with other companies. Okay. So part of the reason that you diversify, you spread your money out, is because you want to get rid of as much of that idiosyncratic risk as possible. This is why a smart investor does not go and put all their money in one stock or in a couple of stocks. That's not smart investing, because you got too much idiosyncratic risk. You diversify so that you can get rid of the idiosyncratic risk, but then the systematic risk is very, very difficult to get rid of when it comes to stocks. The other thing too is that during the Black Investors Cup, and it maybe you're not going to do it this time, but maybe next time, I would encourage you to dig in and to start researching the companies that you're looking at, right? So use this as an opportunity to kind of get an idea of what you're getting into. Here's the thing: the research does not help you predict the movement of the stock price. So make that clear. Like the research does not tell you what stocks are going to go up and which ones are going to go down. So don't believe any of that stuff. I know people on the internet are going to disagree with me, but then after they disagree, I want you to ask them, do you have a doctorate in finance? And they'll probably say no. And that means that maybe at the very least, you might want to hear what I have to say. I'm not telling you not to listen to them. I'm just telling you that there is a difference, right? I teach experts. I've taught people who have PhDs now. So there's a different level of analysis. There's a different level of depth. You're talking about, spending 6 6, 7 years studying stock market investing 10 hours a day. Like that was my life, right? And then another 13 years of doing nothing but research on stock market investing. I was a workaholic. I would work 12, 13 hours a day consistently when I was at Syracuse. So basically this notion that somehow you can look at a stock's reports and predict what a stock is going to do is pretty much wrong for the most part. There are some things that you can predict over time. So, for example, the $5 a day investing plan, which you can find at blackwealthmasterplan.com. That's blackwealthmasterplan.com, which is totally free. The $5 a day investing plan does typically work. It's worked all throughout history. This is something that has worked consistently like clockwork. It's a diversified portfolio where you're consistently buying a certain amount of stock over a long period of time. And then voila, after 10 years or less, really, you have more money, more wealth than most people. After 30 years, you're booming. At 30 years, you're talking about generational wealth. You're talking about passing down a multi-million dollar empire. You're literally shifting the culture of your whole entire family. See, what I want you to understand is that culture impacts wealth, but wealth impacts culture. It is a what they call a recursive relationship. So a lot of times wealth does not grow because we have bad culture. I write about that in my book, The 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power, that if you look at Black culture and what is presented to us as Black culture, it's just not wealth related. It's not, it doesn't create strong families. It doesn't create businesses. It doesn't create strong economics. But then what happens is that if you break away from that culture and you start to embrace a culture of building, a culture of wealth, a culture of unity, a culture of family, a culture of wealth preservation, then what happens is that the wealth starts to grow. And then what you find is that it becomes a full circle process. Now, instead of the culture impacting the wealth comes back and impacts the culture. So it's like wealth and culture are two people and they're giving each other a big hug. They're in this great relationship with each other where the wealth says, I love you. And the culture says, no, I love you too. And the wealth says, no, I love you more. And the culture says, I love you too. And it becomes a feedback loop. Do you follow what I'm saying? It becomes a feedback loop. And the feedback loop is this. Here's what's going to happen. Blackwealthmasterplan.com. Write that down. Somebody type that in the chat so everybody can get it. Because sometimes people miss the URLs. And I say it 2 or 3 times, but after the third time, I'm not going to say it anymore. So just type in the chat so everybody can see it. So you go to blackwealthmasterplan.com. Here's what happens. You do something basic like the $5 a day investing plan. You're just chugging along, buying stock. You don't know a lot about investing. You're just buying because you're shifting to a wealth builder's culture. You let go of the BET culture. You let go of the sexy red culture. You let go of this goofball culture that they're feeding you, and you have a culture of wealth building and wealth preservation. So then what happens is after 20 or 30 years, now you're sitting on some money. Now you're sitting on 2, 3, 400, $500,000. You've got wealth. You've got money now. So what happens then now is now you have to change things. You can't be a wealthy family and live a ghetto culture. No disrespect to anybody who's born in the ghetto. I was born in the project, so I'm as ghetto as they come, but I don't want to be ghetto for life. So don't think I'm making fun of anybody who either lives in the ghetto or was born in the ghetto. I'm just saying I don't want you to stay in the ghetto. So I hope that that's okay. I hope I can say that without being accused of being elitist. I'm not being elitist. I'm just saying I don't want to embrace I'm not trying to make love to the negative parts of your life or the trauma. Sometimes we hug the trauma. We like the trauma. We keep it close because we feel like that's a part of being Black. There's nothing about being Black that's connected to the pain that you're going through. Being Black should mean that you're happy, prosperous, successful, and connected. So anyway, with that being said, once you have this wealth, once you've got this money, and you're doing better than everybody else, you're doing better than most Black people you're doing better than most white people well, then at that point, it changes things. You can't really, you're not, it, how can a person who's got $1 million in assets doesn't have to send their child off to go work a job that's going to pay them $1,000 a week to just pay their bills. They don't have to do that anymore. Because you can make that amount of money from your investments. So you don't have to sell your time, your precious time on this earth just to make enough money to get by. A family that has assets, like you got some real estate, you got some stocks, you have some cash, you're doing fine. Money's not a thing. That family makes decisions with a different set of criteria than a family that has to think about money before they think about anything else. What's happened is that the building of wealth naturally elevates you to a different frequency. Not that you're better than anybody else. That's not true. We know a lot of terrible people who are very wealthy, but it changes your criteria for decision making. Do you understand? If you look at the extreme, when I remember hearing 50 Cent and Will Smith talk about how money affects their thinking, and Will was like, yeah, he said when you get to the point where you can buy whatever you want, then you start changing what you think is important. Because when you're struggling, when you're on that struggle frequency, that's where they want to keep you. They want to keep you on the struggle frequency because what you don't understand is that keeping you on the struggle frequency is a type of slavery. They keep you caged like an animal because they want you to stay on the frequency of an animal. And the frequent that struggle frequency is that every decision I make, it's not a multivariable, it's not a multivariate decision. It's not something where there are other factors that are driving the decision making. The number one variable is money. Which one is going to make the most money? Or I want to do this and do that. Well, I can't because I don't have enough money. Or what am I going to do? Am I going to do this or do that? Well, I got to do that because that's going to pay me the most money. Do you understand? So money just kind of becomes this abusive partner in this relationship where every time you're trying to decide what your next move is going to be, every time you're seeking happiness in your life, the money barges in and says, "Oh hell no, get out, back up. I'm making the decision right now." That's what money does. That's what can happen. That's the power of money. See, there's not just power in having money. There's power in that comes with the lack of money, and that power can be very oppressive. Do you think, I mean, think about this. Do you think that your colonizers could have so much power around the world over millions of people if they didn't have so much money to exert that power? The power is driven by the money. The money becomes just the Debo of your life. If you remember Debo from Friday, he would show up every time, you say, "I got $5." And Debo said, "No, I got $5." Right? So basically, the Debo in your life is money. When you are broke, when you are struggling, when you are on the brink of financial collapse, every decision you make is driven by money. And that is a terrible life to live because what that's done is it's taken away your ability to be um, a thoughtful, critical thinking human being where you can look at all the different variables that shape your happiness. And instead, everything's got to come down to the money. Well, who am I going to date? Do I date the man who's nice to me, the man who sings to me, the man who truly loves me, or do I pick the man who has the most money? A lot of women will pick the man who has the most money. And that's what's really interesting. They'll look at men and the man who has the most money is in their mind the best man. And that tells me that you're operating on a certain frequency that I think is beneath what God intended for you to be. I don't think the universe and God intended for you to be a one-dimensional thinker, but that's what happens. When you get on the struggle frequency, you become one dimensional. Everything's about the money. Which job are you going to take? The job that you love or the job that pays the most money? Or I got to go for the money. Where are you going to live? You're going to live in the place where you got the best social life and you're meeting wonderful people and your kids are happy? No, I got to go live in the place that pays me the most money. And so what happens then is that people that have the money are able to control you like Pinocchio on a string. All they got to do, they say, "Oh, I want you to do something different with your life. So I'm not going to force you to do it. I'm just going to offer you more money. I'm going to financially incentivize you to go right when when everything in your soul was telling you to go left." So when you have money, here's the point. Here's what's going to happen when you build that generational wealth for your kids. What's going to happen is that you're going to give them something in mathematics. We refer to this as degrees of freedom. You're going to give them, or another way to say it in a term that I've used before, is you're going to give them options. People who have options operate differently from people who have no options. Chris Rock said that. Remember that? How many of you remember when Chris Rock says that money just gives you options? Money makes you say, "Oh, I can actually do A, B, C, D, E, F, or G." Whereas when I grew up poor in the hood, I knew I only had option A. You understand? So when you have money and you have options, it does change your culture because you're making decisions based on different criteria. You're not just saying, "Okay, I'm going to do it this way because I can save $20." You say, "No, I'm going to do it that way because it makes me more comfortable or it makes me happier." Or I'm going to take a flight and yeah, I could save $200 by flying coach, but my back hurts and my legs are long, so I think I'm going to go ahead and get the first class ticket. Or I could save $100 if I wait till Wednesday to fly, but really I'm going to get to my mama's house a day early, so I'm going to go ahead and pay the extra $100 and fly on Tuesday instead of Wednesday. Do you understand? So when you get that financial security, you'll find that it does shape your culture. Even when you have conversations with your kids about what they want to do when they grow up, you're not just going to be stuck on which profession pays the most money. That's the thing. When I have conversations with our kids about what they want to do when they grow up, I just make it really simple. I say, well, I kind of want you to be happy. That's it. I just want you to be happy because I don't care if you have a $70,000 a year job or a $60,000 a year job. If that $70,000 job is stressing you out to the point where you are depressed, sad, drinking yourself to sleep at night and damn near suicidal, I don't want you to take that job. I don't care if it was a $200,000 a year job. Nothing is worth your happiness. Nothing is worth you trading your well-being. So, but I can say that because because years before they were born, I was already planting seeds to have that financial security. I didn't know what my life was going to look like as a dad. I didn't know that I was going to marry a woman that had 3 kids and all this other stuff that I did. I mean, I'm glad I did it. But I didn't know what my life was going to look like. But one thing I did know as a young black man is that money was going to be important. I also knew when I was 25, I said, I don't know who my kids are going to be. I don't know what my life is going to look like 20 or 30 years from now, but I do know that it's going to be easier for me to make optimal decisions if I have money than it will be if I don't have money. It'll be easier for me to make the right move if I'm financially free versus if I'm financially incarcerated. So effectively, I started to invest long term, not just to have money, but really to just sort of be in a position where I could be the kind of leader and father that my children would need instead of a guy who says, hey, you know what? The 20 years before you were born, I completely wasted all that time and didn't do anything constructive with my life. So now you're going to struggle because I'm just sitting here trying to play catch up. I didn't want that to happen to me. And that was not any type of genius to help me to see that. It was just me disconnecting from this sort of instant gratification culture and thinking about delayed gratification. There are cultures around the world that already embrace these ideas. I see Aisha Verzi's in here. She's Nigerian like me. I'm 33% Nigerian. I don't know if y'all know. I'm very proud of that because the Nigerian culture was actually labeled as one of the most financially and educationally successful cultures for a few reasons. One, they really value family. Two, they really value education. And three, they have a tremendous amount of pride in who they are in terms of maintaining, I'm Igbo or whatever, right? Like they're proud of who they are. So they have a standard. Do you understand? There's a standard there. And the problem that you have as African Americans that you really got to fix is that they don't give you any standard. They don't. Tell me if I'm lying. Tell me, do you agree with me? Think about this. They don't give you any standard that comes with being black and African American in terms of traditions that you have to uphold, structures that you have to maintain, institutions that you've got to protect. Like they don't give you any of that. It's like, well, you just a lowly Negro and you ain't nothing until white people decide they want to invite you in and give you a fancy job, and then we start walking around all proud like, well, I'm doing better than you because the white man gave me a $80,000 a year job and he only gave you a $40,000 a year job, and it's kind of beneath us. It's kind of pathetic, honestly. It's kind of embarrassing, right? So my question is, what's the standard? Do we have a standard? And if we don't have a standard, how do we get those standards? Well, a lot of that standard formation comes from culture, which comes also from education. I think that not educating our kids is the multi-trillion-dollar mistake that we make every generation that we don't actually realize. It's going to take about 2 or 3 generations for us to realize how much we're giving away when we're letting colonizers educate our children, and because they spend all that time teaching them basically that you're really nothing and that the only chance you have to be anything in this world is if somehow integration accepts you. And then later on, that's when you have the Civil War. You have the conflict between those who've been colonized psychologically to believe that we can't do anything without white folks. We can't move forward. We can't move an inch. We can't breathe. We can't talk. I can't think without a white man giving me his blessing or somehow providing a pathway for me versus those who say, no, no, actually, we can do what we want to do. Why are we sitting around bowing and praying to these other people when they're no better than us? They're no different from us in terms of what we can accomplish. And so then that's when you have the Civil War. That's why you have these issues with these elections Which again, I don't tell people who to vote for, but what I do have a big problem with is when people tell me that the only way I can actually survive as a black man is if I do what this politician tells me to do. And that's when I just get off the boat and I say, screw you, to hell with you. You're not going to tell me that this other person decides if my family is going to be good or if my family is going to be healthy or if I'm going to be successful, if I'm going to succeed. No, that's not where we're at. That's not where we need to go, in my opinion. So what you're going to find, circling back full circle to the point I was making earlier, what you're going to find is that once you start building wealth, it's going to really shift your culture because it's going to shift the variables that matter when you're making critical decisions in your life. It's going to affect what kind of relationships you form. It's going to affect when and how many children you have. If you have children and money's not an issue, that's going to be a different decision than someone who has kids and says, "Gosh, I have to abort this baby because I can't afford it." I'm not nothing against that. I'm not judging your choices in that area, but I am saying that it is kind of unfortunate that when you get on that struggle frequency, you have to make these really heavy decisions based on money, just solely based on money, and that kind of makes me sad. I don't want you to live that kind of life. I want you to live a life where you're free to explore all the dimensions of who you are, all the dimensions that are going to make you healthy, whole, and powerful without money kind of always deboing into the conversation and saying, no, no, I am the sole determinant of whether or not you can date that guy. I'm the determinant of whether or not you can live in that city. I'm the determinant of whether or not you can take a day off next week. No, the money should not be the number one variable in your decision making. So sometimes when we talk about money, when we do our financial consciousness every morning, people get confused. They think that because I am a financial expert, technically that's what I am, I guess. They think that I believe that money is everything, that money is the most important thing in the world. And one of the biggest things I learned about money is not just the power of money, but that the real power of money. Pay attention now. The real power of having money is to get to the point where money has no power. Do you understand? Do you follow what I'm saying? I don't I want to say that slowly so everybody gets it. The real power of money, the real power that comes from understanding money is when you can get to the point where money has no power. And that is what you call financial freedom. Financial freedom. What is financial freedom? Financial freedom is not where money drives all your decisions. Financial freedom is not where you're sacrificing everything that matters to you so you can get more money. That's not financial freedom. That's financial slavery. That's financial slavery. So there are lots of financial slaves that make $100 million a year. No, financial freedom is where you can make decisions that are free from the influence of money. Why? Well, because you have enough money that money isn't important anymore. I go to the movies like when I got financial. You know what made me excited about becoming financially free is it was the little stuff. I thought it would be the big stuff. I thought it'd be like I could buy a certain car, I can get me a big house, whatever. No, it was the little stuff. You know what it was? This is so stupid. This is gonna sound crazy. When I used to go to the movies as a little kid, anybody when you grow think about it, remember back in the 80s and the 90s, you go to the movies and the popcorn would be like $5 or $6. And then they'd be like, well, you can get a drink, and the drink is another $5 or $6. And you could go to the movies and you after you bought your ticket, you couldn't really get what you wanted at the concession stand because you'd end up spending like $60 or $70. And don't take a girl with you to the movies, then it's gonna be $100. Or if you got kids, then it's impossible. You can't you got to be real thoughtful. You got to be like, well, which popcorn can I take 2 ounces out of the popcorn, or I got to pick between the popcorn and the Twizzlers. It was a terrible experience, honestly. It was very limiting. I didn't like it. You know what really made me happy was when I could go to the movies, and this is true to this day. I love the fact that I can take my girl to the movies and I can bring the kids, and I can say, okay, let's just get whatever we want. You can get the nachos, you can get a cheeseburger, you can get the popcorn, and I don't care that the popcorn is $5 because I can afford the $5 popcorn. I'm telling you, I think happiness in life is about the little things. It ain't the big stuff. Get away from the big stuff. The big stuff is nice. Go get the big stuff, but after you get past the big stuff, I want you to have financial consciousness to really meditate on the little stuff. The little stuff was I can go to the movies now and I can take my wife and take the kids. I don't have to leave anybody at home because I'm thinking, well, if I take the kids, it's going to cost me twice as much than if I just take my wife, or I got to go by myself. Right? These are the decisions I had to make when I was 25, when I was 25 and I was broke. A lot of girls didn't like me because I was broke when I was 25. And then maybe I didn't even have any game or something. I didn't sit around and learn how to like go chase women. I was like chasing my academics and stuff. So maybe I was a little behind the curve. I didn't sit around with dudes trying to constantly scheme on how I can get more women. I just wanted one good woman that could, be by my side. So anyway, I remember going on dates, and I went on a date one time and I felt like this woman just wiped me dry. It was the worst feeling in the world. I remember that we went out to a restaurant and she got all this extra stuff that you normally wouldn't order if you were by yourself. Like, cause she knew that I was gonna pay for stuff. And I remember her getting like two, she didn't get one drink, she got two, because the drinks are real expensive. She got the shrimp and the lobster. And it was, and I remember getting done and I paid $100 and something on this date. And I remember thinking, I can't never date this girl again. There was no even consideration about whether or not I enjoyed the date, whether I enjoyed her as a person, or I thought what kind of woman she might be. I couldn't think about that because I was like, I can't afford to go out with this girl no more. And she told her friends, she was like, yeah, I went out with Boyce and it was so great, and I want to go out with him again. And I was sitting there thinking, I'm never gonna take you out again because I cannot afford to go out with you anymore. I can't afford that. Now here's the thing. 20 years down the line, when I had enough money, it wouldn't have mattered. It'd be like, yeah, wow, we did spend some money, but oh well, I don't care. I would start thinking about what kind of person she was and if we'd be compatible and all this other stuff. But at 25, I was on the struggle frequency. The struggle frequency was like, I can't go out with you again because I can't afford to spend $120 every time we go out on a date. And who knows, maybe in her mind she was thinking like, "Ooh, he was so generous, I'm gonna go give him some." But I didn't even know about that. I've never even understood this idea that you would trade your body and go, pick up some STDs just because somebody bought you a nice meal. I never understood that. Or people who think, well, because I took you to Red Lobster, you owe me the access to your womb because I took you out to we had a nice trip to Olive Garden, so now I get to be your baby daddy. I never understood that at all. I think that logic is just crazy because I think that your body is precious. I think that your reproductive organs matter. I think that who the father or the mother of your children is going to be is a $1 billion decision. And the fact that you're making $1 billion decisions over a $100 trip to Red Lobster or whatever, or $80 trip because Red Lobster ain't that expensive, that's crazy to me. That's the culture. That's what I'm talking about when I talk about the culture, getting you on that struggle frequency where you're thinking, oh, well, because he took me to Burger King, I got to give him some. I don't understand that. And I think that is beneath you. And I really think that this is something we have to reassess. So, one of the benefits of having economic security is I think it can elevate you off that struggle frequency where you can really start thinking about things a little bit more. And I can just tell you, when I think about that crazy date with that lady when I was 25 years old, maybe she would have been a great partner for me. I mean, I love my wife and stuff, but I met a lot of really awesome, intelligent, beautiful Black women, in my life. I'm not a kid, right? I've gone on dates and stuff, and who knows? Maybe it would have been a great relationship if I'd had enough financial security to not have the money come in and debo my decision making. So even if I had sat there and said, well, she seemed like a nice lady, maybe we could be compatible, the money would come in and say, no, you can't date her because you can't afford it. Look at your bank account. You can't afford that woman, right? And I don't think human beings should be thought about in that context anyway. So I would just say to you that once you get the wealth, it's going to automatically shift the culture. And if you shift the culture, you will shift the wealth. So always remember that wealth and culture go hand in hand, and you want to be very conscious. Cultural consciousness, which is the term I want to coin right now, is really important. I think you want to sit around and think like, okay, what is the culture around here? Is this a culture that is conducive to the building of the things that matter? Building of wealth, building of family, building of education, building of long-term benefits, institutional building, right? Things like that. And in fact, when you look at wealthy families, like you look at Warren Buffett's family and stuff like that, they don't really sit around trying to figure out how to fill out a job application. Their kids probably couldn't fill out a job application if their life depended on it. They're thinking about the preservation and the transfer of generational wealth. They're thinking about tax strategies. They're thinking about investment opportunities. They're thinking about all kinds of other things, but they ain't sitting around thinking about how, whether or not they can make more money working at Wendy's or at the post office. That's just not a conversation they have to have. No disrespect to anybody who's had to have those conversations. We all have. But I think that our goal, our standard should be, Let's elevate out of that. When you elevate out of that, you have so much freedom, so many more degrees of freedom in your life, just like going from a car to an airplane. When I took off and I got my pilot's license and I started flying in the airplane, I had so much more freedom than I had when I was stuck on the ground, driving in traffic, sitting behind the car that was in front of me. And so, to some extent, you have this high traffic culture that we're stuck in, and it's miserable and it's polluted and it's screwed up. It doesn't bring out the best in us. So you just got to elevate, and that's what consciousness is. Consciousness is economic elevation. It is psychological elevation. It is spiritual elevation. And once you elevate, I guarantee you, so many things will be better, and you'll feel so much freer in the process. Okay, so anyway, I'm gonna let you guys go. So tomorrow starts the Black Investors Cup once a week or so. I'll go through the leaderboard and I'll announce who the leaders are, and we'll kind of talk about that, and we'll kind of drop some conversations about investing and strategies and all that. Those of you who didn't get to sign up this time, you will get an opportunity the next time we do another Black Investors Cup. It's going to be 6 weeks. It starts tomorrow, so I'll keep you guys posted. Blackinvestorscup.com is where you can sort of take a look and learn more. Second of all, if you want to be invited to the private Zoom for our Money in the Morning financial consciousness training. We do this every single day, 7 days a week. Feel free to text the word morning. Just text the word morning, MORNING, to the phone number 87948. Text morning to 87948. Also, Cody Ransom's class on the true history of Black Wall Street is starting in the next couple of days. And if you'd like to take a look at that class and see if you'd like to join, feel free to go to b1wallstreet.com. That's B, the number one, b1wallstreet.com. And at b1wallstreet.com, you can see what the class is about and what they're doing. One membership, you can bring anybody in your family, so you don't have to buy multiple memberships for people in the same household. So it's sort of buy one, get one free. So feel free to go to b1wallstreet.com. All right, I'm out of here. Have a great day, everybody. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. I hope you all are doing well. Come on in and get comfortable. Welcome, welcome, welcome. I'm finally back. It is great to be back with you guys after taking that week off to go to Egypt. It has been really tough. I missed you, hopefully as much as you missed me. I assume you missed me. I hope you missed me, because I missed you too, and I really did. And this trip to Egypt was transformative. I'll tell you guys all about it. Just give me 1 second, though. I want to send a quick text message out to everybody who is invited to Money in the Morning and let them know that we are now starting. So give me 1 second here. If you want to get on the text list, text the word morning to the number 87948, and I'll send you a wake-up call. Text morning to 87948. All right. So give me 1 second. So one thing I was thinking about is this debt crisis that's on its way. And I'm going to share with you guys some information about that in terms of some data that I just read that you may want to be aware of. And I'm also going to give you some feedback in terms of what I think is really driving the debt problem in America. And I'm not talking about the government. Now, the government has a massive debt problem. Your federal government is they borrow your government spends money like rappers, but not all rappers. They would give rappers a bad name. They spend money like dumb rappers. You ever see a dumb rapper spend money, just throw all their money away? That's kind of what our government does. They're like a bunch of goofball dumb rappers that just go to the club and drop 100,000 and then brag about it on Twitter. And this kind of behavior, as you can imagine, only leads to economic chaos and financial despair. In fact, one of the things that makes me very sad about it is that we don't necessarily internalize and understand just how bad the culture is when it comes to our economics, just how much negative, toxic, unhealthy culture we've been given. But the part of the reason that your financial culture is bad is partly driven by the fact that the people who are teaching you the culture are not very smart. So it's really ironic, in fact. BET, who it really, every year they do that goofy BET award, and they say, this is the culture. We're doing this for the culture. This is the culture. And to do it for the culture. And I'm like, but, if you look at Paramount Global, the company that owns BET, the parent company of BET, their economic culture is terrible. Their stock is garbage. Their company has been a complete train wreck for many, many years. So even the people that are feeding you the culture have a bad economic culture. Do you understand? So if the teacher don't know what they're doing, if the teacher is messed up, then you know the student's going to be messed up. So basically, one of the things that I was looking at this morning as I was on the treadmill, I always tell you guys my goal is to be in the 5 a.m. club. Um, and sometimes I fail. I probably fail about 50, 60% of the time, to be honest with you. I try every day though. You can't never give up on yourself. I was in about the 7 a.m. club. And the reason for that, sorry, I'm trying to grab a book because I want to lift my microphone up. I was in the 7 a.m. club, and and the reason I was in the 7 a.m. club is because when you come back from a trip to Egypt, your schedule's all backward, right? So like last night, most people slept 6, 7, 8 hours. I probably slept 2, but in the afternoon, most people sleep just a couple hours in the afternoon. I read. Let's see. I slept like 7 hours on the airplane, so I'm just all backward and everything. So if you see me, if you follow me on my Instagram is Dr. Boyce Finance, and I have a backup Dr. Boyce Money that you can follow. You'll If you see me posting at weird hours, just know it's probably because I'm still in Egypt. Now, someone says, "What is on your shirt?" It says because we're black, and I made this shirt because I feel like. In fact, that's a good thing to bring up. I'm trying to grab a book to lift my microphone. So give me a second. I made this shirt because I feel like this, and tell me if you agree. Give me a yes if you agree with any of this. I feel like because we're black, we have to do things different. Because we're black, we can do things different. Give me a yes if you agree that being black means we have a uniqueness and a power that's unlike anybody else. And really, even more specifically, I think African Americans have a uniqueness and a power that our ancestors blessed us with because of what they went through. You know, tough experiences create tough people, and very few people around the world have gone through what we've gone through. Very few people. There's nobody else on the planet who can say that they survived the Middle Passage, where half the slaves died. Very few, no other people on the planet can say they survived the slave dungeons. If you've ever been to Ghana and seen the slave dungeons, it'll immediately make you so sad. I like you. It's the spirituality there is very, very deep. If you walk through that point of no return, things like that, you feel the energy of the slaves and how horrible they must have felt, knowing that they're never going to see their families again. Nobody else on earth can say they survived 100 years of Jim Crow. Give me a yes if you agree. And nobody else can say they survived the war on drugs, where they were putting crack cocaine in the black community, literally, I mean, deliberately destroying families at the absolute highest levels. Give me a yes if you agree. Nobody else can say that they survived the Biden crime bill and mass incarceration, where it was a Hitler level suicidal, genocidal extermination of black families and black people and black men and black women. Give me a yes if you agree. And look at this, we still standing. You know, we still shining. We still on top. We still, some of us are still winning. Some of us ain't winning. Some of us are struggling. And I understand why they're struggling. I mean, a lot of people will be struggling after that, but some of y'all winning. You know, I was I went to Egypt this week with 50 intelligent black people, and a lot of them were winning. A lot of them have hundreds of thousands of dollars in their investment accounts. A lot of them have strong families. I remember Kendall and Karen Green. Their son is, I think all their children graduated from top institutions. I met a young sister who went to Cornell, and and there was a young lady who was finishing her master's degree that was on the trip, 23 years old, and just a lot of other people that are just doing really well. Paris Williams and her uncle Larry. Paris is a therapist. Her uncle Larry is a businessman in New York. So so there are some of us that are just really shining and just absolutely killing it. And I think that there's just this power that we have that I don't know if we acknowledge that power, right? I don't know if we see that power. I think that we kind of might talk about it, but we don't necessarily see it. I think sometimes it's tempting to see blackness or or African Americanness, which is a unique type of blackness. It's easy to see that as a liability or as a problem or as this undiagnosed, untreated trauma, which it is sometimes. But if you can overcome that, if you heal from that, you become like a great athlete who went through the hardest training imaginable. Like you've been through the toughest training ever. And if you watch the Olympics and you saw these great athletes, nobody makes it to the Olympics unless they train extremely hard, right? Every single athlete at the Olympics could probably tell you about training camps that they went to where they just broke down every muscle in their body, ran to the point of exhaustion. I remember Kobe Bryant, after he'd lost the championship and he was coming off the court, he's dripping with sweat. He played his butt off. He scored 40 points, but they still lost by 2. So it was a heartbreaking loss. He was really sad. He was really depressed. He was kind of broken. And they said, so what do you plan to do now? He said, same thing. I'm going back to the gym this summer. I'm going to work until the point of exhaustion. And the next year, Kobe came back and won a championship the following year. So every time you get broken down, that does make you stronger. When you go through those tough experiences, that's what creates tough people. And a lot of our children, unfortunately, haven't inherited that. A lot of our children are not tough people because we want to make everything easy. Right, a lot of our children don't have what we got. They ain't built like us from Gen X and before Gen X, the boomers, and because we went through some stuff. We went through some trauma. Let me give me a guess if you've gone through this. Um, we went through some hell, and the thing is that that hell, as bad as it was and as unfortunate as it was, for some of you, your hell gave you the ability to go build your own heaven. Right, people who've been through hell, who can withstand hell, have the strength to create heaven on earth if they are focused enough to do so. But in order for that to happen, you have to heal. Just like that athlete that goes through that really tough training camp, they got to have some time where they actually heal, right? The Navy SEALs are the toughest soldiers on the planet, or the toughest soldiers in our military anyway. And after they go through Hell Week, where they have to stay up for an entire week and just go through unbelievable amounts of torture and pain and discomfort and everything else, they have to have some time to heal. But once they heal, what happens? What happens after they heal? What? Tell me. Answer me in the chat. What happens when they heal? Give me a yes if you agree that when they heal, they come back. They come back as a pack of badasses. They ain't scared of nothing. They are tactical as hell. They are capable. They are the most capable soldiers in the entire military. They are a notch above everyone else, because they went to hell and then they healed and they came back and they gained the ability to manifest their own reality. Right. So I argue my belief, and this is one of the reasons why I think that this is something I actually agreed with. I heard Kamala Harris talk about reparations. She's actually brought up trauma, undiagnosed, untreated trauma in a recent interview. And I thought that was funny. I said, uh-oh, somebody in her camp been listening to us, because this is the only place I think where we've actually used those specific terms. She used those specific words. She said undiagnosed, untreated trauma. And give me a yes if you've heard me say this 10,000 times, where I've said your number one problem as a community is undiagnosed, untreated trauma. How many of y'all have heard me say that? Right. So that lets me know, Kamala, if you hear this, I know y'all watching. It's okay. You can watch and learn. I applaud that. I commend that. I support that. Just back it up. Make sure that we can still expect payment, though. Make sure that whatever you say, you can say whatever you want to say and do what you want to do with this. It's free. There's nothing exclusive about what I'm sharing with you. I just need you to make sure somebody signs that damn check. I need you to make sure that the check gets written for reparations, and because reparations is to repair, and repair isn't just healing and therapy. Repair is financial repair. Writing that damn check. Right. I don't want to go to big cities and notice that 100% of the buildings are owned by people who are not black. Those skyscrapers, some of those skyscrapers should belong to us. Some of those institutions should belong to us. These billion-dollar universities y'all built on our backs and excluded us the entire time. Some of that belongs to us. So here's the thing. Here's the thing about reparations. Since you guys know, in case you don't know, in case you're new, what I do every morning is we do financial consciousness training, where I literally do a stream of consciousness. So in hopes of helping you to elevate your economic consciousness. So literally, wherever God tells me to take the conversation is where I go. So if it seems like I just go, wander in different categories, just know that I was like that when I was 5 years old. I was the kid that would get up and wander. My wife made a funny video of me in Egypt where she said somebody always wanders off from the group, and she showed me off wandering, and I'm looking at all the Egyptian statues and all that. That's what I do, right? So I'm wandering now. But here's the thing. Let's go back to reparations. A lot of people talk about reparations in the wrong way. One way that they talk about it in the wrong way, and in fact, Kamala and her team, if they're interested in this conversation, they need to have the right conversation. Two things that they need to change. Number one, they need to stop talking about it as if nobody studied it already. First thing that politicians always say when it comes to reparations is, we need to study it. We need to form a committee that we can have the committee in session for the next 10 years and sit around and try to figure out the effects of reparation, or the effects of slavery, the effects of Jim Crow. That's nonsense, because that's fundamentally disrespectful to the people who dedicated their lives to studying the effects of slavery. You can go to Francis Cress Welsing and other individuals, John Heinrich Clark and Dr. Claude Anderson and many others who have written who've done extensive amounts of research on the effects of slavery, the effects of Jim Crow. So that, unfortunately, that is a delay tactic that politicians might use, and that's something that I want you to just be on the lookout for. We don't need no delay. The quicker you write the check, the sooner we can get this behind us. But of course, that getting them to write the check is a whole nother conversation. Second thing is, here's another piece to this reparations thing that breaks down why you're having the wrong conversation. Is everyone talks about reparations as if we're asking for money from the government. Okay, everybody talks about it. It's like, well, how can the government pay reparations? They're $35 trillion in debt. How can the government pay reparations? Because they have to get the bills passed through Congress and they have to do it. Oh, okay. Yeah, I get all that. The government owes a certain debt. There are things the government can do. For example, Ice Cube's contract with Black America, which was very, very good, by the way. He consulted with lots of scholars on this contract, including me. Ice Cube and I talked many, many, many times, and I respected his approach to this. He's smart enough to know what he knows, but he's really smart. He's really smart enough to know what he doesn't know, and that's what I love. Like, so for example, if I wanted to become a West Coast gangster rapper, I wouldn't go in the studio and try to bust an album. That would not work for me. I would go to my friends who are great rappers like D1 and Killer Mike and some other friends that I have, David Banner, whoever, and or even Kanye. I'd even call Crazy Kanye. We sat on the phone for many hours, and I would say, hey, I need to make a good album. Can you help me do that? Because that's your wheelhouse. That's what you're good at. So what Ice Cube did was Ice Cube didn't try to become a reparations expert overnight. He went and he talked to numerous scholars directly, personally. He did this, and they built this amazing thing called the Contract with Black America. And I love it because it's a beautiful blueprint in terms of what the Black agenda is. So whenever you hear somebody say, well, there is no Black agenda, Black people need an agenda, why don't Black people have an agenda? Just politely point that person, because, forgive them for they know not what they do. They're not, don't get mad at them, because sometimes you get mad, because sometimes you be like, why are you so ignorant? What the hell's wrong with you? Just say, hey, the Contract with Black America talks about great solutions from everything from policing, how policing can be done better, all the way down to things like little things that can make a big difference, like interest-free loans to any Black person that pays their rent on time, that wants to go and buy a house. Or maybe if you are a renter, how those consistent rental payments, which shows a great payment history, can be added to your credit score, so your credit score can be high, so you can go get access to capital, which is an incredibly important part of what the wealth building process. So the Contract of Black America is an excellent Black agenda. And one thing I would say to Kamala and her team, and I speak to Kamala and her team, I talk about the Democrats more than I talk about the Republicans, not because I love Republicans, but because the Republicans are not the ones who are asking for the Black vote at a 90% level. The Republicans are not the ones who get angry when you don't vote for them. They don't say, well, what's wrong with you? And why aren't you going with the crowd? And why aren't you doing what you're told to do? The Democrats are the ones who expect the vote. So the people who expect my vote are the ones who owe me something, right? The ones who get the Black vote, in my view, are the ones who owe you something. It's just like if you go to work every day and you work at a factory and you work 50 hours a week at a factory. Let me know if you're following this analogy. Give me a yes if you're following this. I know I'm talking fast. If you go to work at a factory and you work at that factory for 40 straight hours and they owe you $3,000, and then let's say you go down and you say, hey, man, where's my money at? And they say, well, why are you harassing me about money? And you say, well, because I work for you and I did something for you. You're supposed to give me my money. And then imagine if they say, well, why aren't you asking the guy down the street to give you $3,000? How much did he give you? He didn't give you nothing. That would make no sense. You'd be like, but I didn't work for him. I didn't do anything for him. He doesn't. Why am I going to ask for the money from the person I didn't work for? I want the money from the person I did work for. I gave you something. So you owe me something, right? So this is why I might talk about the Democrats more than the Republicans. If the Republicans were getting 90% of the Black vote, oh, believe me, I'd be talking about them all day long. But I talk about the Democrats because I don't know what I do for the Republican. I've never voted for the Republicans. I don't. I mean, again, if you become president, sure, you're supposed to govern everybody. But the first thing about politics, if you want to understand it from a logical standpoint, is it's quid pro quo. It's like we take care of the people who gave us the money to get in office, and we also take care that we keep promises to the people who gave us the votes. Those people are top priority, not the people that don't like us, right? So anyway, with that being said, though, here's one other piece of the reparations conversation that's being done completely wrong that needs to evolve. And that is they need to stop talking about reparations as if it's just a check from the government. The government certainly can be and should be involved. The government certainly should be and can be involved financially and legislatively. The government can do amazing things, just like they sent the $100 billion to Israel and Ukraine. You can ship $100 billion to the Black community. You can ship $100 billion to the people that have helped you, not the Ukrainians that don't even give a damn about you. The same way you've probably spent $150 billion or more on illegal immigrants who broke the law and broke into the country by sliding through a fence in the southern border. You can do the same thing for the people on the south side of Chicago or parts of Philadelphia and other communities who have been loyal to you, who've been consistently voting for you and supporting you for the last X number of years. Give me a yes if you agree. Give me a yes. Sometimes when I talk like that, people think I'm radical. They're like, how dare you ask white people to do something for you? You're supposed to be serving them. How dare you break slave protocol? How dare you be logical? How dare you tell us that 2 + 2 is 4, Boyce? Because everyone knows that 2 + 2 is 187. Well, I'm sorry. I taught mathematics at the University of Kentucky, and last time I checked, 2 + 2 was still 4, even if it hurts your feelings, even if it pisses you off, even if you think that I'm being a radical Black man by saying this, right? So logically speaking, the government can certainly be involved, and they should be involved, but here's the point that's being missed. Okay. I want you guys to write this down and keep this in your memory because I need y'all to help make this point. Like, make it on Twitter, make it on Instagram, make it with your friends. This is the message that needs to be shared. The message is this: the government is not the only entity that should be writing the damn check. In fact, the government is probably the least equipped to write them damn reparations checks. The people that are the most equipped to write the checks for reparations that should be written are institutions like Harvard University with what is their endowment? How big is Harvard's endowment? Let me Google that because it gets so big. It was massive 5 years ago, but it's probably even more massive now. Let me see here. The Harvard University endowment is, drum roll please, it is, let's see, how much do they have? Wait, hold on. Wait, I'm looking this up. Come on, Google. You're so slow. All right, it's $50 billion. It's $50 billion. The University of Texas has $45 billion. Yale has $40 billion. Stanford has $37 billion. How about y'all write the check too? How about y'all go ahead and do your part in making sure that this check gets written? Because the government's in debt. The government, sure, they can still write checks. They're sending that $100 billion to Ukraine. That check ain't gonna bounce. But there are people out here that have money. How about we go to the major corporations? How about we go to let's go to I don't know. Let's look at the largest corporations in America. Let's make a list. Okay, largest corporations by market cap. Let's see what Mr. Google pulls up for us. The largest companies in the world by market cap. How about we start with Microsoft in their $3.1 trillion market cap? I'll take some Microsoft stock as part of my reparations. How about that? Give me a yes if you'd be happy. Microsoft stock, what's it trading at about? Let's say 200 a share. I can't remember what it is. How many of y'all would be happy if you got maybe 1,000 shares of Microsoft stock as part of your reparations? A couple $100,000. Would you be able to find something to do with that? How about some Nvidia stock? Oh, Nvidia's worth 2.88 trillion. I'll take some Nvidia stock. I'm like at a restaurant ordering from the menu. Like I'll take cheesecake and a cheeseburger and also a filet mignon and a milkshake to go with it. What about Apple? Apple's worth a couple of trillion. How about some Apple stock, right? And so my point is to say that it's not just the government that needs to pay the reparations, because if the government's paying it by itself, then that's a lot of money. The government's going to have a hard time with that because the government's kind of been milked, honestly. The robber baron era has reemerged. Just so y'all know, this started in the 1970s. The United States was a much fairer country in the 1960s for economic reasons, right? Economically speaking, America was a great society in some ways because you had enough of a balance in terms of making sure that you allow rich people to get rich, but you still took care of your workers. You know, back in the 60s, somebody could get a good job with Ford and they could work 30, 40 years. They could retire, get a nice pension, live a good life, buy a couple cars and a nice house with a white picket fence, get married, let the wife stay at home if she wants to take care of the kids, or the husband stay at home. I'm not here to get into that debate. Or whatever it is you choose to do, you had a better society back then. So what happened was the Republicans kind kind of said, wait a minute, hold up, wait, we need to reverse the direction of this society. The country's getting too liberal, and we don't like this civil rights stuff, and we don't like all this Martin Luther King and anti-Vietnam War stuff going on. So they started actually using their wealth to really try to sort of do a government takeover, basically. And so you started having these individuals that shared ideas that actually propelled people like Ronald Reagan into the White House, and Reagan sort of reversed the direction of the country, where we decided in the 1980s that greed is good, and then they started chopping taxes quite a bit. And in fact, when Reagan almost got assassinated, when somebody tried to assassinate him, that was when he had a lot of popularity and he was able to get a lot of tax cuts passed. And he pursued this goofy idea called trickle down economics, where basically they said if we make rich people richer, they're going to trickle the money down to poor people. But apparently Ronald Reagan never took an economics class, because nobody in their right mind thinks that rich people get rich by giving their money away. Rich people don't get wealthy by letting their money trickle out of their pockets. They get rich by keeping the money in their pocket. So basically trickle down economics did not work. But what it did do was it began the process of creating a massive government deficit, because you don't have the taxes that you need. There should be more tax revenue. Rich people should be paying more in taxes, and or even goofy little things like how corporations can just write off damn near anything and not pay taxes, but yet workers pay the taxes. So most taxes in America get paid by regular people who go to work every day, which is fundamentally unfair. However, in the midst of this unfairness, part of my job as an economic advocate for you and your family, and an advocate for all Black people who want to be economically intelligent, is to say this is one of the reasons why you want to have that LLC. You want to have that situation where you can get those tax benefits, and you can get together just like rich people and have your little family meeting and go on a vacation together, but do family meetings and write all that off on your taxes so that you can write off your lifestyle. Not in an unethical way, not in an illegal way, perfectly legal, but also using the rules that are really helping in your favor as a business owner and as a wealth builder. So let me know if you understand what I'm saying when I tell you that we believe some fundamental things in the Black Business School. Number one, we believe that every Black child should learn how to start a business before the age of 12. Every Black child needs to start a business before the age of 12, or learn how to do that. Anyway, the same way they learn how to dribble basketballs, throw footballs, they learn how to twerk, they learn how to rap. How about they also learn how to start a business? Because they ain't gonna make no money twerking. Twerking don't pay, except unless you're Cardi B. Rapping don't. 99% of all rappers never make a nickel rapping. And then the ones that do, they get shot or something, and then all your money's gone because you're dead. And then most of those little boys at basketball camp ain't never gonna make a nickel playing basketball. They're gonna get life lessons. Like playing sports taught me a lot about life. I love sports. I'm an athlete. I did all the sports, but never have I made a nickel. I mean, even though in my head I want to believe like everybody can identify as what they want to identify, like a boy can identify as a girl. I identify as a 6'5", very handsome Black man, a 6'5" manifestation of Denzel Washington. So not only am I incredibly handsome, but I'm incredibly tall, and I'm also going to be signing a $100 million NBA contract next season. But then some people will say that's a fantasy. I say they're a bunch of liars, and they're just trying to be mean, and they're bullying me because that's what I identify as, and I can be whatever I identify as. However, if that does not work for you, then I would say to you that perhaps all that energy that we're putting into these other things that don't have economic benefits, some of that energy can also be applied to things that are going to help us to be financially secure and have access to financial peace and access to freedom and all these other things that we fantasize about, but aren't necessarily equipped and trained to pursue. Okay. So every Black child should learn how to start a business before the age of 12. Give me a yes if you agree with that. Every Black child should have somebody buying shares of stock for them on the day that they're born. I talked to a young Black man yesterday who was the night manager of the hotel I'm staying in. My wife and I are in New York for one night. It's on our way back to Chicago. We just went to Egypt, and the brother came up to me and he was very nice to me. He offered me some coffee and we started talking. He said, "I follow you." I said, "Great. What's your name?" He said his name was Roland. He was from Guyana. He was very intelligent, and I invited him to come to class. Maybe Roland, if you're in here, say something in the chat. And one thing I told him was, I said, "Do you have?" I said, "How old are you?" He said, "I'm 34." I said, "Do you have any kids?" He said, "Not yet." I said, "Well, I think you should have children. I hope that you do. If that's your plan, I encourage you to not let time get wasted, because a lot of us waste time." And I said, but also, I said, one thing that you also should know is that if you are an economic visionary, if you are an investor, you have to have economic consciousness. And I said, economic consciousness means that you can't just see what you see. You see what's not seen, right? You can't just see what's in front of you. You see what's coming down the pike, right? You don't just see what is, you see what could be. I said, so let me ask you this. Are you going to have kids? He said, yes. I said, okay, so your son or your daughter or your children, let's say that they're negative 5 years old. All right. So you're 34. Let's say you have your first child at 38 or 39. So your child is negative 5 years old. So that means that in 30 years, that child is going to be 25 years old. So I said, now the biggest thing in finance, the biggest wealth builder in the history of the world is actually time. When I would do mathematical equations in my doctoral program to analyze how much money grows over time and compound interest and all that, the biggest variable was always time. So, in the community, it's not that we waste our money. Wasting our money is a fraction of the reason that our wealth doesn't grow. But the biggest thing that we waste is time. So I said, look, don't waste time. I said, right now, invest for yourself, build your wealth. He's going to Invest Best. I said, yeah, I'm going to pop in there too, because I got to go down for a couple other things. The Black Business League, Ken Harris is having his convention. I'm speaking there. The Revolt is doing something, and I got invited to participate on that. So I said, okay, sure, why not? And so I figured, why not stop into Invest Best? So I'm going to stop in because I respect what those guys are doing. I love the energy behind it. I think it's exactly what we need. And I said, so when you're doing all this stuff and you're investing, you're buying real estate, all that, you're building a capital base. That capital base is like a car. It's something that you can use while you're young. You can live your life and do your thing and have fun and live your best life with this wealth. But you must preserve it and you must protect it, just like you preserve and you protect a car. Just like you take your car to get tune-ups and oil changes and all that, you have to preserve your wealth. Why? Well, because at some point when your unborn son, who's negative 5 years old, is 25 years old, he's going to wake up one day and say, Dad, I need money. He's going to say, Dad, damn, these white people, they're mean to me because I'm black. He's going to say, man, I hate my job. Right. And what you want to be able to do is take this massive capital base that you've been building for 30 years, which by that point could be in the hundreds of thousands, if not the millions, if you do it consistently with little things like the $5 a day plan, which I've shown you all on multiple occasions. And so then you can transfer that to him. And then next thing you know, your son is free. Next thing you know, your son can live his best life. Your son doesn't have to sell himself into slavery. I said that young black people that don't have an economic base, that don't have a capital base, where nobody invested for them, they pretty much have to sell themselves into slavery. That's where you're looking for somebody that's going to help you pay bills in exchange for you giving them 40 hours a week of your life. 40 hours a week is a lot of time. You can do a lot of stuff in 40 hours. You could teach your kids. You could spend time with your parents before they get old. You could go to the gym. You could live a great life, but you can't because you have to go to work 40 hours a week. Well, why is that? Well, because nobody thought about you in advance. There was nobody in the family that had enough economic consciousness. Maybe they weren't trained. I'm not blaming them because again, the conversations I'm having with you, I guarantee you've never had these conversations with anybody else because these are conversations that I'm equipped to have as a finance professor because I've been obsessing about these topics for 30 years. So what I'm saying to you is that what I said to him is I said, okay, invest consistently now, invest with deliberation, be as aggressive with your wealth building as you are with everything else. I looked at some of his assets. I said, okay, this crypto, okay, we're not going to put a lot of our money into stuff like this. We're going to go for some solid companies. We're going to go for some of the big corporations, the Walmarts and whatever it is, some of these big corporations that are going to grow and make money. And in fact, actually, now that reminds me, I've compiled a list of 10 of the best stocks for beginners that I can share with you guys. I'll text it out to you all next Friday. Make sure to get it. Make sure you're on the text list. If you're not on the text list for this class, to get an invitation to Money in the Morning, text the word morning to the number 87948. Text morning to 87948, and I'll send you all this list that I made. It's a list of the top 10 stocks for beginners that I think is a great place to begin because I know a lot of you are afraid to invest. A lot of you are, and don't worry about the cost of the stocks, Darlene, because there's something called, not partial investing. Why am I losing my words right now? It's somebody put it in the chat because I'm trying to find the right word. It's fractional shares. Thank you, Natasha. I was like, why can't I find the word? Fractional shares. So you can buy $5 of Nvidia. You can buy $5 of Microsoft. You can buy $10 of Apple. So never ever think that the price of the stock is the price you have to pay because that is not true. Okay. You can buy fractional shares. Okay. So don't ever think that, don't say, well, that stock is $300. I can't afford that. That's not true. Okay. So anyway, there's that link. I put that link in the chat if you guys can see it in the Zoom. And so feel free to take a look at that. And also, if you didn't see it for whatever reason, just text the word morning to the number 87948 and I'll send that to you. And you can take a look at that. Maybe that's a good place to get started. So long story short, talking to this black man, and I hope he doesn't mind me sharing his story. It made me think about things that I wanted to share with you guys that like literally if he starts now and just doing basic things, tiny things, like puts as much energy into investing for the family as he puts into whatever else he's doing in his life, as much work as he puts into going to his job every day, the work you put into paying your cell phone bill every month, the work you put into paying your car note every month. Well, you know what? He's gonna have plenty of wealth to pass his children. And the thing is that that's very serious for black people. It's more serious for black people than it is for white people. Not because I dislike white people. If you're white, don't get scared. But the reality is that being black is hard. It's harder to be black than it is to be white in a lot of contexts. The economic system is not as welcoming to African Americans as it is to anybody else. Even when we talked about politics, I've been very honest and said, I don't have anything against Kamala Harris or Donald Trump or anybody, but Kamala is black in a certain context. If Kamala was an African American woman, African American, not just black, African American woman married to an African American man, I don't believe that she would be considered for the presidency because America has a unique relationship with African Americans. I think that we have a special type of hatred that is thrust upon us. We have a certain type of fear that they have with us. And to some extent, some of us look at us almost like the untouchables. We're kind of, in India where you have the untouchables, just the people that are like, don't go around those people, because they do this and they do that. And if you want to see what I'm talking about, look at the stereotypes, the racial stereotypes that get pushed around the world about us. The best stereotype we have is that we're great athletes. We can run fast and we can jump high, and people love to see that. They love it when a black person shows up as an athlete. Shout out to LeBron James and Noah Lyles and Simone Biles and all these black people that did amazing things. That's the best that we have. But if you're not an Olympic level athlete, if you're not 6'8", 240 pounds like LeBron, or just this extremely extraordinary athlete like Simone Biles, then you're kind of stuck, because then at that point your only options for acceptance might be it to be a twerking rapper, right? All the rappers, they get up on stage and they twerk and they call themselves the N-word and all that, and there's acceptance for that. And then the third area, especially for black men, is if you are a comedian. If you're a comedian, and like Kevin Hart or the other guys that were there, if you remember that at the Olympics they paid lots of money to Kevin Hart, Snoop Dogg, and the other guy who's not funny at all, the big chubby guy on the SNL, Keenan something. Those three got lots of money to basically make people laugh, right? If they showed up and said, as black men, we want to make a statement on behalf of the black community, and we want to argue that politicians need to help us pursue wealth for the black community, they would have been booted off that stage immediately. Give me a yes if you agree. If Kenan Thomas had showed up and said, I'm tired of playing around with y'all. I'm tired of being your clown. I'm tired of making jokes because what's happening in our community is very serious, and it's very important that we make a serious stance. So Kevin and I, we're not going to make a single joke. We're going to look at you with an angry black male face, and we're going to tell you right now what we demand. They would have been taken off the air. If Snoop Dogg isn't showing up smiling and chubbing it up, and he does a little sea walk for him, like dance for us, dance, nothing wrong with the crip walk, whatever. It's great. It's a cool dance, but literally that's kind of what he's the jolly old man. That's what he's kind of become, and everyone loves the jolly old man version of Snoop Dogg, but I don't think they'd be ready for a more serious version that was really advocating on behalf of the black community in the way his friend Ice Cube was. Like I didn't ask Ice Cube about this, but I'd be curious to know how he feels if he would personally do exactly what Snoop is doing. Like I wonder, but the smart thing is that these guys don't air their differences in public, and that's why they've maintained a very profitable alliance and allegiance to each other, and I respect that immensely. Shout out to all my friends on the West Coast. All right, so with that being said, let me jump into a couple other things really quickly. One thing I wanted to mention too is this trip to Egypt, and some of you that were on the trip are actually in this class right now. I just want to say I had just, and when I tell you that this trip was just transformative, I cannot put into words how much I just implore you to consider traveling to Africa. That's all I'm going to say on that is, if you haven't done it, I don't think you know what you're missing. There's something that happens when we leave the country where it's almost like you can breathe easier. It's almost like you're just in this different world where a lot of the old rules don't apply anymore, and you kind of get a chance to feel things that you don't feel in the United States. We went to the Nubian village, and as we were there, my wife and I do this a lot. We study the cultures of the places we go. We went to China, we studied Chinese history and all that. And in the Nubian village, so we're learning about all the Nubian kings and just the history of Nubia and Aswan and stuff like that. And I saw the beautiful Nubian children and all that stuff, and it was just really amazing. It was an experience that I would encourage anybody to try to have if you can. And in fact, here is a screenshot. This is on my Instagram. Let me know if y'all can see this. Here's some pictures. I put some pictures on my Instagram from the trip. My Instagram is Dr. Boyce Finance and also Dr. Boyce Money. If you want just money stuff, just go to Dr. Boyce Money. Dr. Boyce Finance, I talk about pretty much everything. Dr. Boyce Money, I stick strictly to money. But we saw these 3,000, 5,000 year old artifacts and just these amazing kings and queens and people that from the past. And it was interesting. My wife noticed that a lot of the noses were chopped off in a lot of the statues. When we went to a museum in Cairo and they had these mummies, we literally saw King Tut's mummy, which was kind of cool. A lot of the noses were chopped off on the statues, which y'all know what that's all about, right? I don't have to explain that, I hope. Yeah, because they again, this hatred of black people has been around for quite a while. And it was just an awesome experience. It was really something that and every single image I'm showing you is like 4 or 5 thousand years old. Like I'm talking about like 2,000 years before Jesus kind of thing, right? Which is just unfathomably um old and ancient and everything else. And it's really one of these things that has inspired me to and I've already traveled to a few different African countries. I've been to Nigeria, Ghana, Botswana, South Africa, and now Egypt. But I can guarantee you right now, I'm probably going to go to another 15 African countries in the next 3 or 4 years. Like this is something that I'm going to do. In fact, I'm going to reach out to our travel partner, Jay Cameron. I'd like to do a trip to Ghana in December. And this trip we only took 50 people because I wanted to see the vibe and everything else because I wasn't sure. We'd never really done that before. But next time I think we'll invite more of you. So if you'd like to join or if you'd like to be notified when we plan trips, you can pull out your phone, text the word travel to 87948. We created kind of the B1 Travel Club where we're going to learn all about the world. So if you'd like to be a part of that, just text the word travel to the number 87948. And somebody give me a yes after you text it to make sure that you get an autoresponder. And what I'll do is as we find out about these trips and whether or not we're going to be able to set them up, I will text you all and let you all know about this. You guys will be invited first because the other thing about the trip that was really interesting is that there is tremendous value in traveling with people who are like yourself. I never really had a chance to do a big, gigantic group trip with a bunch of like-minded African Americans. And that made a massive difference. Like I remember one couple, Brian and Cookie. Brian and Cookie, I don't have their last name in my head, but Brian and Cookie. Brian had been a firefighter for 20 something years or 30 years, I think. And his wife Cookie was this amazing lady. And I remember talking to them and just talking to everybody. I mean, all the people on the trip. There were young people, older people, male, female, a lot of guys. We actually formed a men's circle while we were there. A guy named Ronald Williams and his daughter Fatima. His daughter Fatima has a PhD from Rutgers University, and she was there, and we all got together and we were sitting there talking as men, and these were just just good men, solid men, the kind of men you're not going to see on TV, the kind of men CNN will never feature, the kind of men that you're not going to see in a rap video. These were, even though we're all familiar with hip hop, whatever, but these were just men who, respect black women, who are bettering themselves, who work hard, who want to improve who they are. And that was the energy, that was the vibe. And I really felt good because I said, okay, so this must say something about me in terms of how I try to carry myself through the world. I ain't no perfect man by any stretch. Where none of us are. But I try to be the person that I really, not just the person I am. I try to be the person that I need to become, right? I'm always thinking like, how do I become the guy, that guy? How do I fill the shoes of that guy that I really want to be? And it's very intimidating, it's very difficult, but it's always like, okay, let's look forward and up. Never look down. We're not going to look back. So we're not going to dwell on mistakes. We're not gonna be a bottom dweller. We're not looking for low vibrational behavior. We're looking for higher vibrational behavior. So we were sitting with these men, and these men were different ages, all the way from the 20s up to Mr. Williams, who was, I think might be in his 60s, maybe 70s. And just, I think he's like a fifth degree black belt or something, right? So he's really a smart, disciplined man. And we had the best conversation. And all the men were building on each other, and the women, were connecting and everything else. And I just think this is the kind of space that where you can grow and feel okay, not having to be ratchet. Right? You can feel good. Not, like if you don't drink, no one's gonna make fun of you because you don't drink. Because maybe you have a feeling that alcohol is not healthy for you, right? So it doesn't mean that you can't drink though. There were people there who did drink, and nobody made fun of those individuals either. It's just more like if you don't drink, no one's gonna say, well, why don't you drink? Why don't you hit this Henny? Why don't you drink this 40 ounce with me? Why don't you get some Cristal? You got, like you don't have to deal with all that stuff, and no disrespect or anything, but I think that ability to express our higher version of ourselves is really empowering. And so I was learning from everybody I was talking to, and the backgrounds. One brother brought his daughter with him, and his daughter was, I think, 23, and the father was in his 50s. Greg Williams brought his daughter, Jessica, and Jessica was finishing a master's degree in social work. So she and my wife got along really well, and my wife mentored her and explained social work, and you can make great business alliances as well, because once you get there and you get in the space. I talked to one sister who's doing some stuff that's multi-million dollar kinds of stuff. And we just started talking, and you form partnerships and connections, and you can work, just good people, right? So long story short, I would encourage you, if you travel with a group of people that are like-minded, and it will enhance the experience so much. When I think about the trip to Egypt, I realized it wasn't just the experience of being in Egypt, which was amazing in itself. It was the people that I was with, and it was also the people of Egypt as well. The people of Egypt, the culture, it was like a breath of fresh air. I talked to some of the men about family and connection, and just to hear them say, hey, if you're my brother, I am my brother's keeper. If you come in my neighborhood, I'm responsible for you. The way they would talk about family and the women and their children and things like that, like these ideas. When I'm going out on the internet, I'm talking to guys who want to sit around and talk about how much they hate black women, or how much, raising kids is a pain in the ass, and they want to just go and pleasure seek their whole life. It makes me sad. It's like, damn, like, am I weird? Am I a weirdo because I love my wife? Like is that, y'all are really making fun of me because I really am trying to be a better man? Like, is that, it's crazy. And this really takes me back to the poison that's been sort of sprinkled on us when they disrupt us and destroy our culture. This is what they've made us into. They've made us into a fraction of who we're supposed to be. They've made us into a shadow of our true selves. Who you are, who we've been to this point isn't really who we are by any stretch. Who you might have been to this point is just the version of yourself that you've come to accept based on society's peer pressure, or what society told you that you were. So I would encourage you, and this is a consciousness exercise, find that higher level version of you. Find that version of you that wants to be physically and mentally healthy, that wants to heal. Find that version of you that wants to get up and do a little exercise every day and eat better food. Right? Find that version of you that wants to read books instead of just watch TV. Find that version of you that wants to connect and collaborate, as opposed to fight and compete. I'm tired of fighting all the time. I don't want to fight other black people all the time. I don't want to compete for supremacy and dominance and chest thump with other black men. I want to give that brother a hug and say, hey man, how do we help each other out? I'm proud of you. I love you. Congratulations, man. That's what I like. I like that energy. Right? Because my competitive energy is saved for my enemies. It's saved for the people that do not want the best for me. It's saved for the people seeking to oppress me. I'm not trying to be competitive with another man who looks just like me. That don't work. No community can succeed if everybody in the community is fighting and competing with each other. There's no football team that can win a game where the wide receiver is fighting the quarterback. That cannot happen. So you got to know the difference between who you collaborate with and who you're competing with. Yes, competition is real. I am a competitor. I will compete all day, but I ain't competing with you. I'm competing with them because they not like us, right? I'm competing with my enemy's way over there. My enemy is not the person sitting next to me. It's not my wife. It's not my kids. It's not another black man. It's way over there. I'm launching missiles way over there because we are in a battle. We are in a war. I do believe that. I do believe that we are in a competition. I think we're in an economic battle. We're in a spiritual competition. We're in a competition. We're fighting for our lives because there are people who benefit from taking things from us and harming us in a significant way. And that's who I'm competing with. But I'm not, I just want to compete. I didn't want to compete with any. There was not one single black man on that cruise where I wanted to compete with him or on that trip. We did take a cruise. We went down the Nile. It was very nice, by the way. It's very, really classy stuff. Jay Cameron organized the trip and he's just an awesome dude. And again, Jay is a great guy. And there's not one bone in my body that said, I want to compete with this man. It's like, wow, he's a great man. I want to hang out with him. He would make a great teammate. Right? So anyway, long story short, if you want to get notified when we make travel plans or have any other trips that we want to put together, just text the word travel. Write this down. Or somebody type in the chat so everybody can see it. Text the word travel to the number 87948. If you text travel to 87948, I'll let you know. I'd like to go to Ghana in December. But there are other trips. I know I mentioned I wanted to do something in South Africa and stuff like that. And the cool thing is that Jay Cameron and his group, they like to travel a lot. And so we're partnering with them. And so we can do this all the time. I think that what you will find is that when you're connecting more and more to different countries in Africa, I guarantee you're going to see America so different every time you go. Even on this trip, I mean, I've been traveling my whole life. I've traveled. I've literally for the last 20 years or so been hopping on an airplane almost every week, going everywhere, all throughout the country, all throughout the world. And but I can tell you this trip to Egypt, like you're not talking to the same Boyce that you were talking to 2 weeks ago. I guarantee you that much. All right. So anyway, with that being said, um, there's more I wanted to hit on, and I'll hit on this quickly, but actually I want to go into this in more detail. But we've done 49 minutes, and so I don't want to keep going on forever. But I also want to remind you, if you want to get notified when we do Money in the Morning and come into the private Zoom where you can put your comments right here in the chat, just text the word morning, MORNING, to 87948. Also, if you text morning to 87948, next Friday, I will send you all a list of the 10 best stocks for beginners. So if you're a beginning investor and you don't know what to do, these are 10 companies that are pretty safe. And then really with investing, you want to start with safe stuff. You don't want to go chasing crazy cryptos or invest in your cousin's liquor store or buying, or putting money into your friend's blessing loom and all that. That's the type of stuff that causes you to lose money. And I'm more on the conservative side when it comes to investing. The biggest rule of wealth building, one of the biggest rules is capital preservation. Capital must be preserved. And I actually talk about that in my book, The 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power, which you can get a copy of the book at drboycebooks.com. That's our Black Wealth bookstore. So feel free to go to drboycebooks.com. So let me give you a couple of stats I saw this morning while I was on the treadmill that I wanted to share with you that really, in my opinion, were just an alarm bell of where the country is going in terms of debt levels. And so what I remember seeing is that basically consumer credit card debt is going way, way up. A lot of people are digging into their HELOCs in order to finance their lifestyle. So basically, HELOCs are home equity lines of credit, and so effectively, what they found is that a lot of car loan debt is continuously going up. I think it went up over $109 billion or something like that this last quarter. Credit card debt's going higher. Delinquencies have remained pretty flat, but they've had a kind of an upward trend, which means that not only are people sort of taking on more debt, but they're also having problems repaying the debt and paying the interest on the debt. And so this feeds into what you saw last week in terms of the stock market kind of really having a big, big, big correction. I don't think it's anything to be alarmed about, though, right? So don't take this as a reason to be afraid. Fear is a wealth killer. So don't let fear drive your decision making. But I just wanted to mention that. and also just sort of say that this also speaks to that bad economic culture that I was referring to, where Americans are pretty much trained to be addicted to consumption at an early age. And so as a result, 70% of America's economic growth is driven by one variable, and that is consumer spending. If consumers started becoming more financially conscious and started to save and invest their money, then the economy actually would shrink a little bit because people would be letting go of their money a little bit less. So I would say that if you want to be smart for your family, you don't want to do what everybody else is doing, because what's happening is consumers are spending their way into debt because America doesn't want to do right by people. I think America doesn't isn't fair to workers. Because again, you had this really high inflation, and yet workers' wages didn't keep up with inflation. And the only way you can maintain a certain level of spending while inflation is going up is through debt. And that's basically what's been happening. But eventually, the foundation of debt tends to crack. And so there are some signs of cracking. So there could be an economic slowdown in the near future. What's probably going to occur is that as that happens, the Federal Reserve is going to step in and reduce interest rates and try to boost the economy back up. Will that work? I don't know, but I think that's going to be a catalyst, a positive catalyst for the stock market, right? So if you're a stock market investor, I think all these things are going to lean in your favor. I don't see any reason why the stock market is going to go south. I just don't see that. Another little factor that I was thinking about this morning that I wanted to share with you is with this Harris Waltz ticket. The guy Waltz, I didn't know that. I think it's Tim Waltz or something. Anyway, they're both very liberal in the sense of wanting to legalize cannabis. And if you recall, a few months ago, I gave you all a list of what I call canna stocks, which are some stocks that are going to benefit if the price or sorry, if cannabis is legalized. So what I'm going to do is I just put in the chat a list of cannabis stocks that you can grab onto, that you can invest in, some ETFs, things like that. This morning I bought a cannabis ETF. I think the ticker symbol was YOLO, YOLO. And then there's another one I think called POTX, POTX, POTX. And I didn't buy POTX. I think I bought YOLO. So now, by the way, hold on. I'm gonna pause for a second. Sheila says she cannot hear. Can y'all hear me? Give me a yes if you can hear me. Let's take a quick sound check. Give me a yes if I'm coming through all right. Let me know if you can hear me. Okay. Okay, so I'm seeing a lot of yeses. Thank you, Elizabeth and Taquana and Sharif and Olivia and Rhonda and April. All right, so I'm sorry, Sheila. So I wish I could tell you that it's on your end, but Sheila can't hear me, so I don't. Maybe y'all can just send, if y'all could text Sheila a little message, let her know to turn her computer up. But anyway, so that's the list that you guys can take a look at, and I'll also text that out to you guys. Text the word morning to the number 87948 if you'd like to receive that via text. If you couldn't get it, maybe you're listening on TikTok or something. And TikTok, I can't put links in TikTok. So if you're on TikTok and you want to get that link, or you're watching the recording later, then just text the word morning, MORNING, to the number 87948. You'll get an invitation to Money in the Morning, and you'll also get that list of cannabis stocks that you can take a look at. Because I strongly believe that with Walt and Kamala, one thing I noticed is that they both kind of have, some leftist ideas, which again is fine. I think there's good ideas on the left, good ideas on the right. Some stuff I agree with, some stuff I don't. I truly don't care about anything other than you, right? All I care about is what's going to happen with you and your family and your wealth. And I really also want you to just do whatever you want to do. And I want you to make money. I'm the money guy, right? I'm the guy that wants you to have more money in your pocket. So I believe that if Kamala and Waltz win the election, which it looks like they might win. I mean, Kamala, she's looking pretty presidential right now. She's probably much more so than Trump right now. Maybe later on it's going to switch. I don't know. But if she wins, then chances are you're going to see legalization. But here's the thing. I think legalization of weed is going to happen regardless. I think that that's just the direction society's going. And so I wouldn't be surprised if Trump did the same thing, And so, because you notice that they both have some of the same ideas, they're both sort of sharing each other's perspectives on certain issues like taxing, waiters' tips in Vegas and stuff like that. So I think that's going to occur. So I think that's could be some easy money for you long term, but it's going to be a long term play. It's not something that's going to happen overnight. All right. So anyway, all right. So that's it. So should we take a break from buying stocks since the stock market will crash? I don't ever take a break, because what you're talking about is what they refer to as market timing, and market timing based on most academic research does not work. If you talk to most scholars about market timing and buying, which is basically trying to buy the right stock at the right time, or investing when it's good and not investing when it's bad, and trying to make sure you get in and get out at the right time, that just generally does not work. In fact, they did a study where they said something like, if you take the 10 if you take the 10 best days of stock market performance in the last 50 years or so, and let's say that you missed just those 10 days, right? Just the 10 best. If you missed the 10 best days, they said your total return over that time period might be something like 79% or something on your assets. Or maybe it's like 700%. It's something big, right? Something where you're like, okay, I made some money. But they said if you were invested on those 10 days, your return goes up to like 25,000%. I mean, the jump was astronomical. It was insane. Like it went like literally from like something like maybe a few 100%, like 300 or 400% or 700% or whatever the number was. But you add those 10 days back in that you missed because you were trying to jump in and jump out, it goes to 25,000%. So generally, I tend to buy more stock when the market goes south. If I sell, I tend to sell assets that have gone up in value in order for me to pay the things I want to pay for. The biggest, best way I make money is selling stock options, which is to me just a phenomenal way to generate income. If you want to learn more about what we do with stock options, we are going to have a meeting this week. If you go to Dr. Boyce, Dr. Boyce Prime, Prime, if you go to drboyceprime.com, you can take a look at what we do with stock options. I think you're going to like what you see. It's very, very good. A lot of you are in the Prime program. It's a great way to generate extra income. In fact, the Green family was there and they came up and they said, we used our stock option money to take this trip. And I said, I bet you did. So anyway, so feel free to go to Dr. Boyce, drboyceprime.com, or also you can text the word money to 87948. And I have a free training called How to Make Money Without Working. So feel free to do either one, Dr. Boyce Prime, or text money to 87948. Okay, guys. So anyway, I'm going to get out of here. We've been in here 58 minutes. I hope this discussion was beneficial. I hope we learned something this morning. And I wish you well on your wealth journey. And I will check back in with you guys when I get back to Chi-Town. We're here. We're flying back today. And so have a wonderful day. And we're going to get right back on our routine every morning, 10 a.m., 7 days a week. So it's Sunday. I'm sorry, it's not Saturday. It's Sunday. Oh my God, man, I've got the days off. I'm still actually overcoming that cold I got from Egypt, from the trip to Egypt. Well, I came back from Egypt with some souvenirs and a little bit of a cold spell, but I'm better now. I'm pretty much back, and I'm about 92.4%, not 92.3. I'm about 92.4%, and also. Tomorrow is a really big day, Andre from Dallas. It's a big day because tomorrow is the start of the Black Investors Championships. You guys may know about the Black Investors Championships, where we compete for the Black Investors Cup. And the Black Investors Cup is a competition that we created in the Black Business School that is looking for the best Black investor on earth. And hundreds of you have entered the competition. We cannot take any more contestants. We unfortunately we have run out of spots for this competition, which starts tomorrow morning. But if you are in the Black Investors Cup, you can log in at blackinvestorscup.com, and you can then hop in and go ahead and start picking your stocks tomorrow. And after 6 weeks, we're going to go look and see who made the most money. And the winner will get the big Black Investors Cup mailed to your house. You'll also get free lifetime access to any course you would like in the Black Business School. That means you could take our stock market class, you can take our stock options training, you can look into our real estate training, you can do whatever you want to do in the Black Business School. And then also I'll bring you on the platform to allow you to be a part of the platform, to tell everybody what you did and why you were so smart and what you and your family accomplished when it came to investing. So anyway, James Keller, how are you? I see you. Give me a quick yes in the chat if you can hear me okay. Let me know if you can hear me, and I'll send out a quick text message to let everybody know that Money in the Morning is starting now. And what I thought I would do today is kind of talk to you guys about just investing in general. So one of the reasons we're doing the Black Investors Championship is because I want to encourage you to invest, but to also show you a couple things, show you a thing or two, the things that will make a difference in your long-term generational wealth. See, as I've mentioned to you all many, many times before, investing literally is it's shown as the number one wealth driver in on Earth. Stock market investing is the number one wealth creator on the entire planet. So if you're not investing in the stock market and you don't have any wealth, well, it's easy to explain what's going on. And what's going on is that you're not participating in the places where the money is. The best way to have money is to go where the money's at. Give me a guess if you understand. Give me a guess if this logic makes sense. If you want to have the money and you want to get the money, you can't be where the money's not and expect to have the money. Do you understand? Like you can't. That doesn't even make any sense. Why would you go if you want to get something? Why would you go to the places where that thing is not located? If you're looking for a good man, why would you go to the places where bad men are located and expect to find a good man? If you're looking for gold, why would you go to all the places that don't have gold and dig for gold? And why would you dig for gold in the trash can? Why would you dig for gold in I don't know, in the middle of the ocean? You don't do that, right? You dig for gold, you find out where the gold is located, and then you dig for gold where the gold is located, right? Very simple idea. And what one of the things that's interesting and just utterly insanely fascinating to me is how many people claim that they want money but they don't go where the money's at. They do things that don't connect to the money. And maybe it's because we're just following behind what somebody else told us to do. We're following generational patterns, generational curses. I talk about that extensively in my book, The 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power, which you can get a copy of that book at drboycebooks.com. It's also on Amazon. And I'm going to tell you, when you sort of ask that question, why don't most Black people invest? The only thing that can come to mind is culture. That's the only solution, right? Because if I ask most people, if I say, do you think investing will help you have more money? Um, then most people say, yeah. Do you think investing is a good idea? Most people say, yeah, that's where money is. And so the only thing that can explain that disparity and that discrepancy is just culture. Just I don't do it because nobody around me did it. Nobody encouraged me to do it. Maybe you could think of it a little bit like eating healthy food. A lot of us don't eat healthy food. Maybe also because the unhealthy food tastes good, and instant gratification is one of the devils that distracts us from that higher purpose of delayed gratification and long-term reward building. Right. So I would encourage you when you think about investing, especially for those of you that are entering the Black Investors Cup, which starts tomorrow, is to go ahead and really think of this as an entry ramp into the world of wealth. If you jump on that ramp, I guarantee you, and if you remain consistent and you make this a part of your culture, you're going to do better than not just most other Black people. You're going to do better than most white people. See, what you don't understand is that there's nothing magical about white people. White people don't have fairy dust sprinkling out of their butts that makes them smarter or better than you. They don't have anything like that. In fact, if you go through and you look at history, I just went to Egypt, so I got I got some extra information on this. There's you were taught in school that the Greeks and whatever the Greeks and the Romans created culture and all that. And that just isn't true. The Egyptians, taught culture to the Greeks and the Romans. They just leave that part out. How many of y'all knew that? That literally all the culture that the Greeks and the Romans claimed to give to the world, they got that from the Egyptians. The Egyptians were doing it thousands of years before then. 6,000 years ago, the Egyptians knew the exact circumference of the earth. They knew that the world was round. And then the Europeans had the Dark Ages, 400 or 500 years of just straight up ghetto behavior. They were just ghetto, nasty. They had the Black Plague and everybody was dying. Like literally 1/3 of the entire town would die. Can you imagine that? 1/3 or 1/2 of the entire city dying. So they were kind of ghetto, and then the Moors came along and were like, okay, you need to do some more civilized things. Like you got to wash your ass. They taught them how to wash. They didn't, that's one of the reasons why the diseases got passed. Just look this up. This is true. The diseases got passed because they didn't even take baths. They'd be like, oh, I took a bath, 5 years ago. Like just nasty stuff, right? And it's so funny because my wife talks about how she went to college. See, this is where people start getting mad at me. This is where people say, "Oh, you're a racist." But this is true. My wife talks about when she was in college and how the Black girls were explaining to the non-Black girls, we'll just say it like that, so we don't talk, so white people don't know we're talking about them. And they would explain to them like how to bathe and how to clean, how to. They said that they went through the dorm. And they were like, "This is nasty. These girls, they're so nasty. They don't wash. They don't clean their rooms. Look at this is, so this is funny how this is still like part of the culture. That whole idea of like washing your ass, and that's just one beginning part of it in terms of just the things that we gave the world. See, people act like they're educating us and that they're elevating us when really I think that we elevate them when we're at our best. This is only when we're at our best. When we start imitating whatever ghetto behavior they gave us, whatever they taught us about the falsehoods of being black, then that's when we start behaving as a lesser version of ourselves. And when we do that, that's when we start having problems. That's when we start, doing things that are just borderline embarrassing, ratchet, weird, nasty. I saw something the other day, actually, where Lizzo, thank God, Lizzo's really doing a great job now of promoting healthy behavior. She's starting to work out and put videos of herself working out online, which I think is great, instead of promoting the other stuff, the obesity and the morbid obesity that's killing people. And I got in some trouble because I called it for what it was. I said, she's a beautiful girl. She's very talented. Why is she telling everybody that you want to grow up and become, an overweight slut? Excuse my friend. I hate saying it like that. I know that's the only way it has to come out, like literally they promote this very hoish behavior. You know what I mean? And this stuff that's really a minstrel show. That's what it is. And I said, why can't she just sing? She's Adele's a big girl too, but Adele would just get up there and sing and everybody claps and they pay her money and that's great. But Lizzo's got to come in with the shenanigans. She's got to come in and promote the morbid obesity that's killing millions of people. And then also everything's got to be super hypersexual in a way that's not reflective of who I think black women can be and should be. Doesn't mean we're not all sexual. Everybody is, but there's kind of a lack of appropriateness to it that almost is very embarrassing, right? And I brought this up, and let me tell you, when I say that the white media went ballistic on me, they went crazy. They didn't. Nobody interviewed me to say, okay, here's a professor saying this. What's he really trying to say? They don't want to hear that, right? They have an agenda, and the agenda is, oh, this black man, this oppressive black man who's part of the patriarchy is trying to oppress a black woman. I said, no, I'm trying to save her. I'm trying to support her. I'm supporting her by saying, you're talented. Why can't you just sing? Why do you have to embarrass black women everywhere by behaving in a way that's just not consistent with the women that I know, the women I admire, the women I look up to? They're really talented female performers who don't get any attention because they tell you got to twerk, you got to get half naked, you got to act like a buffoon. And so, anyway, what's interesting about Lizzo is two things. One, eventually, if you saw, she eventually got hit with a lawsuit where basically all that nonsense, all that buffoonery was happening behind closed doors, and next thing you know, she gets hit with this. I don't know if it's sexual harassment or whatever. Like they were literally telling employees, like you have to get on stage and shoot a banana out of your coochie cooch, just crazy stuff like that. And so eventually, and what they don't understand, what nobody taught them, what I think if I were her father, I would have explained this to her, is that when you're in a lawsuit and you're dealing with HR issues, it's hard to explain to HR why you had to have women on stage shooting bananas out of their vaginas. Like that doesn't fit well in the age of political correctness and appropriateness, right? You can't say, well, this is part of our business model that we have to behave in this way to get fans. It doesn't work. So she was being sued for that. And then the second thing was I saw that she started to promote the healthier behavior, healthier lifestyle, which I think is great. And it's kind of interesting because now she gets that backlash from people who say, no, 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 we liked you when you were a big, when you were promoting the idea of being obese and sexually irresponsible. Like we don't like you anymore because you're not behaving like the clown that we wanted you to be. And I think that's what's interesting in terms of America. This is kind of a wealth thing. This is a wealth issue because this is how we're trained to go get money. Is America always loves a black man or a black woman when they behave like a clown. If you watched even the Olympics, you saw black men particularly being hired to be funny and goofy and ignorant, and they like that. And then when you stop and you say, no, I'm not always goofy, I'm not always ignorant, they say, well, we're going to fire you because we only want black people around. They're going to be goofy, ignorant, and make us laugh. You're here for our entertainment. You're not here to do anything serious. You're not here to build rocket ships. You're not here because we admire your intellect. You're here because we want you to entertain us. We want you to be clowns. So typically, and this is a false model of economic success. This is why investing is so important, so that you don't fall for the banana in the tailpipe, so to speak. Is that typically black men in particular tend to get the most money if they are doing one of three things: if they are dribbling basket, if they're playing a sport, rapping, or if they're telling jokes. If you're funny, if you can rap and entertain them, calling yourself the N word and rapping about killing other black people, or if you Yeah, if you make them if you make them laugh, play a sport, or can bust a rap, then you're gonna make lots of money. And then what happens is that because people form false associations with money, because you live in a capitalist society that falsely trained you that all money is good money, that making money is all that matters, that the more money you make, the better you are, the more successful you are. They measure success solely on your economic outcome, which is a very dangerous idea. We start to celebrate people who made their money in ways that are just embarrassingly uncivilized. And this is in contrast to who I believe that we are, because remember, we taught the Europeans how to be civilized. We taught them how to, we taught them how to how to be human, how to be distinguished, how to be decent. Now someone's asking me to talk about the Democratic National Convention and Kamala Harris and everything. I don't want to talk about that today. I don't feel like that's and really I just tell you who to vote for, whoever you want to vote for. I'm not one to tell you what to vote for or who or anything in the next election. I really encourage you to simply do what's going to work for you and your family. And I think that message is actually radical enough. I get enough pushback from people. I told you about the time I got the weird phone call from DL Hughley, who basically just said some pretty horrible things in terms of just me thinking like, wow, you must really be concerned. You must really be feeling guilty about what you're doing because you're really mad at me right now. And I'm not even going to repeat what was said because you wouldn't believe it if I told you. And I just remember thinking to myself, gosh, this politics thing it really messes us up as black people. I really think that we get so distracted by the politics. And what's fascinating to me is that there's not much evidence to say that if you care about things like black wealth, if you care about things like black wealth, there's not much evidence anywhere that you can find to say that our wealth levels tend to improve based on who we vote for. There's just not any evidence of that. So one of the things that I believe as a mathematician is that when you're looking for a solution to a problem, you you go where the solution is. You don't look for you don't if you're looking for a salad, like a healthy salad, you don't search for a healthy salad in a sewage dump. You just don't. You don't do that. Or you don't go look for if you're looking for a good wife, you don't look for a good wife at the bottom of the ocean. You don't. It doesn't make any sense. So my point in politics is that we're kind of barking up the wrong tree. We're looking for it's like you're looking for Cleveland in the middle of Santa Barbara. You're literally going places. You're looking for love in all the wrong places. You're looking for solutions in all the wrong spaces. And then people sit around and they're all confused about why there are no solutions, why nothing's been solved. Well, it's because you're wasting your time. Again, I'm not here to tell you. I told you guys I never tell anybody who to vote for. That's not my job. I just don't I'm like I'm just I literally honestly ask like show me evidence, and the formula is so simple, because maybe it's because I'm 53, maybe it's because I'm a professor, maybe it's because I spent my whole life looking for patterns. That's all you do when you analyze data. When I was on the faculty of Syracuse, all I did was I would just look for patterns in the data, right? That's all you would do. So when the pattern is, oh, this is the same approach to getting elected that they used in the last election. Oh, it's fear. Fear is the operative word. Fear is very powerful. Fear is more powerful than love. Fear can be more powerful than desire. Fear can be more powerful than almost any positive emotion I can give you because fear puts you on that low vibrational frequency where all you're trying to do is avoid the potential pain that will come if you don't do as you're told. So the goal of every election, in my opinion, is to get you on the fear frequency. They don't want you showing up saying, okay, give me a reason to vote for you and I'll vote for you if you do this and if you do that. I have all these demands. They don't want that. They want you literally on this like, oh my God, I better do what you say or bad things are going to happen. It's like I pull out a gun and say, shut up and do what I tell you or we're all going to die, right? And then you just follow instructions. And some people operate on the fear frequency. I think black people operate on that the most because we've gone through so much trauma, we've gone through so much stuff. And actually there's evidence of things like epigenetics that actually Cody Ransom is actually gonna do. If you don't know Cody Ransom, he came into class the other day. He's gonna do a true Black Wall Street a training in the Black Business School. If you want to take a look, go to b1wallstreet.com. That's b the number one wallstreet.com. He's extraordinarily good at this stuff, and he talks about epigenetics and the transfer of trauma through your DNA. And there's actually a lot of science behind that. Leading scientific journals are now questioning. They used to say, okay, your DNA defines everything else about you, but actually they're finding that the DNA can be affected by your environment. That literally you can change, you have the ability to change your own DNA based on your experiences. And who's had stranger experiences than us? We've had really difficult experiences in this country. So that survival mode that they put you into, it works because your DNA has so much trauma in it already that you're just pretty much going to do what you're told. You're going to, so what I want you to pay attention to is I want you to listen when people are telling you who to vote for, because they're always a lot of people are in the business of herding black people like we're like sheep or animals or something. I don't respond much to that. I'm not just sheep. I'm a lion. I'm a leader. I'm not trying to lead anybody, but I can definitely lead myself. I don't thank you very much for telling me what to do, but what you're doing doesn't work. Your strategy is a failure. I look at you and you're not succeeding. So why am I going to follow a loser? I'm not doing that. But the other thing is that there's big business in leading black people in the same direction. So if you listen to the language is typically very unintellectual. It's not very thoughtful because they don't think that you're thinking people. They don't think that you're intellectual people. They think, okay, I'm going to keep it real basic, keep it real stupid, and basically say this is what you need to do because if you don't do it, these bad things are going to happen. And I want you to just kind of listen to the rhetoric and listen to the language, and I want you to just kind of pay attention to that because if I respect you and I want to be fair to you, then what I'm going to do is I'm going to say, look, here are all the options, here are all the things you could do, here are all the different candidates, here's what they believe. Pick the one that works for you, right? If I care about you and I respect you, that's what I'm going to do. But if I don't care about you and I don't respect you and I have a hidden agenda, I'm going to say, here's the option, follow this path. If you don't, then I'm going to ostracize you or I'm going to make you afraid of the consequences of not doing what you're told. So that's just kind of a type of slavery. And that's pretty much what you get, whether you're talking about the people, and it happens on both sides. I mean, the people that tell you to go vote for Trump, I think the same thing happens. So anyway, I don't want to even get into that too much. Let's talk about investing just a little bit. Now, the Black Investors Cup starts tomorrow. I wish I could invite you guys to join, but we're all filled up for this cycle. So there's no more space. If you go to blackinvestorscup.com, you'll see the information, but you can't sign up now. I gave you guys in Money in the Morning first dibs, first access. So hundreds of you signed up. Now we're kind of full. So we'll let you guys know when we do another competition. This starts tomorrow. The cup is really big. I have to hold it like this, and I'll mail it to your house when you win. And also, you get lifetime access to the Black Business School. So here are some thoughts in terms of investing strategies, in terms of how you approach investing. First thing is with investing always involves a risk. You cannot, it's very difficult to invest and make money without facing risk on some level. And there's two major types of risk. There's what they call systematic risk, and there's what they call idiosyncratic risk. Idiosyncratic risk is risk that relates to the particular company. Systematic risk is risk that involves bigger stuff like the whole economy or whatever. Like, so last week you had systematic risk that pulled down the stocks of most major companies. And that's because the jobs report came out and the jobs report wasn't so favorable. So the whole market kind of took a dip. You saw that last week where you had this big panic. Oh my God, stocks are, crashing because of whatever. Well, the recovery happened. I just went and I bought a bunch of stock and now I've made money because when everyone's running away from the market, that's when you want to be running toward the market. At least that's the conventional wisdom. So if you want to think about systematic versus idiosyncratic risk, you can think of it like boats on an ocean. So imagine that you're looking at the ocean and every single boat represents a company. So all these boats are on the ocean. Now, so they all have one thing in common. The one thing in common that they have is that they're all on the same water. Do you understand? So if a big tsunami comes through, it's going to hit all the boats. The rising tide will affect all boats, right? And so you heard Obama say that, right? But there's reasons why some people, if you don't have a boat, then the rising tide means you already drowned. So that's the problem with being black is that you don't really have a boat. So anyway, so the rising tide, the changing tide will affect all boats. But here's the thing: every boat has its own idiosyncratic or specific factors. So every boat has a different size. You have some boats that are really big. You have some boats that are tiny. Every boat has a different captain. Some captains are really experienced and very good at steering the boat in turbulent water. Some captains don't know what the hell they're doing. Every boat has a different age. Some boats are brand new and shiny and strong, and some boats are a little old and tired. Some boats are headed east Some are headed west, some are headed north, some are headed south. The direction that the boats are going will affect how the tide affects them. Do you follow me? Do you get the analogy here? That's idiosyncratic risk. Idiosyncratic risk is the individual stuff that affects an individual company that doesn't have to do with other companies. Okay. So part of the reason that you diversify, you spread your money out, is because you want to get rid of as much of that idiosyncratic risk as possible. This is why a smart investor does not go and put all their money in one stock or in a couple of stocks. That's not smart investing because you got too much idiosyncratic risk. You diversify so that you can get rid of the idiosyncratic risk, but then the systematic risk is very, very difficult to get rid of when it comes to stocks. The other thing too is that during the Black Investors Cup, and it maybe you're not going to do it this time, but maybe next time, I would encourage you to dig in and to start researching the companies that you're looking at, right? So use this as an opportunity to kind of get an idea of what you're getting into. Here's the thing, the research does not help you predict the movement of the stock price. So make that clear. Like the research does not tell you what stocks are going to go up and which ones are going to go down. So don't believe any of that stuff. I know people on the internet are going to disagree with me, but then after they disagree, I want you to ask them, do you have a doctorate in finance? And they'll probably say no. And that means that maybe at the very least, you might want to hear what I have to say. I'm not telling you not to listen to them. I'm just telling you that there is a difference, right? I teach experts. I've taught people who have PhDs now. So there's a different level of analysis. There's a different level of depth. You're talking about, spending 6-7 years studying stock market investing 10 hours a day. Like that was my life, right? And then another 13 years of doing nothing but research on stock market investing. I was a workaholic. I would work 12, 13 hours a day consistently when I was at Syracuse. So basically this notion that somehow you can look at a stock's reports and predict what a stock is going to do is pretty much wrong for the most part. There are some things that you can predict over time. So, for example, the $5 a day investing plan, which you can find at blackwealthmasterplan.com. That's blackwealthmasterplan.com, which is totally free. The $5 a day investing plan does typically work. It's worked all throughout history. This is something that has worked consistently like clockwork. It's a diversified portfolio where you're consistently buying a certain amount of stock over a long period of time. And then voila, after 10 years or less, really, you have more money, more wealth than most people. After 30 years, you're booming. At 30 years, you're talking about generational wealth. You're talking about passing down a multi-million-dollar empire. You're literally shifting the culture of your whole entire family. See, what I want you to understand is that culture impacts wealth, but wealth impacts culture. It is what they call a recursive relationship. So a lot of times wealth does not grow because we have bad culture. I write about that in my book, The 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power, that if you look at Black culture and what is presented to us as Black culture, it's just not wealth related. It's not, it doesn't create strong families. It doesn't create businesses. It doesn't create strong economics. But then what happens is that if you break away from that culture and you start to embrace a culture of building, a culture of wealth, a culture of unity, a culture of family, a culture of wealth preservation, then what happens is that the wealth starts to grow. And then what you find is that it becomes a full circle process. Now, instead of the culture impacting the wealth comes back and impacts the culture. So it's like wealth and culture are two people and they're giving each other a big hug. They're in this great relationship with each other where the wealth says, I love you. And the culture says, no, I love you too. And the wealth says, no, I love you more. And the culture says, I love you too. And it becomes a feedback loop. Do you follow what I'm saying? It becomes a feedback loop. And the feedback loop is this. Here's what's going to happen. Blackwealthmasterplan.com. Write that down. Somebody type that in the chat so everybody can get it because sometimes people miss the URLs. And I say it 2 or 3 times, but after the third time, I'm not going to say it anymore. So just type in the chat so everybody can see it. So you go to blackwealthmasterplan.com. Here's what happens. You do something basic like the $5 a day investing plan. You're just chugging along, buying stock. You don't know a lot about investing. You're just buying because you're shifting to a wealth builder's culture. You let go of the BET culture. You let go of the sexy red culture. You let go of this goofball culture that they're feeding you, and you have a culture of wealth building and wealth preservation. So then what happens is after 20 or 30 years, now you're sitting on some money. Now you're sitting on $200,000, $300,000, $400,000, $500,000. You've got wealth. You've got money now. So what happens then now is you have to change things. You can't be a wealthy family and live a ghetto culture. culture. You know, no disrespect to anybody who's born in the ghetto. I was born in the project, so I'm as ghetto as they come, but I don't want to be ghetto for life. So don't think I'm making fun of anybody who either lives in the ghetto or was born in the ghetto. I'm just saying I don't want you to stay in the ghetto. So I hope that that's okay. I hope I can say that without being accused of being elitist. I'm not being elitist. I'm just saying I don't want to embrace I'm not trying to make love to the negative parts of your life or the trauma. Sometimes we hug the trauma. We like the trauma. We keep it close because we feel like that's a part of being black. There's nothing about being black that's connected to the pain that you're going through. Being black should mean that you're happy, prosperous, successful, and connected. So anyway, with that being said, once you have this wealth, once you've got this money, and you're doing better than everybody else, you're doing better than most black people you know, you're doing better than most white people you know, well, then at that point, it changes things. You can't really, you're not, it, how can I, a person who's got $1 million in assets doesn't have to send their child off to go work a job that's going to pay them $1,000 a week to just pay their bills. They don't have to do that anymore. Because you're making, you can make that amount of money from your investments. So you don't have to sell your time, your precious time on this earth just to make enough money to get by. A family that has assets, like you got some real estate, you got some stocks, you have some cash, you're doing fine. Money's not a thing. That family makes decisions with a different set of criteria than a family that has to think about money before they think about anything else. What's happened is that the building of wealth naturally elevates you to a different frequency. Not that you're better than anybody else. That's not true. We know a lot of terrible people who are very wealthy, but it changes your criteria for decision making. Do you understand? If you look at the extreme, when I remember hearing 50 Cent and Will Smith talk about how money affects their thinking, and Will was like, yeah, he said, when you get to the point where you can buy whatever you want, then you start changing what you think is important. Because when you're struggling, when you're on that struggle frequency, that's where they want to keep you. They want to keep you on the struggle frequency because what you don't understand is that keeping you on the struggle frequency is a type of slavery. They keep you caged like an animal because they want you to stay on the frequency of an animal. And the frequent that struggle frequency is that every decision I make, it's not a multivariable, it's not a multivariate decision. It's not something where there are other factors that are driving the decision making. The number one variable is money. Which one is going to make the most money? Or I want to do this and do that. Well, I can't because I don't have enough money. Or what am I going to do? Am I going to do this or do that? Well, I got to do that because that's going to pay me the most money. Do you understand? So money just kind of becomes this abusive partner in this relationship where every time you're trying to decide what your next move is going to be, every time you're seeking happiness in your life, the money barges in and says, "Oh, hell no, get out, back up. I'm making the decision right now." That's what money does. That's what can happen. That's the power of money. See, there's not just power in having money. There's power that comes with the lack of money, and that power can be very oppressive. Do you think, I mean, think about this. Do you think that your colonizers could have so much power around the world over millions of people if they didn't have so much money to exert that power? The power is driven by the money. The money becomes just the Debo of your life. If you remember Debo from Friday, he would show up every time, you say, "I got $5." And Debo said, "No, I got $5." Right? So basically, the Debo in your life is money. When you are broke, when you are struggling, when you are on the brink of financial collapse, every decision you make is driven by money. And that is a terrible life to live because what that's done is it's taken away your ability to be a thoughtful, critical thinking human being where you can look at all the different variables that shape your happiness. And instead, everything's got to come down to the money. Well, who am I going to date? Do I date the man who's nice to me, the man who sings to me, the man who truly loves me, or do I pick the man who has the most money? A lot of women will pick the man who has the most money. And that's what's really interesting. They'll look at men and the man who has the most money is in their mind the best man. And that tells me that you're operating on a certain frequency that I think is beneath what God intended for you to be. I don't think the universe and God intended for you to be a one-dimensional thinker, but that's what happens. When you get on the struggle frequency, you become one dimensional. Everything's about the money. Which job are you going to take? The job that you love or the job that pays the most money? Well, I got to go for the money. Where are you going to live? You're going to live in the place where you got the best social life and you're meeting wonderful people and your kids are happy? No, I got to go live in the place that pays me the most money. And so what happens then is that people that have the money are able to control you like Pinocchio on a string. All they got to do, they say, "Oh, I want you to do something different with your life. So I'm not going to force you to do it. I'm just going to offer you more money. I'm going to financially incentivize you to go right when when everything in your soul was telling you to go left." So when you have money, here's the point. Here's what's going to happen when you build that generational wealth for your kids. What's going to happen is that you're going to give them something in mathematics. We refer to this as degrees of freedom. You're going to give them, or another way to say it in a term that I've used before, is you're going to give them options. People who have options operate differently from people who have no options. Chris Rock said that. Remember that? How many of you remember when Chris Rock says that money just gives you options? Money makes you say, "Oh, I can actually do A, B, C, D, E, F, or G." Whereas when I grew up poor in the hood, I knew I only had option A. You understand? So when you have money and you have options, it does change your culture because you're making decisions based on different criteria. You're not just saying, okay, I'm going to do it this way because I can save $20. You say, no, I'm going to do it that way because it makes me more comfortable or it makes me happier. Or I'm going to take a flight and yeah, I could save $200 by flying coach, but my back hurts and my legs are long, so I think I'm going to go ahead and get the first class ticket. Or I could save $100 if I wait till Wednesday to fly, but really I'm going to get to my mama's house a day early, so I'm gonna go ahead and pay the extra $100 and fly on Tuesday instead of Wednesday. Do you understand? So when you get that financial security, you'll find that it does shape your culture. Even when you have conversations with your kids about what they want to do when they grow up, you're not just going to be stuck on which profession pays the most money. That's the thing. When I have conversations with our kids about what they want to do when they grow up, I just make it really simple. I say, well, I kind of want you to be happy. That's it. I just want you to be happy because I don't care if you have a $70,000 a year job or a $60,000 a year job. If that $70,000 job is stressing you out to the point where you are depressed, sad, drinking yourself to sleep at night and damn near suicidal, I don't want you to take that job. I don't care if it was a $200,000 a year job. Nothing is worth your happiness. Nothing is worth you trading your well-being. So, but I can say that because because years before they were born, I was already planting seeds to have that financial security. I didn't know what my life was going to look like as a dad. I didn't know that I was going to marry a woman that had 3 kids and all this other stuff that I did. I mean, I'm glad I did it. But I didn't know what my life was going to look like. But one thing I did know as a young black man is that money was going to be important. I also knew when I was 25, I said, I don't know who my kids are going to be. I don't know what my life is going to look like 20 or 30 years from now, but I do know that it's going to be easier for me to make optimal decisions if I have money than it will be if I don't have money. It'll be easier for me to make the right move if I'm financially free versus if I'm financially incarcerated. So effectively, I started to invest long term, not just to have money, but really to just sort of be in a position where I could be the kind of leader and father that my children would need instead of a guy who says, hey, you know what? The 20 years before you were born, I completely wasted all that time and didn't do anything constructive with my life. So now you're going to struggle because I'm just sitting here trying to play catch up. I didn't want that to happen to me. And that was not any type of genius that helped me to see that. It was just me disconnecting from this sort of instant gratification culture and thinking about delayed gratification. There are cultures around the world that already embrace these ideas. When I see Aisha Verzi's in here, she's Nigerian like me. I'm 33% Nigerian. I don't know if y'all know. I'm very proud of that because the Nigerian culture was actually labeled as one of the most financially and educationally successful cultures for a few reasons. One, they really value family. Two, they really value education. And three, they have a tremendous amount of pride in who they are in terms of maintaining, I'm Igbo or whatever, right? I like they're proud of who they are. So they have a standard. Do you understand? There's a standard there. And the problem that you have as African Americans that you really got to fix is that they don't give you any standard. They don't. Tell me if I'm lying. Tell me, do you agree with me? Think about this. They don't give you any standard that comes with being black and African American in terms of traditions that you have to uphold, structures that you have to maintain, institutions that you've got to protect. Like they don't give you any of that. It's like, well, you just a lowly Negro and you ain't nothing until white people decide they want to invite you in and give you a fancy job, and then we start walking around all proud like, well, I'm doing better than you because the white man gave me a $80,000 a year job and he only gave you a $40,000 a year job, and it's kind of beneath us. It's kind of pathetic, honestly. It's kind of embarrassing, right? So my question is, what's the standard? Do we have a standard? And if we don't have a standard, how do we get those standards? Well, a lot of that standard formation comes from culture, which comes also from education. I think that not educating our kids is the multi-trillion-dollar mistake that we make every generation that we don't actually realize. It's going to take about 2 or 3 generations for us to realize how much we're giving away when we're letting colonizers educate our children, and because they spend all that time teaching them basically that you're really nothing, and that the only chance you have to be anything in this world is if somehow integration accepts you. And then later on, that's when you have the Civil War. You have the conflict between those who've been colonized psychologically to believe that we can't do anything without white folks. We can't move forward. We can't move an inch. We can't breathe. We can't talk. I can't think without a white man giving me his blessing or somehow providing a pathway for me, versus those who say, no, no, actually, we can do what we want to do. Why are we sitting around bowing and praying to these other people when they're no better than us? They're no different from us in terms of what we can accomplish. And so then that's when you have the Civil War. That's why you have these issues with these elections, which again, I don't tell people who to vote for, but what I do have a big problem with is when people tell me that the only way I can actually survive as a black man is if I do what this politician tells me to do. And that's when I just get off the boat and I say, screw you, to hell with you. You're not going to tell me that this other person decides if my family's going to be good or if my family's going to be healthy or if I'm going to be successful, if I'm going to succeed. No, that's not where we're at. That's not where we need to go, in my opinion. So what you're going to find, circling back full circle to the point I was making earlier, what you're going to find is that once you start building wealth, it's going to really shift your culture because it's going to shift the variables that matter when you're making critical decisions in your life. It's going to affect what kind of relationships you form. It's going to affect when and how many children you have. If you have children and money's not an issue, that's going to be a different decision than someone who has kids and says, gosh, I have to abort this baby because I can't afford it. I'm not nothing against that. I'm not judging your choices in that area, but I am saying that it is kind of unfortunate that when you get on that struggle frequency, you have to make these really heavy decisions based on money, just solely based on money. And that kind of makes me sad. I don't want you to live that kind of life. I want you to live a life where you're free to explore all the dimensions of who you are, all the dimensions that are going to make you healthy, whole, and powerful, without money kind of always deboing into the conversation and saying, no, no, I am the sole determinant of whether or not you can date that guy. I'm the determinant of whether or not you can live in that city. I'm the determinant of whether or not you can take a day off next week. No, the money should not be the number one variable in your decision making. So sometimes when we talk about money, when we do our financial consciousness every morning, people get confused. They think that because I am a financial expert, technically that's what I am, I guess. They think that I believe that money is everything, that money is the most important thing in the world. And one of the biggest things I learned about money is not just the power of money, but that the real power of money. Pay attention now. The real power of having money is to get to the point where money has no power. Do you understand? Do you follow what I'm saying? I want to say that slowly so everybody gets it. The real power of money, the real power that comes from understanding money, is when you can get to the point where money has no power. And that is what you call financial freedom. Financial freedom. What is financial freedom? Financial freedom is not where money drives all your decisions. Financial freedom is not where you're sacrificing everything that matters to you so you can get more money. That's not financial freedom. That's financial slavery. That's financial slavery. So there are lots of financial slaves that make $100 million a year. No, financial freedom is where you can make decisions that are free from the influence of money. Why? Well, because you have enough money that money isn't important anymore. I go to the movies like when I got financial. You know what made me excited about becoming financially free is it was the little stuff. I thought it would be the big stuff. I thought it'd be like I could buy a certain car, I can get me a big house, whatever. No, it was the little stuff. You know what it was? This is so stupid. This is gonna sound crazy. When I used to go to the movies, as a little kid. Anybody, when you grow, think about it. Remember back in the 80s and the 90s, you go to the movies and the popcorn would be like $5 or $6. And then they'd be like, well, you can get a drink, and the drink is another $5 or $6. And you could go to the movies, and you after you bought your ticket, you couldn't really get what you wanted at the concession stand because you'd end up spending like $60 or $70. And don't take a girl with you to the movies, then it's gonna be $100. Or if you got kids, then it's impossible. You can't you got to be real thoughtful. You got to be like, well, which popcorn can I take 2 ounces out of the popcorn, or I got to pick between the popcorn and the Twizzlers. It was a terrible experience, honestly. It was very limiting. I didn't like it. You know what really made me happy was when I could go to the movies, and this is true to this day. I love the fact that I can take my girl to the movies and I can bring the kids, and I can say, okay, let's just get whatever we want. You can get the nachos, you can get a cheeseburger, you can get the popcorn, and I don't care that the popcorn is $5 because I can afford the $5 popcorn. I'm telling you, I think happiness in life is about the little things. It ain't the big stuff. Get away from the big stuff. The big stuff is nice. Go get the big stuff, but after you get past the big stuff, I want you to have financial consciousness to really meditate on the little stuff. The little stuff was I can go to the movies now and I can take my wife and take the kids. I don't have to leave anybody at home because I'm thinking, well, if I take the kids, it's going to cost me twice as much than if I just take my wife, or I got to go by myself. Right? These are the decisions I had to make when I was 25, and I was broke. A lot of girls didn't like me because I was broke when I was 25. And and then maybe I didn't have any game or something. I didn't sit around and learn how to like go chase women. I was like chasing my academics and stuff. So maybe I was a little behind the curve. I didn't sit around with dudes trying to constantly scheme on how I can get more women. I just wanted one good woman that could be by my side. So anyway, I remember going on dates, and I went on a date one time and I felt like this woman just wiped me dry. It was the worst feeling in the world. I remember that we went out to a restaurant and she got all this extra stuff that you normally wouldn't order if you were by yourself. Like, cause she knew that I was gonna pay for stuff. And I remember her getting like two, she didn't get one drink, she got two, because the drinks are real expensive. She got the shrimp and the lobster. And I remember getting done and I paid $100 and something on this date. And I remember thinking, I can't never date this girl again. There was no even consideration about whether or not I enjoyed the date, whether I enjoyed her as a person, or I thought what kind of woman she might be. I couldn't think about that because I was like, I can't afford to go out with this girl no more. And she told her friends, she was like, yeah, I went out with Boyce and it was so great, and I want to go out with him again. And I was sitting there thinking, I'm never gonna take you out again because I cannot afford to go out with you anymore. I can't afford that. Now here's the thing. 20 years down the line, when I had enough money, it wouldn't have mattered. It'd be like, yeah, wow, we did spend some money, but oh well, I don't care. I would start thinking about what kind of person she was and if we'd be compatible and all this other stuff. But at 25, I was on the struggle frequency. The struggle frequency was like, I can't go out with you again because I can't afford to spend $120 every time we go out on a date. And who knows, maybe in her mind she was thinking like, "Ooh, he was so generous, I'm gonna go give him some." But I didn't even know about that. I've never even understood this idea that you would trade your body and go, pick up some STDs just because somebody bought you a nice meal. I never understood that. Or people who think, well, because I took you to Red Lobster, you owe me the access to your womb because I took you out to we had a nice trip to Olive Garden, so now I get to be your baby daddy. I never understood that at all. I think that logic is just crazy because I think that your body is precious. I think that your reproductive organs matter. I think that who the father or the mother of your children is going to be is a $1 billion decision. And the fact that you're making $1 billion decisions over a $100 trip to Red Lobster or whatever, or $80 trip because Red Lobster ain't that expensive, that's crazy to me. That's the culture. That's what I'm talking about when I talk about the culture, getting you on that struggle frequency where you're thinking, oh, well, because he took me to Burger King, I got to give him some. I don't understand that. And I think that is beneath you. And I really think that this is something we have to reassess. So one of the benefits of having economic security is I think it can elevate you off that struggle frequency where you can really start thinking about things a little bit more. And I can just tell you, when I think about that crazy date with that lady when I was 25 years old, maybe she would have been a great partner for me. I mean, I love my wife and stuff, but I met a lot of really awesome, intelligent, beautiful Black women, in my life. I'm not a kid, right? I've gone on dates and stuff, and who knows? Maybe it would have been a great relationship if I'd had enough financial security to not have the money come in and devo my decision making. So even if I had sat there and said, well, she seemed like a nice lady, maybe we could be compatible, the money would come in and say, no, you can't date her because you can't afford it. Look at your bank account. You can't afford that woman, right? And I don't think human beings should be thought about in that context anyway. So I would just say to you that once you get the wealth, it's going to automatically shift the culture. And if you shift the culture, you will shift the wealth. So always remember that wealth and culture go hand in hand, and you want to be very conscious. Cultural consciousness, which is the term I want to coin right now, is really important. I think you want to sit around and think like, okay, what is the culture around here? Is this a culture that is conducive to the building of the things that matter, building of wealth, building of family, building of education, building of long-term benefits, institutional building, right? Things like that. And in fact, when you look at wealthy families, like you look at Warren Buffett's family and stuff like that, they don't really sit around trying to figure out how to fill out a job application. Their kids probably couldn't fill out a job application if their life depended on it. They're thinking about the preservation and the transfer of generational wealth. They're thinking about tax strategies. They're thinking about investment opportunities. They're thinking about all kinds of other things, but they ain't sitting around thinking about how, whether or not they can make more money working at Wendy's or at the post office. That's just not a conversation they have to have. No disrespect to anybody who's had to have those conversations. I have, we all have. But I think that our goal, our standard should be, let's elevate out of that. When you elevate out of that, you have so much freedom, so many more degrees of freedom in your life, just like going from a car to an airplane. When I took off and I got my pilot's license and I started flying in that airplane, I had so much more freedom than I had when I was stuck on the ground, driving in traffic, sitting behind the car that was in front of me. And so to some extent, you have this high traffic culture that we're stuck in, and it's miserable and it's polluted and it's screwed up. It doesn't bring out the best in us. So you just got to elevate, and that's what consciousness is. Consciousness is economic elevation. It is psychological elevation. It is spiritual elevation. And once you elevate, I guarantee you, so many things will be better, and you'll feel so much freer in the process. Okay, so anyway, I'm gonna let you guys go. So tomorrow starts the Black Investors Cup once a week or so. I'll go through the leaderboard and I'll announce who the leaders are, and we'll kind of talk about that, and we'll kind of drop some conversations about investing and strategies and all that. Those of you who didn't get to sign up this time, you will get an opportunity the next time we do another Black Investors Cup. It's going to be 6 weeks. It starts tomorrow, so I'll keep you guys posted. BlackInvestorsCup.com is where you can sort of take a look and learn more. Second of all, if you want to be invited to the private Zoom for our Money in the Morning financial consciousness training. We do this every single day, 7 days a week. Feel free to text the word morning. Just text the word morning, MORNING, to the phone number 87948. Text morning to 87948. Also, Cody Ransom's class on the true history of Black Wall Street is starting in the next couple of days. And if you'd like to take a look at that class and see if you'd like to join, feel free to go to b1wallstreet.com. That's B, the number one, b1wallstreet.com. And at b1wallstreet.com, you can see what the class is about and what they're doing. One membership, you can bring anybody in your family, so you don't have to buy multiple memberships for people in the same household. So it's sort of buy one, get one free. So feel free to go to b1wallstreet.com. All right, I'm out of here. Have a great day, everybody. And stuff like that. I try to stay in the 5 a.m. club. I was not in the 5 a.m. club this morning. I was in the 6 a.m. club because my wife's boot camp slowed down, and I guess they had their graduation or something. So I don't have to get up and be out of the house by 5. So I sleep until 6 now, which is quite wonderful. And anyway, so I got up and I was listening to what's going on in the financial world and what's happening in financial news. I like to try to stay on top of that as much as I can. And one thing that I saw that was really interesting that I think is an important kind of economic consciousness exercise that we can start the day off with, because I actually have as a whole other topic I was going to hit, but this comes to mind. How many of you have heard about the population issue? Has anybody, give me a yes if you've seen the discussions that have occurred about basically the world's population is not growing fast enough. Has anybody seen that? Especially in places like Europe and Japan and other places, the one of the challenges that they have is that people are just not having babies anymore. And there's I guess this what they call, I guess, the replacement rate, where they need a certain number of newborn babies to make up for the people that are dying. And what they're finding is that the numbers are not aligning, that the number of replacement people is not high enough to replace the people that are dying. So what happens in a country when you don't have a high enough birth rate is that your productivity drops. It's a wealth thing. Your wealth in your country drops because a lot of your wealth is related to productivity. Productivity comes from having young people getting up and busting their butt, going to work, making things happen. So here's what I want to kind of reflect on for a minute. And I think this is really to me very telling. I literally came to this conclusion today. Um, so let me ask y'all this other question. How many of you remember, how many of you are old enough to remember when it was the opposite? When all of the discussion was in the other direction, where they weren't talking about not having enough people. They were saying that we have too many. Anybody remember that? You only got to go back like 20 years to find a time where the whole conversation was completely different. The discussion was not, how do we replace people? We don't have enough humans. Oh my God. It was, the population's growing too much. It's going to explode. We can't feed everybody. And then you have people like Bill Gates, going around, and they were like going to African countries and trying to convince African people to have fewer kids. And they were introducing, and it was mostly sort of, it had a little bit of a feminist angle to kind of tell the women, like, hey, you don't have to have kids. Like, you can be in the factory working. You could be next to massa all day, like making a minimum wage instead of actually being with your children. And I really fell for it. I was listening to that and I was hearing them tell us how we were going to have too many people and that I guess people will be falling off the edge of the earth or something because maybe the earth is flat. I don't know. I'm kidding. And it would just be too much and we'd all just die from starvation. So I just find, isn't that fascinating though? I mean, let's just reflect on that for a moment. I promise this gets back to the economics and really I want us to go to the higher purpose of really understanding the difference between God's plan, your plan, and masses plan. Yeah, in fact, let's put it in that order. You got Master's plan, your plan, and God's plan. And here's what I want to go, here's what I want to dig into. I think it's so interesting that some of the so-called smartest scientists on the earth 20 years ago were telling you that our biggest problem population-wise was that we were going to have too many people. Now those very same scientists, just a few years later, are saying the exact opposite. They're now saying that we don't have enough people. And so even in big countries like China, which there are things to admire about their leadership, things to not admire. They had that for many years. They had their biggest problem was, oh my God, people are having too many babies. There's too many Chinese babies being born. So let's impose what they call the one child rule, where they literally made it a law that you can only have one kid. So people are like, oh, okay, well, we want to help China, so we're going to have fewer children. And then suddenly they're like, "Oh my God! Whoa, wait, slow down, reverse the bus. We don't have enough babies. Oh, what are we gonna do?" Now they're going back and they're trying to convince people to start having kids again. I don't know if this is not confusing to you, then it should be because it's weird. So here's my point. Okay, so Africa has a massive advantage in this arena in terms of national productivity and economics, largely because there were a lot of Africans who did not listen when Massa showed up, with a Bible and a couple of dollars in a bowl of soup and said, you need to have fewer kids. There are a lot of Africans who still kept having babies because I think that they inherently understood that maybe God's plan is for you to have kids and for you to prosper. And again, I'm not trying to get hyper religious or anything like that. I don't even go to church. So I'm very spiritual, but I'm not religious. So you ain't talking to Dr. TD Jakes. That's not who I am. I love TD. I like TD. I think TD Jakes is a wise man, but I'm not trying to be him. I can't be him. It's impossible. What I am saying though is that I think that one of the strengths that we have as Black people, by the fact that we are spiritual, is that when you are connected to the universe, to God, to the higher purpose, which really is what economic elevation is all about. That's what consciousness is all about. Sometimes you just know when something just don't add up. So, sometimes you say, they're telling me I need to do this, but it just doesn't make sense. Let me know if you know what I'm talking about. And that's an instinct. That's an instinct. I think the instinct popped out, for example, during the pandemic. I'm not telling you guys what you should have thought during the pandemic. I'm not judging whether you got the jab or not. I promise you I'm not. But isn't it fascinating that now that pandemic is over, You're starting to see a whole bunch of people do a whole 360, like Chris Cuomo. Well, I used to say ivermectin was a horse tranquilizer, and I cussed people out because they used it and thought they were crazy. Now I apologize. I was just wrong. Oh my God, I was dead wrong. He's literally doing that. Dr. Fauci's in these hearings now. Again, I'm not telling you what you should think, but I am telling you that what my wife and I did, because my wife and I are both spiritual. My wife lives deep in the spiritual realm. She's into metaphysics, and I go with her to that place because I respect that. We just said, okay, when the pandemic started, we said, okay, let's just sit back and watch. Let's just really try, because we don't trust the government on that level. We don't hate. We're not conspiracy theorists, but I know that there are conspiracies. I mean, it's been proven. If you look throughout history, there have been many, many conspiracies where the goal is to control people. Right? Again, Massa's plan. Massa always got a plan for you. Rockefeller had a plan for the public education system. He clearly stated, he said, I don't want a whole nation full of people thinking for themselves. I need a whole nation full of people that are going to get up and go to work every day. So there are always people who operate on that higher level that are playing chess because their consciousness is different from the rest of us. They're looking down at us as a collective instead of sort of being in the trees. They're not in the trees. They're not one of us. They're up here. So they're managing the bulk of us. Do you understand? So to some extent, and this is the beast of capitalism. You become kind of a commodity. So here, let's circle back to the whole population control issue. I would argue that part of what was going on in terms of them telling people to stop having babies was probably driven in part, at least in the United States for sure, driven by this idea that said, if we can get more mothers to come out of the house and come to work every day, then guess what? Our national productivity goes up, which means we make more money. Again, not to say there's anything wrong with women working. I mean, I support all of that. That's fine. But but what I really support is you doing what works for you, what makes sense for you. Because I don't think that we should just forget about our kids. Because I think that our children are a form of wealth that we often neglect because we're so busy going off and making that little tiny ass paycheck that you're getting paid at that factory. Um, and in fact, actually, in other areas where I think social movements were used to manipulate capitalist outcomes, was actually also, let's just, since we're talking about feminism or women and things like that, I do know for a fact that there was a time when they were trying to make more money and they were trying to get women to buy cigarettes. So what they did was one of the marketers, he said, I got this uncle in Germany who's struggling for money. His name is Sigmund Freud, and he understands the subconscious mind. So what he said was what Freud suggested was, he said, you can manipulate the subconscious mind to get women to smoke cigarettes by realizing that the cigarette can be shaped as a phallic symbol. It is a symbol of the man's power because it's kind of shaped like a penis. So if you use certain messaging, you can convince women that they're taking power from men by smoking cigarettes. That even though one has nothing to do with the other, but by smoking the cigarette, it's an act of defiance where you've taken away the power of the male by taking away his genitalia. And it worked. It worked. And what happened was they would have these big feminist marches and rallies where they would all be on the little parade thing smoking cigarettes. So the corporations, they didn't care about women's suffrage and all the other core issues behind feminism. They just wanted to sell more cigarettes. And so to some extent, my point is to say that you really want to think about these things. And this is why I encourage you to always know the difference between your plan, God's plan, and Massa's plan. I believe that my plan definitely supersedes Massa's plan. I don't care about Massa's plan. I want to spot it and eliminate it so at least we can get to my plan. But then really my plan is limited because my plan can't match God's plan. Sometimes God has a plan for you that is bigger than the plan you have for yourself because you can't see on God level consciousness. God, they say God lives in the sixth dimension. I can only go up to the fifth dimension. I can't go up to the sixth dimension. So God lives and that's just me speaking mathematically. One day I'll bore you and explain what I'm saying with that. But literally, I know that God lives here and I'm sort of here and I'm trying to elevate as much as I can and connect to that. But I really do believe that God's plan is something that's greater than the plan that you can have for yourself because God lives outside of you. And so when I think about my own life And I think about the dreams I used to have and the plans that I had to achieve those dreams. When I was 23, 24 years old, I had all these big goals and all these things I wanted to accomplish. And what was interesting to me as I look back on that is that the more I untethered myself from Massa's plan, because remember, Massa got a plan for a black man. Tell me if you know what I'm talking about. But Massa he has a lot of plans for black boys. When before you're born, they already have a plan for you. The first plan is to try to abort you, right? Make sure you're not even born, and then the other plan is to miseducate you or leave you uneducated. Maybe you fill up the prison so that they can make money from you in prison, or at the very least, at the very least, they can make money off you if you fall for these NBA, NFL dreams and end up working for Massa, whatever. So you live this life of struggle where other people are benefiting economically from your existence. That's Massa's plan. I believe Massa has a plan for every black boy in America. So fortunately, I was able to break away from Massa's plan and go to my plan. But what I realized is even going to my plan was limited. I untethered from Massa's plan by sort of saying, okay, no, this is who I really want to be. I don't want to be who you want me to be. I'm going to be who I want to be. And that required an act of rebellion. But then when I became more spiritual, I realized, wait a minute, God's plan was bigger than Boyce's plan because Boyce's plan was limited by what Boyce believed he can do. It was limited by my habits and preconceived beliefs of what success even meant. I didn't even know what success was when I was planning my plan for success, right? So as I learned what success was and what was really out here, and I began to get more exposed to the possibilities that existed in this world, and then sometimes by being rejected from the things I actually thought that I wanted, I started to see, whoa, wait a minute, there's so much more out here that I didn't even know about. I couldn't plan for this because I didn't know this was even there. So if I were to go back in time and talk to myself 30 years ago, I would say, you know what, just keep working hard and doing your best. Be free, be thoughtful, and be a good person. And then you're gonna get to where you're supposed to be. You're gonna get someplace special, but it's so special, so unique, and so different from what you can even visualize that you won't know it until you see it. And so now as I've manifested or I've and I'm wherever I am right now. I really do feel that way. I didn't achieve my wildest dreams. I went beyond that to places I didn't even know existed. So what I would say to you is figure out the difference, right? Just know that Massa has a plan for you, and it involves like, go to school, get a good job, and let us barely give you enough money for you to survive until you get too old to work anymore, and then you move on. But I don't think that's really what you're meant to do. And then also the other piece beyond that is going back to the whole conversation about population. I think that the Africa is going to benefit. I know that Africa is going to benefit economically because they have population growth during the time where all these so-called smart white people were going around the world telling them to have fewer babies. And those are the people again that say, you know what, we're spiritual, we're connected to something bigger. We have these things called intuition. Maybe our melanin just makes us naturally intelligent about certain things. And there's something that just says to me in the gut of my soul, in right here in my heart. I don't know why. I can't defy it with the science, but something tells me that actually my children are an asset and that it's okay for me to want to have kids. That family is valuable. And in fact, there are very few places on earth where family is more valuable than Africa. Africa, if you study Nigerian culture and things like that, and just really any culture in most parts of Africa, you'll find that family is really, really important. Much more so than America. Americans, we kind of lose some of that. We forget how valuable our families are and how important they are. We do. And I think also, again, this is part of Massa's plan because if they can detach you from the family, then they can control you with the government and with the corporation. Just look at some of the social policies that they implemented in the black community. We don't, if you have a man in the house, then you don't get your welfare check. So the welfare check becomes the replacement for the man. And then you see what's happened with our families. And now, what happens is that when you don't have that unity of family to support you and protect you, then everybody's out here struggling on their own. Everybody's out here drowning as an individual because you would have been strong as a collective and the collective was chopped into pieces because it's much easier to exploit a detached, disconnected group of people than it is to exploit a unified group of people. Another example where they do this in the economy is labor unions. When workers are connected and defending their rights as a group and negotiating as a group and operating as a group, the capitalists have a much harder time extracting resources from that group or manipulating that group. So that's why union busting is kind of a big and a popular thing. It's happening everywhere. So in terms of, if you want to know how this population thing is going, let me give you a quick assessment on this as we kind of break this down. And then I'm going to actually go into the other part of my discussion here. So right now, basically, again, the scientists are worried that we're not going to have enough babies. I think that worry is ill-conceived. I think that it's premature. I think that a few things are going to make up for that because we human beings are pretty adaptive. Assuming that we don't blow each other up with nuclear war or something, that's something that could happen. And I hate to think about that, but it's true. But one is I think that there's going to be a lot of technology that will help people live longer, and so that's going to be longer and healthier. I think that's going to happen. Number two, they said right now a lot of countries are overcoming their population issues with immigration. This helped me really understand a little more thoroughly why the United States has such a sloppy, chaotic, ridiculous immigration policy of just opening the border and letting everybody flood in. It's gonna be a problem. It's gonna cause a lot of issues. But what does occur is that your economy is stronger when you have more people. So what they're looking at really is that the good outweighs the bad, so to speak. It does not, in my opinion, benefit the average American worker if you got millions of people coming from south of the border taking your jobs. But what happens is that the capitalists, the people that own shares of stock and run corporations, are saying, great, we have a greater labor supply, which means that we can have more productivity with a lower cost of hiring these people. Right. So they're getting more for less. That's why they keep saying, oh, the immigrants are great for the economy. This is so great for the economy. It's great for the overall economy. It may not be great for you. And that's what's creating the disconnect that exists right now, where they're kind of baffled. They're like, wait, the economic numbers are really strong. Yet if you ask an average person, they keep saying that the economic numbers are bad. They keep saying that the economy's bad and that we're in a recession, but that's just not consistent with reality. And they debate this, right? And I find it hilarious they have this debate. I'm like, well, the reason that you're having this debate is not because people are just wrong or they don't know what's going on, because that's what they'll say that maybe it's the headlines. Maybe the headlines are so negative that people think the economy's bad when it's actually good. No, it's because everybody's economy ain't the same. Everybody's economy is not the same. A rich man's economy ain't the same as a poor man's economy. The economy for people who own stock, which I'm begging you all to do, is not the same as the economy for people who work for a living. That's not y'all. We're not living the same reality. It's like we're in the same house, and the heat is on the east side of the house, and it's freezing on the west side of the house. We're in the same house, but it ain't the same temperature. So the workers in America are pretty much being sucked dry financially by the people at the top of the pile. That's what they're doing. They've got them addicted to buying things, no matter what. So people will go in debt in order to maintain their the lifestyle to which they've been trained to become accustomed. And then so as they're going into debt, again, auto loan debt's at an all-time high, credit card debt's at an all-time high, student loan debt's at an all-time high. Workers' wages are not going up with the rate of inflation, so people are falling further and further behind. On top of that, when you've disconnected the family unit and you've got people thinking as individuals, then you minimize their ability to survive in an ever-changing economy where the resources become a little more spread out and thin. That's what's happening. That's why Gen Zers are getting killed. It's because nobody taught a Gen Zer how to survive in this economy. You survive in this economy by working together with other people. You survive in this economy by investing. These require levels of economic awareness that are not very popular right now. Most people are not interested in becoming economically aware. They're only aware of the pain that they experience from the lack of economic awareness that has plagued them since the day they were born. That is what's happening. People are aware of how sad they are. They're aware of how broke they are. They're aware of how mad they are, but they're not aware of how to fix the problem because nobody really talks about solutions. That's not what people do. So, with that being said, the other way that they're going to overcome this whole issue with the population is robots. AI and robots is another area where from an economic standpoint, they're going to overcome the deficiency in the population is they're just going to have robots everywhere and lots of AI everywhere. And that's the wave of the future. So just as an FYI, because we're solution oriented, I do have a list of AI stocks that I sent out to a lot of you. If you haven't gotten it yet, just pull out your phone, text the word stock to the number 87948. Text stock to 87948. I'll send you the AI stocks and I'll also send you links to profit alerts. I did one this morning where I talked about an investment I'm making right now in copper. And the ticker symbol for the ETF, the copper ETF that I like is COPX, COPX. So COPX. So feel free to go take a look at copper COPX. And if you want to really learn more about stock market investing and want to share a membership to my stock market class with your entire family, just go to drboycestockmarket.com. The first 30 days are 100% free. So you go to drboycestockmarket.com. There's hundreds of lectures, thousands of hours of material. It's easy to understand at any level. On top of that, every week I have a section called What Dr. Boyce is Buying, where I mention stocks that I particularly like based on my research. And also you can come to class in the portfolio power plays every Tuesday and ask me any question. So feel free to go to drboycestockmarket.com if you are interested. And yes, I do teach about ETFs. Absolutely. You'll know all about ETFs when you get in there. All right. So let me hop into another quick thing I was thinking about today from an economic awareness standpoint. This is a true story, and this is something that affects me dearly. So I'm gonna try to express it without being emotional. When I grew up as a as a kid, I had an uncle named Donald who was like an older brother for me. He was 8 years older than me, and he was my earliest memories were with him because when I was born, my mother was 17 and she lived with my grandmother and my uncle Charles and my uncle Donald and my aunt Valeria. Uncle Charles and Uncle Donald are both dead. Aunt Valeria is still alive. And that was my earliest life. So anyway, with that said, it was downtown Louisville, Kentucky, on this a street called Bowling Avenue, which now is kind of like a torn down neighborhood. I think that it's kind of fallen into significant disrepair. Not like it was a poor, it wasn't a rich neighborhood even back then, but now it's really bad. Anyway, so my uncle, I watched him struggle a lot. You know, he wasn't really able to really do well in life. I think I know that he didn't have a father figure to raise him and or train him on life and stuff like that. So he was honestly kind of a weak man. And then on top of that, he also got introduced to alcohol at an early age. You know, he was a little baby, and I guess they thought it was cute and funny. My grandmother didn't do this; it was his father that did this. So he would take him to the bar, and he thought it was adorable to watch the little baby walk around drunk. So they would give him alcohol, and he would get drunk. And unfortunately, this planted the seed for a lifelong alcohol addiction that he had later on. So if you ever want to know why I hate alcohol, that might be why, because I've seen it destroy people that I love. I've seen great men become horrible men and weak men, violent men, terrible men, embarrassing men, disgusting men because they overindulged in alcohol or drugs. Give me a yes if you've ever seen these things up close, and give me a yes if you can at least empathize and understand with why I just really think drugs and alcohol are just one of the worst things that ever happened to Black people. Not judging you if you drink. I know a lot of you do drink, and it's okay. Moderation, I get that, but really, I just don't see any. It doesn't bring good things to anybody's life, and it doesn't just destroy you economically. There's so many other ways that it harms you. Now, with that said, so my uncle went to prison. So he was my role, like he was my favorite human being on the entire planet. So imagine somebody that like when I would see him, I would get excited. I followed him around, all this stuff. And so I remember when I was 11, and I remember he went back to jail. And when I was 11, I think he was about 19, and I remember just sitting in the back seat of the car, and I remember crying like when they said yeah, Donald went to jail again, and I remember just kind of crying. And as I was crying, like nobody, I remember just kind of feeling like nobody cared. You know what I mean? Like this is another reason, another thing I'm very passionate about is mass incarceration, because I remember how hurt I was, you know, because this person, like I loved him, you know, and I was sitting in the back seat just kind of crying, and nobody, I felt like nobody cared, you know, like nobody could feel what I was going through. And so anyway, I struggled in school, and like eighth grade, I remember I would sit there in the eighth grade and I would just write him letters, you know, in jail. And anyway, so oh God, I'm so sorry, guys. I didn't damn. I didn't know I was gonna have this reaction. I apologize. but I'm gonna keep going. I'm gonna keep going. So anyway, so my time with him was like really mixed. And eventually there was a point where maybe about 13 or 14, it switched. I went from being the little brother to being the older brother. Like I was the one who, like, because I remember just kind of saying, okay, this guy is struggling. I can't really follow behind him. You know how you want to look up to somebody, but you can't. You can't look up to somebody who's shorter than you, so to speak. And because he was not built a certain way, and I don't know if it was his fault of his own. Like I had to kind of talk to my therapist to kind of figure out how to give him grace. But I remember in a way there was like an anger, like man, I was so disappointed in you. I needed you to be my hero, and you weren't. You couldn't be, So anyway, I kind of became the older brother. And so in my 20s, I remember him calling me. He'd call me to borrow money and stuff like that. And it was hard. It was weird, and it was more like I got to the point where I was sort of becoming more of myself, more of the person I am now. And I have a really strong father. My father who raised me is a very like disciplined, determined. He's a veteran. He doesn't take any shit. He believes you if you want something, you go for it, you fight for it, you don't back down, you do your best. You take responsibility, and these are values that my father was giving me. He wasn't my biological father, but I love him. And anyway, so I was kind of becoming that guy, right? Whatever that guy looks like, I was becoming him. Whereas my uncle was still kind of lagging behind. And the thing about prison that really bothers me is we don't talk enough about the mental health crisis, the mental health issues of just what happens to people when they get incarcerated. We don't talk about how their children feel, when their father's being taken away. We have so much empathy and so much sympathy for everybody else's pain, but we don't have any empathy for our own. We don't talk about just how painful and traumatic. Think about this. I'm 52 years old. I'm a grown ass man. I'm sitting here crying as I'm reliving how I felt when I was 11. It's hard and it's embarrassing, by the way, to do this in front of so many people. But I'm gonna keep going because God is telling me to talk. So, as we got older, and I promise we got to circle this back to economics because I know this is about economic awareness, and this is why I brought this up. So, as he got older, there was this constant drain of him always borrowing money. I watched him not just disappoint me, I saw him disappoint his children. I saw him disappoint my grandmother, who got older and could not keep bailing him out every time he went to jail or helping him every time he struggled. And so I learned from watching this. Like I watched this behavior, I watched this dynamic as this man who never learned how to become a man, right? He was always a little boy. And it's not so much his fault, right? Because there was no man to really show him how to be a man, right? And so he stayed a little boy even in his 20s, his 30s, and his 40s, and he would go to my grandmother, when she's in her 60s and 70s, and he would borrow money. Like, he wouldn't show up to help her. He wouldn't show up to help pay bills. He wouldn't show up to cut the grass. He would show up to borrow money. And he was also plagued by these mental health issues from incarceration and other things he went through, as well as drugs and alcohol. And so it got to the point where he became that relative that a lot of us have. A lot of us have a relative like that. Give me a guess if you have somebody in your family that reminds you of this, where they just can't get it together, where you just kind of feel like you can't depend on them. You can't, you're going to have to bail them out. They're never going to be there to bail you out. That's the dynamic. That's what happens. And these people are built like the world society builds that. Malcolm X, his bodyguard was talking about how it felt to be around Malcolm, and he started to cry. And they said, "Well, why do you feel that way?" He said, "Because Malcolm encouraged us to be men, and America wants the black male to remain a little boy." That's what he said. He said they want us to be little boys, and that's why. So if you ever see me get real pissed off when I see rappers or anybody encouraging black men to be immature and ignorant and ridiculous and backward, that's what it comes from. It's like we don't need little boys in the community. We need men. We need men that are going to lead. We need men that are going to build. That are going to want to think strategically, not these little cartoon characters that they give us in the media. And I think that's all by design, right? Because men build things, men create things, men break down barriers, men open doors, men protect, provide all these other things. Little boys just sit there and let things happen to them. They don't pay attention, or they don't try hard enough, or they give up easily, right? So long story short, I became kind of the older brother to my uncle, who became my like a little brother, who would call me and ask me for money and all that. And then one day, things just kept getting worse and worse. And then he became homeless eventually. And one night when he was homeless, and so he'd go to the liquor store and stuff. And one day he got hit by a car, and I don't know if the driver says he was laying down in the middle of the street. I don't know if he was doing that or not. But that's what the driver said, and he got hit and he got dragged like 100 feet down the street, and he ended up he didn't die. It was interesting. He had significant brain damage, and he also became paralyzed from the waist down. So he ended up in the hospital getting brain surgery and spinal cord surgery at the same time. He died on the operating table twice. And so, but again, because I loved him, I came to see him and did my best to help out however I could. It was really, really hard. And so here was this guy who didn't have any health insurance, any plan for the future. Like, nothing was there where he could actually take care of himself in this really fragile state. And it was heartbreaking for me because again, he was my favorite person on the planet. So it's really hard. Some of you have seen this where you have to watch your favorite person on the earth suffer, like in these horrible ways, just not being able to clothe yourself or feed yourself or use the bathroom, by yourself, just stuff like that. And so then eventually, after about 3 years, I think he eventually got an infection in the hospital, and he ended up dying. And I think about his life a lot because it shaped me. I was very close to him, and it made me really think about preparation in terms of how you want your life to go. And it made me think about how many of us are not trained to prepare for things like this. He wasn't prepared at all for the expense of being in a wheelchair. There was no insurance at all on anything, and he wasn't prepared in terms of education or no saving, investing, none of that. It was like he was just kind of surviving from day to day. And I think sometimes that stress and struggle of just surviving can keep us from having the consciousness to sort of make these long-term plans and to say, okay, well, what if this happens, or what if that happens, or how do I provide for these other people in case something goes wrong in my path. And I also know that when you take all that lack of sort of awareness and you compound that with problems like drugs and alcohol, as well as mental health issues, which I think can be connected to drugs and alcohol, right? Like people will say, well, it's not the drugs that caused him to do this; it was mental health. He was bipolar, but those two things are connected, right? If you are a person who has mental health issues and you self-medicate through drugs and alcohol, then drugs and alcohol are not going to help your mental health. Like, if you're already a little bit bipolar or already a little bit mentally ill, the drugs and alcohol are only going to accelerate and accentuate and worsen the pre-existing condition that is inside of you. So I think they feed into each other. So long story short, um, I saw this man who could have and should have been somebody's husband and father, could have and should have been an asset to his own mother, could have and should have been a role model for me. I saw him just literally um, deplete himself and shrivel into this broken little person that I couldn't even identify. And so, what this made me think about from an economic awareness standpoint, and I think about him all the time. He died in 2012. I think about him at least two, three, four, five times a week. Um, what I learned from that experience is that a few things, and I'm going to lay these things out as quick as I can to help you kind of summarize this instead of me just sitting here and embarrassing myself by getting emotional like that. One is really how we raise our children is so important in terms of whether or not they're going to be assets to the family. You have to really sort of decide and be very conscious and aware of, going back to the beginning, the difference between your plan and Massa's plan. At the very least, your plan, God's plan, and Massa's plan. So God has an amazing plan in store for your children. You have an amazing plan, or you should have an amazing plan in store for your children. Massa does not have an amazing plan in store for your kids. My uncle that I just described to you, the sad part about his life is that I bet you that at least 60% of you can identify with another black male just like him. I guarantee you that there are thousands of you that are listening right now who have somebody in your family who fits that damn description. That is what we call in finance, we call that systematic. See, there's things that are what they call systematic, and then there's idiosyncratic. Idiosyncratic is like a one-off. Like it's like, okay, I had a cousin who had one leg, one ear, and had an IQ of 170. That's idiosyncratic. That's a one-off. You're not going to have another person out here like that. You're not going to meet anybody like that. But systematic is where you see this same outcome replicated thousands and thousands of times all throughout society. I mean, you don't have to, you could throw a rock and find a broken black man in America just like that. You know, I'm talking about baby daddy, you know, got a bunch of kids, can't afford to take care of the kids, no education, no preparation, no economic security, and kind of and unfortunately been put in a position where they become a liability to the family when that liability should have been an asset. It should have been an asset. So what I ask, and this is my friend's speech from the group Arrested Development. He's a great guy. I love this guy. I don't even talk to him that much, but I have so much respect for him. He did a documentary called The N-Word Factory, the IGA Factory. I'm not gonna say the N-word because it's too early in the morning to be using words like that. But he had a documentary with that title, and I said that's a great title because what happens is that MASA's plan is to mass produce millions of young black boys that become liabilities to the community when they should have been assets. God's plan is for your son to be the hero of the family. God's plan is for your son to be strong. God's plan is for your son to be intelligent. God's plan is for your son to be a leader. God's plan is for your son to break us out of this stuff. God's plan is for your son to be a soldier. God's plan is for your son to be a winner. God's plan is for your son to be a builder. But MASA's plan is for that little black boy to be a liability and a drain on everybody else in the family. That's what MASA's plan is. MASA's plan, and this does go to economics, but this is consciousness. This is what I'm talking about, economic consciousness. This is costing you trillions. Do you understand? We've talked extensively in my book, The 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power. I talk extensively about trillions of dollars in black wealth that is lost when that son who should have been an asset to you is trained to be led to believe that he's going to be nothing but a liability, ain't taking care of his kids, doesn't want to read a damn book, wants to be a thug and a IGA and a gangster or an NFL player, and doesn't spend any energy wanting to be anything that's beneficial to anybody but himself. So this guy in his 20s, 30s, and 40s, who's quicker to pick up the liquor bottle than he is to pick up a book, who doesn't want to take responsibility for anything that he creates in his life, that is a massive drain of wealth in the black community. And that is social engineering. That is by design. That is not accidental. That is not what God intended for your son. That was not God's plan. That so as hell shouldn't have been your plan. That was MASA's plan. And the reason MASA's plan won, I need y'all to listen to me. I need y'all to pay attention. The reason that MASA's plan overrides your plan and God's plan is because MASA's plan is intentional. MASA's plan is deliberate. MASA's plan was done with the highest level of economic consciousness. He planned, he thought about it. He sat down and wrote it out. They said, okay, this is how we're going to take over hip hop music so that we can control the minds of millions of black males and get them to fill up the penitentiaries and to go out here and do all these other things that will fulfill every stereotype we have of them, keep them ignorant, blind, deaf, dumb, and stupid, and destroy and manage the black community. His plan was intentional and deliberate and specific. Was your plan equally intentional? Were you equally intentional about saying to myself, I know MASA got a plan for my son. I'm going to make sure my plan is different. Let me tell you about my mama real quick. When I was 5, I've told y'all, some of y'all this story before. When I was 5, there was a white lady that was my elementary school teacher or my preschool teacher. And she sat my mother down and she said, I need you to understand how your son operates. She said, he's very active. he gets up, he walks around, he makes noise, and he doesn't follow rules very well. But she said one day I saw him doing that and I wanted to embarrass him. So I went and I kept on teaching. I kept ignoring him as he was getting up, walking around, singing songs and talking to the other kids. And the way I was going to embarrass him was I was going to ask him to repeat back to me every single thing that I had put on the board. And she said, "Do you know that when I did that and he got up and walked around and did everything he normally does?" And I said, "Okay, Boyce, I want you to tell me everything that I was just teaching everybody." She said, "Do you know that he told me every single thing that I had been teaching? He was listening while he was walking around appearing to be distracted." So what she said to my mother, she said that when your son gets to the public school system, they're going to try to medicate him. They're going to diagnose him. They're going to do all these things. They're going to tell you that something's wrong with him. And this lady, I'm not a person who walks around thinking that every white person tries to be evil. I don't think that way. This little white lady told my mother, "Do not let them put him on any medication. Do not let them diagnose him. Your son is fine. He just has a lot of energy. A lot of boys have energy, and that's it." And do you understand how critical that was when my mother years later intentionally, specifically, and really vehemently defended me when they tried to diagnose me or put me in special classes and do all these other things that would have derailed me. If my mother had not been specific and clear and intentional about pursuing her plan for me over Massa's plan for me, I would not be standing here talking to you right now. I would not be the man that I am right now. So what I'm really saying here is this. The world tends to move out of the way for people who know who the hell they are and people who know what the hell they want. So part of the reason that it's so important for you to be conscious on every level, and we talk about economic consciousness, and the economics certainly folds into this, but you got to be intentional about everything. You got to be intentional about everything. And if you don't know enough to have that clarity and intentionality, then this is where little things like meditation come into play. This is where you got to sit down and figure out who the hell you are, what the hell you want, what you want for your family, where this ship is going to go. You got to be clear. And when you are clear, the world will move out of your way. Part of the reason people don't mess with me is because they know that I'm clear. I ain't scared of nothing. I know exactly who I am. I know what I'm talking about, and you ain't gonna pump me out of nothing. And so I encourage you to understand the same thing. Because when you're not clear, what you do is you say, "Well, I don't really know what to do with my kids educationally." So you just hand them over to these other people and you trust these other people who don't have your child's best interests at heart. They don't have your best interests at heart. They're thinking about other stuff. "Oh, well, I don't know what I want to do financially, so I think I'll just take this job so I can pay a couple of bills." And okay, you go ahead and do that, but just know that they're not thinking about your long-term economic security. You have to understand these things. So again, I end on this final simple note. You got God's plan, your plan, and Massa's plan. So because God's plan is it has more clarity and more relevance and it's more accurate than your plan because he knows more than you do, then consciousness means elevation. Elevation means you're getting closer to God. God lives inside of you. That's a fundamental belief a lot of people have. And so the God is inside of you. You got to listen to that. You have to, that's where you sit in silence, you meditate, you disconnect, you think about things, process things. And then once you've done that and you gain that clarity, then you make sure that your plan got to override Massa's plan. Because Massa ain't got nothing good planned for you or your black son. Nothing. your black grandbabies. Massa ain't got no good plan for none of them. But what is your plan? What is our plan? And don't tell me all day about what white folks are doing. I don't care about that, honestly, because I truly believe that when we really know who the hell we are and what we want, nothing can stop us. Nobody can get in our way. Nobody can. And that's what I want to share with you all today. And I hope that this fit. I did not know I would end up sniveling and crying and stuff. I didn't plan on that. I was really mixed about whether or not I should talk about my uncle because I'm real sensitive about that. And honestly, that experience was so significant for me that it drives a lot of my beliefs today. I'm really, really deeply offended by what they've done to our greatest men. They've locked them up. They've ruined them. They've either locked them up physically or locked a lot of them up psychologically. And this is something I'm determined to fight against because I think that we can do better than that. I think that God meant for something better to be for us, and I think that we can go get that. So I'm gonna finish up for today. Quick reminder, if you want to get reminded when we do economic consciousness every morning, just text the word morning to the number 87948. Text morning to 87948. Later on today, we're going to do the portfolio power play. We're going to I'll answer a million questions about the stock market. The stock I mentioned earlier that I'm going to buy, the ETF, I'm actually going to buy some more shares right now because the market's about to open. It's COPX, COPX, because the price of copper is expected to go up because the demand is going up, which is going to outstrip supply. And I think that's an opportunity. If you want to see other parts of the stock market or learn more and send me questions or see all the other stocks that I pick for the students, just go to drboycestockmarket.com. That's drboycestockmarket.com. The first month is free. And then I saw some of you were asking about my book, The 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power. You can get a copy at drboycebooks.com. All right. So have a good day, everybody. God bless you. And I enjoyed speaking with you this morning. And I look forward to seeing